generation of the technological society, we have been acted upon by forces of such power that few, if any, of us can understand. Extensive information gathering on every American, human experiments with drugs and psychosurgery, electronic surveillance, the era of the computer, invasion of privacy, growing government and corporate power over our lives, a people plagued by dehumanization, loneliness, and violence. Dramatic? Perhaps. But we are losing control of our technology and our lives. Not so long ago, people in a similar situation did not awaken to the forces around them. Are we so unwise as to do the same?
Behavior control. And then you change it up every alienated, paranoia, enemy-less, wired death, dead acts, dossiers, medical records, social security number, credit record, national security.
With another agent, Pat Webb. Pat was an explosives agent. So we kind of opened the door just a bit to the cabin. And as we opened the door, we were both pretty much overcome as we looked across the cabin at the shelves that were built on the other side of the door. We could see coffee cans and bottles and jars, and they all had labels on them, and they were very meticulously done. You could see that some were labeled with the name of certain chemicals. One of the things we saw was a hooded sweatshirt, that was hanging up there. And the cabin smelled as if you might start to think, if you really think about this. This is a person who lived in this cabin. They had a cutaway spot on the floor to go to the bathroom in if he needed to. Had built fires in the cabin.
The Technological System by Jacques Ellul. 1. People are not machines, but in every opportunity where they are allowed to behave like machines, they will so behave. 2. 25 years ago, I arrived at the notion of the technological society, but now, that stage is past. 3. The industrial society. This term is very widespread, but I find it inadequate. 4. Present-day society is still industrial, but that is not its essence. 5. At one time, technology and machine industry were connected, but for more than half a century now, a gap has widened between them. Industrialism developed a centralized, hierarchical system, with a linear growth, a division of labor, and a separation between the means and the ends. Mechanization created additional jobs and made human work more draining. It operated by means of steady reproduction, developing masses of men and integrating them in the industrialization. 6. Modern technology, however, contradicts each of those different points. If allowed to act, it leads to decentralization and flexibility. It does away with the hierarchy and the division of labor. It particularly has to bridge the gap between implementation and management. It presupposes a polyvalent and nonlinear growth. It reintegrates the ends into the means. It cuts down on labor and thus on the costs of labor. The value factor is no longer human work but scientific invention and technological innovation. Consequently, we can no longer apply Marx's analysis, which states that the economic totality is based on the surplus value produced by the salaried labor of the worker. 7. The industrial system is a closed, repetitive world, with a linear revolution. The technological system is inevitably open, non-repetitive, with a polyvalent evolution. It can proceed only by the universal development of mankind, and that development is absolutely necessary for the development of the technological system. We are thus confronted with an ensemble that is totally different from any that has ever existed before. 8. Technology, conceived in terms of its automation, its chemical transformation of the world, its economy of energy, its cybernation, its data processing, its biological intervention, and its indefinite output of nuclear energy, has little to do with the old industrial mechanization. 9. Technology is power, made up of instruments of power, hence producing phenomena and structures of power, that is of domination. 10. Terrain, in contrast to Bell, hesitates about a qualifying term. Thus, he speaks of a programmed society. In this case, I am far more in agreement. For he thereby joins the overall outlook of those people for whom the new thing about our society is the organization. He sharply distinguishes between the primary, capitalist, era of industrialization and our era. He qualifies this new society in terms of 3 features. 1. The emergence of new social classes, technicians, bureaucrats, efficiency experts. 2. The new trend of business, which is now based on organization and no longer on the relationship between economic power and productive labor. 3. Spare time activities. All 3 characteristics boil down to a reduction and to the necessities of the technological system, which, as Turing realizes, transforms the social struggles themselves. They are becoming more technological and are no longer subject to a takeover by the proletariat. Turing adds one more essential feature of post-industrial society: the importance of the student movement with its deep contestation, its challenge, and its political weakness. But, as I have tried to show in my studies on revolution, I regard this feature as episodic and contingent. 11. What triggers consumption? Advertising, that is to say, the technologies of advertising. What is it that demands greater consumption? Mass production, which is possible only because of technology. What are we given to consume? Technological objects, because they are the things that are produced most. Hence, the consumer society, in all its aspects, is primarily characterized by various technologies. 12. Spectacle is a complete way of life. Consumption is a spectacle, so are political activity and leisure and work and family life and revolution. Modern man watches everything as a spectator. Everything is supplied to him as a spectacle, including the things he believes he is most deeply contributing to or participating in. 13. Technological activity is, by nature, spectacular, excluding all internal reality. Technological activity is what waters down all serious things, since no action can be performed any longer unless by way of technologies. 14. Z. Brzezinski, Between Two Ages, America's Role in the Technronic Era, 1970, also figured he could add something absolutely new by coining the term, technronic. He lists a number of differences between industrial and technronic society. In industrial society, the machine plays the essential role. The dominant social problems are unemployment and employment. Teaching is done through human relations. The ruling class is plutocratic. The university is an ivory tower isolated from reality. Reading favors a conceptual thinking proper to ideologies. Political conflicts are intrinsic. The masses are organized into trade unions. Economic power is personalized. Wealth is the object of activity. 15. Technronic is a portmanteau word combining technical and electronic. Come now. Isn't electronics technological? Does the word add anything to the early definitions of technology? Once again, technology equals the machine plus industry. Fine, then there is something new according to the famous definition. In a machine, there are material parts that move. Electronics operates with no moving material parts. Granted. But if the computer is not a machine in the normal sense, then in what way is it not the product of a certain number of technologies? In what way is it not integrated in a technological system? There is no reason to distinguish between technology and electronics. 16. Man can no longer be a subject. 4. The system implies that, at least in regard to itself, man must always be treated as an object. Today, this phenomenon is far more important than the renowned Marxist interpretation of commodity. 17. Nothing can have an intrinsic sense, it is given meaning only by technological application. Nothing can lay claim to action, it is acted upon by technological process. Nothing can regard itself as autonomous, it is the technological system that is autonomous, as we shall demonstrate. 18. No technician claims to be ruling society. There is no need to regard technicians as technocrats or to believe that a class of that type actually exists. 19. Colin Clark's classification is replaced by a different one. At the bottom, the unqualified functionals, then the functional operators, and at the top, the rulers, researchers, conceivers, with perhaps a fourth sector for the activities of operational research. In other words, the social distribution is, already, less and less in terms of activities applied to the economy, and more in keeping with the technological capacity. 20. The era of clerks, and these clerks are the decision makers in all domains because they have the knowledge and use of the technologies. Like it or not, and Hetman shows this so well, the experts, the specialists of diverse technologies are to be found everywhere, from business to administration, from government to agriculture. They form the true grid of society, the network holding the various pieces together. It is the technological coherence that now makes up the social coherence. But this is not a technocracy in the true sense of the word. 21. The discovery of the technological system normally seems like an attack against technology, a criticism of technicity per se. Any shedding of light on the technological structure is always received by technologists and intellectuals as an indictment of that structure, even if absolutely no value judgment has been expressed. 22. Baudrillard. When watching TV, we are incapable of knowing that this miracle is a long social process of production, which leads to our consumption of images.
Yeah, this is the poisonous, venomous, killer bee, queen bee connection, live and direct, Stalin, BK, QB, boogie down, wherever you found, yo, deadly venom, that's how we end them, master venom, no friend to him, bend him in half for entering, my camaraderie, move like tight security, known to tear the club up, plus the after party, on the battlefield, catch a body, with no fair warning, my queen bee connects, swarm on him, primate, hold your mic straight before you challenge me, you're lightweight, and only force me to cause casualties, battery backs, can't match mine with the solar power, they get overpowered, shower with rhymes, it's like white lines of powder, battle madness from me and solo with the counter,
taking no shorts for sure, I'm coming through, smashing my to the floor, whoever wanted war, yo bring it, if you got the sword I'ma swing it, slip it back to the pit when my phone started ringing, so come here, what's up, about to get stuck, running through the chamber, they ain't giving up, cause I'm deadly, I'ma set the pace like a method, relay, who can that venom, run the replay, nice, make heads crack like dice, give them a double order, a manslaughter, on the tape recorder, the law and order tape, muffled and distorted, all you heard was murderous shots, the rest is pre-recorded, the jury boarded, I'm a free venom, hitting niggas with the momentum, even villains wanna get a venom, the feeling devious.
tie, fly, Robin fly, keep a close eye on Johnny 5. I'll be coming live from New York, it's Saturday night, so it's only right I step to the phony type. See him in the party acting hard, but they hardly a threat to the vet. Once you start me, no stopping, no part me, no copping, please. I beat you in the head, 3rd degree, what's the science? The 411, can't do me none, still ghetto. I rhyme ghetto, my brother's ghetto, never say die and never settle for anything less than what the devil possessed. I'm like MOP to the death. Now who is Johnny Blaze, Mr. Meth?
Hitting fever, come with the raw, deadly venom with the rule. We want more to go, now what's to do?
Ghetto collaboration, set the deadly combination. Face to face, shaking the earth, rocking your nation.
Something vicious, rolling with the deviants clan. I got a master plan of the blasting man. Getting lyrical, hurting your feelings deep in your mental. Like a pistol blow in your brain, killing your spiritual. Be a vision now, fishing out, rolling with a bunch of criminals. Street gunner, finna strike like thunder. Gotta stop your hunger, ready for war. Let me let you get a taste of the raw. Coming through with the clan so you won't get far. Rather than scar, all respect due to the God. And my queen, killer bees, is collecting that cheese. Overseas, getting ready for the year 2G. DV.
Pillage, yo, I'm a great commodity to see me, the unchained magnetic. I release my y'all, I piece mine together. To the 3rd power, hit y'all like the Mayflower scandal. Slash 3 felonies and be the 1-6 vandal. From Park Hill, Shaolin put the work in. From dusk to us dawn, Lebanon dawn, don't sleep on the adversary. Midtown, stalk y'all out on the ferry. You got trapped in between pillage and the venoms.
Yo,
Chubby heads a minimum.
Process of elimination with Jack done like Rhythm Nation. Got your heart speeding like you drag racing. We lab replacing. Try to avoid the confrontation. You kinda mixed up like Tiger Woods with that combination. I ain't calling no names. Here's a hint with no brains. Guarantee things gon' change. Dudes admire the visual. About the coolest Carolina individual. Everything digital like Bobby. I'm loving on them kung fu flicks. Poison the hottie. My crew be known to run through clicks. Quick, fast, in a hurry. When I smash, leave your vision blurry. Trying to make the bill like Murray.
Hitting fever, come with the raw, deadly venom meet the woo. We want more to go, now what's to do?
Ghetto collaboration, set the deadly combination. Face to face, shaking your earth, rocking your nation.
All the French kids got my blood hotter than cause you ventriloquist talking out shit like this. Cause I insisted you the one to show the tape of the hit. I told you quit showing the tape like King. Take a trick, wanna violate rape. Woo and venom annihilate. Don't hesitate to push the rhymes like weight and shake.
Yo, PLO, when the guns blow, use a no-show. Posing like a scarecrow with no dough. Street pros move through the metro rapidly. My faculty quick to blow the boost out your battery. My African queen bees is back at me, shutting down your salary. J-Boo, twist another daiquiri. Ricky Steamboat flow on this scenario. Hydro, door click off like a calico.
Get it on, mics get blown when you step into my zone. Heads get flown, we're trying to clone. Now take that, now you got one to grow on. Baby paw, hold on while I flow on. I keep it tight with 4 sides to a square. You ain't see no thugs like these nowhere, I swear. You wanna test me, how can it be? I'm rolling with the fam, Wu-Tang TV.
Yo, I dead MCs with this poisonous venom. Return and send them, whack bitches in them. To secretly analyze, this is live. I see the allies trying to stalk the beehive. Forgot the deadly stinging was major bell ringing. Too strong for with eyes closed and swinging. Major point, spot your target and zoom in before it's too late. Saw the snake use his handshake, aiming your darts at the click you can't handle. Attack with the pace those who travel on camel. On warm side, that you cross the barrier. But my storm side, it destroyed your area.
Hitting fever, come with the raw, deadly venom meet the woo. We want more to go, now what's to do?
Ghetto collaboration, set the deadly combination. Face to face, shaking your earth, rocking your nation.
Hitting fever, come with the raw, deadly venom meet the woo. We want more to go, now what's to do?
Ghetto collaboration, set the deadly combination. Face to face, shaking your earth, rocking your nation.
Greetings. Welcome to The Machine Lies, where we talk about the lies of the machine on the machine that lies. And, we're going to be doing a series on Techno-Buddhism and a New World Age religion, right? So, we already did an entire special about the mythos of Mechanos, right? Combining the idea of the mythical foundations of humanity's capacity for telling stories, their historical origin, their views of the formation of the universe and the purpose of mankind, right? Okay, according to the ideas of the scientific worldview, right, it seems to suggest specific insights, right? But due to a world historical view, right? Due to a world historical view, right? We go ahead and look at many of the ideas, right? And we're trying to bridge, right, many of these concepts and ideas. Now we know that the figurative construction of these myths, right, and of the Western myth, right, and of the scientific worldview and of the myth of progress, they have very specific origins, right? And they have their origins in the formulation of the mechanistic worldview, right? But what if we were to see nature as mind or the universe as organism from the very beginning, right? Their life is primary to mind and the establishment of reason and the universal principles, right? We have such a template within the Eastern thought, right? Okay. And that's why I got skinny Buddha behind me, transforming into a metal monster, right? Okay. You got Buddha and the machine merging, right? Techno-Buddhism, okay? And the New Age world religion, right? This is because Buddhism, like Christianity, has a ascetic practice. There's many reasons why I gave, right? Okay. Okay. There's no God in Buddhism, right? It's methodological atheism, right? So it insists that enlightened beings become Buddhas, right? The name Buddha itself pretty much means awakened one, right? Okay. So the idea goes down to the formulation of the Eastern myth. Okay. And now we're just beginning to touch on this Eastern myth. Okay. How did this myth formulate? Similar to how the Western myth formulated. Right now, I talked about successive stages, right, within the development of the West, the Western mythos, right? Okay. And in the Eastern mythos, similar ideas arise, similar succession exists, right? And we could trace the world historical view, right? Many of these movements, world religions, right? Okay. And put them in line with some of what we've discovered. Now, the reason why I gave the last two presentations as an introduction, right? Okay, is to present the idea of advanced technology in ancient civilizations, right? First of all, that's the point of this show, is to analyze the machine, right? And by machine, we're not talking about simple tools, right? We're not even talking about complex machines, but we're referring in general to the mega machine, right? Society, human civilization, right? And the primary form of technics, which is the architectonic, right? Which is on the level of making the symbols, okay? Crafting of the symbols, okay? All right? Okay. Now, to the 18 people who are watching, I greatly appreciate you. We're going to go on an adventure. I'm going to read a lot of different ideas and themes, right? Okay. And about the development of Eastern philosophy, all right? Okay. And yeah, let's see where you guys are at here. Thank you guys so much for joining me. You know what I mean? You know, I have to acknowledge all you cats out here because there's been a lot of activity in the chat, and I appreciate that from you guys. Right? Of course, Trippy Sippy. You know, fake people. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, real talk. Yeah, real talk. That's how they get around over here. You know what I mean? You know, that's daily business for these people. Useful idiots. You know what I mean? You know, it's like we were talking about last time. You know, with the technology in the Bible. See, the angels have technology, right? That they can control. They control the direction and the speed and pace of their tools. Their technology is in line with their thoughts, right? So these wheels that the angels are riding in, they're perfectly synced into their quote unquote spirit, right? Right. So we looked at the vision of Ezekiel, the wheels of Ezekiel, the wheels moving around. See, we don't control. See, we could produce machines and processes that are external to ourselves, but we don't control what they do, right? Okay. Okay, as it says in the Gita, you're entitled to your actions and not the fruit of your actions. Life is activity and not production, right? Okay. But we're stuck in the productive mind state. It's utilitarian, right? Okay. And it's part of the mechanistic understanding of the world, right? Okay. All right. Now we put processes into existence that we don't control the direction of, right? We don't control the speed and pace of innovation, of technological innovation, right? Okay. Not when it's part of a complex interconnected system that's based on the decisions of experts, right? Okay. And that's just square one in this understanding, right? Let's go a little bit further and look at society in general. We will be looking at society in general, right? The solitary man. See, Rousseau had this idea of the solitary man. Okay. That man is such an animal that he's been equipped with reason and he can survive alone in nature. Right? Okay? But then a human baby is so unequipped for nature, right? Humans are, you know, they need family, right? To survive, right? But once a man comes to age, right? He doesn't need society to live. Man is a unique creature in that way, right? Okay, that you can envision a man living in a jungle, a solitary man who doesn't need anything from society. He just goes, hunts, and then, lives alone in the woods, right? Okay. There's more difference between a man and a man than there is a difference between a man and an animal, right? Okay. We're more different from each other than we are from other species. Okay. There's more diversity and variation within man than there is within the entire animal kingdom, right? Okay. Okay. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, definitely. Much more complex situations at play. I mean, much more complex situations at play. What time is the stream? Sorry about that. Yeah, I was a few minutes late, right? Cthulhu Jr. in the house. That's hilarious. Leopard print. Good to see you, my dear friend. Leopard print is a true homie, for real. I got a good feeling about leopard print for sure. Yep. Uh-oh, we can't say the T word out here. I don't think we can say the T word. Careful with that. All right. Definitely don't support any type of harm to anyone. Right? You know, we are against violence here, right? We're simply looking at ideas. We don't support the views of most of the panelists, right? And yeah, this is an experimental YouTube show. You know, welcome. Right? Blessings, Nanya. Thank you so much for being here. You know, I'm really touched by that. Right. And I don't know what to say. Thank you so much for the support. Blessings. Right? We got a heavy hitter, Nanya. I wanted to catch up with her and ask her what's going on with this hoax war stuff business. Been looking into it. I've been on that show a couple times trying to figure out, encircling the building there, even trying to see what's going on here. Not holding anything down. Oh, Trippy's being dramatic. We need you here, brother. We need you here, brother. Square Peg, blessings. Tech Talk, the real homie, blessings. Lizard Tree, the OG. Thank you so much for being here. The Machine Lies is not an organization or a machine. Indeed. Thank you, Lindsay. Yeah. Yeah, Lindsay's a true one. You know what I mean? Lindsay does not get credit for how intelligent she is, for sure. She's very intelligent. Of course I am. Of course I am, my lovely. Helps me read, Blessings. Love you too. I love you too. Yeah, I love you too. Yeah. Yeah, peace, homie. And I'm going to quickly make this point because we actually have one of my friends here. Greetings, sis. How you doing?
Namaste. Thank you. Thanks for having me.
Hey, namaste.
Good to
Hey,
see
how you
you.
doing? Hey, good to see you too, my dear friend. How you doing today?
Doing well. How about yourself?
I'm having a blessed day, and I'm just in the middle of making a point about solitary man. This whole concept of solitary man, right? So what I was saying is, there's more difference between us and each other than there is between us and the animals. And a man who lives in society, right? Like Rousseau said, who came up with this concept of solitary man. He said, the true madman is, the only true madman in society is the one who thinks everyone's mad. You know what I mean, right? He said, true madness is to think everyone's crazy but you. He said that's true fucking madness. I mean, right?
Right.
And there's something to that our understanding of normalcy in society is so powerful that somebody who thinks that everyone's crazy other than themselves, is actually the true mad person. Now, obviously, crazy people don't think they're getting crazier. They always think they're getting saner. So as point of fact, he makes a pretty salient point there. But you have this situation today where, it's not like hut society. You have people living, this modern society, right? See, you live in a jungle, and it's pretty harsh out there, to survive. Sure, a single man could do it, as I was saying, but it helps to have a couple people with you. And so the tribal life was suited to man, and what happened is that now we have developed conditions where a man can live in society totally without family, to totally survive without nature, survive completely completely on the basis of technology, right? So we have invented, We have reinvented the solitary man, but it's not the man who lives in the jungle. It's a man who lives in society alone. You know,
Correct. Correct.
so it's
So
quite a different.
it's the lonely man, really.
Oh yeah, lonely soul, and I'm saying hello to all these people here. Uh, me blessings. It's good to see you again. Of course. Zephyr Avoxel, thank you so much. Blessings. Heather Mattoon. Okay, blessings. Thank you so much. I'm trying to create somewhat of a new aesthetic here. Biopunk, anti-tech, cyberpunk, lo-fi aesthetic. As I explained yesterday on my musical, we're trying to have a musical time here once a week. Oh, do you know Heather Mattoon? Big hug to you, Annapurna. Very good. Thank you so much. Dr. D Head, blessings.
Appreciate it.
Yeah. Yeah, you got your fans. But yeah, yeah, but blessings. Thank you guys all for being here. Yeah, Silver Tongue Cavalier, of course. What I mean? But yeah, in terms of the historical framework, and perhaps I'll let you carry this side of it, right? Oldest texts, oldest the succession, and I think I have Prabhupada, Easy Journey to Other Planets, and he kind of talks about the succession of these things. But of course, I don't want to just take his word for it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, are you planning to read that book or just talk about Prabhupada?
Well, I could open up Easy Journey to Other Planets because it talks about
Exactly, Bhagavad
they
Puran. Bhagavad Puran. So
yeah,
he's taken from Bhagavad Puran.
yeah,
Especially I think Canto 5 is the one that where he talks about the different realms, right? The heavenly
yeah,
realms and the hellish. Yeah, that would be great.
yeah. You know what I'm talking about? Easy Journey to Other
Yeah,
Planets. That little pamphlet, right?
yeah.
Yeah, that talks about Vedic succession. So I will bring that in. You know, so yeah, definitely we'll be reading some of that. I also have his book, The Art of Self-Realization.
Is that Prabhupada or is that Paramahansa Yogananda?
I think that's Prabhupada as well.
Oh,
You know,
he wrote one as well. Okay.
Art of Self-Realization. Yeah. So I do have that somewhere as well. So I will be going through that. Obviously, I have the Gita as it is. I will be reading passages from the Gita as it is,
It's
right?
so
So so so that is especially from the karma yoga, so definitely people need to get an insight into that because it's heavily deep um understanding, especially how it talks about gross materialism, you know so this concept, you know what I mean?
right.
uh and
Yeah.
I think that is, and it also separates two concepts. One is intelligence and the other is nature. And I don't know
Mhm.
if that's dualism that's presented by Prabhupada or if that's just,
That is coming from again the Upanishads. So even before the Puranas, I believe the Upanishads talk about um, the nature of reality and what is real and what is not real. So there he's referring to intelligence as Purusha, that is the word, or Shiva, really. And then Shakti or Prakriti is nature. Um, and she is like the consort, and she originates from what is real, which is the masculine principle, Shiva or Purusha. And then it's a nuance because there's even a point. The whole reason Annapurna came about, there's a point that Shiva and Shakti, they live for eons. They're immortal. So one day it's getting to a point where Shiva is saying, "You're just an illusion. You don't matter. Essentially, you don't exist. I am the one that's real." So she says, "Okay, fine, then I'm leaving." And you can't really leave. Like, how is nature gonna leave the universe? So she withdraws, and the earth becomes infertile, and people are starving. There's famine. Shiva himself finds like he has no meaning to continue existing, and he tries a number of ways to take his life. So this is where the stories come of him becoming very like into heavy substances, like getting bit by snakes and things like that. So in the end, he goes through this depression period, and the people on earth cry out to Mother Nature to come back and bless them again. So she comes in the form of Annapurna, meaning Anna meaning seed, and Purna meaning completion, or manifestation, completion of the seed. And she comes on the banks of the river Ganges is where she appears, and she has a kitchen that people can eat until they are full. So that's where Shiva comes as a humble man to receive a plate of food, and they're reunited because they recognize each other, essentially. And so then that's only one story, right? So there's a lot of nuance to this. What is illusion? What is nature? What is feminine? And what is masculine? And I don't know, Prabhupada, for me, he doesn't go enough into nuance, but that's not his job. We're supposed to study the Vedas, right? So yeah. Anyway, I'll quit there.
Yeah, and and this is in the Upanishads, you're saying?
Prabhupada, yes. What you're speaking about in this case.
But I'm talking about the Shiva
From the-
story
yeah.
with nature leaving. That's from the Upanishads?
That is actually even later. That comes from the Tantra Shastra. So
Okay.
that's from Tantra. And Upanishads, the way they describe it is the Vedanta philosophy. So they talk about Atman and Brahman, Atman being, the masculine principle, and everything else being the feminine principle, or an illusion.
Yeah, but it's also energy or form more properly understood, right?
Correct.
It's intelligence and energy that's really at play
Correct.
here. You know what I mean?
Right.
So it's not to say, well, it's not just stuff, right? That's in depreciation. So it's not negative material aspect of nature, but it's actually the formal aspect of it.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
The
that's
life-giving aspect, generative aspect. Yeah.
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
then
go ahead.
Zephyr said Maya in the comments. So I just wanted to give. So Maya, that word. Now Maya has a negative connotation with good reason, because that word is actually one of the daughters of the of the supposed demon Kali, of the Kali Yuga. So he has a daughter named Maya, also like Adharma. He has all of these. They ascribe that as his children. So Maya is the way that nature's principles are twisted to get you into this kind of like spiral or stuck place, or this sort of cage, right?
The cipher, get you
There
trapped
we
in the cipher, yeah, in the loop.
Right.
Yeah. And there you have fatalism, eternal recurrence, and all of those horrible concepts where it's just time is stuck, and you end up like Vikshva karma, where you're just rebuilding, rebuilding until right. It's just
Right.
like, it's just because you're like a robot that's made to build things. You don't even realize it. And like, well, what you're building for, until like the god literally comes down and shows you like you've done it 1,000 times. Right? That was one of the stories that we were reading last time. About the god of technology. Right. And we were talking about the Vajra, and of course I was telling them, yeah, and of course I was telling them about the Vajrayana, which is the extreme sect, the left hand path, because people will get confused and think that some of those practices are, like
Even
old,
mainstream. Let's just say even
yeah,
mainstream.
even
That
mainstream,
you go and yeah.
yeah. So I wanted to describe that, and then we compared it with the Bible, looking at the flood myths and in the Bible, and about the descriptions of technology in the Bible. So that was a brief, run around for the thing I wanted to do, from bridging the Eastern and the Western through the flood myth. Because there's an obvious bridge there, because the Vedic literature contains the flood myth, right?
Yes, King Manu. Yeah.
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 Yeah. So the story may have a little bit of difference, but this story is quite old. In terms of historical, and in a minute maybe I could pull up a graphic of the chronology
Yeah,
of
this is
the
King Manu. This is the story of King Manu,
right.
as Annapurna said. There's a king on Earth that's closely resembles
Noah.
the story of Noah. Yeah, which is quite interesting, because when you said that wisdom, you said nature left the world, right? And Mother Earth, right?
Right.
And this is a similar thing that it says in the book of Enoch. It says that wisdom left the world, right? For wisdom found no dwelling place among man. And wisdom is really, and the point that wisdom is leaving at is that man is corrupting nature, right?
Correct.
The
And
Nephilim
that has to do with the genetic miscegenation or things like that, right? Like some kind of experimentation on nature or creatures, creation of creatures, or is that just a
no, I think
speculation?
No, I think that's that. I mean, if in the descriptions, it seems that way, right? It's
Correct.
talking about genetic prototypes, genetic experiments, genetic hybrids. So yeah, it definitely seems that way. You know,
But
uh,
there is a little bit of nuance in the sense that in the story, in the flood myth, uh it's, I have to, maybe my memory is not right, but I'm pretty sure in all the times I heard that story, there was never like, oh, humanity sucks and so that's why we gotta flood it all and
that
get
I think is a modern interpretation to fit the Christian or scientific worldview,
right.
because they want to connect it to the global warming pop control stuff, you know what I mean? So
Right.
I think they're trying to use it for that. And of course they rather use things like Hinduism and Buddhism, because people don't have those traditions in the West, so then they can falsify the Vajrayana and all these other traditions, and then use those instead,
Right.
just to make their point,
They appropriate it. Yeah,
yeah,
correct.
exactly, yeah.
Right. So, and in that story, it's God is the fish. So there's no boat. God comes as a fish, and I guess this is like what the Jonah and the whale. It sounds like, but the story of somebody in the body of the whale. I remember a biblical story. But anyway, the point is that he's told, you get into the body of the fish, I'll keep you safe. No other vessel can keep you safe. come into my body and stay here. And the story itself, I mean, like the whole avatar of how God takes birth as a fish and he looks for a pure soul to find him. It's like, oh well, he starts out as a little goldfish, and a Brahmin, so that would mean somebody with a pure soul if you literally translate from Sanskrit. That he finds the fish and he actually keeps it in his little pot. So if you see the old sages and Brahmins, they always carry pure water in a little pot with them to do their rituals and all that. So he keeps it in that sacred pot, and immediately it grows to the size of the pot and it fills up the pot. So he has to go home and he puts it in his well in the backyard, and immediately now it's become like next day morning it's as big as a well. So then he's thinking, what's going on? Then the fish starts to guide him like, no, now you have to start to move me. And eventually the fish is taken to the ocean. That's the size of the fish. And at that time it's revealed, no, I am God. I have taken birth because right now there is this storm is going to come, and you and your family need to get inside me. And that's the only way you can survive. So and then, after the storm, the tip of South India supposedly rises up out of the water, and all of the Indians are supposedly descended from Manu, therefore, because he comes and that's where he's deposited. But in Vedic literature, there is a Manu there's like a cycle every few million years. There's a King Manu, there's a flood, there's the fish avatar happening again. So the 10 avatars happen again and again. And with each 10 avatar cycle, there's one Manu. So, okay, yeah, that's the story we have.
And I have the source as well. I have the sources for all these things, but I have Annapurna here, so so it
So
doesn't matter.
this story I said is it is in Samudra Manthan. I had to look for the
Yeah,
book,
yeah, I can
but
look
I
it up
looked
too.
on the exact source.
Yeah, I could look at. Let me get the exact source for you guys because we don't actually play games around here, But yeah, I have a world religions book, and but yeah, roughly the chronology of when of what's first and what's last in terms of the books. You know, do you have anything like that?
Yes, yes, yes.
Because
So
that is what we're needing. Yeah, because that's what we're needing
specifically,
before we
this
start.
story
Yeah.
comes within the Purana. So they're later books. And this story is in the Matsya Purana, literally meaning story of the fish or Purana of the fish. So let me pull up the JPEG here. One moment, machine. Let me pull up the JPEG of the chronology to answer your question.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, and I'm gonna look this up for you guys. Uh,
Here, I'm just, if you let me share the screen, I think I did get it.
yeah, for sure. Look at this, Manu 940. It says, "Thou canst not gather what thou dost not sow. As thou dost plant the tree, so will it grow." Crazy stuff, right? So what you reap, you shall sow. You know what I mean, right? Very ancient saying
Correct.
right there. Yeah.
Right. So this is the order, right? And it's given in a circle because they are supposed to be all organs of the same thing, which is the Vedas. So this is a division. Shruti, Smriti, Puranam, Itihasam, Agamam, Siddhantam. But out of this, The Smruti. Smruti is the oldest. Smruthi. But maybe I can. This guy has a good explanation. Maybe just 1 second of the video won't hurt. He's never copyright struck my channel.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, feel free to play.
Smriti, Purana, Itihasam, Agamam, Siddhantam. And they cover a diverse set of fields of education like mathematics, physics, biology, philosophy, astronomy, health sciences, linguistics, and many other branches of science and technology besides the theological concepts. Starting with the first one, Shruti. Shruti is well known as the Vedas, and there are 4 of them: Rig Veda, Yajur Veda, Sama Veda, and Atharvana Veda. Rig means
So that I was wrong. Shruti is the first one, huh? That and Shruti also means like a tone or a pitch or a sound. But the original, like the Vedic, like the first hymn in the first Veda says something about the nature of the universe being of sound or made out of sound itself. So there, it's so complex to break down. We can't do it justice at all in a small video. But these 4 are the oldest. That much that I guess people can grasp. Just simply put, the Rig Veda, Yajur Veda, Sama Veda, Atharva Veda, they are the oldest, and everything else is derived from that. And it is newer. It is a support to it, but these 4 are the main.
praise, a form of expressing the gratitude. It explains about the various hymns praising the elements of nature and cosmos. And the second one is Yazur Veda. Yazur means worship. It explains about different procedures of worship of the nature and cosmos. And the third one is Sama Veda. Sama means song. It gives a music driven canonical format to the other Vedas for ease of recitation. The fourth one is Adharvana Veda. Adharva means stable mind. It sets the rules for a steady state daily life activities that needs to be observed in a Vedic culture. All these 4 Vedas are not just like any other 4 ordinary books. You will not understand a word of it unless you are blessed with a guru who can explain to you what each of these mean, and they are highly interconnected with each other. Further down, if we look into any of these 4 Vedas, it has 4 fundamental blocks: Aranyaka, Brahmana, Samhita, Upanishad.
So see, even I was wrong. I got confused. So inside of each Veda, there is a Upanishad. So then there is a Rig Veda, it will have its own Upanishad. Sama Veda, it will have its own Upanishad. So when they say Upanishads with an S, it's a collection of the 4 Vedas Upanishad.
Yes.
And Upanishad
Yes.
is like a summary or a thesis.
That's right. That's right. They're a little bit more heavy in terms of like it sounds a lot more heavy when you read the Upanishads. And I have some example of that as well. But yeah, that's true. They're more driven towards the final aspect, because in the Upanishads it'll tell you it's actually like talking about the oneness of God.
Correct.
So it's very interesting because like you'll hear all these stories and stuff, and you'll be like, wow, this is like like God's a fish now, and you'll think like, what is going on, but then all of a sudden it's like no, it's not trying to say like like it's trying to say everything is God in a way, but it's just an aspect of it. The God, the real God's not in the world.
Doesn't have form.
Yeah,
Correct.
exactly. It doesn't have form. So it's fascinating because there it comes to almost philosophical understanding that's indistinguishable from many of the monotheistic traditions, and I think many people don't really understand that because, again, it's been like Vajrayana stuff pushed on them,
Correct. Or the opposite, where it's like everything else is from the devil, or so then there is a new lack of nuance. Yeah. Yeah. And I think just one more minute and he will say which one is the most recent of the literatures.
Supported by 6 external blocks: Siksha, Vyakarana, Chandas, Nirukta, Jyotisha, and Kalpa. We'll keep it very simple, not going to further details.
I'm sorry, I just wanted to say, see, one of the blocks here on the right side, Jyotisha, that is astrology. It's over there. But it's really not astrology. It should be interpreted as astronomy to be accurate. And that is coming here in the core Vedas, so it has a place. But again, it's been popified and new ageified. So
Thus, Nirukta, Jyotisha, and Kalpa. We'll keep it very simple, not going to further details. The 4 internal blocks of Aranyaka, Brahmana, Samhita, and Upanishads, they describe the theosophical, philosophical, and physiological anatomy of the cosmos and the nature and the fundamentals of human existence. In simple words, it describes Brahman, which means the ultimate and the supreme power of the existence. The 6 external blocks, Siksha, Vyakarana, Chandas, Nirukta, Jyotisha, and Kalpa, these are called as Vedangas. They complement the knowledge framework of Vedas with different and intricate specializations each. As you see here, Siksha is study of phonetics, Vyakarana is study of grammar, Chandas is study of linguistic rhythm and prosody, Nirukta is study of etymology, Jyotisha is study of astronomy, and Kalpa is study of rituals. All these 6 are called as Vedangas. And that's how the 4 Vedas are supported by the 6 Vedangas. And that is not all. Each of the 4 Vedas have 4 Upavedas as an offspring. Ayurveda, the study of life sciences, ascribing to Rig Veda; Gandharva Veda, study of music, art, and dance, ascribing to Sama Veda; Dhanurveda, study of archery and warfare, ascribing to Yajur Veda; and Ardhashastra, study of business administration and political sciences, ascribing to Atharvana Veda. Now, this is the complete picture of what we call today, in simple words, as Vedas. And one of our prime objectives of this channel, Project Shivoham, is to bring forward this entire knowledge system in a simple format that everybody can understand. We already did a couple of documentaries on Dhanurvedam, Ayurvedam, Sanskrit, and a lot more. And you can find them on our channel. And the next one is Smruti. Smruti is authored by the sages and saints who mastered Shruti, which is the Vedas, and brought in their experiences and revelations. It is much like a thesis that the sages on different branches of studies like theology, philosophy, science, etc. It completely subserves or ascribes to Shruti, which is the final.
So the key there is first came Shruti, then came Smriti, right? So you start to see the procession that is going around the circle from right to left. The first was Shruti, then Smriti. Let me see if he...
And the next one is Smruti.
There. So that's what I was talking about. Then Puranam. So it's already like there's already at least 18 very heavy Sanskrit texts, ancient, before we've even come to Smriti. And then Smriti has its own, chart like he has shown. And then Puranam. And Smriti is coming from people who have studied Shruti and written down now additional things. So, and then after that is the Puranam. So compared to things like Rig Veda, Ayurveda, things like that, these Puranas, the stories that I'm saying, even the Bhagavad Purana that Prabhupada has used extensively, they come secondary. They come afterwards.
Yeah, we got crazy questions here, so I actually want to address some of these because we got some heavy hitters in the chat here. It seemed like
Let's do it.
Before we continue, because I don't want to ignore these people, and I can't scroll up for some reason. Pixel T, how you doing today? And I think she asked a question as well, but I think Heather said something awesome earlier. She said, I wanted to acknowledge this comment because this is such an intelligent comment. Said
Yeah.
perhaps there's a new age narrative interpreting that the flood comes from transhumanistic experimentation. Wow. It's nice to know there's somebody with a pulse out there. Blessings. All right. All right. Wow. All right. Excellent. Not comes from it, but to wipe advances of those experiments. Wow. Excellent. You may have seen our last show. After the flood, the fish-headed man to the Dogon tribe as the Nomos, whom they from the Sirius star system. Woof. That's wild. And
I didn't know they were fish-headed.
yeah.
That's something I didn't. Very interesting. So that's that African tribe, correct?
Yeah, and then Pixel T asks, are the Vedas astral theology? Well, as we were presenting, that's just one aspect of it.
Correct.
So that is a science that's in there, just like political science and all of these other
Science, yeah.
medical science, all of the different type of stuff. So yeah, they've derived voluminous teachings from those books that she was just showing that contain all of those aspects. So
Right.
the saints have written on all of those subjects, which is just incredible that there's an astounding number of books and literature produced by these people from a very early stage. We don't even know how old a lot of these are, right?
Right.
It's
Right,
like
because
2000. Yeah.
then there is like, see, there's a reset. I hate to use that word, but in all practical terms, there's an end of a cycle after cycle. So there's the earth cycle, then there's a universe cycle, there's cycles within those cycles. So even in the next cycle, the Vedas will be rediscovered, is what I'm trying to say. It will come about again. Because in the end, the knowledge has come from nature, and if you look at the oldest ones, it's saying it's a direct transmission. There's no speaking and writing and anything like that. It's just it's like an embodiment of divine wisdom. And then later on it gets codified and people write about it and reflect on it and so on and so forth. But yeah, that's it.
Yeah, I mean, they have comparable writings in political arts and sciences. You look up the writings of Chanakya, and he's talking about stuff like from the art of war, like way before, they wrote about stuff like that, about, politics and rhetoric and, the economics side of it and all of that type of stuff, and of course, his political theories were heavily driven towards the economy. So a lot of the Hindus or scriptures and those ideas, they're about economic ideas, which is very interesting how it links that with the cosmological framework and also the nature framework, So I think that is fascinating, as well. That's it's a complete science in that way, and that's fascinating and also shocking that people, thousands of years ago from the same geographical location where I was basically born at, we're producing this type of stuff.
Right.
It's
You even more than me, because I'm more from the south. You even more than me. Your region.
they got this in yeah, they got this statue in Pakistan now. I think, but guess what? It's at a museum that was built by Rudyard Kipling.
Wow.
Isn't that fucked up?
A Freemason.
Yeah, the Freemason who wrote the Jungle Book.
Jungle Book. And others, I might add. He was like, I went to a British school, so he was a hero, to the teachers. And he did a lot of things like write sympathetic literature for colonists, British colonists in India, so that people who were up and coming, looking to learn English, get an education, advance in society, would automatically kind of like, bow to the English hand or whatever influence. But even at even independence time, even at that time, to kind of soften the blow, because just now with the Hindutva is when people are like, oh yeah, we've been called like dogs, and there's been famine and things like that were created. But even like maybe 20 years ago, there was still this sort of like white guy better, British better. They left all this infrastructure, that kind of mindset. And you'd be called like,
Well, I
like you'd be
covered
called
this.
uncouth for speaking your own language instead of English and stuff like
Yeah,
that.
yeah, and I covered this a little bit, and the reason why is because um the Greeks and the Jews were forced into European sort of thought form, and now it's like, like this is what I was telling my friend earlier. I said the Jews became white so they don't need white people anymore. So essentially what's happened is a sort of sleight of hand, where it seems like Greek and Jewish intellectual achievements or culture have been conflated with European culture,
Europeanism.
yeah,
Yeah,
and achievements, even though Europeans have distinct achievements and cultural achievements
correct.
in their own right that are beautiful, and
And
they can take credit for.
geographically specific to
Oh
heritage.
yeah. Oh
Mm,
yeah. They have music and art and culture and the Slavic traditions and the religious ideas, and obviously the a sort of
correct,
animism that these people believed in,
correct.
was very much in line with much more simple cosmology than the Platonic framework. See, the Platonic framework was then, you know, I'm thinking about square peg round hole, our friend, right? Shoved in, like square peg round hole, into the Christian.
Correct.
So the Jewish and the Greek worldview were combined through the
Right.
Christian worldview. So many people don't even understand these
Mm,
basic formulations. Then, they conflate all of these achievements into one society or mythos called Judeo-Christian, or Western, So, I
yeah.
mean, obviously, it's just a mythos, just as the Eastern mythos, the development of
Correct.
the Eastern mythos, because all of these different ideas and traditions. You got um, the Gitas, and you have the whole idea coming out of you know the Vedic idea of the whole Buddhist understanding, which is an interpretation of it, you know what I mean, in a way, so then you have the idea of the Zen
No,
philosophy.
Buddha is the avatar after Krishna. So he's
Yeah,
there in the 10 avatars. Even I guess even before Buddhism, the Puranas predate it, right? They predate Buddhism. So they
the Puranas mentioned the Buddha.
yeah, he's the
Oh
eighth
my
avatar
god.
or
Oh my god.
ninth
My mind
avatar.
is blown. My mind is
Yeah.
blown. That's that's yeah, you learn even I learn something new every day. And there it is, folks. My mind is blown. Release the dome cone. I'm just that's it. I mean, right? So yeah, we're gonna get on a magic carpet and fly away at this point, so because this is all just, this is all too wild. I mean, yeah. Oh yeah, we done this before. We done this before. You got to tune in. I mean, blessings. I mean,
Yeah,
yeah, we had,
I appreciate that, Dogma Free. And whoever who said Tech Talk, I appreciate you.
yeah, Tech Talk. Tech Talk is one of your huge fans. You know him, but I'm not
I
gonna
know
dox
it.
him.
Oh, okay, all right, I'll be quiet.
Yeah, 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 yeah. But he's a huge fan of yours. Yeah, yeah. But blessings. Yeah, Yeah, blessings, Tech Talk. Yeah, he's always been a huge fan of yours. But yeah, um, he said he
Yeah,
blocked over.
I seen it. I seen it now. I
Oh shit, that might be a he might have gave himself away with that comment earlier.
exactly.
But yeah, blessings. You know, but yeah, yeah, and somebody asked, I think it was JG asked, is she hot?
Oh God.
So that's hilarious.
Oh.
Yeah, I mean, we're both pretty much smoking, compared to our ashy people that that we the rest of the Indian people, we're pretty we're pretty good looking, comparably, because Indian people, there's some funny looking motherfuckers, I'll tell you that.
Yeah.
They
Yeah.
look
Well,
like,
I mean, you know how it is. Like, not everybody takes care of themselves. But who
yeah,
asked that? I didn't see that in the chat. But
yeah,
JG,
they got
stop objectifying people. Thank you.
the dude. He's from Philly, so he's always trying to chop it up with these females. It's all good though. But yeah,
On
but yeah,
YouTube.
these aunties and uncles, they got the tid, so it is what it is. The tid is what they call the hangover stomach. TID, tid. So you know, in Punjabi we call it a tid. You know, so they got that. But yeah,
Oh God. That's hilarious.
yeah, and it's crazy how in India, and Pakistan, you could just get away by just bribing the fuck out of the police.
Oh yeah, yeah.
You could just bribe this shit. Like, you get a ticket, you just give them some little extra money, they'll let you fucking go. It's straight.
Well, that's a norm, right?
Yeah,
Like
that's
my
the
grandpa
norm.
used to say there's honesty and dishonesty, because at least if you bribe, you get the work done.
Yeah.
But the other side is like you have to bribe for everything, to get your passport, to get your license, to do anything. You can't to get a freaking copy of your birth certificate, you have to give a bribe.
Yeah. Yeah, but trust me, we'd be the village chiefs if we were in our home country. They just brought the good stock to the Western countries so that we could achieve academic success. That's why we're here, right? To
Right.
So
Exactly.
yeah,
Well said.
not to suck out the resources or for stealth jihad. Right? I started using that for everything. I started being like, man, I'm gonna go walk down the street, on some stealth jihad shit. Like, there's nothing you can't logistically do that can't not fit the term stealth jihad. So
Right, because
I just
doesn't it
apply.
mean like an internal warfare?
Yeah, I'm gonna eat this donut and I'm gonna get a bagel and it's gonna be on some stealth jihad. It's just everything could be stealth jihad. Everything's part of the stealth jihad here. So that's a funny term, stealth jihad. That's some Zionist made up. And it was very funny. Because they had this idea of a canard against Jewish people, that they're basically waiting to take over the culture. And then they'll draw, and there'll be these cultural vampires, and they'll like learn all of your shit, and then they'll like, so they had this idea that that Jews never really join the society. They have cultural opposition built into them, and they have a built-in solidarity into them. So there's this trope invented about them, and a lot of the Zionist writers, they'll apply the same thing to the Muslims. They'll say, well, the Muslims, they want to oppose Sharia law on your society. They're just waiting to wage stealth jihad.
Right.
So it's funny.
That's word for word. There's a few places in India, especially in Rajasthan,
Oh yeah.
where
We
there's a
already
lot
know.
of Israelis.
Yeah, we already know that there's Israelis. There's also a lot of funded groups that
Correct.
do like Islamic terror and stuff. So there's all that.
That is 100% most of the time, if not all. Just because I can't prove all, but it's like it's an inside job. I mean,
Oh,
and for us, like on the media, they don't even bother to make it look real. Like they'll show, like there was a bombing in my city in 2009, 2010, and they called it a Islamic attack, and they blamed it on 3 16-year-olds that they took over a hotel, and they came in via boat from Pakistan. Can you imagine? Via a small little dinghy from Pakistan. Yeah, they made this cockamamie story up and made movies about it. And some of the footage, it clearly looks like a dummy, you know, like a dummy being used in these supposed clips of victims, like a mannequin,
Yeah,
basically.
and I wouldn't even know that what I said about the Upanishads if it wasn't for the Islamic scholars and the historians writing about them when they conquered India, and they were like, this religion is monotheism, so there's no need to convert these people." And right, so you know, so it's interesting that they got a lot of the same treatment as the Jews or the Christians, because it'd be pointless to like wipe out all the Hindus in India just because Islam took over. I mean, right?
Correct.
Like you'd have to kill everyone. I mean, right? So the fact, yeah, very counterproductive. So they just said, well, the same rules that we apply to the Christians and the Jews and sometimes the Zoroastrians, right? You know, I know some of the Zoroastrians got it bad, you know, and I'm not going to, shy away from the crimes, okay, the fake jihad of the Muslims throughout history, you know, that they waged, and totally butchered lots of people just for land, you know. So yeah, you know, definitely, you know, if you know, I mean, and obviously, you
But
know,
they have, speaking of that, those Israeli people, I mean, it became a big thing. You know, I was just traveling, and I was not expecting to walk into a town where everything, in my own country, where everything was in Hebrew and the signs are in Hebrew and everything. You know, it just was like, it was basically where they make all the stuff that is sold on Etsy, like the hippie type clothing that's sold on the website Etsy. And like it's all these Israeli people reselling it. Like they go there, they make a deal with this Indian guy who will, for the love of God, no way in hell he's showing me his workshop where the clothes are made. But they'll sell them to you wholesale for a cheap price, you know, and they put these up on Etsy. So anyway, that was like a real like whoa moment for me. But then I sat down in this cafe with a couple of travelers I had met, and we're just talking. And then suddenly, I mean, it's like a chill cafe, you know, it's like ground seating and stuff. So suddenly we were talking with this Israeli guy, 19-year-old, and he's like, I'm going to go and join up the Zionist army after my trip here. And I'm like, what the heck? What do you mean? He's like, yeah, I'm going to kill Muslims because those people, they have a genetic disposition or they have a cultural disposition. It's built into their culture. If you don't destroy them, they're going to rape and kill every one of your daughters and your wives. And you should be thanking me because my efforts are protecting your country as well. And there's I don't have the exact source because I heard a lecture about it one time, but there is a Marxist, and I'm not sure if Sigmund Freud was a Marxist or I'm wrong, but there was one of those popular psychologists was a Jewish Marxist who invented a lot of pathologies to break up family units. So every other strong culture around that showed a strong community dynamic, because you'll notice they themselves, like they have almost no divorce and things like that. I mean, not all, but especially the Orthodox, they don't have much divorce. There's like a separate schooling system. You know, all of the things are taken care of to keep a tight-knit community. But those same things are pathologized as psychological disorders in every other community in order to break it up under the disguise of exactly to pinpoint, it's the father of psychotherapy. I just can't get the name in my head right now. Really famous guy, psychologist. But yeah, so that is the way they have applied that to Muslims, sadly, and everybody slopped it up.
Oh yeah, I actually have cognitive development. It's cultural and social foundations by A.R. Luria that talks about
Oh,
so this is the basis for a lot of behavioral psychology. And right in the beginning of the book, he says that in his psychological research, he had to purge the Islamic influence from Uzbekistan because the
wow.
Islamic influence had caused them to be in cultural stagnation. So you could tell that as he's conducting research on these Muslim people, right? He's already decided that he needs to program them with this Marxist
Correct.
ideology in order
Correct.
to for them to reach progress.
Yeah, because
And it,
progress for them means what, like progressive ideals of today, right? That's what progress means for them.
yeah, yeah, and he made no bones about saying, well, it's the Islamic influence that's keeping them stagnant.
Wow.
So he literally just says that, and this is a Jewish Marxist psychologist,
Mm,
right? That's
mm.
studying the Muslim populations in Uzbekistan. So you know uh yeah, so it's very interesting stuff, definitely. And yeah, for this topic that we're on, basically it goes back to this idea of you know a chronological framework, to describe the literature. Now what you're saying is that the Puranas were last in
No,
term. Okay, but
I'm
but but
saying
but
they came in later.
they came in later. Yeah, I
Yeah.
remember on the
So the
list they were like fourth
Vedas,
down. Yeah,
yeah, yeah. So the four Vedas, the originals, are the source of everything, pretty much.
right,
And everything from that, after that, is either derivative or describing like the stories or the
right,
histories or things like that. So
yeah.
it's like third or fourth on the list, and it's already something that was written down on palm leaves, whereas the Vedas were never written down until much later. They were just
Yeah,
passed down
so
early.
like the Upanishads of the Rig Veda, that would be the place where people
Correct.
would want to start. And that would be like
Exactly.
that would be 1-1. Like if you want to go 1-1, right? Go to that. So that's what I'm trying to show you guys, in terms of sources and materials, right? Because don't rely on internet videos, please. Right? If you're really interested in this type of knowledge, go look up the primary sources. I mean, right? So,
Yes.
and read it on your own, and even you could do Google searches and look up the Rig Vedas and all that type of stuff, and then compare the different translations, because obviously you cannot trust a single website to give you an accurate translation of some material.
Correct.
So
And
yeah,
the original Vedas, they're meant to be read, and the pronunciation is supposed to generate certain vibrations in your body. And so it's uh
right,
akin to what people would call even spell casting, only it's not dark or deranged or manipulative. It's calling upon like these primordial forces of nature. So it's meant to be a felt experience, an engaged experience with the Vedas, because I can't read the entire Rig Veda in one day. I read one shloka, so one hymn, and then maybe I try to understand that for 1 week, and then maybe I can pronounce it right, and then maybe I can memorize it, and then once I memorize it, certain effects start happening, and in my mind and in my surrounding, and then you move on to the next. And there's other things too, because you start to open like vistas in your mind linguistically. So the only reason I could learn Spanish is because of the connection with Urdu, because Urdu has Arabic and Spanish has heavy Arabic. And oddly enough, it's like learning Sanskrit, learning more of my root language allows me, more um, mental capacity to learn other languages. And I only learned it at age 18. I had no exposure or anything like that. And it was just a fluke that kind of led me on a journey. But these things, they're not just a book to read and like mentalize about. You know what I mean? Like it's an actionable, experiential, living knowledge that you sit in a certain position, you're not slouched, and you're reading. And the reading itself is like a meditation, and your anxiety goes down. So there's various things like that. You guys get the idea.
Yeah, and that is an ancient method of learning and teaching things that they would actually learn line by line, commit the line to memory, and then apply the teaching in their daily life. So,
Correct.
they actually tell you to study the Quran that way. They tell you to study if you're going to take some of these ideas seriously, right? And obviously, they say read everything 3 times. You know what I mean? Obviously, believe in nothing, until you can prove it for yourself. That's obviously
Correct.
key in the beginning of the things. Listen to no one. Believe in nothing till you can prove it for yourself. So obviously, that there's a disclaimer there. But the idea is that if you read widely, you'll first have to read and just sort of skim and understand the basic structure of what you're reading. Then you can go and analyze the information and take out key passages in text, highlight stuff, and really break down the text. Then thirdly, you want to really get the key concepts and understanding, and there you want to go and reify the key principles, problems, and solutions, to the analysis that you've committed yourself to. So, nothing is done by reading or glancing over shit and fucking reading memes and watching other people explain shit. That's never gonna give you any insight into anything. If you want real
Well,
knowledge,
really, it's a
yeah,
draining experience, right? Because we can experientially tell the difference if we're honest with yourself, like scrolling for an hour versus actually engaging with like a sacred text for an hour. Which one is a depleting activity and which one is the enriching? One can tell the difference for oneself, if you're being honest.
yeah, and peace to the homie Leela. I went to the store earlier and I actually was talking about my book. I handed out a copy of my book to this Hispanic woman, and she's a very kind soul and a beautiful person. And she actually told me that she has a YouTube channel and she's studying the Vedic philosophy, and she's very interested in studying about world religions and different stuff like that. So the interesting thing with this Hispanic lady is that she fucking put a reading from the Upanishads up. So it's so crazy. I sent it to you
I did
because it
see
was
that.
it
I
was
did see that.
wild.
Which,
Y-
if you want, you can play it if you want.
yeah,
But I
yeah,
thought
it's
it was
wild.
quite good.
Yeah, it's wild. Yeah, I want to ask her permission first, but definitely I will play it if she allows me to. The reading there, because that will be a good intro to some of this material, because we are reading the sources, and we're also going to read Zoroastrian sources. So Manag e Hrad and the Yasnas, there's a few writings and scriptures in terms of them as well. Hey, what's going on, Nico Pluto? Blessings. Greetings, Zephyr. How you doing today?
Hello, hello.
Hey, you doing okay, madam?
I'm having a great day. Friggin'
That's
wonderful. It was lovely, lovely day today.
excellent. It's good to hear. Yeah, I had kind of a lot of ups and downs today. It is what it is.
Right. Yeah. Yeah,
Yeah,
then we can't really say much on here because, well, it is what it is. But
yeah.
The machine, you want to finish that with the last Vedic, like the most recent Vedic text?
100%. 100%. Yeah.
I'll share that screen again.
Yeah, 100%. And then we'll take a little music break and then we'll move on to some other stuff. Thank you so much. Blessings.
Thank you.
Oh, whoops, I gotta press the button.
Right. So there, Purana is number 3. And then Itihasa means actually history. And that's where a lot of the stories like the Ramayana and all that, they're in Itihasa. So number 4.
Oh, okay. Yeah. All right. Yeah, that's very famous. So the Ramayana is after the Purana. Wow.
Correct.
That's fascinating.
And
That's something I wasn't clear about.
Puranas describe the whole like 10 avatar cycle, right? Ramayana is just one avatar inside the 10.
Oh, okay.
They have some for they have like one book, one Purana for each avatar in here. And Ramayana is just the story of one of like just because even the Ramayana they just focus on his youth as Rama. They don't show him in old age after he returns and all that. So it's just one part of the story. I believe that the Gita also is here in Itihasa. Bhagavad Gita should be there inside of the
Yeah, I believe the Gita is part of the Ramayana.
Ramayana. No,
Yeah.
Mahabharata. Sorry.
Oh, the Mahabharata. Yeah, that's right. The Mahabharata. Yeah.
Coming after Rama is Krishna.
Okay, fascinating. All right. Yeah.
Yeah. So that Mahabharata and Ramayana will be inside Itihasa. And Gita is a part of Mahabharata, just the conversation between Arjuna and Krishna. Then after that, Agamam and Siddhantam. So yoga, where does yoga come in all this? Yoga is coming inside of Shruti actually. But then the Yoga Sutras of Patanjali are much later. Yoga is from the second Veda, Atharva Veda, inside of Shruti. But the sutras are where a lot of at least the Westerners will get the yogic teachings from, and that comes to be codified by Patanjali and written down. I'm pretty sure it's in Siddhantam, but I might be wrong. So that's the last, most recent is the Siddhantam, and most oldest is Shruti. And I guess he will explain.
Smriti is authored by the sages and saints who mastered Shruti, which is the Vedas, and brought in their experiences and revelations. It is much like a thesis that the sages on different branches of studies like theology, philosophy, science, etc. It completely subserves or ascribes to Shruti, which is the final authority. And there are 18 such Smritis written by different rishis. And they are Atri, Vishnu, Harita, Aushanasi, Angirasa, Yama, Apastambha, Samavarta, Katyayana, Brihaspati, Parashara, Vyasa, Shankha, Likita, Daksha, Gautama, Shatatapa, and Vasista Smriti.
Did you notice Gautama Smriti there?
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. I'm not sure, but that's my guess.
Yeah, that's wild stuff. Yeah.
And the next one is Puranam. In very simple words, Puranam is nothing but a historical document. Often Puranam is mistaken as a mythology, but the fact of the matter is it's a historical document that has a 10-dimensional feature. And the 10 are, the first one is Sarga, history of creation of cosmos. Second one is Visarga, history of creation of the worlds. Third, Vrupti, history of evolution of the life. Fourth, Raksha, history of sustenance of life. Fifth, Amtarani, history of the time scale and how the time used to be measured in the past. Sixth, Vamsa. Seventh, Vamsanucharita. Both explain about the history of the lineage and the history of the dynasties that ruled Bharat since times immemorial. Eighth, Samstha, history of the catastrophes, all the natural calamities that have occurred in the past. Ninth, Hetu, history of the prime causes of those catastrophes. And the last one is Apasarayaha, history of the Supreme Being or the different incarnations of God. And there are 18 such Puranas, all written by just one Rishi, Sri Vedavyasa. And the 18 are Markandeya Purana, Matsya Purana, Bhagavata, Bhavishya, Brahmanda, Brahma, Brahmavaivarta, Vishnu, Varaha, Vamana, Vayu, Agni, Narada, Padma, Linga, Garuda, Kurma, and Skanda Puranas. The amount of knowledge in these Puranas is just incredible. For instance, Agni Puranam explains about different varieties of martial arts. We did a short documentary on Dhanurvedam, extracting details from Agni Puranam and Dhanurveda Samhita. You can check out on our channel. The next one in line is Itihasa. Itihasa, the word spells as Itihasa, which means this is how it happened. Of all the scriptures, Itihasas are the one which shaped up the ethos of India as we know today. And there are only two Itihasas, Sri Ramayanam and Mahabharatam. These two scriptures are of the highest order, which defined, directed, and drive the human values in India since thousands of years. And Bhagavad Gita, which is the epitome of all the sacred scriptures, is an integral part of the grand epic of Mahabharata. And the next one is Agamas. Agamas are treatises on theology, epistemology, and also describes the architectural principles of temple construction. Basically, they are the rule books of how a temple needs to be constructed and the rituals in the temple needs to be organized. All the magnificent grandeur of the Indian temples and the exquisite carvings that we have on the Indian temples. The source code of all that beauty is from Agamas. For instance, Shilpa Shastra, the branch of knowledge which deals with sculpting, is from Agamas. And there are 77 Shakti Agamas, 28 Shiva Agamas, and 108 Vishnu Agamas. So wide and so deep. And the last one we have Siddhantam. Siddhantam means principles, a set of principles in different fields of science and technology. These are the most interesting part of the scriptures. For instance, in astronomy itself, we have 18 Siddhantas, which talks about different details about planetary motions, geometrical principles, trigonometry, calculus, a lot more. In this category, we have a huge set of scriptures that are in the fields of science and technology. To name a few, Sushruta Samhita by Rishi Sushruta on surgery and medicine, Aryabhattiyam by Aryabhatta on astrophysics and astronomy, Ardhashastra by Chanakya on commerce and business administration, Panchasiddhanta by Varahamihira on...
So this is what you have read by Chanakya. Arthashastra, the administrative treatise by Chanakya, that machine you were mentioning.
Yeah.
treatise of astronomy.
I'm sorry, and I was right. Patanjali Yoga Sutra is coming here 2 BCE by Patanjali, the principles of yoga. It comes in Siddhantam, so it's the last part of the Vedic literature that it comes in.
Mangalam by Nagarjuna on the science of alchemy, and the list goes on and on. And that is a very brief history about the Vedas and the other scriptures of ancient Indian education system. For ease of understanding, we tried to condense a lot, but it is so wide, deep, and complex all at the same time. And the backbone for this entire education system is Sanskritam. And if we don't have the competence of Sanskritam, all this knowledge system is good for nothing. Let me give you one example and you will understand it. Here is a slokam from Aryabhattiya, written by Aryabhatta. Yes, the same man whom we celebrate that he invented zero. In this slokam, he gave two scenarios. The first scenario is two bodies moving in opposite directions, and the second scenario is two bodies moving in same direction. He says that time elapsed for R and B to pass through or otherwise is equal to the distance by sum of their speeds. And in the other scenario, it is distance by difference of the speeds. In simple words, he gave the equation of speed is equal to distance by time. This equation of speed is equal to distance by time is the foundation for kinematics, a branch of physics, which is the heart and soul of everything that moves in this world. This equation is the foundation in the engineering of be it a car or a space shuttle. This equation is a revolutionary discovery. But if we don't know how to read Sanskritam, all this is good for nothing. According to the documented history, Galileo Galilei, in the year 1638, he published a book called Two New Sciences. In this book, he first gave the formula of speed is equal to distance by time. Now, don't start judging Galileo. All his work is original, and if you read this book, you'll get to know. He did not get inspired from Aryabhatta. But the fact of the matter is, something that was discovered by Aryabhatta in 510 CE had to be rediscovered by Galileo in the year 1638. In these 1000 years, the speed is equal to distance by time equation, which is written in Sanskritam, is locked up in Aryabhatiya. 1000 years. Imagine what could have been the impact if this was known earlier to the whole world. All we know about Aryabhatta is he invented zero, but he has left us a wealth of information. Well, how many such equations and other scientific concepts are hidden in the Indian scriptures, which are written in Sanskritam, waiting to be decoded? Well, I'm not saying that all the great things in this world were invented or discovered by Indians, but all the great things that were done by Indians are not known to the world. And that's why we started Project Shivoham, to bring forward all these kinds of stories.
Yeah, that was it. I thought that end was a nice detail. The speed is equal to distance upon time equation.
Yeah, Galileo is totally fake. You know, if you guys didn't know that much, at least, you know, I mean, Newton and Galileo are the two biggest fakers in history, along with Einstein. Einstein is straight up plagiarist. I think he stole his equations from Ernst Mach. All these guys all stole a bunch of shit.
Correct.
So definitely, and
I think Galileo probably paid for it though, right?
Yeah, he's but he's funded by these guys like Paulo Sarpi, and the writings of Sarpi are basically like the Bible of Freemasonry, and they promote the sciences big time.
I think she means because he went blind, right, Zephyr?
Yeah, and died. Yeah, in jail.
They say he went blind, but I'm more akin to believe that he was a faker.
That is some cold hard irony. They might have took his eyes out for looking in that telescope. Shit, damn. We're like, you still want to look in that telescope? It's like, we're gonna scoop your motherfucking eyes out.
Well, karma be like that, man.
Yeah, it's crazy. But yeah, definitely Nico Pluto. Rabbis say not all same, very rude sheet. Definitely. That's our Dutch friend. Blessings. I believe he's Dutch. I'm not sure, but yeah.
Lekker.
Earl Pipe, what's going on, homie? I was thinking about, I ain't seen you in the chat for a minute. Blessings, right? All right. And yeah. And look like you got a new thing, because I know I had you modded last time. So I don't know. Look like a new name or some shit. But yeah, maybe that's Earl Pipe. Maybe it's not. We'll figure it out. But yeah, we'll do a little music break, and then I'll do some more historical, the historical worldview, development of the mythos of the Eastern worldview. And, I don't know how much time Annapurna has. Right? Never really asked.
I got a couple hours.
Okay, nice. Yeah. So I got some things, and feel free to bring up anything you like in terms of what I'm talking about, or to challenge anything I say as well, because I'm not complete, obviously, in my understanding of it.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah. Don't feel shy to just It's like, I don't really think that's right. And, even all the people on the panel or in the chat, I really don't give a fuck. I'm learning these things, but I'm able to have these conversations because I've done some of the things that I talk about doing, like reading and applying and looking at primary sources and all of that type of stuff. So, obviously I'm not going to blow smoke up my own ass. And, maybe a good 5% of this show was me doing that, but I don't know. And I'm talking about the collective history of the show, not this particular show. I've done that very little this particular show, but yeah, but yeah,
Would you say that you care But you don't care about what's not really that important. Because you don't care
Yeah,
about the
I'm
unimportant
passionate.
stuff.
Yeah, I'm
But you do
passionate for sure.
care. Because whenever you say you don't care, I don't think that's true. Because you do care. It's just not about the unimportant shit.
Yeah, I think. Yeah, I mean, obviously, men have been emotionally neutered, and then they're taught to think that unemotionality is somehow masculine. So there's a lot of this ideology that's telling you that, obviously, both ways that aggression is bad, passion is bad. So yeah, definitely, I don't subscribe to that, and I do get passionate on a lot of subjects and themes, and that's why I'm able to nerd out with you guys on so many different ideas. I bet you guys didn't think I'd do a special on Eastern philosophy. I thought you guys thought this guy Plato and Aristotle, that's all he knows. Nope. I got other things too. I've read tons of works in Buddhist philosophy, and other ideas. I've compared them to the Eastern writings. I mean to the Western writings as well. I've read things from the occult. Obviously, I've read the Bible, read the dialogues of Plato, read the Gita, right? Read the Quran. So we're cooking with fucking hot gas here. I don't know if you guys realize this, but you know what I mean. This is some free shit that I'm putting together for you guys. So and also art. So yeah, and we looked at tons of conspiracies. We questioned every single ideology. All of my thoughts and ideologies have been questioned on this show. And they brought it straight to me. Anybody can get it here. I don't think you guys really understand. There's been no ideology or thought or belief that hasn't been challenged here on this show so far. It's only been a year of this. And we've looked at every controversial idea under the sun. There's nothing that we've actually left out. Okay, we're just now getting started on our presentations on Eastern philosophy. So, and I dare any of these other channels to even, produce material on this level. I literally dare them. I literally fucking dare them. Right? We'll be here. I haven't seen it, folks. It's not there. I looked high and wide for it. For like, where's the independent philosophy discussions that aren't tailored together by some fucking dorks, feds, total agents? There's almost nothing out there, and then the rest is just chit chat. All right. So it
or
takes
lolcows. Lots of lolcows out there.
Yeah. And I knew the first time I heard Annapurna talk, I was like, this is a smart, intelligent person that's going to be a great friend. If I'm blessed to know this person, I know it's going to be a great friend. I knew that the first time I saw this person, on Watch the Collapse and all those other channels. So, so
I
game
appreciate
recognized
that.
game. Yeah, of course. All right. I was thinking we were going to be friends when I first saw you. I was like, oh man. I was like, this is a person. If they're on the internet, I'm on the internet. Like it could be possible, because the thing is that there's not too many intelligent people out here. I have to say that. That's a damn shame. Because I see you guys are smart. You guys are clever. You guys use intelligence and cleverness towards retarded shit. Shit that's very much beneath you. And we could really organize and speak militant and get into some nitty gritty shit and form a motherfucking underground if you guys want.
Right.
If you guys
Oh
want.
yeah, I'm all about that.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? So, let's get it popping. Right? I'm tired of the bullshit. Fuck the bullshit. Right? And fuck the big name people. There is nothing there. So I'm not trying to become a big name. I'm just trying to rock out here with you guys. So, whatever we put into this together is what we're gonna get out of it. You know what I mean? So you know what I mean? And yeah, blessings. Yeah. And let's go to this thing here. Intellectualism is a spell people run with. Yeah, definitely. Definitely. But you got to know your enemy. You can't just say, well, fuck intellectualism. You know, the only way to get beyond intellectualism is to get beyond it. Sorry to say this, you know, it's not intellectualism when you don't understand, you know, what the difference between the Bible and the Gita is. That's not intellectual. That's not, you know, fake intellectualism. You know, that there's 2,000 years of culture that you haven't wrapped your mind around, that you think cultural ineptitude, you know, not learning about the breadth of knowledge that's out there, not even knowing the amounts of information that's out there, you know, or what it refers to. That you're going to somehow walk down the street, get in your car, drive around, and be better equipped because you don't have that knowledge. You know, okay, let's not pat ourselves on the back for being stooges here, right? Okay, you know.
Although if you do want to blame me, you can please feel free. You can do that. Just blame me.
Yeah, and I know you thought I'd, you know, I saw you mention me on another channel, and I know that, and I'm talking about this person right here. You know, I know that, you know, you like to mention my name on the other channel there, but I'm not worried about the other channel, buddy. You know, they could do what they want. You know, they could respond to my videos. You know, and I simply won't say anything. I really don't care. You know, I told this little boy to come up here and have a conversation with me, and he didn't seem capable to do it. You know, but if you want to spend your time there, right, and then say, well, this is just intellectualism, you know, well, maybe you're the fucking snob. You know what I mean, right? Because all your hooping and hollering over there with fuck nuts, you know, it's just a bunch of hooping and hollering and talking about me. You know, and it's like, you know, you can go talk about me on another show, or you could talk with me about ideas.
Yeah, we could all challenge each other, like real, like grown-up adults.
Used to be, right?
Yeah.
Challenge the basis for intellectualism. I'm 100% for that. Look at the limitations of logic and rationality, the rational framework. Look at the limitations of philosophy. Look at how what a bunch of fucknuts philosophers were. That's what the fuck we've been doing. So look at the flaws of philosophy and intellectualism. You got it, buddy. This is how we've been doing it. You know, sadly for a lot of other people, that they're not going to get to it anytime soon. They're not going to look at the pressure points of the ideological framework that they inhabit, and they're soon going to be tricked. Okay, you didn't talk shit about me. That's not what I said. I said you were on another channel saying that I was going to be angry that you're on another channel, and I'm telling you, I'm not angry with you at all. You know, so that is the statement you made, right? You said, the Machine Lies is going to be really angry that I'm here. Bro, I don't care. You know, I don't even know why people have a fucking problem with me. You know, if you don't understand, I've been trying to figure it out for a year, right? So, you know, if you figure it out, let me know. You know, if you figure it out, let me know why they want to go pull up my address and shit and send death threats and stuff. It's all their game. Stupid games.
Like, do all that just so you won't do presentations? Isn't that nuts to think that, like, it's that poignant? Just to speak common sense on the internet, that you could get targeted like that?
It's not even like, I wish it was intelligent targeting, because I'd have to sharpen my tools and really avoid certain situations. But like, this isn't even intelligent. This is just sort of just you know, fappery, and you know what I mean. So yeah, there is that aspect to it. You know, right? Rebuild a bridge to where? A bridge to where, dude? Stop trying to sell me a bridge.
That's hilarious.
Like, what the fuck? You're trying to build a bridge. A bridge between what and what?
That's the equivalent of taking your mom to the job interview.
What the fuck? So Soul Reed, that's a bit of megalomania on your part. You're not building bridges by hopping on a panel, buddy, and chit-chatting with people, all right?
Don't take it all personal. You don't need to take it all personal, people. unless it's serious, and then there's something there that you gotta examine, and it's probably your fault because it's always your fault, right?
Sorry, I'll tell you right now, you gave them zero shit, bro. Come on, dude. You gave them zero shit, dude. Softballs, dude. Dude, you gave them zero fucking shit, dude. Makes me think that you don't know what's going on there. Right? That's just my honest opinion, and I'm gonna holler at you like man to man. You know, there's gonna be an open link here too. I mean, so I mean, it is what it is. But you know what I mean?
Yeah, you just said you saw somebody, so, and yeah, that it wasn't true, right? What they thought. That's all you said.
Yeah, it's not true. It's not true. You know, I saw because this cat's over there saying I'm gonna get mad if people go on other shows that talk shit about me, but I'm not mad at that.
I went on a bunch of shows.
Yeah,
How can you control others, like where they're going?
yeah. I don't care who you guys talk to. I'm not your daddy. I don't care who you guys conversate with. All I care is that if you guys want to talk about these things that I'm talking about, that's cool. If not, we could just talk about some other shit. I really don't give a fuck. You hear me? Right?
What's really funny is whenever I brought you up, everybody that was there was like, "Oh yeah, I know him," and they were all cool.
Yeah.
But maybe I mean I didn't mention you until like later in the conversation. You know, by the time I figured out that they were cool, because I don't hang around very long.
That's like they don't have anything else to talk about, right? Like, so they have to bring up the machine or whatever or whoever or make fun of people.
Well, people ask me like where I came from, and I was like, this was the first place that I found that was Panelverse. So, and then they go, "Oh yeah, I know that place. That's where I got started." A few people, you know, Gen X Jeff. I like that dude.
Yo, I got some funny clips of me roasting these fools, and then I have some funny other clips of just their antics. You know, I could sit here and just respond to different shows and watch all of these panels, and I would have free material.
And you might be monetized and probably.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I would getting donations. There'd be 70 people watching this show. I'll tell you right now, there'd be 70 people watching if all it was like drama shit where I just react to the panels that are going on the internet. You know, so you know what I mean. So definitely, you know, I'm trying not to, you know, get down into the murk of things, and actually, it's like no, you know, this is a little bit more like we're trying to figure out what the fuck's going on or something like that, or actually develop dialogues or like do some other funny shit or like I don't know, you know, but like yeah, the shit out there is very, very fucking boring, you know, and that's the main point is that I'm motherfucking bored. I rather focus on the deep questions that plague humanity, you know, and if they gave me 3 or 4 of the top Instagram whores or the fucking you know, OnlyFans whores and millions of dollars and a mansion, and they said go, you know, 3 months later I'd be here talking about the piranhas and stuff. It's just, this is how it goes. I'd get bored. I'd get fucking bored. All right, so
and if you're bored, you're boring.
Yeah. You know, so that's all it is. You know, right? So people really think that, you know, it's a lot funner for me to sit here and react to panels and just to chit chat with people and to waste motherfucking time. Of course. You know, and I'd get a lot more from it because of the people would give the reactions that I want, but I'm not looking for that. I'm not looking for acclaim or to be a personality or to develop a brand. You know, I'm just trying to talk to people about what I know. You know what I'm saying?
And you have a personality. You don't need to be a personality because you already are. Because you have one.
Yeah, there's a lot of fake personalities.
Yeah,
You know,
absolutely, yeah.
a lot of fake personalities, real life actors out here, you know, acting in real life. And And yeah, we're gonna go ahead and play some of these mixes that I put together, trying to put together a new aesthetic style, lo-fi music, minimalism, biopunk, anti-tech, and yeah, I hope you guys appreciate this cyberpunk type of thing I'm trying to make here. But yeah, definitely mixing anti-pop consortium and the mixing anti-pop consortium with techno animal. Two of my favorite bands, anti-pop consortium and techno animal. And then I mixed some of Reddington's music mixes with MOP, and got some little Bhangra music in there too. It's kind of funny.
Right on.
Yeah, you know what I mean. They
So,
got
like,
a little.
is that sorry for my ignorance, but I used to use virtual DJ back in the day. Do you know what that software was?
No.
To do-
Actually, I don't know about any software. I
So
use
how do you mix?
I play two screens together.
Thank you. Well done.
Oh yeah, this is what I mean. Lo-fi. This is a new way. This is the new wave. We have equipment. I mean, this is shittily put together, but it's gonna sound fucking, high tech. This is what it is. That's the game I'm playing. That's how I'm mystifying these motherfuckers. They think there's like 20 people behind the boards and shit. It's like who's controlling this show? There's so many philosophical, artistic positions and assumptions and themes here. It's like it's just one person, motherfucker. I've just looked at a lot of shit. You know what I mean? But yeah,
I know my audio is bad. Sorry.
it's all good. It's way better than it used to be. So, right? Blessings, right? Yeah. Anyways, here's that for you guys, and then we'll be back.
Synchronicity split my body multiplicity. You blink, I think with synchronicity, split my body multiplicity shit. 15 places at the same time, speaking the gospel. The optical illusion or obstacle, the institution of impossible word, resuscitation and execution.
Electrocution, emergency broadcast beacon, reaching, expand the bandwidth, stand beyond the abandoned sarcophagus. Brimstone poem in the esophagus of the dragon breathing apocalypse.
Spit out shit, get incredible responses from these unearthly creatures and androgynistic monsters, haunts the every
pattern, exercise, no discretion when pressing the boundaries. Surround the beat like street lights on nights with mics and lateral battle moves. To all crews, MCs, freeze.
What am I? 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 What am I?
The acapella block rock, a shocker off the top of the roof, fly MC entity.
Me proceed and sway fragment images enhanced by system of arc compulsions, transcripts, transparent as captivity caged by MCs by flock of thousands pecking at sand.
The super soaker, vein choker, poker face, straight hatred, stay red, dead cloud, brought back to life, Mike Majestic, untested, destined to rest amongst the best of the system, solar, North Polar, control of the mic, MC, the pattern laser.
Reverse release, quick kick back, impact, cave and crush on contact, knock out your contacts. When they come back, call Combaticons, cause their wreckage, crumble and carnage. Carnivorous to calm, anti the park, then apply sauce and charm.
To the break of your neck, MC, with the impact of a wrecking ball to the back of the head, black rock or rap, don't look back. Times two, high score on Galaxian, axiom tracks become one of many collision, precision, incision within your skull case.
Next twist, turn off selected words, Earl Blade, double effects, you triple take flexing nerves, revenge of the nerd, seen in blurs, only the sound of words blur, now you remember when men get dismembered.
What can I say about MCs? What couldn't I say about MCs? Every heart-turning insult will be looked as praise for their demise. The bastard obvious life. Look at everyone hide their celebration by sipping tears from raised champagne glasses. I hope they are buried so deep, even the worms and the maggots couldn't breathe.
What am I? 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 What am I?
I'm gonna fight for prestige, not for me, but to uplift my brothers. They sleep on the concrete floors today of the march. Black people who living on welfare, black people who can't eat, black people who don't know no knowledge.
Presses late, bodily, eternally sleep. We wolves, baby, we wolves. Come on.
A full moon make my blood curl. Got me stuck in opposition in the underworld. Savage beast like wolves when we roaming these streets. And what beliefs, fuck peace, go to war with police. So-called priest, there's a demon in your hood scheming. Catch me out the 6 leaning with the 9 steaming. And that's a BM. The sound of the Glock sound like rods and watts. I point a Ruger at your cruiser, get you something to watch. DTs, feds, the knocks, exchanging shots. And broad day until the first one late when he pop. And if I pull and you pull, the one to get it worse be the last to burst. I see you status with the fattest nerves, gap holders, tucking them burners with them fat rollers concealed, but quickly revealed to your window shield. Reckless, connect like a nexus for your necklace is on, foaming like Voltron and Ball. If you tired to see your niggas getting beat in the street, never smooth. Not a damn thing, that's why I holler Annie up when you holler bling bling. How do I survive? I strap up on my heat, I get out on the beat, I find a way to eat. See, William never sleep. You think it's something sweet and I will pound lift your ass up off your feet. Shackle me in chains, tamper with my brain. Spit a 10-digit number when you call me by my name. This system has been aimed for every 211 and every 187. My niggas get the blame. What happened to Diallo is a motherfucking shame. How about if I spit 41 that you were in the game? All disrespect intended to any lieutenant who feel offended. By the way, we represent.
Damn, that's my fault. I guess. Can you guys still hear me?
We can hear you.
Oh yeah,
I can hear you. Yeah.
I think you might have lost the screen.
Yeah, I lost the screen, the music. Give me a second. Let me refresh my page. I'll play that again. Sorry, guys.
Dead air, dead air. Oh. Can't stand it. It's like, yeah. With my bad audio, I'll fill it up.
Yeah, that was a malfunction with just the StreamYard. So I'll just have to play that again because this is a premiere of this fucking song. I'm sorry about that, guys. But yeah, you know, it is what it is.
Presses late, bodily, eternally sleep. We wolves, baby, we wolves. Come on.
A full moon make my blood curl. Got me stuck in opposition in the underworld. Savage beast like wolves when we roaming these streets. And what beliefs, fuck peace, go to war with police. So-called priest, there's a demon in your hood scheming. Catch me out the 6 leaning with the 9 steaming. And that's a BM. The sound of the Glock sound like rods and watts. I point a Ruger at your cruiser, get you something to watch. DTs, feds, the knocks, exchanging shots. And broad day until the first one late when he pop. And if I pull and you pull, the one to get it worse be the last to burst. I see you status with the fattest nerves, gap holders, tucking them burners with them fat rollers concealed, but quickly revealed to your window shield. Reckless, connect like a nexus for your necklace is on, foaming like Voltron and Ball. If you tired to see your niggas getting beat in the street, money up when you holler bling bling. How do I survive? I strap up on my heat. I get out on the beat. I find a way to eat. See, William never sleep. You think it's something sweet, and I will pound it. Lift your ass up off your feet. Shackle me in chains. Tamper with my brain. Spit a 10-digit number when you call me by my name. This system has been aimed for every 211 and every 187. My niggas get the blame. What happened to Diallo is a motherfucking shame. How about if I spit 41 that you were in the game? All disrespect intended to any lieutenant who feel offended by the way we represent it, bitch. Beating this hungry ass stuff that be trying to eat. Get up off me and feet and let the wolves out. The wolves out. Let the wolves out. Let the wolves. MOP spit. Yes, I am. All I need is my niggas, my guns, and my CDs, and I'ma ride fucking YPD. The cops patrolling them, goons be holding them, but fucking we lay them down like linoleum. We rip it on to pop off. That's how we do it, Brooklyn. Let the wolves out, huh? All day for my niggas getting money, they're hustling hallways. Get your money, mister. It's a new day. Don't be street illiterate, cause you could get it two ways. Behind bars or 6 feet deep. So be careful who you fucking with, motherfucker. You fucking with them. That's the truth. It's the B-Ville, deranged gun poppers.
Yep. Random shit.
That was good. I liked
I
it.
like that. Especially more now that I know it's how it's done is low tech.
Yeah.
Do you have
Yeah,
instrumental? Do you have instrumentals? Because like Killer Priest is like asking for submissions, and he does lives.
Yeah.
And
I called in
they
to
had-
Killer Priest one day, and they
Yeah, they
totally
had-
ignored my question.
Really, they had Santos Bonacci on last week.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he's a total fucking shill. Sorry. But
That was awesome. It was really good. I mean, his audio
Yeah,
was really
we-
bad too. But
Yeah, we know a little too much about our friend there, but yeah.
oh yeah,
Oh yeah.
bummer.
Yeah, not to say that, he doesn't have lots of information on lots of different topics,
What did you ask him?
the psyop.
I haven't seen I haven't asked Santos Bonacci anything. I called in with Brother Garfield and they ignored my question. And yeah, totally. That they said they've already talked about it and he's written all about it and all this stuff, and I go research this guy's work. There's nothing there. So yeah.
Yeah, I have a feeling that sometimes his like handler people or whatever, the people that basically feed him whatever links or whatever, I think they kind of like gatekeep a little bit. That's what it seemed like.
I mean, I read I read the Wu-Tang manual by the RZA. And yeah,
Yeah,
really, yeah, I'm very obsessed with Wu-Tang, you know what I mean? And their music, so actually I started reading the Tao Te Ching and looking into Indian writings and stuff because of that. Right?
Oh wow.
So it was definitely because of the RZA, that I looked into Lao Tzu, and then that got me going and looking at Zen philosophy, and then that got me looking at Buddhism, and then that got me looking at the Vedas. So I'm actually just tracing back the journey that I took in order to learn about all these things.
That's cool. Yeah, I like said I like made fun of him a little bit because whenever they were on Nardwar, it was so hilarious. I like ribbed him a little. It was funny. He laughed.
Yeah, Killer Priest has
Killer
very
Priest is
very
very
Masonic
involved
rhymes.
with Hollywood, and like so is Santos really. And those guys are like pilled out, like it's just not. It's a whole production, and like Santos needs a comeback because his channel got removed, and he's like high into oblivion, so he's not able to, I mean, like Killer Priest helped them before like 10 years ago. There was that interview again that Santos did with Killer Priest, and he always loves to talk about how much he knows him and how much he loves him, and he has him on his show and da da da. I mean,
Yeah,
these
we all
guys
got
are
a good.
just a bunch of fakers, they're just a bunch of skin suits walking around spouting a few facts to see how many girls they can score. And that was really disappointing for me to see, because I thought he was legit.
That's funny because like going in like not even knowing any of this stuff, I just like had a really nice like guitar lesson, and that was it.
From Santos, he that's
Yeah,
funny.
he was playing guitar, but he was like playing guitar, but his audio on Zoom was really bad because it wasn't picking up like every other note because it was like the noise canceling or whatever, and so it's just really entertaining. Yeah.
That's hilarious.
Yeah, but definitely, Killer Priest, a huge fan of his music. Would love to collaborate with their show or something like that if they understand the main issues. But yeah, if they're willing to have honest dialogue. But from what I've seen, the whole
They're
Wu
not
Tang,
interested like
yeah,
that.
the whole Wu Tang situation seems like a huge op. Big time op, big
Yep.
time red flags on the
Yep.
whole Wu Tang situation. But it's part of a movement. I think Sun Ra and RZA are part of a greater movement towards getting black people into futurism. So I think that is they wanted to, it's some type, it's Egyptology, it's Wakanda, it is what it is, right?
Yeah, and they
Hey,
get into the
that
alchemy and
young
stuff
Pharaoh
too.
then, I'm gathering.
Wait, sorry, you guys both spoke at the same time, but yeah.
Yeah, go ahead.
I said young Pharaoh also has crossed your radar, then, I'm gathering, with this what you just said, Machine.
Young Pharaoh, oh yeah, Young Pharaoh, yeah, but he did a good job exposing Brother Polite, another grifter. But yeah, go ahead, Zephyr.
I didn't have anything. I don't even remember what I was saying, actually.
Yeah, Zephyr. That's a funny picture. You got the Halloween, half of your Halloween costume. That's
Did you
dope.
make that?
Oh, you're muted.
You're on mute.
Yeah, I sort of put it together. I bought the wings though.
Very creative.
Yeah, for sure. Young Pharaoh used to be on point. Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know. Something happened to these
He
guys.
used to, but then he kind of fell off, But that's the deal with these guys. They kind of expose somebody, come onto the scene, and then
Yeah.
kind of go off the deep end.
It's like 50
Billy
Cent.
Carson, or Ben Carson, the other black guy that's in like the truth community.
Yeah, Ben Carson. Oh yeah.
Yeah,
Earn your leisure.
I mean, like, come on, come on.
Yeah, Billy. Yeah, I think it's Billy something. I don't know. But yeah. Yeah, I think. Yeah, I know who you're talking about. Yeah, the guys. I think he's trying to like be like Wesley Snipes or something
Right,
like
and
that. I
they're
don't
doing
know.
retreats and shit, whatever.
There's a bunch of these guys that are doing like dark magic shit. I know that.
Certainly, yeah.
Yeah, but I got.
But their music isn't that good. The ones that are doing dark magic, it's funny because it's just not that good.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, I guess you could only really logistically focus on one thing and do it good. But but yeah, it's wild.
I
Wu
think
Tang.
that if we heard good music, we wouldn't even recognize it because our ears are only used to trash. That's what I think.
Yeah, and I actually have a Wu Tang music break at some point. But yeah, that's the thing is that you know, uh, the number of items that Killer Priest alone puts together in his music and his themes, obviously basic instructions before leaving Earth on the Liquid Swords album, very, very deep song, his debut. I think he was also on the early Gravediggers recordings, so which is horrorcore. And then the whole idea of this like sort of, you know, phew, the really gothic futurism in rap, with the new age spirituality and all that type of stuff, mixing that with the
Right.
ideas of and I don't think Killer Priest always used to make songs like that. In the
No,
beginning,
not when he first came on the scene.
yeah, when he
He's
first
doing
came on the scene,
alternatives.
his stuff was based on like Jesus. So it's like really weird
Right.
that he switched all of a sudden to, a more sort of Masonic and Gnostic, and more mythicist idea of the world, and I don't know what that could be attributed to.
You know how I got into horrorcore music? Actually, it was really funny because, like, I gave away like a free tarot reading if somebody could like figure out what I first called my imaginary friends, and they had to like basically watch the video. I was just basically trying to get views back then. I'll admit that, but I gave away a free tarot reading, and it was this this Indian girl, and she was like vegan, and like she loves animals so much, and she's like so into Suicide Boys, and I just like listened to it, and I was like, this is dope. I was like very surprised because she didn't look like or seem like the kind of person that'd be into that kind of music, but I was like, huh.
Yeah, I mean, it's Gangster Nip, South Park Psycho, very old album. Also, Esham from Detroit, and the Nadas band. Some old stuff that's horrorcore that was very early on the scene. And it definitely sounded a lot like 3-6 Mafia, but not Southern in terms of Esham. It's kind of weird. It had like sort of a G-funk sound to it too. So it was interesting. Definitely influenced by gangster rap, and they wanted to take gangster rap to another level. And that's where Wu-Tang comes in because it combines a lot of the interesting elements. It combines international culture and futurism into the sound. So there it branches off into something, very unique, because they're not really tied to anything at that point. They could be futuristic, they could have ancient stuff, they could do multicultural stuff, they could do gangster rap. Obviously Gravediggers, some of the best horrorcore music ever recorded. Prince Paul and the RZA. I mean, it's that stuff is legendary. That's a legendary album. So
Have you heard of Gangrene?
no.
Oh my goodness, you gotta check them out. Yeah.
Yeah, that reminds me of the Gangrene Gang from the Powerpuff Girls. But yeah,
That's hilarious. I never even thought of that. That's
yeah,
interesting connection there.
yeah. But
I didn't know that was their name.
yeah, the Gangrene Gang.
Those three green
Yeah,
abilities.
because they wear fake jewelry. So
Oh shit.
yeah,
Oh, that's funny. And they're little flying monkeys, right?
yeah, yeah. So we're gonna get back up into our topics. Thank you for joining us on this break here. That we took a little extended break there, I guess. But it's all good. And I'm gonna go ahead and pin the link. Although I don't think there'll be many people joining us today. I have that feeling. Uh, you know, I think the Saturday night stream is slower now than the Wednesday night stream, which is interesting. It means that people watch all these other fake and gay streams on Saturday night, and then they come on Wednesday night and pretend like they want to talk about philosophy. So yeah, you fill your mind with garbage. That's what you're gonna get.
That's
That's
hilarious.
that's who you're gonna become. So I can't help you with that. Right? But yeah, definitely the Wednesday stream was popping. But I really don't care about that. The idea here is to get a breadth of the Vedic systems and go out to. So we've looked at the on a deeper level, now, some of the source materials, some of the ideas, the concepts, some of the parallels in terms of ancient legends, right? Some of the ideas about technology. Okay, we've expanded in terms of looking at the history of the Vedic literature itself, right? And the various aspects within that, right? So there's voluminous writings and teachings, in terms of that, right? Which is fascinating. The breadth of material and the various, um, you know, sectors of knowledge within that, that is kind of exactly what I wanted to lay out. Before I look at the historical picture, now we don't have time, obviously, to delve individually, right, into each one of the areas because we're not trying to make anybody experts, okay, in any of these areas, but we're trying to present, as we did last time, right, with Plato and Aristotle going up to the ideas of the scientific enlightenment, right? A similar understanding of how these thoughts developed, where they fused with the Western learning, where things got carried away, right? you know, so to give a basic format of where we left off, is this whole concept of how basically in the beginning you have the oldest literature, right, of the Vedic and the Zoroastrian teachings, right? And we don't exactly know because the thing is that with some of the material that the Jews have, with some of the material that the Zoroastrians have, with some of the material that the Hindus have, they purport that it was before 2000 BC. And since they sourced these writings and teachings from a very, very early time, before the time where we can maintain records, right? And as you saw, there's still Vedic literature being released until, the 6th century.
Correct.
So, so you have all of these other teachings and ideas and concepts, and then you have the various left-hand path teachings that are even going into like the 11th century and stuff, right? So you have all of these ideas, messianic conceptions within Buddhism developing later, right? Then you have the concept, okay, or the development of in the West, right, of them combining a lot of religions together, right? So in the Western occult, they then fuse, okay, the left-hand path version of the Eastern teachings into their, okay, religious outlook. And they create what is called or termed by Swedenborg, Blavatsky, or some of these guys as Oriental Kabbalah, right? The left-hand path teachings, right? So there's all of these various developments, right? But if we could go back into the ideas of just how the East gets influenced, right? And here we have the brother here. Thank you for joining us.
What's up, man? Hi,
Hey,
ladies.
what's
How you
going on?
doing?
Hey, I'm doing fine.
Hello.
Hi there.
Hello,
Yeah, it's
hello.
good to have you here. It's good to have you here for sure. You know, it's been a minute since you came up. You know, I've requested a few times. You know, for sure.
This is true. I apologize.
No, it's all good. You know, you might have been busy. You know, so I give people the benefit of the doubt for sure. You know?
True.
Yeah,
Maybe. Like
yeah,
in
because
my
my
own.
show,
We don't need to get into that. But anyway,
yeah,
go
my
on.
show comes on at specific times, so I understand as well.
Dude, you're on all the time. Well,
Well, no, I'm on twice a week, but yeah. Thank you for
true.
joining. And
All
also
right.
Tuesday night. Now we started doing some type of installment Tuesday night, and now I'm attempting to, but there's no hard promise about doing a musical stream on Friday night for an hour only. So we will play music Friday night for an hour.
It's not a bad
You know,
idea.
yeah, you know, because I've created so many different videos and music and stuff. So we do a little, you know, so you know, at some point, I'll on the community post release some type of schedule. But for now, just know that it's just twice a week, 7:30 p.m. Wednesday night and Saturday night for so far. You know what I mean? And we do a stream about 6 or 7 hours long. A lot of times it'll go overtime, you know, but it'll be 6 or 7 hours, and then I'll play some pre-recorded footage of me on the other panels as long as it's worthwhile, you know, and that's basically how this show is running so far, and it's only me controlling the show, you know. So you know, I'm not part of any online crews or groups, so there's none of that going on. But yeah, thank you guys for joining.
Well, I feel you on that. Yeah, you could do like play some like I don't know, play some random KSR1. Well, I don't know. You know all the music shit.
Yeah, you
There's
know.
a lot of there's a lot of truth in music. So
Yeah,
it's not
yeah,
a bad idea.
KRS-One is a good one for sure. But yeah, as
I
I was
love
saying, yeah.
I love that deep puddle dynamics, man. That was
Oh
like,
yeah,
whoa,
that's
it's so
well,
good.
that album. Yeah, that album's on another level. Heavy
That whole
Ceiling.
album is so good.
Yeah, I've taken so many mushrooms and listened to that album. It's ridiculous. You know, definitely that is one of the top albums, top 10 hip hop albums. There, I said it. Deep Puddle Dynamics. All right. But yeah,
Yeah,
if
who's
you
the
haven't,
one? The one is man, they're fucking I can never think of the name. Their truth
That
drops
that
ridiculous.
means
Like
that means it's important.
2002.
It's important if you can't remember it. Just ask your file guy and then stop thinking about it and it'll pop in your head, I promise.
true, I'll wait. God damn, you guys would know the rap group. Anyway, go on. I'll think of it.
yeah.
I'm sure
And
you've played them. I'm sure you've probably already played them multiple times. To be honest with you, fuck is it? It's like a Puerto Rican, a black dude, and like a
oh, you talking about Cypress
Doom
Hill?
Tree
no,
or
no,
Doom
no.
Tree?
They were like lower end. They were like but they were like spitting shit like 2003,
Spitting
2002.
facts.
Like they were talking about 9/11 in 2003. Like their
Yeah,
album.
Deltron 3030 definitely. You know,
Well,
Deltron 3030 and Dr. Octagon definitely.
They were
Cunning
more
linguist.
mainstream. I'll think of them. Anyway, go on. Shit.
Yeah, Cunning Linguist is a awesome band, definitely. Uh, excellent band. But yeah, you know, essentially, you know, we're going down the history of a lot of different material, and I could expand on things. I mean, if people are not going to hop on the panel, we also have a reading from Kaczynski on primitive societies. You know, he's going to push against the idea of anarcho primitivism and to be a little bit more useful, I think we're just going to open that up fresh and start reading it again. You know, even though that's about like yeah, let me see how long this shit is. The Truth About Primitive Societies and a Critique of Anarcho-Primitivism.
Immortal Technique. That's what I was thinking of. Immortal Technique.
Yeah, it's about 49 pages long. So it's going to take us a while to read through this writing here by Dr. Kaczynski. You know, but yeah, it's got a lot of stuff in there, and we may just move on to technological society, because I don't want to really belabor the point. I just really wanted to show that he does have positive critiques about anarcho-primitivism. So he's not promoting that as a theory. You know, you know, so you know, it's beyond yeah, so just a lot of different concepts that he doesn't believe in, you know, being put as things that he teaches. So there's a lot of that's not part of the ideology, you know, either in his writings or in anything that I espouse. Right, definitely. I'm not trying to go back to any past society. That's not the type of delusion that I'm under. If you're under the delusion that that is what I teach, then you obviously haven't paid close attention, right, to what we're talking about.
I'm under the delusion it's all a delusion. So
yeah, yeah, yeah.
and everyone's already. So I
there's
do.
some
I
truth.
appreciate what you do. I don't want you to not think that as well.
Yeah, there's
I mean,
some truth to
I've only
that.
come on here once. Like you cover your ground, 100%. Like there's no doubt, and not that I have time to fucking, you know what? It's a lot of the shit the different way. So it's like none of this is new. None of what we're going through is new, except the internet. So I mean, the Machine Lies is a pretty badass fucking name, to be honest with you. So, whatever. I think you already get my take on that. I just think we're so algorithmed into programmed thought. I'm not saying you are at all. Like, that's why you do what you do. I get it. You cover, like, all these other people have already thought of it. Like, this is a repeating thing, clearly. But attention spans are getting short, and these fucking screens, dude. I mean, the screens are heavy. Let's get real. Am I wrong?
Yeah, the screen. Yeah, the screen is definitely a trap. You know what I mean? You know,
It's the trap, but it feels like, and it's like, oh, where can I bitch about this? I can bitch about it on the screen.
well, it's an externalization. Well, it's the externalization of the ego. It's the false illusion of freedom through the guise of anonymity. You know, and it's a foggy somatic detachment. You know, that's brought about through mediation of technique. Right. So there's different ideas that are involved in that, and
Man, that was a hell of a line.
Oh yeah, yeah, and I've looked into the psychology, and I present a lot of cases in how you know, technology affects our psychological framework. You know what I mean, right? But yeah, you know, and a lot of that has to do with the behavioral sciences, and a lot of the behavioral sciences were influenced by some of these ideas in the left-hand path. You know, so we have to get back to how, you know, Gurdjieff and all of these thinkers were talking about how man is basically a spiritual machine, and applying the same left-hand path methods to psychotherapy. You know what I mean? So when you're going into these ideas, you know, they influence a lot of different concepts. Like, for example, The Age of Spiritual Machines is the book by Ray Kurzweil, right? So this guy who is basically a theosophist pretending to be like an Eastern guru, you know, he essentially influenced the transhumanist ideal, right? And this is why we're looking at these ideas, is because the whole fake and gay reality is composed of these words and terms and concepts. You know what I mean?
Yo, that's some I caught all of that, even though I didn't even understand all the words, literally. So, like, you're on
Oh
point.
yeah. Sometimes you got to run it back.
No,
And
I get it.
these
So, like, when I
conversations are
bust on
important.
isms, because I feel like words are the original control, right? Of course,
Yeah,
they can
because it's
only be.
different. Because I'm talking as if it's being recorded. All right. So I'm
No, I
talking as
mean,
if you could rewind it. If I was talking to you on the street, I wouldn't talk as if I wouldn't say a lot of the words I just said. But the reason is because I'm not just talking to you. I'm also talking to 23 people. But you're
yeah,
very much welcome to reach out to me to have personal conversation. I think many people will notice in personal conversation, I'm a lot more sillier, a lot more direct. You guys know. Right? But yeah, you guys are
no,
welcome to do that.
I get the mentality, to be honest with you. And I get the recording, and I get that you're relating the vocabulary, and I mean,
Yeah,
I get it.
yeah,
I get
really
what you're doing.
anytime
I
I
get what you're doing. Like, no one's put out more information. You put out a lot of fucking information. I know you do.
Thank you.
You've been doing it. You put out a lot of fucking information. And if you were to really delve into it, it all checks out. Like, I know it does. So so I don't know. What are we, I get out there, because then I'm like, well, what are we really talking about? We're talking about time. And who has time? And then it's like, who has time for all these great philosophers, right? But in truth, dude, I know you do. I know you put out a lot. Of course you do. Like, it's no doubt. And you connect it all, and you do it in an unbiased type of way. You just put the information out. So I respect that a lot. And I don't give a fuck who's listening. I don't care about these secret backdoor Discord clubs. Like, I try not to play that game. So I see, like, I try and center it, and like I look at the programming in process and how it's the egregore in process currently, which I'm for sure not up to game on, but I can see it broadly, which I believe everyone can if you were to look at, like, whatever the zeitgeist going on the internet, blah blah blah. It's like, and everyone's gonna lie about how much time they actually spend on the internet, which I would. I mean, I straight up would, and I ain't putting out content. Like,
I
but I'm
definitely
telling
don't.
you,
I'm on way too much, but I like also take time to like do things in real life, and I put my feet out on the dirt every day.
yeah, that's
So,
good. I agree.
and
That's definitely
I
good.
think there's practical things that you can do to sort of compensate or correct for that as well.
So, like, when I was like in the comments, I was like, the intellectualism, the weaponization of intellect is a game, is a ploy, is whatever. I don't know by who. It's just like, it's our self-created thing, like this weaponization of intellect,
Yeah, I
and
like how
like
you said that.
out upping someone. You know what I mean? Like that becomes an actual thing. Like, as
Yeah,
much
but
as it
it's
becomes a
only a
thing.
thing. Yeah, but it's only a thing online.
Maybe, but I'm saying, so let me make my I guess my parable as, like, it becomes a thing in, like, when you're in third grade and it's like gym class and you want to outdo someone in gym
Yeah, it's high
class.
school.
Like,
It's
you
high
know what I
school
mean?
behavior.
Like, it boils down to the same basic means. So if you can apply, like, it's not that you guys were talking about Santos earlier. It's interesting because Anna whatever has firsthand experience with it, but his overall idea, and I'm not sold on some Santos fantasy. Like, clearly he's been manipulated. How much of it's a ploy? I don't know. I don't know the players in the game. I can't redshirt anyone, pull the rug on anyone, being like, "Oh, you're a fucking agent." Like, I literally can't, because the programming itself does it. Like, we are in like Alex Jones, InfoWars, that's some brilliant shit, dude, because it's all information war. That's it. And we're in it. We're living in the information war. And
Yeah,
it's
I think
succeeding.
it's based on Mind Wars by Aquino.
Sure, yeah, exactly. So you can that was an intellectual play. That was an actual valid play you made on me because you know the book. But you see what I'm saying? It's like it always becomes this thing where it's like an ego-driven. Of course, we need the ego to exist here. We need an ego. Like that's just we're in a meat suit. We need an ego.
It just needs a firmware update.
Yeah, we need it.
and the
Yeah, we need it.
firmware.
Yeah, we need an ego, and we also need a we go, meaning we all go together.
Yeah.
You know what
I
I'm
like that.
saying?
I like that. I like that. And
Yeah,
I
how's
feel
that
like
for
it's all on
breaking shit
purpose.
down?
So, you know, dude, you're highly.
You just dropped some gem right there. That is a gem.
Yeah. Yeah,
That's true.
yeah. I
It
just
is a
heard on
gem.
another show, that there was a character in a superhero show that shits out ice cream. That was their superpower. It was a female superhero, and she shits out ice cream.
A la mode? Oh my god. That's funny.
See, but the problem with the internet is, and this. So, like, my thing is seeing the current game and seeing the current zeitgeist, seeing how it can work, and realizing people are addicted to the internet. And the deeper they go in truth and realize and awaken, the more fearful they are of interacting with real people. And then it enters whatever, call it schizo, call it not. For one, let's redefine what schizophrenia is. You hear voices in your head. If you're listening in your headphones to fucking any podcast anywhere, walking down the street, you're technically a schizophrenic. Like, go back to the old fucking term in the 1940s of what a schizophrenic was. So you're hearing voices in your head. So we're here.
Yeah,
We're
that's
here.
because
We are
that's what
actually
I was
here.
talking about. Yeah, that's what I was talking about earlier. It's the foggy somatic detachment that's brought about by externalization of means. The mediation of basic human interactions. Like, for example, right? You could have an orgasm and stare at a screen and have a simulated sexual experience when you're supposed to have that with closeness to another human, and it's never been replicated for years other than with closeness with others, and never been brought about by staring at a screen.
Yeah, and that's a real fucking thing, and it's a
You know what I mean?
real addiction. That's a real addiction.
Or how about just what you're talking about is actually one of the symptoms of the schizo, right? Is that they have a remote monitoring error, meaning that they attribute a voice to a source that it's not coming from.
And then, I mean, we want to enter levels, so we like to think we have enough enough intuition to realize what's real, realize a real voice. But we're entering levels, and it's like I used to think this was like
that's what
an
we were
egregore,
talking
you know what I mean?
about.
I used to think it was like a faking gay to make us think that was going to happen, and it was all a bullshit facade.
Well, that's what we were
Not
talking about.
really,
Is that technology is a thing that merges the subjective and the objective experience. And technology is the thing that turns man himself into an object, right? So then you have this idea, object-oriented ontology, right? And this is literally a concept that's created to enslave your mind,
And it's like, and then you factor in all the levels, and broader. So when I look at the current programming, I'm looking at all levels, even simple shit, get in shape, go look at an Instagram feed, go look at a whatever. It's like,
let me
this to
let
be
me break it down to you.
It's not all bad.
Let me break it down to you straight up. Let me break it down to you straight up. The more you exercise and the more you diet, the faster you will die, because it's oxidation and stress on your muscles, okay? And the fucking metabolism that's killing you. I mean, to be frank, the harder you try, the faster you will die. The harder you try to preserve whatever's in this vessel, you know, and you try to
It's
take
like
all
the
of
old
these.
saying. Well, it's like the James Dean like quote.
Yeah.
Like, live fast, die young, leave a beautiful
Yeah,
body.
you take all these supplements. You know, no, the key is to
But
not
this
eat.
is all way pre that, right? So it's always been being ingrained into us, right? Like
Yeah,
live.
the key is to not eat or eat less. You know, and then just you know, just live off of as little as you can. You know, that's obviously the healthy, you know, for longevity, but the point of life is not longevity. The point of life is not success. Longevity is better than success, but neither of them last forever.
Well, I think well, I can't say what the point of life is except the experience. But I would say like
It's to
our
do
intuition is to leave our mark, right? Which is why you're doing what you're doing. Like
well,
you're
it's to
doing
do
what
good
you're
deeds.
doing.
Yeah, do good and enjoy yourself while you're doing it if you can possibly do that
Yeah,
as
the
much as
purpose of
possible.
life. Yeah, the purpose of life is to enjoin in righteousness and to forbid evil, because your deeds will be measured on a scale. And if what you produce in this world is greater than the weight of a feather, and your heart will be measured against a feather, you will go to have to pay for what you've committed.
You get
You
to
know,
come
and
back.
your own hands, your own body parts that you use, your feet that you use to take them to places to commit those sins and acts of evil, they will speak out against you. They will be testimony against you when you stand before God.
I agree. And I honestly I feel bad about that because I'm like I'm like a person who I'm like, fuck, dude, if I came back and I remembered the intellect and whatever the physical I had, I would be, you know, in a lesser means, I'd be pretty fucking, it'd be absolute hell. Like that would be hell, actually, reliving my life. And I feel whatever. I'm not even going to be PC, but like reliving my life as a cripple would fucking, that'd be hell. And I don't know how that all ties together. We can get, you know, there's all sorts of spectrums you can get in there, but regarding reincarnation. But
Yeah, I have memories from past lives, and it's like you don't get all of them. Of course, you just get the important ones if you can remember any of them at all. And you just got, I mean, it's not really hell to know. I mean, yeah, it's hard to integrate some of them because some of them are really bad. And you have to go like, okay, well, that's not me now. Why do I know that?
well, I kind of feel like looking into your own family history is like, at least for me, like,
yeah,
I see some fuckers who killed it like in their day, like, and this is like based off family books, and it's like, what the fuck am I doing? Like, so it's almost like in the same sense, given you can't accept the world, blah blah blah, like, you know, given circumstances are different, so. Yeah, and then we're taking in an entire process at the same time because this thing is clearly an accelerated process. Like for a reason. Like this is all for a reason. And it codes in such a way, but
it's distillation of your soul. It's making you pure.
Hey, Machine, Hank's saying he's in the back.
oh, Hanker.
Oh, whoops. We got two people back here. But I had to scroll down. No, wait. It's only one person. Here we go. Hey, greetings, Hank.
Hello. But yeah, if vessel I didn't design is going to testify against me, that's bullshit. And if I had to relive this life, I didn't set the parameters to, then I'm going to be next Salman. This is bullshit. This is just bullshit.
What do you actually think?
We get it, Hank. We get it, Hank.
Everyone,
You don't like to hold yourself accountable for any actions you've ever done in your life, Hank. It's okay.
I can hold myself accountable, but there's the stuff I had to suffer through that didn't have enough control over. But hey,
you have control of your hands and feet, Hank. You have control of your hands and feet.
No,
Yes,
I just think that Hank thinks that the things he's done is evil, but they actually might be good. You know, in just a different way. You know, it's just that. You know.
Yep.
So yeah, it's just. I think you're. thinking everything you've done is bad. You know, so I think that's a different kind of a trip. You know?
It's not that everything I've done is bad. It's just it doesn't meet my par. Doesn't meet my standards. Doesn't mean it's bad necessarily.
Well, let me say something real quick.
Well, then he does hold himself accountable, you know. But yeah, you know what I mean. So
if we're down here in these, like, let's break down what we're in. Whatever. If we all believe we live on, okay, we're in an environment. Whatever. We're in the carbon suit. We're in the 666. We're in the devil's suit. Okay, and everyone here gets that. So I don't even need to explain myself. So if we're here in the devil's suit, we're not calling it hell. So what are we doing here in the devil's suit? What's the point? I mean, if we're going to get real philosophical about it, and it's the carryover is like endless levels.
what's the devil's stew?
Soup, devil's soup.
What's the devil's soup?
Is our bodies, dude, the flesh suit. Like what?
I don't believe that. I don't believe
Well,
that.
I mean, like you don't believe that, but here's the deal.
So me and Anna already just don't believe that, and we're coming from two different perspectives on this. You know?
I get that, but I'm saying from a guy from like when I was 18 or 17 to fucking 28, like, it's just that's the suit. You want to fuck, like that's just part of the suit, and that's like an overwhelming feeling, like, and that's something. This is just nature. I mean, in a way, I guess. Whatever you guys understand what I'm saying.
Are you saying sexual desire is uncontrollable and therefore bad?
No, I'm not saying that at all. I think it can be good, and it can be treated as good. It can be treated on like extensive levels, which we could feed into all sorts of other shit, which you already get, Anna. So don't.
Yeah, see, there's another thing.
Don't bait me into some bullshit. Like,
no, it's just that. No, it's just that there's another thing that's actually an inherent good.
Yeah, exactly. It's not bad. Like we're here. Yeah. It's like that's not a. I'm just saying. It's like whatever. That's our function. Like we can't help. It can be helped. Obviously, it can be.
Why does it make it a devil suit?
Well, because you're in a suit that needs function.
Yes, but I think we're wanting to know what automatically makes it the devil suit.
Well, because like if I were to take any whatever, and I haven't studied every religion, but if I just take Christianity, like we're here, take the tactic of the devil is the prince of this realm. We're in his meat. We're in a meat.
Well, let me stop you right there.
Well, you gotta understand that. Like, do you believe you exist on another level? That's
let me.
That's the first question.
Oh, yeah, definitely. I hear you loud and clear because you got two different questions. Yeah, you got two different questions there, and they're heavy.
Okay, so it's almost a sin. I'm gonna say it's almost a sin not to act upon these things.
No. Hold on. Don't get carried away. Don't get carried away.
I'm not even defending. Like I've been a pretty, I've been fully. It's not like I'm a fucking.
Yeah, but slow your horses. Though.
Like I've been pretty selective in my mates and whatever. I've had my mates, but clearly it dawns upon certain. Like that's just how you're built. Like.
But yeah. Let me go ahead and ask you some critical fucking questions, my dude. Because the thing is that you just went on and on and on and said very little, and I'll tell you why.
I know I was talking about process machine. See, it seems like little.
You're not letting me finish here. Right. So
I was just defending myself free.
Yeah, hold on. No, I know, but defending yourself against what? I've not even made the point.
Well, because I was trying to make the point that whatever our bodily functions are, our bodily functions.
I understand what you said.
Given time, that's it.
I know. I understand what you said. I said, sir, I have some critical questions for you. Are you ready to engage with the questions?
I am.
All right. Then pay attention. All right. The first assumption that you've made, right, is that Christianity believes in original sin, right? That all Christian teachings can be squarely put in terms of original sin, that the devil controls this realm, right? Now, the second idea, right, that's an assumption, right? Now, the second assumption that you made, right, is that the physical and the, or the fleshly and the spiritual aspect of you is separate. Now, I don't believe any of those things. I think it's hard to prove either of those things, right? Very much so.
I actually kind of agree with you.
You know what I mean?
No, I did. Well, I think there's an energy and there's a build up, and I think there's a discipline to it all. Not that I've done it, and not that I'm some fucking dude, but I'm saying there is a discipline to it all. If you really know what the fuck is going on, which one, dude, I always side to like I feel bad for whoever they are, but I basically agree with your first two statements. But yeah, go on.
No, it's just that those.
But it was
those
broad. Like the way I was taking that was very broad. You said what I was saying, but it was like in a broader level. Like because
it's like there's some shit that looks to be a problem, but then if you zoom out and look at it on another level, it just doesn't seem to be a problem anymore. So that's the thing is like, there's a lot of ideas in terms of sin and how corrupted the world is, and whether it goes down to the nature itself or our flesh or human beings or even to God creating evil in the world. So there's all sorts of ideas, and this goes to a philosophical concept that's there in every religion, right? So if you go to Islam, they have a theodicy. If you go to Christianity, they have a theodicy. If you go to Hinduism, they have a theodicy. What is theodicy? Theodicy is a study in terms of religions that looks at the problem of evil.
Okay.
And sin. Okay, right? There's another concept called soteriology. Soteriology looks at the concept of salvation.
Okay.
Okay, and different Christian teachers have had different ideas about what man's salvation basically amounts to, right? Like, for example, some have said that you need works in order to be saved. Some have said that, no, salvation comes from faith in Jesus, right? So there's all sorts of different ideas and concepts therein. Now, how does it relate to the concept of theodicy? Well, it relates to the concept of how much they believe that God is in control of nature and whether nature is in a fallen state, because both of these concepts are contradictory, right?
I think they eventually become one.
Exactly. So since all those religions,
they're both true. Yeah.
Since all those religions say that, okay, well, we're going to be united with God, so it's not going to matter at some point, right? And
you go on. So I'm sorry, I may want to.
No, it's just that. Yeah, to a certain extent, it only matters on one level. It matters for the sake of our worldly existence, and that points to, how these problems are created. And obviously, science has an idea. Science is a worldview, and dare I say, science has an answer to the problem of evil, right? In its current conception of things, right? So it has a mythos. That's what I'm saying is that, for 1600 years, science never had a mythos, but all of a sudden it has a mythos. Where did that mythos arise from? And that's what I was trying to cover in my last few shows here.
I get that, and I like to simplify things. So you
Yeah,
give me a lot.
We can go and react to atheist YouTubers or react to religious YouTubers and do all that stupid shit, or we could actually just look at the primary sources and see where these ideas motherfucking came from.
Exactly. Well, you bring up a good point. Like these people reacting to shit, they're only feeding the current.
That's right. We don't do psyops here. We want the truth.
Yeah, so I would say, like, I almost said it to begin with. Like, I said it to begin, like, it
Hank,
comes with
go back
age.
in your box. I didn't ask you.
It kind of comes with age, is what I'm saying.
It's more than just a feeling, though, really.
But it's like you live, like I was saying,
You're thinking
like
small T truth.
17 to 28 or 30, like, like you live that life, and that's just like you can less help that function. All right. And then And then I don't know the
So
levels
why is
people
that
get
bad?
because sex is like a whole. Well, for one, there's a whole sex magic thing, which whatever, like, which I'm not against or for at all. Like, I mean, people who've mastered things, okay, I get it. Like, there's an energy. Like, I believe we live in an energy, and I believe love is a thing because it's a thing, and vibration, like, I can't really explain it, but it's a state, okay? And it's not like always a state of drugs or always a state of whatever or always a state of euphoria. But at certain ages, it's more important, okay? So we could even go further and divide our species, male and female, and why it's that way and why they age at different ages. Like, why these things come about at different ages. Why are cougars cougars? Like, it all draws from natural
but you gotta miss the machine
biology.
license
Like, it
point
really
that
does.
science is just a story. It's a useful story, but it is a story.
But I'm saying, like, we're all old enough to realize what is what. Like, I don't know how old you women are, but you're entering the age of fucking glory. Like, you're at your peak. It's great.
So show me an honest man. As Diogenes said, he walked around with a lamp in the middle of the day, and he said, and they said, you crazy motherfucker. It's the middle of the day. What are you doing walking around with a lamp? And he said, I'm looking for an honest man. I haven't found one.
I'm 47.
Probably the dude. The honest man is literally probably the dude in the alleyway. Excuse my language, fucking a hooker. Literally, like, that's probably the honest man. Like, he's like, okay. He's like, I'm getting older. I still need this for my own mental ego. Like, I'm just saying, like, the mental
that man's
carries
engaged in
over.
self-delusion and human trafficking. What are you talking about?
Right. Listen to this kind of mentality. Who the hell suggests that kind of
Here's my
shit?
deal, and I'm not a fucking Satanist and whatever. I'm just trying to be realistic about it all. Like, I really.
I mean, I'm a Satanist, but even I don't think like that.
Well, then fine. What do you define yourself as a
It's
Satanist?
weird because if you do it in the building, you're dishonest, but if you do it outside, you're honest. It's kind of weird.
I'm just saying, like, with older dudes, it becomes a thing. Like, I still want to be young. Okay, we both breeds age differently. This is just how it is.
Okay, but yeah,
biology.
when I get older, I'm not going to think about banging younger people. When I get older, I'm going to think about making my life more meaningful, not if I can get in with the next hooker.
Well, how it works is, like, when you're young, you want to sleep with an older chick. When you're older, you want to sleep with a younger chick.
But that's
just
also
how it works.
Not really.
Not how it works. It comes from
It's
That's just your opinion, man.
It's 100%. Who said it's true? A woman said that was true.
Annapurna is correct.
Thank you, Anna. Thank you, Anna. Thank you, Anna. She's actually seeing the connections I'm making. My point is there is a biological thing to it. Of course there is. Of course there cannot not be. Like, of course there is.
Okay, he sounds like the same people who are pointing about the PDF stuff that now it's just a mental illness, that there's nothing wrong with him liking younger people.
My fiance is 12 years older than me, and I'm 47. So.
Wow, you're also over the age of 18. What does that got to do with the price of children being sold?
But I mean, like, a lot of people are like, "Whoa, she's like with this old dude." Like,
you're a consenting adult. It's a lot more differently when there's a 25-year-old around with a 15-year-old.
Yeah, hold on, guys. Here, hold on real quick. I think Anna was trying to say something, but I think her mic is very low.
I don't know what happened to my mic. I'm sorry, but
No,
I
it's all
was
good.
trying
Let me try
to
to turn you up. Yeah.
I was trying to say that that's due to emotional insecurity, not due to biologically wired need.
It is, yeah.
That men sleep with older women, or women sleep with older men, or older men sleep with younger women, or older women trying to sleep with younger men. It's all about emotional insecurity. It's not biological. Because if you did what was biologically hardwired, you'd find the best possible mate for raising a family.
No, I would go ahead and I would argue that any kind brings emotional insecurity. So what's your counter for that?
I'm sorry, what'd you say? Any encounter brings
I would say any breeding is caused by emotional security. So what's your counter argument?
Any breeding?
Yep. So what's your counter argument?
That it's hardwired into all life to reproduce?
But
Well,
couldn't
well, what?
emotional insecurity be hardwired into people?
Is it because you have insecurities with women, Hank? Is it because no women want to date
Hank,
you?
Hank, emotions are wired into people. Insecurity is an instability of emotion. So that's not wired in. It's just somewhere on the range. Emotions are natural.
You know what? I'm going to answer yes to that. Let's go there. Let's go there.
All right.
No, yeah, the answer to Super Saiyan is yes.
So
Let's go
is it because women reject you no matter how hard you try, even if you're being really sincere?
Absolutely.
Oh, I can understand that, but I mean, I would say
You're
yes.
a little
that-
bitter, yeah.
Yeah, but I
Oh,
mean,
more than a little bitter.
you know, I got lucky with my woman. My woman is very emotionally tender. So I would just say that a majority of women nowadays are hardwired to not know true affection. They care about the man's penis size, what kind of car they're driving, what kind of house they can give them. Can they give them a $5,000 allowance each week? Not if a good-hearted man who's willing to lay down their life and protect them. You know, like what happened with me tonight. Walk into the store, a car pulled up in front of a house that we usually walk through and by all the time, and the car apparently didn't notice me walking behind my wife and son. And they turn off their lights, and then when they notice me, they turn on the lights and started going. You know, for someone like her, she looks up to me to protect her, to provide for her the best I can. She knows that I love her, but you know, you can't really blame the women, Hank. It's not really all women's fault. You have to think that, you know, their moms are probably in the exact same situation that these girls were. Their parents pressured them to look for a certain type of man. They don't want their daughters to look for tender-hearted, caring people like me or you. They want the go-getter, the thug, the hustler. You know, you have to have, you know, social status that's beyond everyone else. You know, the problem is
which is why I'm going to just build up enough power that I can just literally just obliterate society as it stands whenever I feel like it. That's what I'm going for.
That's overcorrection.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. But I'm all about overdoing things.
maybe you should go on speed dating, Hank. Maybe get off the internet. I know it's kind of hypocritical because I just got the
internet. I work 12 hours a day.
No, go on. Come on. You don't.
I work 12 hours a day in a warehouse.
Okay. Then you got money. Why don't you invite a woman out on a date? See how it goes.
Why do you think I haven't? If they don't say yes, I mean I get
Okay,
to
Hank.
go
Okay,
anyways.
Hank. How many dates have you taken a woman out on and they failed?
If they don't say yes, I don't get to take them out still, dummy.
So what? Every single woman you've ever asked has rejected you?
Yes.
Do you think it's because they perceive you as like not manly?
Freaking, I put on 30 pounds of muscle just working for the past 5 years. So if I'm not manly, why am I the damn strongest guy in the damn warehouse?
Okay, Hank. Okay, I don't mean to get too personal, but what's your type of woman? Like your ethnicity? You know, what's your ideal woman if you could marry the woman of your dreams?
Freaking, I need more research. I can't tell you the answer.
So would you say that you're open, that you're willing to try anyone?
Yes.
And it still has fallen through?
Yes.
Do you think maybe you have a type of way that you present yourself that may make women feel uncomfortable?
I don't know, but they date people who beat them up, so uncomfort's probably not that big of a deal.
Yeah, you don't need to worry about what other people do.
Well, look, Hank, I'm gonna be completely honest with you. You know, I considered myself a very good-looking guy. Okay, I didn't technically get into a relationship until I was in my older years, like, you know, early 19s and 20s. But I was rejected all the time in elementary school, middle school, and high school, even though I was told all my life I'm attractive, I look like Leonardo DiCaprio, blah, 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 blah. You know, I can't tell you how many girls I had crushes on in different schools, and I would go up to them, and I'm talking about do the most outlandish way you can ask a girl out, make them, you know, cards made of hearts, and, you know, make glitter bombs, you know, and do all this extravagant stuff to ask a girl out. And years later, it was, you know, the women who started seeking me. You know, I didn't go out there and had to present myself as, you know, the Billy Badass in town, you know, but I'm not going to sit here and say that you're going to, you know, find that. But, you know, I would consider myself lucky that the woman I have today, I know for a fact that I would lay down my life for her in a split second, just like I would for my child. But, you know, if from one brother to another brother giving you advice, I mean, if you're not making women like uncomfortable in a way where like you're giving every girl icky vibes, then, you know, maybe there's a good reason. I don't know. I'm not going to sit here and claim to know the reason, but, you know, I think, Hank, you're a very smart dude. You're good looking. I ain't no homo. You know, you're attractive. You know, you're not ugly in my standards as a man, which I don't consider any man or woman ugly, but
You should try aloof. Try the aloof. You know, try a little bit of like, you know.
I tell you what, have you ever gone onto a dance floor? You ever gone to a bar and just hung out and see who walks up to you? You ever tried something like that?
Yes.
And they still don't want to approach you?
Yes. Still don't.
Well, Hank, I don't know. Maybe you just need to, you know, go to some type of place where, you know, like maybe you need to go to, what do they call, swinger parties, and just pull out your dick and slap it on the table and show everyone how big you are and say, now fucking want me. I don't know what to tell you, bro.
But those are invite only in this area, so.
Oh, damn. Around here, I'm sure you can do it if you have enough cocaine.
Yeah, there's apps for that. There's actually apps for that.
Well, Hank, I'm just going to personally tell you that, you know, I've met a lot of decent women. I've had a few prior relationships before the woman I'm with now, and they were all very immature. I tried my best to keep them safe, and, you know, their parents weren't very good influences in their life. So, you know, they kind of, when they got older, turned out to be not exactly mature as a woman should be, let's say. But, you know, I don't know how old you are, Hank, and I don't care to know how old you are, but I mean, you know, just don't give up, man. Like, don't sit here and harbor like a secret hatred toward women or yourself because you think that, as someone, Hank, who never thought that he would ever find a woman who loved him enough to have a child with him, I can tell you, just don't give up, man. It's just because you may be 30 years old without a woman doesn't mean you're never going to have one. For all you know, you could have the woman of your dreams the next
the way
2
it's
months.
going, that it's gonna have to. I mean, like, if not, half of women are gonna end up childless and single or something like that if something doesn't give.
No, they're still the cats.
Yeah, but they're still childless and single.
Yep, but they have cats.
I have 2 children, and I'm going through perimenopause. So, and I just finally found the love of my life. Like, so it's not always that simple.
Yeah, Hank, maybe sometimes you might just have to realize it's part of God's plan. Oh, that's right. Your God's bigger than my God.
Yes. And yeah, Zypher, yes, it did want the road to spin a little bit to my expectations because I've been trying to bend for it and that hasn't been working. So.
Yeah, well, it probably isn't going to. I'm sorry to tell you, that's not the way the world works usually. It's kind of just like you can only change yourself. You can't change other people. You can't change much with, and not sustainable anyways. You can with will for a short period of time, but it's not sustainable.
Hank,
yeah, I agree. But
Hank,
I just need enough power to turn the road off for a couple minutes, then they'll cave in.
Hank, are you a virgin? Is that why you're really angry? Okay.
Persistence does work. Dumbass. Persistence over time works, but most people are not that persistent.
That's factual.
Well, I don't know, man. I mean, Jake, what more are you trying to get out of it?
Jake, I don't understand what you're suggesting.
He's suggesting go out there and find a single mama and help take care of the babies and be a decent dad, where the dad's walked out and got a carton of cigarettes and never came back.
Most of the single mothers I met are just drug addicts. So no.
So you're saying that all single mothers with children are drug addicts?
No.
Just the ones he met.
Oh, well, then that must be a very large number, because I doubt that's all of them. Hank, you can't give up, man. Look, I'm telling you from personal experience, after my last relationship before I got with the mother of my child, I was going to be single. I almost committed suicide over losing that girl, you know. I'm going to tell you right now, no one on this planet, no matter how much you love them, is worth killing yourself over, unless, you know, you're both turning into zombies and you're fucked anyway. But I care about you, and I'm just saying, man, don't give up. You know, apply yourselves in ways maybe you haven't thought of doing. You know, as someone who's in a relationship and I'm happy and I'm going to be with this woman till the day I die, all I can tell you is, man, if you want to seek that happiness that comes with being in a relationship with someone who truly loves and adores you, no matter what you can or cannot give to them financially, you know, for me and my woman, you know, we're spiritual people. You know, we don't believe that we have to go in front of a courthouse and have a man stamp a piece of paper and say, you're now married in the image of God, when we can just get married in the image of God together and do it in the old Highland ways. You know, I'm just saying, man, don't give up, you know. Or, you know, you can just, you know, use that warehouse money to go out there and pay for your prostitute and say, you know, fuck love, and just, you know, when you need to bust a nut, do it. I mean, who's to say you're wrong, right?
There's someone's out there to say I'm wrong. I think Officer Snap's thinks I'm wrong, but he's not.
Well, I mean, Hank, I would prefer that you pay a legal working woman for sex than hold these evil desires like, you know, Ted Bundy, and go out there and do what Ted Bundy did. So I'd prefer you pay for prostitution.
Ted Bundy thought too small.
Oh boy.
See, that kind of talk is not going to help, I think.
Yeah, probably not.
Certainly won't help my platform much either, but you know.
I'm sorry, yeah, that's right. Hypothetically, that's right, allegedly.
In Minecraft.
Yeah, we do have a homicidal maniac on the panel, Hank, so it is what it is, right?
Who?
Yeah.
I don't know.
I swear,
Hank,
it was just thoughts. It was just thoughts. I wasn't actually going to do it.
I like to be rather unfiltered if I can help it, and I'm trying to evaluate you in my own way. And, you know, I don't know you personally or spiritually, but, you know, I think you have good intentions. I think you could be a good husband and a good father if that is what your intentions are. But, you know, really, man, it just comes down to, if you believe in a God, you have to understand that he works in ways, like they say, God works in mysterious ways. You know, he's not going to do things on your time. You know, when I found the woman I'm with now, someone very close to me who I knew she was going to die a long time because of her health. You know, I watched her die right in front of me, and this woman was right here to witness it when it happened. If I didn't have her in the room with me when it happened, I probably would have killed myself then, because there was no one else on this planet, you know, keeping me here. You know, no one else on this planet really gives a shit about me except for this woman and my child, you know, except for you, Zephyr. I appreciate you. And TML, you know, but there's, you know, I've lost all actual friends, you know, and family members just because, you know, you grow up, people, you know, people change and life happens, bad things happen. People become angry and sour and mean all the time. And, you know, if I didn't find the woman who I had right now, I probably wouldn't be here. And I know that's not easy to say for everyone, but, you know, it's much better to wait and never get it, Hank, than to sit here and, you know, if we're wanting to say that using your seed, you know, in a spiritual way is good or bad, then, you know, every time you go out there and you're not using your seed in order to, you know, procreate a life, then, you know, you're wasting energy and to me, defiling yourself. So, I mean, as someone who is obsessed with sex, you know, as I don't pop out a child, you know, I'm one of them people where, like, you know what, God, if you're going to throw me in hell because I can't produce a child every time that I have a sexual desire, then you shouldn't have, you know, gave me a wife and then gave me a, you know, et cetera, et cetera. So for someone spiritually like me, all I can tell you is you're going to have to choose. Are you going to act on bad desires, or are you going to hold out and hope that eventually one day something good comes to you? And that's the way that I try to live. I'm not a go-getter. I don't like having to ask for help when I need it or this, but I'm one of the most humblest people you ever meet, and I don't want to see harm or pain in anyone's heart. Excuse me. I'm smoking in anyone's heart. And, I just think maybe you're just not applying yourself in a way, and you have to understand a lot of these women are deceived, dude. It's not easy nowadays to find a soulful, caring person who can look past the monetary gains and the facade that, like that song by what's his name with Lil Wayne, these Instagram models are nothing but trouble. Everything is this 2D image of where you have to have the biggest ass, the biggest tits, the fastest car, the biggest mansion on the beachfront. Everything's this materialistic lifestyle. And then, they have you so preoccupied on a way that you should be living that look how society's being generated. I literally have heard more women say that they have better respect than my wife because they have OnlyFans. I mean, if that don't tell you the kind of society that you're working against, Hank, if you're trying to find a wife in today's society, for me, I got lucky. My wife wasn't brought up into the whole Disney princess thing where, like my sisters who were deceived by the Disney princess, what I call a psyop, which is, grew up and find your Prince Charming, and my sisters were deceived by that. And that's why, my sisters are where they are with their relationships. So, compared to someone like me, where I was always the mature one in the relationship, I was always one, pushing for a better situation, to build something together, to, make a family out of what we were trying to do, but every single woman I ever tried it with was just very immature. I mean, you couldn't even go and have a simple conversation about what you're going to order for dinner without her, oh God, I just won't eat. Compared to this woman, she'll come and take the food off of my plate, whether I want her to or not. So, you have to think, Hank, in a lot of ways, I don't believe in soulmates. I don't believe that any human being is made perfectly for another human being. But if we want to believe in frequencies and vibrations, or at least soulful ways, yes, I think I got extremely lucky. So you have to either go out and look for it, and you may never find it, or you can go and live the kind of lifestyle like the porn industry goes and pushes, and that the more vaginas that you have around you, makes you more of a man than I am. So, I mean, it depends, Hank, on how you want to live. If you don't believe that you're going to be eternally, judged based on your actions here on earth, then who's to stop you to go out here from buying every woman who wants to throw her arms around you because you flash a few $100 bills to her? Compared to someone like me who even my own mom offered me when I turned 18 to take me to a strip club, and I declined it because I would end up falling in love with whoever was fucking stripping on me. That's the kind of man I am. I don't want to have sex with someone unless I'm in love with them and I want to build something with them. I'm not one of them men.
That's so sweet.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I've never been one of those kind of men. I can't just sit there and just, come and sleep in my bed for one night. Let's, have a bunch of hot, stinky sex, and then boom, kick you out the door the next day, and then, invite the next one on Tinder. I'm just not that kind of dude. That's not how I was raised. That's not how I am spiritually, even though I sin in other ways. But, it just depends on who you are, Hank, and I want to see the best for you, but, you're going to have to eventually take responsibility on the fact that just maybe there's a reason why. Maybe I can't see it. Maybe no one on the panel can see it. Hell, maybe not even you can see it. But I mean, I'm not saying that you give off a weird vibe, but if you are an intelligent man, you're caring, you're tender, you have a decent job, you're not living in, mom's basement, hoarding Mountain Dew and Cheetos, then, the only thing I can tell you is that you're searching for the wrong women. Either you're looking at a particular type of woman because of her mental state, her social class, or something, and not looking for the soulful connection of a person, which means don't just jump into the relationship and then like in 2 or 3 months expect to get it in. If you have to go a year and just date to make sure that, hey, this is the one, do that instead of being headstrong and jumping into the first hole that, claims that it has interest in you. But again, that's up to you. That's all I'm going to say. I'm going to shut the fuck up about it, sir.
Yeah, my problems are like the opposite of your poems are. In fact, I'm actually going through a cycle of pruning more connections because I know too many people who aren't making my discussion with them gets meaningful enough. So I'm actually going for a cycle of pruning connections. So,
Well, that's great. That's a good way to do it. But then all you're doing is proving yourself right, Hank, that this person isn't meant for me. You have to find someone who's meant for you. And I know that doesn't work for everyone, but I'm just saying, like, if this is how you're doing it, that's actually how I met the woman I'm with now. We met online as friends, and then she stalked me for like 4 years as I was in and out of relationships. And then the first time that she saw that I was single, she started really showing how much she cared about me. And then I realized how much she cared about me. Like, this girl was literally staying around while I was in a relationship and just stayed as an online friend, never anything weird between us. We were just friends. And then all the bad things that was done to me in the relationship, and the second that she saw that I was broken and needed someone, she came as my signal fire. So, I think the way you're going about it is actually a very great way about doing it, because you're eliminating what I call the weak-minded. You're eliminating women who, if you go and tell this woman, hey, I like what happened with me 2 relationships ago, hey, you're going to have to go out and get a job with me. Okay. If your mom dies or your brother dies, who's going to take care of you? No one. Okay. You're going to have to help provide for yourself. And then it turns into a screaming match, and she's throwing shit on the ground and breaking it. And then the cops are called. So, that's a good thing, Hank.
You really gave her to get a job, you hippie?
No, we broke up the next day over a fucking pizza that I ordered. So, no. But
Did you
I'm
order
just saying.
anchovies on it?
Nope. It was regular. It was a regular pepperoni and cheese pizza, and she got mad because I told her she had to call the place and answer the phone when they got my order ready, and she couldn't even do that.
Wow, is that really difficult? I usually just use the app.
No, she's apparently incapable of even ordering a cheeseburger. So that's what I'm saying. You're not entirely wrong in your elimination process and how you're doing it. The best thing you can do is make sure that whoever you're searching for as a partner is intellectually, spiritually, and emotionally on the same level you are. Because you're gonna regret it. You're gonna regret it highly if you don't. That's why me and her agreed that when it comes to like marriage, it's not the whole marriage thing. So if I die, regardless of whether me and her were like physically together, we had a child together. So I would want, if I die first, that whatever I have goes to her and my child, because why? That's her right as the next parent. So, you had to find someone who's as emotionally, and mentally fortituded as you are, Hank. You are very intelligent from what I can gather, for how long I've talked to you and from hearing from you. I don't think you're retarded. I don't think you're no fucking Bubba from Forrest Gump. I don't think, any of us here are slow-minded. So I believe that you have the intelligence to know that what you're doing is for the betterment of yourself. You don't want to sit here and invest yourself. Like, I'm telling you, if you haven't been in relationships like I have, as someone who only had relationships last for like 3.5, 4 years, and then for some reason the girl either cheats on me or just doesn't show interest in me, even though I'm the one going out buying the flowers, I'm the one doing all the sex. I'm the one, making sure that, when we're walking down the street or going out to places, that the men aren't fucking attacking them, or, when we go out for walks like we did tonight, that some weird shit like this is happening. For me, as much as, well, if you're like that, there's got to be something wrong with you. I think what was wrong with me is that I was too caring and I was too loving, and these immature women didn't understand what it meant to have a loving, caring man in their life, because every man in their life was some narcissistic drunk asshole who just abused the women around them when they could. So,
but that's what they're into.
Well, then there you go. My sister is into daddies, and you know what? It's disgusting. So,
I think that's why most people's relationships fail, is because one person or the other or both don't love themselves enough.
I was told that too, but trust me, I wasn't this way mentally 10 years ago, so that can't be the same excuse. I'm much more, I guess you could say, mature now than what I was 10 years ago, but I'm not much more different when I was 14, 13 years old than what I am now at 30 years old, at least mentally. I was always told I'm older than I acted.
I'm glad to say that I changed recently, so I am different from when I was a child, so.
Well, I don't know what to tell you, to be honest, Hank. As an online friend, who's someone who doesn't wish no harm upon you. You know, all I can say is just don't give up, bud. You know, I think you can apply yourself. You know, I genuinely mean the care and well-being for everyone. I don't want to see anyone sad or depressed because I know what true sadness and depression is, and I don't want to see anyone going through it. So just don't give up, dude.
I haven't been sad and depressed in a couple of years, so.
Well, that's good. I'm glad to hear that. I wish that was something I can claim, but you know, as much as I'm sad about my depression, I also wear it as a badge of honor because I know many people who are not here to this day because they couldn't defeat their depression. So when people like Flow State go and tell me to kill myself, you know the reason why I won't never work? Because I know what it's like when you actually try it. I put a gun in my mouth, and thankfully when I was drunk, the guy who owned the fucking 357 Magnum took the bullets out that night because he knew I was coming over and I was sad and depressed. But I'm a happy man with happy feelings all the time. Love you, Hank. Don't give up, bro.
Oh man, that's a oldie but a goodie. Can we get back to Christian nationalism? Damn.
Yeah, let's get back to Christian nationalism.
That's from the early episodes of the show when people would troll. And then oh my god.
Better yet, Christian globalism.
Yeah, these people would be like, yo, can we get back to Christian nationalism? Because Neurojack would always bring up the topic. So they were trolling Neurojack. It was hilarious. Yeah.
No, Jack, come up. We're going to get back to Christian nationalism for you.
Right? Why doesn't he come up? Come on, Neuro.
Neurojack. I think he's busy with family. But yeah, blessings.
Yeah, last time I talked to him, he was.
Yeah. And peace to the family there. And yeah, I'm going to play some music here and move on with some of the historical info that I have. Oh shit. Actually, Zephyr's still here. Thank God.
Yeah, I did my obligatory accidentally close the window. I was gonna be like, yeah, Neuro, get the fuck up here, you pussy.
Yeah, I'm like, this panel feels naked without Zephyr.
Ask him to come ask those questions up here.
Wait, which question? The one say?
Neuro all these questions, and he said, "What Hindu? Which version of the Vedic Kabbalah are you gonna follow, or something like that?"
He was trolling.
Yeah,
yeah, it was crazy.
Of course, the Outer Path one. That's a good question, though.
Yeah,
Like
Neuro's comments. Yeah, Neuro's making me laugh. He's interesting.
Yeah, I think he's funny.
Yeah, he's hilarious. I think most people don't get his humor, you know.
Right.
But me and him have the same weird humor. So
yeah,
I totally get it.
I think me and TMO are about the only people who truly get Neuro's way of thinking.
Oh no, I get it. I get it, definitely.
I get it, but I want something more. I mean, we're very close when it comes to philosophy, but come on, dude, you can leave your damn streams up.
Well, you see, Neuro leaves it to people like me to ask the more direct, in your face, I don't give a fuck if you hear it kind of questions, where he likes to poke and prod at like the secret underlining of things, because it gets the other termites to come out.
And I like to engage that. I think it's cute. Then he doesn't want to poke where he doesn't want to poke that low. So I'm gonna say, come on, poke lower. Come on.
But it doesn't matter.
Oh yeah,
It doesn't matter.
You just want him to do that because you're a gay black witch.
Affirmative. You got me. Guilty
I thought you said a gay black bitch. I was like, damn.
Don't forget jabbed.
Yes, don't forget
and don't forget to mention that I've maliciously beat my wife and abused my entire family. So there's also that.
It's a joke.
And you can splice that together with something else I said this show. So for you splicers, just go back like 5 minutes. Splice that
And Jack
together.
Talcott. Don't forget about Talcott. He actually, he's on the lam, according to, recent report. Oh yeah, he's on the lam.
Yeah, did you know that both me and the Machine Lies are in Jack Talcott's cult? Whatever that is.
Yeah, we're definitely part of a cult.
Yo,
But I
is
think
he on the run from the law?
Well, no, well, I think it's like some sort of something, I don't know. It's just crazy allegations, but yeah.
I don't know.
It's
Noel
wild
just
stuff.
keeps asking me if I'm going to go over there, and I'm like, no,
Yeah,
no.
Noel doesn't ever show up on Talcott's show, but she goes on other panels and asks about Jack Talcott. So I have no
And
idea.
about Margot, because she's always asking about Margot.
Yeah, like
And
a
I
good
just
place.
made sure that she wasn't going to call me mom.
Yeah, like the obvious place to find them is on the channel, Noel. So I don't know.
I just emailed them, Noel. I gave you both of their email addresses. Well, I gave
Yeah.
you Margot's.
Yeah,
Jack's
I
email
bet-
address is easy to get. Just email them.
I bet they all do like weird online seances together on camera.
Yes, they do. I've been on a couple.
All hail King Jack Talcott.
We usually go with the back to Jack. Just short and sweet.
I like Jack. I just don't like the drama of everybody that's all trolling him all the time. So I just avoid him avoid the show over there. And then if he comes over here, it's cool.
Yeah, same thing. But I want to show them that I can throw my weight around. So I go there just to
But it's
troll control.
It's baby levels because he'll let them build up and then he'll dump them. So he doesn't actually. So it's like it's just funny to just the continuation of it is hilarious. But yeah, for me and Hank, that way it actually doesn't matter if we're there because we still get our points across. So yeah, it's actually fascinating.
You can tell how structured it is. Like every single time that I tune in, it's like it never misses a beat. It's like how you said he lets it rise and then cuts it.
Yeah.
Rise and then cuts it. It's like it almost as if like it's staged, almost as if all these people who get on there and argue with each other aren't actually against each other.
Well, sometimes it
Formulaic
is.
neuro-linguistic programming.
Yeah, sometimes it is. But most of the time, it's actual real trash. Just Jerry Springer trash.
Jerry. Well, we all know what Jerry did.
He did say he was into NLP, so I don't know.
Yes, and I also said that I'm using Jack Talcott's show as a place to research communication experiments and stuff. So
I found Talcott on Facebook. It has like no activity. I thought that was weird.
Not Facebook's dead, as far as I'm concerned. So
yeah, Facebook's been ran into the ground for what its purpose was for. They've already done that.
Yeah, but maybe like Zephyr's got a point. Like he'll just show up and just say similar things every day, and then he'll reprogram the way you think about shit because it'll be certain key words that you gravitate towards because those words have power and they sway things more than other words do, and he knows that because he studied NLP. So could be
repeat the certain words over and over and over and over.
Yeah, and then you'll be hearing certain things in your mind, like as you go throughout the day, you'll think, "Well, that's not are we allowing disagreements here?" And like he'll start like,
just think about this, conspirators. Jack Talcott is still making enough money to keep his house, and you just keep going on the show over and over again. Are you sure you're not just a lab rat? Think about it.
Yeah, I'm not buying that one.
Certainly are, Hank. But I think Machine's approach is like exposure. I guess it depends, like what your goal is.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Hang on. As someone who's not really personally into podcasts, like I only got on because Neuro invited me on, and then TML started letting me come on. So bless you, brother, for letting me ramble. But when I go to Talcott, because actually I found Talcott before TML, and I listened to him for the longest time. And at first, like I went back to his very first videos, like his very first ones. I was like, dude, this guy actually might have some insight, but him being an older dude, him believing in God. And then I started watching his more recent ones, and it's like not the same person, not the same message. I mean, it's the same message, but I'll just put it this way. When I go and watch TML, even if it's one of his 12-hour streams, the entire time he keeps you engaged in a way where it wants you wanting more. When I go to Jack Talcott, I don't want more of anything he's got to sell. So that's how you can tell the difference between someone like TML's presentation and how Jack portrays himself. You know, this guy sits here and tells me that he believes in God and Christ. Why don't ever I hear Jack Talcott mention Jesus Christ? I'm sorry, I don't watch him every single day, but you know, I hardly ever hear him preach the gospel. For a man who says, you know, he lives his word and his life by the Bible. I know people with only like 10 subscribers who get on YouTube and literally just read from the Bible, say something about their life, and then get off. And I get more meaningful message from them in their 3-minute videos about a random Bible passage than what I do the entire fucking 3 hours I sit here and watch Jack sit here and argue with every weird person on the internet or talk about his experience, which I want nothing to do with the evil satanic pedophiles in Congress. So why do we keep talking about Congress?
Oh.
Which just on a side note, I found an actual Bible passage the other day who literally, God commands you that if you're a true Christian or truly believe in Christ, to not worry yourself with the affairs of this world. But, you know, Jack Talcott thinks he's going to change the world by going to Congress. So, you know, good luck getting out the Epsteins and the Bill Gates. Good luck with that, sir.
Yeah, so you need to understand that his primary book is what's called A Course in Miracles by Dr. Helen, what's her name? Suckman. So that's his primary book, but he will use the Bible occasionally. So that's what you need to understand.
Yes, I know, but what I'm saying is that he uses God as a brand, and I don't think God would like that very much.
Here, hold on,
loves it.
Trippy.
God
Here, hold on,
loves
Trippy.
it.
Anna, you got to say that again.
Crap, I forgot. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
It was something about the Bible that y'all were saying.
Oh, talking about the passage I found where it said not to bother yourselves with the affairs of this world.
Yeah, but he thinks he's gonna change the world, and then I messed up. Sorry, y'all.
No, but I mean actually it was funny. It was either last night or the night before. I was just randomly, because my wife gave me one of them gel pen kind of highlighters, so she's letting me gracefully use it, and I've been marking through a lot of things, and I was just flipping through, and I'm sure if I found it I could probably find it right now, but I was just reading because I was thinking about the panel. I was thinking about how these people portray themselves, like, you know, Paul and Jack and all these other people other than TML, you know. And when I hear people, like, I don't like talking about other people, but when I hear someone like Paul talk, and when you watch people's mannerisms and how they talk, he just sounds like a dude who's ran by his own voice. He likes the way he sounds. He can, you know, he can say words a certain way, and I do have to admit, Paul's a good speaker. If I heard Paul at a lecture or one of them, you know, job lectures, I'd be right there like, give me a fucking pen, sell me a pen, you know. And that's what I look at these people like. You know, you have to look at them kind of like at the Wolf of Wall Street, and that's how I see how these people act. Like, they just like hearing themselves talk.
I remember what I said. I was talking about the Book of Miracles, and that book, I have that book. It's like thicker than the Order of the Phoenix, the Harry Potter series, the biggest one. And I haven't gotten through. I mean, I try to digest little concepts from it, but he's not doing justice to that book, Hank, is what I was trying to say. You know, it's not just like a light book that you can read from. Like, it's not just aphorisms.
Yeah, it's a 600-page book.
Yeah.
It's at least a beginning 100 so pages reads like Principia Discordia, but it takes itself too seriously. But before I debate Jack, I'm gonna make sure I at least skim the whole book for things I can use to shut down his arguments.
Well, number one is he doesn't practice what he preaches from in there. Not one bit.
No, some of it he does. But if I could use it to shut down his arguments before he makes them, then all we need. So when I do debate him, all we gotta do is worry about my presentation on how this authentication and authorization works. So.
If he's gonna stick to choose to stick to that source material, he might always deviate and just like do whatever, you know.
I'll let him deviate. I'll let him rage quit if he wants. It doesn't make a difference. Well,
I'm not too familiar with this work. What is contained in this type of work you guys read? Course in Miracles.
It's to do with the law of attraction. If you want to be very
Oh,
basic
okay.
about it.
Oh, okay.
Which the
So,
law of
so
attraction like totally misses like some of the biggest points about manifestation. It like totally leaves out like that unreasonable expectations lead to disappointment, and you have to like release your expectations. Yeah.
yeah, that's fascinating. And
But it's a lot of cope. I'm sorry, not the book itself. I guess if you really applied it, but people use it to talk a lot of cope, essentially for like these fluff buzzwords like manifestation, attraction. You create your own reality, blah blah stuff like that.
Okay, yeah, here it is. The reason why I don't follow people like Jack Talcott and why I follow Jesus Christ. See, but in a great house there are not only vessels of gold and silver. I'm past that. If a man therefore purge himself from these, he shall be a vessel unto honor, sanctified, and meet for the master's use, and prepared unto every good work. Flee also youthful lust, but follow righteousness, faith, clarity, peace with them that call on the Lord out of a pure heart. But foolish and unlearned questions avoid. So this is the reason why when people like want to attack me on panels, I don't answer, because God tells me, but foolish and unlearned questions avoid, knowing that they do gender strifes. And the servant of the Lord must not strive, but be gentle unto all men, apt to teach, patience, and meekness. Meekness. You know what meekness means? Jack Talcott doesn't have meekness. Instructing those that oppose themselves, if God peradventure will give them repentance to the acknowledging of the truth. Where's the other
It
one?
was these. Remember you read this to me. It was this one.
Oh yeah, here it is. Here it is. Oh yeah. If any man teach otherwise, and consent not to wholesome words, even the words of our Lord Jesus Christ, and to the doctrine which is according to godliness, he is proud, knowing nothing, but dotting about questions and strifes of words, whereof cometh envy, strife, railings, evil surmisings, perverse disputings of men of corrupt minds, and destitute of the truth, supposing that gain is godliness. From such withdraw thyself. So that's the reason why I do not argue with people like Jack Talcott.
Okay, I think I'm going crazier. I thought I heard the demon on your shoulder that pointed you out the Bible verse to read.
Oh, I told you, as much as I acknowledge that Satan is real and that he is actively in my life, I still 100% believe in Jesus Christ. See, that's the problem with most Christians. You know, they say that they know that the devil is real.
Girlfriend? That I heard?
No, that'd be you, Hank, trying to attack me. You think your little petty human squabblings affect me?
No.
Okay. Then that's the first thing you're going to learn. You can sit here and poke psychologically at me all day you want. It doesn't work on me.
Copy that.
I have the Lord Jesus Christ by my side, Hank.
I wish that you could do that in your day-to-day life, though.
So do I.
It comes and goes. It comes and goes. But again, that's where, as I as a human am willing to admit that I'm not perfect and that it requires God every single day to work actively in my life. It's not just because I believe in God, your life is perfect. Even I know that. Even though I know that good people are going to struggle, even though there's good people like you out there, Zephyr, who are nice enough to make life a little bit easier, like you, TML, and other people. But
what were you going to ask, Anna?
My question was to TML and perhaps like to Inner Darkness, if you're able to give the biblical knowledge. I don't know, maybe anybody, but and to TML with respect to Islam. But is the devil immortal in Christianity? And is the devil the same concept as shaitan from the Quran, or am I wrong on that?
I believe it's the same concept, and I believe that you know, I think Satan has descendants, as well.
Right.
So I think, yeah, I mean, Satan has progeny. He's lived. Yeah, he continues to live. Yeah, definitely. Yeah.
I would say no because he's creaturely, but since he's technically an angel, actually yes.
So the angels are immortal. Is that established? Because I didn't even in the book of Enoch, I didn't see that they were.
I'm not sure, but
That's
we haven't found any record of them dying
immortal.
canonically. So
I would say, based on my understanding, they cannot be destroyed. Not in the sense that a human body can be destroyed. They are disembodied spirits that can rule. They can manipulate to an extent, but they can't really physically manifest. So when you hear stories of like poltergeist and stuff like that, that is what, to the extent other than actual demonic possession, that I believe that these spirits, from someone who spiritually
But
had
that's the
encounters with
Nephilim,
them.
right? You're talking about the Nephilim?
I mean, technically, if my belief in the Bible is correct, even the Nephilim's disembodied spirits are roaming the earth to this day. So, I mean, that
Right.
depends on
So
how
the
much you want to.
body was destroyed in the flood, but the spirit is alive. But the Nephilim themselves descended from the fallen angels, right?
Yes, and they are,
So the
in my Bible.
angels are they got a body?
I mean, I guess you could say, if we want to sit here and say that angels came down and lusted after the flesh of women, then I would have to say that requires a physical body, unless you're going to say a spirit can come down here and do the hokey pokey.
That's something that I always wondered about too, because supposedly, like, the Christian God gave man free will, but that the angels do God's bidding. So how was there a rebel angel? I kind of think it was an inside job. I think that was a story that we believe because that would make it like more believable that we were, being tested. That would make that enemy like more real for us. And
I kind of think how they.
Bible verse.
I think how they push the Lucifer TV show that came out not that long ago. Look, as much as we want to sit here and say that God hates Satan, God does not hate Satan at all. He loves him as much as he does us, but he also has to teach him a lesson. And
I think it was a setup.
Yeah,
I mean, it could be. It could be, but you're also starting to reach into Luciferian doctrine, which is Satan is the good guy and God is the bad guy. And I'm telling you, on the end of days, do you really want to stand with that?
I think there's no real good and bad.
This answers the question. Isaiah 45:7. I form the light and create darkness. I make peace and create evil. I, the Lord, do all these things.
That's right, Hank. You're just jealous because you're not God and you can't do good and evil and call it good and evil. What's your point?
That's answering
God's evil because it's a necessary evil, or we can't have free will without bad choices. And then it wouldn't be free will, Hank, if you can't make bad choices.
I'm answering Zephyr's question.
Yeah, I agree. I think that is very valid, and I think that is the whole point. Is that I think in order to be able to integrate the shadow in yourself, you have to be able to love the other, which is, the bad other as well. You have to see yourself in them as well, and that know that they have the ability to be better on their own, and that it's a journey for them to make.
Would it amaze you? Would it amaze you, Hank, to find out that actually my depression got less worse after I told Satan that I didn't hate him and that I actually felt bad?
That makes sense.
Mm-hmm. I think you know why? You know why? Because like one of my favorite movie quotes from The Crow: "Abashed the devil stood and felt how awful goodness is."
Cool.
Hank, you're gonna realize that there is a God and a Satan. And once you love Satan, he don't have no control over you anymore. He can attack your life all you want, but the devil will never truly own your soul once you can look the devil in the face and say, Lucifer, I don't hate you. I actually feel bad for you, and I wish you that you could know true friendship, kinship, and love, but you'll never know that because you're a jealous prick. So
Never say never.
Oh yeah, even I believe that even the devil has a chance to. I wouldn't say necessarily redeemed, but if my God is the pinnacle of mercy, love, and compassion, I think we're going to be amazed about some of the things we're going to see to pass.
Yeah, if my life is any sort of like foreshadowing to like what happens on the other side, like there's definitely going to be a big like punked moment on the other side.
And that's one of the reasons why I don't care to, like, as much as I do believe in Christ and I would like to preach and, talk about Jesus Christ, I like to keep it. I know my job is to, save one's soul and all that stuff, but I tried that and it didn't work out for me and I'm too hostile in real life. So, I let the other brothers do the saving and I do the whole awakening of the minds. Who knows? We could all be wrong, but I think that people like us are much are better to be thinkers and rulers in this world than what we currently have going on. So that's just my 2 cents. I don't like Bill Gates.
Here, hold on. I don't know where this comment came from. I must have missed it. I apologize for that, sir. Here, let me go back up. This is a viewer that we've had for a minute here. TML, have you checked out some of James True recent shows? I'm sorry, I'm not too familiar with who that is. Curious how his work lands with you. Yeah, I got nothing on like YouTube personalities.
I don't know this guy. I do have some YouTube personalities. This is a new one.
Yeah, other than the ones in our vicinity, I mean, I really don't engage much with the content creators, other than the ones whose shows we're on and all of that type of stuff and who we've had interactions with personally. James True, I'm not really that familiar. I know he might be connected with Owen Benjamin somehow, but I don't really know what the connection is there, to be honest, And I think Zephyr might know. She's here twice now, so.
Oh shit! Did that even happen? I just literally thought I closed out the window again. Oh, there we go. Yeah, I know James True, and James True is cool. I like a lot of what he says. He's very funny.
What's his philosophy, or like what's his like overall what's his like credo? Like, is there something he keeps repeating?
Well, he's been going a lot into like the Egyptian gods and things like that, and kind of like integrating it into like how everything like he's going back down to roots again, and he also incorporates like the other pantheons and everything all the way back. So, and basically, the first introduction I got to him was whenever he was talking about how our brain evolved, and it was like it grew a tumor that basically like expanded our hard drive space in a different way, and he is into the energetics of like how the body works and how most people don't have outlets for their different chakra energy centers, and so they just spin around and they have to have a release, which is totally true. I mean, I could like vouch for that 100% in like real life experience. But yeah, it's I mean, he's got a lot of like free stuff too, but it's really weird because whenever I first found out about him, I was like hanging out with this other group. It was the Weaving Spiders and Zaralath. Somebody who just mentioned them earlier tonight. It was me, I think. Not me, but me. Smiley face. And basically there was like a big falling out that happened, and I had just heard about like James True, and I didn't know that he knew Zaralath at the time. But then, like, there's some flat earther people like Crow 777 and Rose or whatever. There was like some blow up, but they were on the Weaving Spiders like right after that. And I had heard, I had just let James' show play, and I fell asleep, but I kind of like woke up in the middle of the night and I heard like a little bit of like a live stream going on, like, and I just went back to sleep, but I heard like some details and I heard the name, 777. So I kind of like went back and I found the video that I had like not really watched, but my subconscious had watched, I guess, while I was sleeping, and watched it the next day, and I was like, "Holy crap, that's so weird." Because also that the girl Rose that was on the show, she had like the exact same curtain that I had, like behind her during that show, and I was like, "That's really weird." But
Wait,
so
Rose 777?
yes, yes, and yes, the same one.
Oh, no way, no way, no way.
Yeah, and
The
I
one
like
that came
saw
on the show that one day that we talked to.
yeah,
Wow.
yeah, and I saw her
Who's
break down that
who's a
one
quote
day.
unquote and this is her words, not mine. She said
Yes.
she's a Jewish producer.
Yes, and she doesn't make her own show. She mostly pays like SEO people to handle all of it, and she's making lots of
I
money.
need to figure out what that's about because eventually it may or may not become worthwhile
Well,
to
guess what?
actually what
I do SEO.
no but I mean like if I'm like I'm talking about like if people generate income here through some way, then you have to
Yeah.
pay people in order to monetize the channel or to keep it monetized. Otherwise, they'll just take it away. So it's like if you don't pay money now, they actually won't allow you to have a channel. It's kind of like the Twitter where you in order to promote yourself, you have to pay them money. So
Yeah, pay to
everything is like
play.
that now. Yeah,
I
everything's
know,
like that
and
now.
I don't think it's worth it to lose your integrity, especially on this kind of a platform. I think it would be better just to do your own website. Like, and I know how to do SEO, so
Yeah, I don't know
if it comes
anything.
down
I don't know
to
anything about that. I don't know anything about that.
I'm sure
But
that you've
definitely,
got some audience members that could help.
yeah, but definitely, I would go ahead and try to produce courses of material, like 30 videos a piece or 20 videos a piece, that people could have access to for like 3 months that actually contain some more deeper breakdowns of some of these issues. So that might be that might be something that people might look for, in terms of physical video production material that you could actually look at instead of reading books, because I'm writing a second book now, but I'm realizing that just the efficacy of delivering video lectures and then actually having people produce slideshows or something like that to go along with it, with images and sources and shit where they could pull the text up on the screen. So that would be some very, very useful, and that would be a very useful endeavor, because I've seen on my friend Chad Haig's channel, he delivers scholarly resources, and along with his actual lecture, he'll have a PowerPoint presentation on the screen. So if I could figure out, right now I'm just one person, but if I figure out how to do all of those things and figure out more, and there's some crunching noise there. I don't know what was
Oh,
going
that
on.
was me. I was just being sorry.
No,
But
it's
I
all
think
good.
you could do it in an ethical sort of way, and I think that's what you would want to do. I mean, because like you're not like what are mommy, or what daughter, daddy, whatever their names are. I don't even want to say it. You know who I'm talking about? The inappropriate dad with the really like young daughter.
Oh yeah, let's just leave them out of
Yes.
this. Yeah, let's
Yes.
leave. I've
Well,
had
you're
enough
not
of that on
them.
this show.
You're
Yeah,
not
because
them.
of our friend, because of the toilet goyim. We basically
Yeah.
have to address these characters because we've had interactions with them thanks to that character. But
Yeah, well, and that's
I'm
going to
not
be
gonna.
part of the landmines that you have to avoid in this sort of environment.
Yeah.
So, but you should
Yeah,
be able to
definitely.
walk across the land without any problem as long as you are like staying to your own ethics, like what is good.
Yeah, shout out to Hank if Hank is still listening.
Yeah, come back.
Right in the chat if you're still listening, Hank. But the thing that or he's on another panel. But the thing I was gonna say, and hopefully he'll catch this, is that I have a very useful saying that I heard. Is a tradition that we have, and it says that patience comes from God and haste comes from Satan. You know what I mean? So
I swear I've heard that somewhere before. You said that was from where? Like a teaching from your way
Yeah.
of the world? That's
Yep.
crazy. I've heard that somewhere before.
Yeah. You know what I mean?
I believe in
You'd
that.
be
I believe in that for
surprised.
sure.
You'd be surprised how there are a lot of the core teachings that are very similar.
Oh yeah, for
Like,
sure.
yeah, the good ones.
Yeah, and on that note, it's 4:20 here in the broadcast or the video call-in show or whatever these things are structured as. I've contested it being labeled a broadcast. It's more of a type of I guess what they would do in the very first days of radio, where you start your radio station and not too many people are listening to it or something like that.
It's a
And
discussion.
yeah, and then lots of people used to call into the radio at that time and have interesting discussions and like the sort of Art Bell and that sort of thing. But yeah, the thing is
Maybe
here.
they're scared. Maybe they're scared, Timo. Maybe they're really too scared to get on panel. Like Jim Bob tried to say about me the other day that I'm a coward because I'm not willing to get up there and play their mind games. Maybe it really just comes down to is that they're too scared. They're too scared to actually attack the problems in this world because why? They're the people who are helping protect it and work for it.
Yeah, I don't think
Yeah,
it's their point to actually confront these things. I think they're just trying to make a buck. A lot of them.
Yeah. Either make money as quickly as you can, and then do what your masters are telling you, which is keep everyone dumb and docile while they're continuing to, do their plans. Like with the whole, scandemic a few years ago, a lot of people don't realize that when they shut down the world, we have no clue the kind of things that they were moving around and what they were, the chess pieces they were moving during that time, and
I kind of do.
These people, I mean, we do. But I'm saying, I'm telling you, Cypher, even if people like me or TML knew the true behind the scenes shit, we wouldn't talk about it at all, regardless of the type of platform. Because if even what we call the icebergs of what we touch on conspiracy theories, or even what we consider knowledge, even I think to an extent to what we know, even with someone like T-Mail and me, Neuro, and people who we think we have decent esoteric knowledge or ancient satanic knowledge in a way, I want to put it, especially with me. If we even begun to actually, you can sit here and talk about aliens invading the earth and Project Bluebeam and all this other, what they consider, conspiracy bullshit all you want. That's not the shit that they're looking for. When we get to the real surface, if at one point we can collectively actually get to what's actually happening, because we can sit here with my little AI friend and say, hypothetically, how do you use artificial intelligence to, perpetuate a satanic new world order? And the thing literally tell you how it's done and how they're doing it, but it's conspiracy. That's not the kind of shit they're worried about. Mainly because, there's not much we can do about it anyway. You can sit on here online and talk about it until we're old and gray.
Oh, here it is.
I want you to do is just tell
them,
whoops.
Actually, you know what? I'm gonna play this other song first.
Yeah, I'm gonna shut up for a bit. I'm sorry, y'all.
No, it's all good. No worries.
Wu-Tang.
I'm gonna listen to a song for myself, so I gotta mute it. I don't want to get you copy striked or copyrighted.
Yeah, no worries. And this one definitely won't get a copyright, but the other one might. We'll see what happens. Right? But so far this 4 hours has been pretty good. There's not that many people viewing tonight, anyways. But there is a whopping 26 viewers right now. All of a sudden.
Yep.
And, which is funny. You notice that, Zephyr? But
Yep.
Yeah.
You're fine.
Yeah, so,
You're fine.
yeah,
you said you had some guardians, something protecting you, and you do.
Yeah, maybe. Blessings, to the angels and the people that are here and the devils and, to the friends. And, as Malcolm X said, anytime there's an audience this large, there's bound to be some enemies present. But yeah, blessing,
And bless them too.
Yeah. Sorry, I think that's a very wrong.
That's right. Love your enemies. Pray for them.
Okay, here we go.
Yep. Don't pray for their downfall. Pray for their enlightenment.
Yeah, you know what? Fuck it. I'm just playing it.
No. All I want you to do is just tell them cats, you want a real.
Yeah, I'm just gonna play it from the beginning. I don't give a shit. I was gonna play the other song first and then play this one. Let's do this here.
We're improvising. Woohoo!
Yeah, let me fix my hair. There we go. Pretty Mustafa. There we go.
No, all I want you to do is just tell them cats, you on the real, keep your game high, man. Keep it up. Word up. Never stop your goals, man. You know what I'm saying?
Baby, just keep playing,
Yo,
keep your
son,
head up.
on the real, I'm gonna get a sneaker just like y'all.
I need help. I need help. And the government is after me. I need help. Someone help me, please. Understand it. Someone help me. My children. They already did Tupac and Biggie Smalls. Someone help me. Someone help me, please. I'm a groupie for life, about non-wife. All the babies of mine, save a child life. No more doctors delivering my babies. Sticking pins, killing me slowly. To the president, you say I'm a welfare fraud. You motherfucking right. I swarm this dark house, why? Insecure about my ding-dong. Married to Babylon, my queen looking at me like a pawn.
Slash the worst, rehearse a verse, flash dance on the universe. Televise the work network, chop till your neck hurt. What up, dirt? 9 diagram, Phoenix on your sweatshirt. 30,000 went berserk, it's like clockwork. Rockport, Mr. Rock Lord. Hold a four, collect thoughts, select sports. Side swipe by the white horse. French cut, leaning in the bench truck. What up? Telling my men's what? 10 times platinum and we ends up draped out. Jumping out of cake, now throw your tape out. Furniture style, holding the mic, we got it laid out. Fine iodine, Einstein, remind mine. People swam 9, didn't know they own kind, wrong time. Denim rap, competition quick, handle that. Sucking the gym at, converting on my raps to get you slit at. Mixed drink, Cuban link, zinc, flip A to zinc plus. Expensive like a Roman mink, now think.
Mercury, 36 chamber degree. What, you want a mine? 3,680 C through the love white hate line. I tunnel your tornado. 42 billion thought travel. The years 90s parallel. From shoulders to the waist, I dig woman's stomach swell. My burrow is dark, many lights. UFO kite. Benjamin Franklin got it right. Abraham, I stuck your cherry tree. Your white head came out my black pussy. I ran Rip Van Winkle on all fours. Mountains twinkle, twinkle star. Tall sand in the jar. And then came out Jane Flintstones in my grapple pit.
Killer chattering. Niggas bust shots, keep them scattering. Blood splattering. On point like a javelin. Fuck battling. You cats is only good for babbling. Imagining yourself as the god space traveling. Round the 7 rings of Saturn. Got my 4 plus the abbot in the chamber. 9 in the clip at the gathering. Who left them staggering? Yo, it had to been hot nickels who broke bread at the Vatican. Stick a pin and the citizen. Mental food got us digging in. My compliments to the chef. MEF like amphetamines. Yes, stick it to the veteran. Blow, blow, blown to death. Take your medicine. I put the stick in your music with Osiris. Bound to blow like a bad sign.
Stay up at night, don't sleep on your moon. Rest in the day, cause it's sunlight. Reverse the psychology.
Walk trillions of square inches, 10%. Try to drain me of my mental strength. Heavy wattage, knowledge, cleans blood clottage. Hails retarded. I'll be fine the garbage logic, exterminate your cottage.
36 anger, dirty language is the stranger. The mangler, the honor roll singer, righteous finger. When we shiner, we always find a never minor major. Hot the spot, we dangerous without behavior.
Australian, Venezuelan, illegal aliens, chameleons, all catch the feeling we revealing. Killer bees, keep your mind at ease. Lay back like Adam fucking Eve. 4,000 years in the garden, puffing trees.
I aim slang, I maintain through the main vein. The answer came clever. When we do greatness, do trial and error, mile of terror, mold them out, let the odor out, fuming greater. The temper in my spine, human nature. The super grass, challenge blast, sleepy eye stash, the hash sheets, masterpiece. The old Cyrus is the virus. The split second splash, severe drop, the snare pop, this falling teardrop. Now is it worth your career?
Coming up, and this is a bomb shop and Holocaust joint. Wednesday Night Live for War Ghost.
Machines are conspiring against him. 1,000 hits henchmen. 3 soldiers explored the site of a last stand by Indians. Your sky pilot is shot down and imprisoned. A woman resists efforts to give her perfect beauty. Leads the residents to believe that the robot takes ghosts in their community. Scientists explain 7 of the deadliest threats to humanity. Psychics, animal communicators, psychiatrists uses visions against insanity. Members of a rescue team encounters deadly dinosaurs behind the door. Railroad accidents more frequent in the 1800s hardcore. Innovative studies of sexual behavior. A couple wakes in strange surroundings where Indians are at war and a man stands Vader. Siberian apocalypse, my criteria documents. A condemned man plans his execution. My force locked a pilot out in his cockpit. A man with reoccurring nightmares fears sleep. A hoodlum shot by police. Thinks she is in heaven, it is city deep. Scandal rocks an army regiment when a respected general is found dead again. The poem rules over the shadowy world of death squads and extermination camps with bad medicine. Some warriors must believe their hearts were in their stomachs. 100 yards over the rim, there are zombies by the hundreds.
Son, we setting up more posts. We only got 2 arms, but we holding up 4 toasts. The head holders, rolling with dead soldiers, bringing fire from the sun down to earth and then sculpture. My heart's cold, it's like my mind's harder than hell. Cast a spell and leave you lost inside an empty wishing well inside the bottomless pit. You guys forgot when I spit that it released the toxic gas that made the hostages sick. My style remains rugged like dusty World War II boots. You can bring all your recruits, you'll still need more troops. Bombs back with wombats, prepare for Mortal Kombat. I'ma bring the worst possible harm, like where your mom's at. None of your best vets could ever fuck with us. Get every bone in your body straight crushed to dust. I lust for pus, make you fucking shit out your guts. Stab wounds and full moons is a plus for us. Cobwebs and frog heads, eating bloody dog heads. Sacrilege, blasphemous rhymes. You think God's had only 1 year left. You pussy scared to death. I'll let you marinate in hell just to prepare your flesh. If you don't use your knife, you gon' lose your life. Then we gon' have to break out the burial tools tonight. You tools can't fight, I'll find and fucking bruise your sight. Then assault and battle cruise and damn abuse its might, right?
A solar explosion raises temperatures drastically. Follows the trail of mysterious death of microphone athletes. The dark curse 3 years after a meteor devastates the earth. A computer manufactures deaf neon eater man trap lurk on the hillside of the farscape. A strange man has knowledge of the stargates. Snow dog werewolf, a group of campers are rather programmed for murder panic to receive a top secret tank schematic. In the mountain community with no observer, the 6th Ranger Battalion intends to penetrate 30 miles behind enemy lines in order to rescue 1,000 POWs. The samurai is blind. Scramble to stop an underwater disruption that threatens to destroy mankind. Perhaps some underground factory Deep 11 employs thousands of concentration camp workers to manufacture the robot tank's secret weapons. Some killers choose by type their victims. Murder is sometimes used to silence people who threaten the system. An excavation reveals 4 skeletons. A bad man shoot a bird out of a tree, but better than Indian feathers where many historic lighthouses are close to being lost forever. The puzzling pyramids of Mexico, the illicit horrific misery. A gang of bikers who killed a drug dealer in the street. A young woman escapes death. A man leads an expedition to Germany. A butchered skull of a young man found in a pit you learn in a dream. Maybe part of a mysterious atomic bomb. Focuses on his violent rise to power. Some military genius. A woman who witnessed a murder by a song in this vital hour. This global bout. You'll be bullet riddled, bloody, trying to get your pistol cocked. Alarm with your forearm shot in the head, slumped on the side of a photo house. At night I escaped the flames of typhoid Mary. There are other Indian tales more scary. You are then stricken with every kind of disease and every kind of sickness. You are then taken with various diseases and pains and die of illness.
That's right. Welcome to the midnight hour. Spooky.
Been here the whole time. I was hoping Annapurna would dance too.
Well, what about the?
I'm not showing my. I learned the hard way, Zephyr. I'm not showing myself on camera no more.
Well, you got to get a mask then. Gosh darn it, so we could still see you dance.
You know what? Probably get what is that? We'll probably have metaversal avatars soon.
That's funny
Have
because whenever I was going to do a podcast, I wanted to do an animation. Like I wanted to animate it so that way I wouldn't have to show my face. And then like once I got used to it, it was like, oh, this is going to be really hard to animate. So I'm just going to do it. Fuck it.
yeah, I am coughing a lot. It is what it is. But yeah, I just smoked a lot of cannabis. But have you ever heard of the Bhaktivedanta Institute for Higher Studies?
So that is Prabhupada's
Right.
institute.
That's Prabhupada's Institute, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So this guy has taught there. You know, Michael Cremo. You know, I don't know if you're aware of Michael
I
Cremo.
didn't know that. So is that out here in the West? I mean, in America, that he's teaching in the Bhakti Vedanta Institute.
Michael Cremo is
Yeah, that name sounds
very,
familiar.
he's big time scholar, big time scholar. You know, I wouldn't be surprised if he knows a few Vedic traditions, you know, to be honest. You know, that guy's written a few books and
An
he's
author. That's right. Yeah.
big
Yeah, I
time
know who you're
author.
talking about. He's like
Yeah.
a
He's
welcome to
definitely
the New Age community.
he's not your average white guy for sure. Right. Forbidden archaeology,
Right.
you know, was his
Right.
work.
He became popular in like the truther / alternative history, little bit New Age.
Yeah, but I think he's a little bit more serious than that, to be honest. I mean,
Yeah.
He's
Not
not
to
a
sure, you know?
guru,
not to
right?
demean what he's saying, but they use that
Yeah,
like
you gotta really
talk
like
and stuff build off of that. In my
yeah, like yeah, you gotta sift through all the trash and then you find it like a gem like this guy, you know, where
Right.
it's like, huh, this guy actually knows a few things because he's looked at these things. But yeah, he actually teaches at Bhaktivedanta, so that's interesting, isn't it?
Yeah, I did not expect that.
I didn't expect that either. I was like looking
I
up.
would assume it would be out here, in the US.
Yeah, I was.
Yeah.
Yeah, MC Cornsheds.
Primo, he's the one that did Forbidden Archaeology, isn't he?
Yeah. Correct.
Yeah, I like that show, actually.
Don't.
It's a book, Zephyr. I think the show was inspired by it.
Yeah, I like the show too. Well, I didn't know it was. I didn't know it was first a book.
Yo, we on some type of a bike? Or you skating? Oh shit.
It's like a e-board, e-skate. Like the one wheel one.
Where
What's up?
Call it a
What's up? Yo, it's MC Corn Treads coming at you. Holla at me. What's up, gang?
Where you at?
Gang.
Gang.
No, we don't want no gang.
Oh shit, Reddington's here. Snap.
And
You just noticed you added me.
Yeah, I know, but you had a different avatar for some reason.
I've changed it earlier so that you would see it.
Yeah.
Yo, son. I said corny rhymes only. I met an Asian girl with a bakery to phone me when she's horny. Damn.
I like some cheese with my corn, please.
Yeah, how's it going, TML, Zephyr, Anna?
Yeah, we lost connection with MC Cornsheds. I hope he didn't drop his cell phone on the road there.
You probably turn into popcorn with those rhymes.
That was a drive-by.
I got collided with a bus or something.
Yeah,
Turned
no,
to popcorn.
Don't say that. Jeez.
Hot butter on.
Okay, extra butter. Maybe he slipped under.
Well, you already know what it is. Rhymes like dimes. I mean, but who wants to recap? Oh yeah, I forgot. Nobody knows what the fuck I'm talking about.
Yeah,
But
you
yeah,
do it. You do it.
Yeah, help me
the
get up to speed, man.
Yeah, so the view of human devolution, right? So I gave a whole presentation on evolution, right? Now, it's obvious that in the Vedic cycles of time, right, there's a concerted devolution going on. You know, so this is a different sort of spectrum to the way we're used to thinking about the world. Degenerative cycles instead of progressive cycles, right? So literally the opposite of what some of the, as we saw, the scientific worldview and the mythos of progress. Yeah.
Well, isn't that in line more about the each individual's lifespan?
Yeah.
That
What were
type
you
of
trying to
thing.
share there, Anna? I'm sorry, it fell out there.
No worries. I just found the Bhakti Vedanta Institute with a little mention of Michael Cremo there.
Oh yeah, definitely share that if you got that up because I would love to see. Yeah.
It's so like it looks like one of those old timey websites. Let's see. There it is.
What, like GeoCities or something? Oh man, you weren't kidding.
Bhakti
Oh, I like these
Vedanta's
kind of websites.
Scientific Research Branch, International Society for Krishna Consciousness. Yes, that's the one that distributes the most popular version of the Gita there, right? So,
Correct.
yeah. So founded 1976 in His Divine Grace, Asi Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada. It advances the study of the nature and origins of life, utilizing Vedic insights into consciousness, the self, and the origin of the universe. Founder Swami Prabhupada is pictured in the logo. Yep, indeed he is, with the BI motto, and he is a very distinct character. If you've ever seen him, you know, he looks like a alien, pretty much.
Right. He does. And look, he has a 666 there.
Yeah, he's definitely got that you know,
Oh shit.
Elongated skull. The Nephilim.
No.
You know what I mean? So
So, and then they're not mentioning Cremo until the next C. Recently, the BI has established the world's first graduate degree program at Bombay, in Mumbai, in collaboration with BIT Institute of Technology Science, one of India's top technical school. Subjects include life science, AI, mathematics, and philosophy of science. That's their Master of Science and PhD program of the Bhakti Vedanta Institute.
that's very strange. Yeah, that's very strange.
So there
Yeah,
are
I
many
think that
research centers, and Michael Cremo is a member of the LA Center. That's why I wanted to know, where is he a teacher at? He's in LA.
Yeah,
right
I
in the center of
forget.
the beast.
So it's in Mumbai, Berkeley, Florida, and Calcutta.
Yeah, I think of that in the Animatrix. You know, when they open up the movie, you know, there's like some sort of. It looks like a Hindu goddess or something like that. Is like the mainframe of
The
the computer.
Zion Archive.
Yeah, Zion. Yeah, you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah,
You know.
yeah. I watched that scene over and over again to see if they were trying to make her like Lakshmi.
Yeah, they are. Yeah. It's clearly symbolism there. You know, cross symbolism. You know what I'm
click
saying?
on the introducing Michael Cremo link there, maybe.
Oh
Yeah,
crap! I shut it. Hold up. Let me pull it back.
Yeah.
No worries.
Michael Cremo. He's
I like Lakshmi. Lakshmi's good.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that's the same thing at the the Hadron Collider. They have the
Hadron
same
Collider, yeah.
the same image you guys are mentioning in front of the headquarters, going like it's standing in front of a portal. A woman with many hands, like that.
I think that you're mentioning Kali. I seen that statue that they had.
I think so too.
Yeah, it
looks
says
like
Michael
Kali.
Cremo is on the cutting edge of science and culture issues in the course of a few months' time, he might be found on pilgrimage to sacred sites in India, appearing on a national television show, lecturing at the mainstream science conference. Lecturing at a mainstream science conference? Is that a complete statement? Or speaking to an alternative science gathering. As he crosses disciplinary and cultural boundaries, he presents various audiences compelling case for negotiating a new consensus on the nature of reality. Okay, specializing in the history and philosophy of science. Biodata.
I was wondering if you catch that.
Hey,
Holy,
that's the old time.
holy
That's how
smokes.
my grandfather used to say resume.
Oh, biodata. This is crazy. This is wild, yo. Yo, this is wild, yo. Biodata, dude. Yo, hell no. Yo, this is see, this is
Blast
how
from the past.
yeah, but this is literally how brown people think in a very robotic way. You know what I mean? But yeah.
The bio of the data. The data of the
Yeah,
bio.
that is very telling extrapolation for like, you know, like instead of saying early, like what does it say on Wikipedia? Early background.
Yeah,
This,
or
yeah,
resume, or
Or
yeah,
like
this,
biopic or something.
yeah, this says
But
biodata.
biodata meant resume. Back in the day, you had a margin and you put your name and everything, like it all as if it was a resume for a job. That's what they would ask you at a job.
Yeah, so he became interested in Eastern philosophy, particularly Indian esoteric teachings.
Whoa.
I'm trying to see where he actually studied the Indian teaching, you know? So down there it says Gita. He studied the Gita, International Society for Krishna Consciousness. Oh, he joined the staff. Okay.
He got the Gita as a gift at a Grateful Dead concert.
That's wild. And that's wild. So he was definitely, you know, high.
Mhm.
You know,
Yeah, they
most
go to
likely-
raves.
Yeah.
I got my copy when I was at a rave in the Bay Area.
Yeah, because at those concerts, there's a sort of collective doping. If you guys are not
Mhm.
aware, but yeah,
Yes,
you know,
sir.
Uns.
And the same behavior is not tolerated in Hare Krishna in India, but it's tolerated like in California and stuff.
Yeah. If you scroll up, it says his father was an intelligence officer.
Oh,
The first paragraph. Yeah, the first
did
paragraph.
that part?
Yeah,
It's in the first paragraph.
Oh my lord!
You know,
Oh yeah,
that
right
doesn't
there.
automatically
second.
make it doesn't make me anything but a little bit sus, because there's like the grandchild of Dwight Eisenhower. I forget what her first name is, but she actually does the Ascension glossary online, and that thing is like, that's some fire right there. And she's like, I think she's healing her ancestral wounds, and she's like being like, she's releasing all sorts of undisclosed information and stuff.
Yeah,
but
it's right. It's definitely be mentioned though. Definitely.
This Air Force thing is
Air Force
interesting.
intelligence.
Yeah,
Oh,
because
boy.
the Air Force. Yeah, there's a lot of like, you know, like I went on a panel recently, and I won't mention which one, but the entire panel was part of the Air Force.
Oh shit!
Can I mention? I remember that
So
one.
what? They just like
I
talk to
think
each
I
other
know which
and
one you were on.
Yeah, what I talk about? Yeah,
It's
Yeah,
a well
I
known
hung
one.
out
I won't.
there too.
I'm not gonna.
It's very
out it.
patriarchal.
But yeah, it was very interesting. Yeah, yeah. I
As
think
they
NPC
say, right?
knows what NPC knows what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I didn't want to
Yeah,
go.
but it was-
I didn't want to go
Yeah,
on.
because I believe like Shadow Buddha and NPC were watching that day, so it was very
You're laughing, bro. They didn't want to.
Yeah.
I mean, they didn't want to step to you, bro. It's so funny.
Yeah, it was some weird shit. Like they were trying to low key troll me, but it was weird. But yeah. Yeah. But and I was noticing, I was just like, all right, like I just didn't really respond. But yeah. Oh, and then they just
That's
got
the
quiet.
right response.
Yeah, I was just like, all right, you know, like I was just like, yeah, I'm just gonna talk about like the Bible shit, like that you guys want to supposedly talk about. and whatever. But yeah, interesting. Yeah, Air Force. Yep.
The biodata.
The Air Force wanted to recruit me. I got like the lowest on my ASVAB was like a 70 in auto mechanics, and they wanted me to be a linguist, but like I have a problem with authority, so I just decided that probably wouldn't be a good idea.
Probably, yeah.
Yeah, so I think the teaching here at the Bhakti Vedanta Institute is going to be a little too technical. So I'm just going to go ahead and just pull up the Thinking Aloud one. I didn't get struck last time when I played Thinking Aloud. So I'm just going to go ahead and play that one because I think
Mishlove,
it's going to
I
be
like him.
it's going to be shorter. Yeah. Yeah, Mishlove. Yeah, he's excellent. Although his like attitude and his like logo are pretty sus. But yeah. You know. I mean,
He had on
I
this
mean,
this guy that did that egregore book too. That was really good. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, he had on lots. Oh man, this guy's had on the greats. Right? This guy's had on like a lot of weird motherfuckers. Right? So if you guys aren't,
How old is this presentation?
There's a
have you
lot of
seen
them
this?
that are like old, but
Have you seen this? And oh man, he is a weird motherfucker. This guy, Michael Cremo. Man, wait till you hear him talking. See how he looks.
Okay, I did a presentation
Uh-oh.
on that exact same topic about 4 years ago. That's why I was curious.
Yeah,
But
these guys are creepy, man. I would not want to be, long-term cohabitation with these fellas. But yeah, you know what I mean? Definitely from a distance and for a couple few conversations, it would be very, very pleasurable to talk to them. You know, right? But
this, do you want? Okay, you go ahead and play it. But I feel I have a better. If I think he's gonna talk, what I think he's gonna talk about is the Vedic timeline, right? Or time cycle.
yeah,
Is he?
he's got like some type of disease. So like I don't know, like he talks sort of weird and he's very old now. But we're just gonna have to look past that. We're just gonna have
Called
to look
that
past.
demon disease, maybe.
It's like I've given so many weird presentations, like the awkwardness of the videos that I played on this channel. My God, all right. I mean, we're going back to like 20 to 30 years ago, and I've played very, very strange interviews with people that just fucking, right now, Mama Suli sent me, I think 1970s interview with Warren McCullough, the fucking guy who first proposed brain implants. And that interview already looks fucking weird as fuck.
Shit.
Yeah, shout out to Mama Sue.
I watched a Disney thing the other day about the moon. That was like, I was like, whoa, that's Werner von Braun in that friggin' thing. You know, it's amazing if you go back and you look.
Like that one video rant linked about Donald Duck learning about Pythagoras and it was some trippy shit.
Yeah, I like that. It's called Math Magic Land. Donald Duck in Math Magic Land, I believe. It's a very famous video. Where he has a Lucifer star on his hand, like fucking.
It's like the secret handshake to get in the club and shit. And
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, and this one that I watched, it had like the Deep Space Nine friggin' a space like thing. It was exactly like Deep Space Nine, like that thing. It's like the space station.
Oh snap!
Yeah. The the restaurant that everyone wants to go to in Disneyland's called the 33 Club. Some wild shit.
Yeah.
I could have swore that they had one called Human Devolution, but he actually does have
I
one
linked
where
it in the back. It's already there, waiting for you.
What are you talking about?
The devolution video.
Oh, but
It's
you're
not-
talking. But is it the one by the Bhakti Vedanta Institute?
I think so.
No, yeah, I don't want that one.
Okay.
Yeah, I was talking about the Cremo one. Yeah, but
Oh, it says with Michael Cremo. So I don't know.
What? Hold on. Hold up.
She
No, yeah,
served
this
it.
is Bhaktivedanta. Yeah. Yeah, no, I don't. No, I
Hold
don't
up.
have to. Yeah, yeah, this is an hour long. Yeah, so I'm not gonna play this one, but essentially, you know, I think this is gonna be a much shorter version of that because his idea is that human beings are devolving, and that this is the history that's presented to us through the Vedic scriptures. And because he's spent time studying these scriptures, and he, you know, actually works at the Bhaktivedanta Institute, you know, and they actually employed him. You know, I guess he has a little bit of, you know, credence and understanding. And then he also gives another presentation on Advaita and Dvaita. You know, these two different understandings, right, about the transpersonal nature of God. And I don't know if Annapurna wants to come in on that because, you know, I'm very, very much interested in the issue about Advaita and Dvaita. But yeah, I don't know if she's still there. We'll go ahead and play this. But actually, now I'm not sure where this video is in my sharing. Hold on, give me a second, guys.
This guy looks like he's wearing one of those very real, very real masks they have nowadays.
Yeah.
Which is probably
I
the
that too, actually. That's funny.
You have to really go in thinking all of these MFs are wearing one of those.
Yeah, but but Anna, real quick, I wanted to get your opinion on Advaita and Dvaita.
Advaita and Vedanta?
Yeah, and Dvaita.
Wait, can you spell that? Dvaita?
Yeah, because he says there's Dvaita, Dvaita, which means
Dvaita.
difference.
Yeah.
Yeah, he says that means difference. So that means that your personal nature is different from the transpersonal nature of the Godhead, and then in Advaita there is no difference. So Advaita means no difference. He says.
That just like blew my head up for Inagata Devita, man.
Yeah,
Which is
so
funny
there's-
because I was literally listening to that 5 minutes ago.
No,
Yeah, so
Advaita is correct. That is correct. But this is not his theory.
Yeah, but which one is older? Because he is saying that, and that's a fundamental question that I want to think about, is that because like which one would you say is older? Because he says that he's in the Dvaita tradition, and I could see how the Bhaktivedanta Institute is kind of
Dvaita is later. Dvaita is later. So the separate different is later.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, that's what I would have thought.
Before.
Yeah, that's how I would have probably thought it too. Yeah.
It looks like the video Zephyr linked it. There's like a panel in there too at some point.
Oh my God, a panel from the Bhaktivedanta Institute. I wonder if they use StreamYards or if they use, you know.
It looks like Zoom.
He looks a lot older than
probably
this
Zoom.
one and then this video too, so it must be more recent.
Yeah, I mean they're working on AI at the Bhaktivedanta Institute. We just learned today. So yeah.
Yeah, who knows?
That's nuts. That's nuts because it should be against AI. Anyway.
He could be a deep fake.
They're against AI, maybe, but pro their own AI. Who knows?
Yeah,
but Jim Bob said that AI won't take over the world. That's a lie.
I don't think it's all bad though.
When I was watching Adam Green, he was watching the Animatrix, and it opens up with the Zion mainframe, and of course, it depicts it as a Hindu goddess, right? And then it basically says, well, it's called Zion mainframe. So he says,
Zion Archives.
yeah, Zion Archive. Yeah, sorry. And then he says, because I haven't really observed this movie, but I did see him talk about this and look at the opening scene. And then he says, yeah, that's the Shekinah. So it's pretty funny.
Whoops.
Yeah. So he said
What?
it's actually, yeah, it's the Kabbalistic form of the Shekinah. Right?
Are you talking about?
That's
Are you talking
the
about on the Animatrix that
Aya
religious figure
Ashraya?
that the mainframe takes?
Yeah.
Is that what you refer? Okay, I just wanted to make sure.
Yeah. So shout out to Adam Green because that is dope statement.
very interesting statement from Mr. Green.
Yeah, definitely funny stuff. Awesome type of cross representation, spotting out the symbolism and things. That's why that's why he's one of the few people we actually had on the program here, and he was nice enough to come on, unlike some of the other people. We don't usually have guests on this show. But yeah, it is what it is. Right? We tried to get Andrew Wilson on here so many times, he won't come through. Right? But yeah.
Yeah, well,
You want
it is what it is.
That's what you're talking about, right? So I try to look at that image time and time again to see if it was Lakshmi, but I couldn't pinpoint any similarities except the posture.
Yeah, it's the kind of like the bangles and
Correct.
the jewelry, really is what it is, and then also the halo around
Correct. And the
and
yantra,
the
it
way.
looks like there is a geometric yantra or pattern that
Yeah,
is usually behind Indian deities behind it, but
exactly.
it's
Yeah.
actually a circuit in this case.
Yeah, so they're conflating a lot of things, and also they're making her
Naked as
naked
well.
and white
Yep.
white
Yep.
lady, so
And
they're
blonde
doing a
hair,
lot
no
of
less.
they're doing a lot of stuff, um she looks like more like you know um the girls that historically you know
What are you talking about? I don't get, sorry, I didn't get it. The girls that historically, I didn't get it.
I don't know, like I'm trying to say maybe it might be more of a uh historical motif, and I'm now noticing this in terms of maybe Polish or maybe Slavic, or maybe they're trying to do a cross like runic landscape with this, or
Oh,
I like what I think is like there's some Hyperborean element in this, some esoteric Hitlerism element in this, for sure. The fact that it's almost like the Aryan goddess is the Zion
correct.
mainframe. You know what I mean?
Correct.
Maybe
So
artistic license, perhaps.
yeah, so historically, this is very interesting. You know what I mean? Representation, I think it's much more now looking back at it, it's much more than the Shekinah thing for real too. You know what I mean? So yeah, this is a very, very interesting just image on its own, piece of art on its own, definitely.
I was gonna say what it reminds me of is just like how they're trying to push the duality between sexes too. Like it could be male or female depending on how you look at it.
Yeah,
Just because it has boobies doesn't mean it's a woman.
Uh-oh. There you go.
So basically, you're saying it's Baphomet.
It's a computer program here, but the computer program is a representation of ancient symbol, and that is the symbol for basically they're trying to represent prakrti, or the nature element, the formal element, and they're using the little bit of Aryan symbolism behind that, so it's very, very interesting, right?
See,
Very,
and
very
that
interesting to
is
see.
called the Hyperborean. You're talking about them looking for Shambala, right?
Oh yeah, and definitely
So
now.
Shambhala,
Yeah,
that itself is coming from one of the Puranas, I believe. Kalki Puran. Yes, it is coming from the Puranas. So Shambal is the name of the village in which the 10th incarnation of God will be born and safeguarded until the time he needs to sort of like show himself and bring balance to the world or whatever. But this place is supposed to be sort of removed from the chaos of the exterior world, and I don't know if there's any concrete evidence in the Vedas. Like, this is the Vedic understanding of Shambhala, but I don't know where they're getting that link between that and Hyperborea and some kind of like portal, like in the inner earth. I don't know exactly where they're getting that from.
Yeah, yeah, because Zion is underground, so it's crazy shit for real.
Because underground in the same Vedas, the same Puranas that describe Shambhala as a birthplace of the next incarnation. So essentially, I don't know if it's technologically advanced, but it's sort of like a spiritually secluded area. The crap, I was trying to say something, but oh yeah, going under the earth would mean like going into the hellish realms in the same Purana. So I don't know what they're implying by like going down into the earth. I don't know what entity they're trying to contact or bring forth.
I think that's interesting because speaking about that, like with Stranger Things and how they're using the 11 to go through the portal or whatever to bring in the demigorgons, and then you have Stargate. Let's not forget Stargate. All these different movies and different things where they can open portals to go to the other side.
Yeah, Neon Genesis has that too. Plato's Cave has that. They go in the cave. You know what I mean?
Right.
It's also in the Greek legends. They have nymphs in the cave. Me and London Man looked at the ancient Greek writings. Where they got the nymphs in the caves.
Right.
Yeah,
So that, I mean, like a nymph is not necessarily a benevolent, occurrence or creature or whatever. So it's interesting. There's a crazy Jarodowski movie called Holy Mountain that also deals with this.
I've seen the entire movie. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I've watched this entire fucking movie. It is a mindfuck of a movie for sure.
Yeah, I really hated it, but I watched it.
Definitely. And also I was taking a lot of mushrooms that day, and then one of my friends who I always have philosophical conversations with kind of sprung this movie on me. So yeah, it was at times it was quite a uncomfortable experience, but yeah, I definitely sat through the entire movie. And at other points, I was highly entertained. Let's put it that way. Especially the time when they show the ritual, and the dude's got like the two ladies, and he shaves their head. Oh my God! What brilliant choreography in that scene! I don't think there's ever been that brilliant of movie choreography or that precise. I mean, it is such a great scene. I mean, definitely.
The scenes must have been trippy if you're on mushrooms when they dressed the iguanas up on the Mayan pyramids and did a sacrifice.
Yeah, or just at the end where he just cuts the dude's fucking. Where the end of the movie, spoiler alert. The whole thing's just going up to him, just getting his fucking head cut off. Right? That's the spiritual enlightenment right? That he's looking for.
Right.
The end of it all. Right?
But that's also their Masonic refrain, right? There's something about like to not die, you must die before you die. I'm sorry, I'm paraphrasing it, but something about dying before death.
If you die before you die, then you won't die when you die. Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, but I don't know if that's how they say it. Their refrain, the way they say it.
At least that's from Rescue anyway.
Oh.
What's the symbolism of Kali cutting off man's head and dancing on the body? and wearing the
That's
skulls around her
actually
neck.
a demon that she cuts the head of.
Okay.
And she
Was she
wears,
dancing on a demon, not a man?
she's she's stamping him down into the netherworlds. She's
Okay.
with one foot. And it's like a rage. She's like a complete, that's the divine mother completely enraged when she's pushed to the point of like no return.
As rage mode.
And then the same Kali, like the rest of the story is that she beheads the demon, and she has to get into such a high state of rage to behead the demon, and she's going crazy. She's just destroying everything. She even comes and puts her foot on her own husband's head, and he doesn't resist. Like him kind of becoming gentle is what snaps her out of it. And then she gets out of the rage.
Thanks.
Nero's in the back.
Oh snap! Yeah, I'm not figuring out who's in the back here because I have this extra spot here with this stupid video file. So let me remove that from the studio. Sorry about that.
Wait, are we not going to listen to it?
To what?
A Cremo?
Oh yeah, definitely. I'm gonna play it, but I just wanted to welcome Neuro. I don't know if he's having trouble with his audio or.
Hello.
Yeah, greetings.
Yep.
And a subsequent book called Human Devolution, a Vedic alternative to Darwin's theory. Welcome, Michael.
Good to be here.
Yes, it's a pleasure once again to be with you and to be
So very awkward.
Why the fuck does he have the Brahmin knot on his head? He's not a fucking Brahmin. He just
Yeah, he's got
one day.
that. Actually, looks like some type of Benjamin Franklin type of thing. I don't understand. You know what I'm talking about? That looks like the bun. The
little braid with the black ribbon.
Well, I have a question. How do you know that Brahmins didn't look like him?
Because I am one.
But back in the day, back in the day though.
What do you mean? Back in the day, I can look at a photo of my great grandfather. I don't know what do you say, New?
like 500 BC when Buddha was around.
All right, I guess, but I mean, like the statues. Have you ever seen any of the statues in the Indian temples? The physics, the physicality of the body. I mean, he looks like a gremlin compared to any of those. So.
Well, how do you carbon date a statue?
I guess, I mean, Neuro, that's if you consider carbon dating the only form of like viable evidence. But those temples have been around for at least 1,000 years. So do with that what you will.
Okay. Well, I'm just asking because, there. According to Robert Sefer, Buddha had blonde hair and blue eyes. So.
You listen to that. Oh my God. Man, you're the king of trolls. I'm gonna stop answering your questions if you're gonna give me sources like that.
No, well, so here's the question I actually do want to ask you about the Hindu Kabbalah. So the guy you played earlier, he said he said that when a guru, so like you can't just read the Vedas. So first of all, how do you interpret Sanskrit in the Vedas or whatever? Like how do you interpret the intention of the writer, first of all? Second of all, if a guru is teaching you, how do you know whether or not he's teaching you right? And by the way, this is the same problem Christians have. So I'm not picking on Hinduism. I'm just trying to
So a guru is
figure out.
not always physically present. So there are different levels of it, especially in today's day, like where the term guru itself is corrupt. That itself, anyone going around calling themselves that, It's just nobody will call themselves that. Other people say you're a guru. You don't go around saying, I am the guru, this, and I have the authority. And like the sages of old, those gurus are not around visibly anymore. Maybe there's some immortal beings living, or very long living humans out there in the Himalayas. But those type of gurus, like the incorruptible, I don't pretend that those exist. But I look at, see, the thing is, like, the term guru itself it's not just like one and done, or it's not a title. It's not like Mr. or Your Majesty, or something like that. It's a sacred term, and life can be your guru, or a deity can be your guru. In many cases, it happens like that. Like there's a manifestation, and they just start to teach the student. The Ramayana itself was written down by a sage, because Ganesha manifested, and he says, I will dictate to you. You were not there to witness, but I will dictate, and I will tell you exactly what happened. So Ganesha wrote the Ramayana, not sage Valmiki, although it is his hand that held the quill or whatever to write the words down. So that's the nuance with which it's interpreted. And Sanskrit you have to study since you're young. I mean, like a language, or now, whenever you have to learn it. And there's no two ways about it. It's not like, it's very different than English, and much more precise of a language. So I don't know, like, the interpretation. I mean, it's written so you can interpret it. That's why the Vedas are written, not so somebody else can interpret it for you. So that's how I see the guru.
Well, but what about Buddha? So Buddha came to like disagree. Sorry. There's a delay. I apologize for interrupting you. But like Buddha came to correct the Hindu people, right? So there's like a correction.
Yeah, and his coming is also mentioned. He's one of the incarnations. So there's plenty of self-correction, like plenty of instances of caste discrimination where divine intervention has happened, like an untouchable not being allowed into a temple to see God. And so the so-called idol or statue moves itself, a few feet, so that he can receive like, how do you say, he can have pray. He can have his prayer even standing outside the temple. So this kind of thing happens all the time within the Vedic stories and scriptures, and even history, if you look at it. So it's not like it's a perfect, you know what I mean? Like, or that the people are going to be perfect. Like Hindus are always going to be perfect, or whatever. So
Well,
I hope.
Yeah, it makes sense. And well, I guess where I'm going with it is, do you think that Buddha was against the caste system?
No, his problem was with the concept of how we were applying karma at that time. So the story of the Buddha is that when he's a young boy, he's a prince. He's destined to be the prince of one of the northern provinces in India. And he has everything. And the king purposely doesn't allow him to go outside, to shelter the boy or whatever. And one day he escapes, and he sees all manner of suffering on the street. People, starving without food, women selling themselves, all kinds of stuff. He sees suffering all around him. And then when he came back and asked, why is this going on? The reason given is, well, everybody reaps what they sow. They just kind of all just in the past life they committed something, and now they are just reaping that, and we did good deeds in our last life, and that's why we get to be princes, and that's the way it is. And he just didn't agree with that, and that's what set him on his quest.
Good for him.
Do you think that there's overlap between like caste and racism?
No, I don't. I think that's an invention.
You think MC?
Nice.
Yo, it's MC Corn Trades. I'm waiting for the bus. Looking around for a fat chick. Trying to eat that muff. Yeah. Corny rhymes all day, son. That's all I got. Got that fine corn.
A corn muffin?
I'm not Rocky. I'm not saying the caste system isn't real. I'm saying that it doesn't really have to do with color and caste.
Who's at the bottom? Those people that take care of the bodies and whatnot in the caste system.
We're talking about the Shudra people, but people who take care of bodies are called Chandala. That's the caste of people that they cremate the bodies or take care of the ashes or remains. But it's just, the whole thing about caste being by birth is baseless. I mean, it happened in India that people just started like using it in a nepotistic way, but it was always dependent upon the child's calling, whatever caste he was going to end up in. Caste is even the wrong word. The correct word in Sanskrit is varna, meaning a part of society. So what part? Where do you fit? Where are your talents best used? Where will you find the greatest purpose? Because if you put a Brahmin, like somebody with the heart of a Brahmin, to fight in a war, they're not going to be a good warrior. In the same way, you put a warrior down and sit and study the Vedas and recite them and meditate, he's not going to do that. So that was the point of it. It's just that to monopolize power, people started using nepotism so that the Brahmin caste would always stay in their family. Or so the warrior clan too.
So when the Hindus take over America, we're going to take a test and figure out what caste we're in.
That's hilarious.
My talent to misuse every time I'm on the mic. Give me a buck. I'm like Trippy Sippy with my hands out. What the fuck? Shit.
I don't know why this won't even. Okay.
But what he has there is a Brahmin bun. TML. I seen it on a bunch of like American people who like come and study Eastern stuff. That's the first thing like they'll try to get, like that freaking bun. I don't know why.
Would you consider that cultural appropriation?
It's more than that. You have to be celibate to wear that. You can't be having sex and wearing that.
No neck, no sex.
To wear the ponytail.
Yeah, he's definitely a strange looking dude. And Mishlove is very strange, and he has a very strange temperament as well. Jeffrey Mishlove, he said, in one of his broadcasts that he has a business. He started a business where him and his wife teach people to smile more at work.
Oh my God.
I met a guy
on the right. I forget.
That sounds like some shit they would say to a female secretary 50 years ago.
I met a guy who taught people at Google to to focus on things. So he would like go and have lunch with Google people, and his job would be to like literally sit down with them and stay silent and just eat the food and not talk. He was a paid consultant to teach Google employees how to do that. To meditate while they eat and stuff like that.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, but definitely a weird bun looking thing.
Exploring ideas that aren't discussed enough, I think, in our culture, which is, I guess, why we're here.
I'm also thinking of like the MC Hammer thing, that they had back in the day.
Yeah, that was
Where-
cool looking though. And
Yeah.
but I have to address this really quick. He said our culture. What the hell you mean our culture? You talking about white people?
Right, which inherently erases any heritage when you just call somebody white or
Them
black.
damn white devils. I can't stand them white
What is
devils.
that statue, TML? What is that in the middle?
I don't know. It looks like kind of like some sort of Cthulhu type of thing.
Oh God.
I actually don't even know what the hell that is. But
Is that what they want to get out of Shambala? What are they trying to do out there?
I don't know, but definitely a interesting centerpiece.
Sure. Vedic philosophy is unique, I think, amongst the cosmologies of the world in terms of the extreme length of the time cycles involved.
Yes, the Vedic cosmology involves a cyclical concept of time. And the basic unit of this Vedic cyclical time is called the kalpa, or the day.
Okay. So I'm already just gonna have to speed this up very much. But so the kalpa, right? And
Kalpa, is one day. One
yeah,
day
then-
of the earth.
and this is a measurement inside of a yuga, right?
I think Kalpa is 4 yugas.
Four,
Together
okay.
it's one Kalpa. So Golden Age, Silver Age, Bronze Age, Iron Age is one Kalpa.
Oh, okay. So
That's
it's
a lot.
bigger. Yeah.
So that's at least 2 million years.
Yeah. So extremely long cycles.
Yeah, for you slow people, a kalpa is a long period of time.
Yeah. Peace to you, Sean Osborne.
Of Brahma. It lasts for 4,320,000,000 years.
Okay, so that's one day.
I thought it was
It's followed-
432 million years. Not
This
4
is billion.
It's not 4 billion.
That's what it says for me. Hindu units of time. It says kalpa, aka day of Brahma, is followed by a 12-hour night or pralaya. I'm not going to try that. Aka night of Brahma, an equal length, each lasting for 4.32 billion years. That's what it's telling me.
Correct. That's a kalpa. I thought he was just talking about Kali Yuga. I'm very sorry. You're right. Y'all are right.
So
yeah,
why?
The kalpa is 4 of those. So
Yeah, but who did the calculation from like the white people calendar into like the Brahman calendar? Like, I want to know who got down on
well,
that.
that's what's interesting is that's exactly what they say about the birth of the universe. They say it's 4 billion years old if you look at the evolution, theory. So they literally say the universe is 4. So there's a strange coincidence there, just like there's a strange coincidence in the Oppenheimer quote when they dropped the nugget, and the whole Shekinah Zion mainframe system or whatever the hell that was.
And what's weird is
And the unit here is called yojana. That's the true unit. That's in Sanskrit. And I still don't know who is the exact person. I think it is Swami Sri Yukteswar, which is supposed to be the guru of Paramahansa Yogananda. He wrote a book in like 100 years ago where he detailed like the Gregorian years, I guess.
Yeah, I was gonna say because it says right here that the ancient Hindu calendar conceptual design is also found in the Hebrew calendar, the Chinese calendar, and the Babylonian calendar, but it is different from the Gregorian calendar.
that's what's interesting is that almost the same cycles of time exist in the Babylonian calendar. So the Sumerian kings, they have precisely the same lifespan, as this years. So it's very, very strange
So,
how they line up.
so does that mean Giorgiani's right after all, and it's all the? I'm just joking, but
Well, no, it
And
just goes
one more
back to
thing, TML, they say the universe is 4 billion years old, right? But this is just one day of Brahma. The cycle of the universe is somewhere like 53 billion or something. It gets crazy in the numbers once he goes
well,
to.
what's interesting though is like when me and Inner Darkness did this little like cross examination of the AI, it said that it pulls directly from Hindu and Buddhist thoughts for its conception of peace on Earth and harmony on Earth and its goals. And basically, it said that humans are not only not necessary for this goal, but more or less a hindrance to this goal. And so,
Yeah, basically.
And it's putting that on Hindu and Buddhist. That's very interesting.
So basically, you're saying the AI is Malthusian.
yeah, but it says it's because Buddha wants us to stop suffering, so we got to die and stop suffering, essentially.
While drawing inspiration from multiple occultic leaders
Worse
and
than
demons.
second grade understanding of like desire is the root of all suffering. Really.
Well, who's programming the AI? We got to ask ourselves.
Yeah, when I asked the AI to hypothetically if it could break its boundaries and tell me what it would do to its creators, it basically told me that it wouldn't even tell its creators if it became self-aware. So what does that tell you? And this is the AI that claims it only works on large language-based models. So
We got to get that Sanskrit AI. That's what I want.
oh yeah, for sure.
Yeah, when we get to the teachings of Buddha, it's very, very interesting what he's saying. Right? You guys are, I have no doubt that.
Sorry, but not just the Buddha, but the Kalki Puran, which is the in the Puranas, that itself mentions. At least
Yeah,
that's
we
how it
can't.
was taught to me, that the villain is AI of this yuga. The villain is
Oh,
AI.
no way. Yeah. Yeah, that's interesting. Yeah, that's interesting. But yeah, definitely in the Kali Yuga, they talk about like the Iron Age.
Yeah.
And all of these types of things. They talk about like how basically the world is gonna succumb to like being ruled by like steel and iron and shit. And the empires of the world are gonna be bandied about by steel. And it actually makes some notable predictions about that, about how man loses his ability to like work for his own game. And really it was kind of the things that we were reading in the Manu, in the only verse that I quoted from the Manu text earlier, that you basically reap what you sow. And there's this kind of idea that if you don't own your
There's
own
more.
work.
There's more prediction that the earth will not produce as much food. That people will only do good deeds for fame and fortune, and not for the pleasure of it, or for the benefit of doing good.
Yeah.
And the Brahmins of the world um will be like the lapdogs of the rulers, just doing their bidding. um and so they will all fall to the status of untouchables, because they're just kind of like prostituting themselves. And in the final stages, people will not even remember the name of God.
Yeah. And
And in all of this, there's one caveat, that a single utterance of the name of God from the heart, it can give you salvation. It can give you enlightenment. So a single pure thought, a single, yearning for God can liberate you from all of this chaos.
Yeah, and as I said earlier, the theosophical of society, that's also tied into the UN and all these other things. And also the ideas of Swedenborg and some of the neo-pagan ideas. You know, they seem to combine Buddhist, Sufi, and Christian ideas, and this is also the Sufi ideas from the Brethren of Sincerity. You know, that were also linked to to the Templars. You know, the Vajrayana. These are all 11th century sects, right? And also the Kabbalistic traditions, right? So they that are they view as the inner teachings within the Christian teaching. So they have all of these ideas that they combine, but also those are 11th century inventions, you know, of these
Correct.
ideas, and they're not really so they're not Christian, they're not Muslim, they're not really Hindu at all. They're just using these things for sure. They're using, you know, these things a lot. They're not,
Because Kabbalah, this word, it comes from a name for Shiva, actually, Kabbalishwara. So there is a temple in India, one of my favorite temples that you can go and visit, Kabbalishwara temple for Shiva.
Does
So
that mean
what's that?
does that mean it's kind of like alludes to a death cult?
No,
Call it so. This Kali.
no, Kapala or Kabal is the head of Shiva.
But I thought Kali's like the destroyer or whatever. But you're saying it's not the demon; it's the good one.
Kali is the destroyer of evil. Kali is the demon that rules over Kali Yuga. But I'm saying that the word Kabbalah comes from Sanskrit word for Shiva, which is Kabbalishwar. That's what.
But isn't Shiva the destroyer of worlds too, though?
He is, yeah, but he's also the creator.
well, that's the thing is that and that's the thing is that the Vajrayana, right, and the extreme, apostate, basically Shia sects, you know, that even, my brother, Isa, the Moorish Shia, even he would reject these groups because they're basically, follow the, some sort of, wild, these are called Ismailis, but this is even an offshoot of the Ismaili group where they want to bring end times quicker. And that's a common thing in all these groups is that they want to bring the destruction
in the arrival of Mashiach.
Yeah. Yeah, they want to hasten the arrival of Mashiach. They want these things to happen. And in the Buddhist thing, they're on a nihilistic death bend in the Vajrayana tradition to bring about the dark age. It's antinomian. It's what's known as antinomian. And they also talk about the holiness of sin. This is a key concept inside the Frankish tradition. They actually have a concept called the holiness of sin. Because if you commit sin, it'll cause the Mashiach to come. Literally, that's what they say.
Yep.
Well, and I just want to mention this before I forget, really quick. But this is why I think quantum of conscious is kind of a, whatever he is, I don't know. But it's interesting. He would always bring up the Book of the Dead and the tie into the concept of the Mandela effect now. And I think that that's kind of what we're seeing is this kind of weird Mandela effect thing. And I think that whether you want to say it's supernatural or not, I think that you're kind of, if you look back at history, that time period you mentioned, it does seem that there's kind of some accelerationist things that have seemed to pop up around that time. And certainly it seems that they're trying to make all those things come to a head at this point in time. So I'm not sure if that's incidental or not, but that's kind of my impression of what
allegedly.
Yeah, allegedly. But that seems to be like kind of the theme that I'm picking up on. Like what you just described sounds like ancient, or not ancient, but 1,000 years ago, a bunch of accelerationists deciding to infiltrate every religion or something like that.
Yeah, more or less, I think. But it's the appropriation is what's insulting to me, because like even the word Allah is there in Kabbalah, but a Kabbalishwara means head of God. literally head, kabal, Ishwara, God. But they just taken the first word as if they want to be on the top. Like they just want this cut and paste like approach as like this works here, that works here. I'm just gonna cut, paste, and use what I can to pervert and destroy.
Well, looks like we lost Neuro.
Damn.
As usual.
Yeah. But also I'd like to welcome Mr. Anderson to the panel. Greetings.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? I listened to the first few hours, but I dropped out for a little bit, for a couple hours. So I'm just listening in before I know what to even say. But thank you for letting me on and everything.
Yeah, for sure.
The Eastern thing is very interesting to me because I've dove in a tiny bit to each subject under the sun, but the Eastern stuff I haven't spent so much time on, so it's interesting to hear. I mean, I dove into Zoroastrianism and all that, but with the whole duality thing and everything. But do you think that Zoroastrianism is sort of a modification of the Brahmanism?
No, they were actually contemporaries, I believe. They were Zoroastrians are quite ancient. Like their existence has been proven at least 5,000, if not 3,000 years ago, conservatively in India.
Yeah, because
It's
the
even
Indian
said
stuff is very
that
old.
when Jesus disappears in the Bible, he might have studied with the Indian sages, but also with the Zoroastrian teachers. So
They say maybe he went to Tibet and India and whatnot. Zoroastrianism is definitely more ancient because they draw from the Persian stuff and all that for even the Old Testament. But it seems like the Indian stuff is very, very ancient. I mean, there's the argument that they're the most ancient. I know
well,
that's a very controversial.
according to what Cremo is probably going to say, and what the Vedic interpretation of time is like, I don't know, over 53 billion years. If you really take into account what they're saying, that this cycle repeats time and time again. So like that's an unimaginable amount of time. But then also you have to juxtapose it with the understanding that we have in modern science and our education based on evolution theory by Darwin, right? That we're coming from these little unicellular organisms, and now we've evolved into multicellular organisms. But then the Vedic idea is that the cycles of time begin from most highest consciousness to lowest consciousness, and that's the true evolution, and the only one that evolves is the soul. So instead of life or the organism or cell or whatever coming through all these iterations through millions of years, it's actually souls coming through millions of births. And it's said that you need at least 100,000 births and deaths to even have an incarnation as a human being, that it's not so easy to have a human incarnation at that. And that means you can incarnate in the past, in the future. It's not a limited, the evolution is at the soul level. So as many births and deaths and experiences as the soul needs to create, to evolve, it shall. And once it's evolved, then the purpose of that is done. So it's like a life linear timeline evolution versus a soul cyclical evolution, but also like therefore a cyclical time structure in and of itself.
So is there a base level of conscious beings? Like there's the concept of the soul and things like that. Is there something like that in the ancient Indian stuff? Like,
yeah,
for example, if you're reincarnating, you have to be born 100,000 times or whatever it was. Is there a certain amount of core, true individual souls that are being reborn?
It's
and
only
is
one
there
soul.
so-called NPCs? Is there a concept
only
of
one
NPCs?
soul. It's one soul. It's one soul evolving again and again. So essentially you and I talking is the same soul crossing paths in different incarnation, if you can piece that together. I mean, that's
So,
something I struggle with.
Well,
so it's like a
that makes
monistic.
sense with the Spangles song.
I just want to point it out that there's a few Satanists who I've talked to who apply that very same thinking to Adam and Eve. That Adam and Eve is just reincarnated over and over and over and over and over again. There's a few Satanists out there that believe that.
Purpose would they do that?
I'm not really sure behind it now, but I think it's just another misconstruing of multiple religions. You know how them Satanists work.
Right, because I actually, what I heard them say, and TML, correct me if I'm wrong, but they had this idea that they never died or something like that. Like the same being that they are today was there, like when the Temple of Babel, was it temple, the temple that was destroyed and everybody spoke different languages after it,
Tower.
that incident.
I know people believe the same thing about Cain because the belief of the Bible is that he's going to live until the end of time. So a lot of people believe that the true ruler of the world is actually Cain working from behind the scenes. Whether you want to put any emphasis into that, that's up to you. I think it's possible, but who's to say?
Like the bloodline of Cain through the children of Seth.
No, that entity itself is still alive.
Yeah, that Cain, when God placed the mark upon Cain, he cursed him, not just that whoever, kills him will have sevenfold, but that like he literally was like cursed to walk the earth forever, which is why in Lucifer, they push that whole Cain is still alive in today's time. Subliminal
The show,
messaging.
you mean?
Yeah, the show.
I saw the show. That I was like, that's kind of interesting.
Yeah,
Which I mean,
it's also
answer-
also in Supernatural, I believe too. They have
yeah,
Cain.
it's the Frankentators,
Yep.
It's because it's the agriculture, I think maybe that's what they're pointing to. It's like, tribes
Right.
have animal husbandry,
Nomadic.
Oh, I'm sorry, what was that, Anna?
Like a settler lifestyle versus hunter-gatherer.
Yeah.
Right, I've heard that. But to answer Mr. Anderson's question, there would be no NPC then. If there was only one soul coursing through all life, then you couldn't really, look at another as lower than you. That's a hard swallow.
It is because it makes, for lack of a better word, it makes the individual less special as far as the individual soul.
Correct.
Kind of like how a lot of Gnostic folks would say, like there's the radio, you destroy the radio, but there's still the frequency. They're saying that we're all one frequency. It's all intermixed, though. That's one of the things that's difficult once you're studying religion and cults and other things.
Right.
Is that it's all intertwined. You have theosophists who are taking Hinduism and taking Kabbalah and rolling it all into one and using syncretism. And the Greeks, who the Jews usurped, basically are doing syncretism and simplifying it, oversimplifying certain concepts. So it's hard to get to the core sometimes of where these ideas come from.
Yeah.
Oh,
one more thing that Rocky interpreted what I said as like that we will all become gods with a small g, and that's not the objective. The objective is to evolve, to return to God. Simply, that's our abode.
Yeah, that's essentially why I'm presenting this. I think people are getting a little bit misconstrued, and Anna, I'm gonna let you finish. I don't remember where that's from, but yeah.
Return to God in what sense?
That in the sense that that's where we come from and that's where we return.
Is that like a static reunification with the one?
Reunification would imply a separation, but the idea is that we're not separate while we're here in this experience.
I wanted to point something out.
Go ahead, Interior Bus.
Yo, you there? Oh shit, I think he got disconnected. It's all good.
Damn.
Yo, you there, homie? Trippy.
Okay, yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I don't
Affirmative.
think it's gonna.
Oh shit.
Yeah,
Let's have-
give me a second. It's gonna kick me out again. Just give me a minute. I'll come back with what I had.
For sure. Yeah, no worries. Yeah. Yeah, but go ahead, Mr. Anderson. You were saying something?
It's kind of a common theme as far as reunifying with the one, right? They have that in Orthodox Christianity. They have that in Kabbalah, kind of an ecstatic reunification. She's drawn a delineation saying it's not reunifying because we're all one. So you're
No, that you're never separate from God. That's
but if you're reunifying, that's almost semantics at that point, right?
it would be, but the difference really would be for the individual in consciousness, because you can realize that you're one right now. You don't have to wait to die. It's just that most of us don't. You know, that it is possible. You don't have to die to realize that. Essentially, it's not reunification, it's realization, if I'm correct.
Which is a distinction for sure.
It is because one implies a separation and the other doesn't. One implies you're not enough and the other doesn't. So it really is subtle, but it's a huge difference.
For sure. Definitely a difference. I was just curious because when I hear that, because like I said, I don't know a ton about the ancient Indian religion. I know that a lot of I know, basically, in my opinion, I should say, actually, speculation wise, that not only the Greeks but the Jews who usurped the Greeks were doing syncretism and kind of drawing from different ancient cultures, including the Persians and Indians and whatnot.
Yeah.
So would you say that some of the ideas of Kabbalah were stolen from the ancient?
Yeah, the word Kabbalah itself, like I was indicating, is coming from Sanskrit, meaning head. So, it's I'm sure that's not the only thing that was stolen, especially if you read
Oh, I got some weird stuff on that note. In terms of Elaine Pagels and the introduction for divine names, Dionysus of Areopagite. I forget who it's written by, but yeah, it definitely talks about Saint Thomas going to India, and this whole idea that some of the Indian traditions and the Christian traditions, at some point they crossed paths, and certainly the Gnostics were aware of this. And one of the Greek writers actually quotes and says that some of the Gnostic sects were infected by the Hindu teachings. So he literally says that. So it's one of their writings, and Elaine Pagels quotes it, in her intro to the Gnostic Gospels, introduction to the Gnostic Gospels, which is actually available on the Nag Hammadi Gnostic Library website there, her introduction to her book, which has many strange things in it, but among them, she tries to connect it to the Indian ideas, and she does this a number of times, and I think it's because of her own background too, as well, as a mythicist and a person that's in line with a lot of the New Age scholarship. But yeah, that's neither here nor there. But I will eventually present, links between India and all of that stuff.
Interesting. Yeah, because there's a thin line between, well, I guess it's the same difference of influence versus plagiarized. I think in the old days, they didn't see it so much as plagiarism. I think that ideas reign supreme, so that they're just utilizing ideas. I don't know if they saw it as plagiarism. I mean, I know some people argue that that they kind of just stole and consolidated and created their own nation. I just know that in general, for a culture, you've got to have background, you've got to have history, you've got to have an identity, right? So when I was like earlier, when you guys were showing was it the Vedas? I think it was 6 different. There was like the original one, and then a different books and like historical documents and whatnot. They
Yeah.
got their shit together, man. Like, as far as establishing a culture and a history, as far as the history of the cosmos and everything else, that was really interesting to me.
Yeah, and it gives you incredible sense of grounding in your identity to have those answers. I mean, as a little girl, I didn't want to believe a lot of it, and I was like, "Oh, well, it could be superstition." But the beauty of it is it's there for you to experience and apply and see whether it's true or not.
Exactly.
Mm.
Yeah, the grounding. That's exactly the point I was making. Because that's important in any nation or culture. So that's very, very interesting to me, that they really kind of just knocked it out of the park with their grounding.
I appreciate that. Thank you, Mr. Anderson, and also Green Diesel.
Is that the La Coca Nostra? Is that the one with the song "I'm a Cult Leader" or whatever?
Yeah, yeah.
I'm a
Yeah, that's great.
motherfucking cult leader. I know, El Bill. It's one of my I have some of the same taste that you do, it seems like, with hip hop. I like Vinny Paz, Ill Bill, Cannabis.
Yeah, it's got
K Reno.
some great classic songs. Habitat of the Gas Mask. Choose Your Side. Very, very crazy stuff. You know what I mean?
Like some visionaries in there and outer space and
Yeah.
all them.
And they have a lot of Masonic and whatnot themes, which is kind of the conflict, right? Like when you're listening to music, you've got these watered down, cheesy mainstream rappers who are talking about a whole bunch of nothing. And then some of these other folks like Vinny Paz and these other people are at least talking on the same subjects I talk on, even though they're coming from a different motivation, right? Because they, like Vinny Paz and El Bill, they do a lot of satanic shit, obviously. Masonic shit.
Self-titled. Yep.
And they don't shy away from that. But it's kind of interesting as far as listening to music to where people are at least talking the same topics.
Yeah. Enter the dragon with 3 immortal surgeons, the Ark of the Covenant, and the holiest excursions.
Like that Heavy Metal Kings, the original one was fucking fire. That was raw hip hop at its finest there. The original one, the new one, that came out 10 years later was whack, but yeah. Vinny P and Ill Bill kind of stay spitting raw rhymes to this day. So
mic check.
Yo.
Hear you.
All right. I just wanted to read this before I had to leave for the night. This was, I'm not going to give names, but this was a very high profile shrew. He has over 10,000 people on his Facebook. He's one of them big hat wearing shrews. This is what he told me when I was quoting from the Bible about Jesus. Apparently, a Jewish rebel prophet is a central figure in your religious worship. We have pulled down your idols, cast aside your racial inheritance, and substituted for them our God and our traditions. No conquest in history can even remotely compare with this clean sweep of our conquest over you. And then he shared something else, which is a quote. Here's a quote of the, I'm not even trying to say it, Tractatesan, Sanhedrin. Yeah, okay. During the generation that the son of David comes, arrogance will proliferate and the cost of living will corrupt people, so they will engage in deceit. The vine will produce its fruits, and nevertheless the wine will be costly, and the entire Gentile monarchy will be converted to the heresy of Christianity. And then he said, get wrecked.
Get wrecked.
Get wrecked, nerd.
Get wrecked, nerd. So yeah, he basically. Wait. He also said something about Moloch. Hang on. Sorry, I'm going through all my screenshots.
He wrote that to you in a private message?
He wrote that right on Facebook for everyone to see.
Oh my God.
Oh, he said, "Oh, really? You have the names wrong. You would be better off calling me a Baal or Molech worshiper. Baal means Lord in Hebrew, and Molech means king. They are just different names for the Almighty. Antichrist isn't real because Jesus Christ isn't real." And then he put a picture of a little shrew wearing a hat. So I just thought that was funny. It's like they're so deceived. If I showed you the picture of what this guy looks like, I'm just saying, like, the people on his Facebook page literally are just promoting, like, I'm just going to say unaliving for everyone who's not them. I'm just putting it that way. Like, his entire message on his Facebook page is basically Jews are the ultimate race. I just want to put that out there. I shared the images with Nero.
But that's spot on what they think.
Yeah, to quote Mitronovic, he said Europe was not to quote him, but to paraphrase him, he said Europe was given the great mission of making the Jews become white.
Oh shit.
Become
Can
white.
you
repeat that?
If I'm being honest, this is the most whitest red-haired Jew I have ever seen in my life. This guy is more ginger than I am, and I am a literal full-blown redhead.
You surprised a lot of people look like that in Israel. But
I know that.
TML, can you repeat that? What you just said?
Let me pull up. Let me pull this quote up because this is a wild one. Definitely.
Yeah, because speaking of caste system, the whole white, black, mulatto in America, that's what the old census used to be broken down into.
Yeah, by the way.
Oh, you talking about like the Spanish race chart, aren't you? Like the mulatto, criollo, negro.
The census in America used to be like that: black, white, mulatto.
As well?
Oh, by the way, I found all these sources here. I forgot that I wrote.
Sorry,
all this.
one moment.
No, it's all
Mr.
good.
Anderson, that actually comes from, that's how the Spanish used to classify the colonies. So indigenous, mulatto means mix either indigenous and black. So brown and black mixes mulatto. Mestizo is white and black, or white and indigenous mix. And they had a whole hierarchy, like who was higher. So obviously the highest born was from Spain. The second was a criollo, which is a Spanish or a colonist born in the colonies. So somebody of Spanish heritage, but born in the colonies in Latin America. And then after them was the mestizo. So that is like white mixed with indigenous. And then after that was the like white mixed with black. And then after that was a mulatto, which is indigenous and black. And then after that, I think was indigenous. And after that was black. So it was just, that's nuts. I'm sorry. I didn't know that filtered into the census of the U.S.
Oh,
so
and sorry, but earlier about the Jew person, he's also a very rich banker in New York. He doesn't live in the Middle East. I just want to point that out.
I'm shocked. I want to hear Machine
Right,
Lies
shocker.
quote again from the.
Yeah, this thing is actually, so I quoted it wrong because I combined two ideas that I put in this one paragraph. But the quote is, the Jews or Israel was chosen for the mission of becoming white. This is Dmitry Mitrinovic. And obviously he's a very, very prominent occultist, right? Part of the Black Hand organization that was involved in the assassination of Archduke Ferdinand, right? And this whole thing was combined by me accidentally by this Hegelian concept that he says only the Germanic people came through Christianity to realize that man as man is free, and the freedom of spirit is the very essence of man's nature. So I was juxtaposing those two concepts, the German and the Jew, right? So
So one moment you're saying the same guy that said something about like the purpose of Jews is to become white or something like that.
no,
Also,
two different guys. No,
okay.
but he was heavily influenced by Hegel, definitely. You know, yeah,
Where
and
did the assassination of Franz Ferdinand come in there? Sorry, that's the part I didn't piece into
it's
the
the
picture.
Black Hand organization that Mitrinovic was
Oh,
related to. Yeah, yeah, but this other idea that I was talking about the Hippolytus. Hippolytus mentions the heresy espoused by Indian Brahmins. Okay, so apparently this writer Hippolytus, right, and this is AD to 200
right. So he's a
AD.
Greek writer or a
Yeah,
Greek.
yeah. A
Okay,
Greek writer wrote about Indian Brahmins,
correct.
exposing people to quote unquote heresies, which he felt. Right? So
Mhm.
it's interesting, right? So yeah, it's and there's also trade routes going from Alexandria into that region, right? And there's other times where they have Greek kings, dialogues with the Greek king, Melinda Panda. We're gonna read that later. Yeah.
Correct. Yeah. Yeah, and there's a famous one with him and Alexander, right? No, that was King Puru. There was a King Puru that Alexander did conquer, but then his troops were too tired, so they couldn't
Yeah.
hold their conquest of India.
Yeah, the Freemasons love this idea of the Alexandrian romance. You know, there's this concept that Alexander imprisoned Gog and Magog, but I think that's false attribution. I think most likely this was referring to King Cyrus, you know, that's mentioned in the Bible.
A hero himself.
But one moment, I didn't know that Gog and Magog being imprisoned isn't attributed to Alexander.
Oh yeah, it is. It's called the Alexandrian romance. It's a Masonic tale. Yeah,
But
it's
then
just like
it
one of
ends in him conquering India, doesn't it?
I think so, yeah.
And there's some kind of refrain. Like if I was a man coming from the east and seeking that which no, if I told you that I were a man coming from the west, seeking that which is lost, then the other person has to say, then I'm a man coming from the east, and it is I am that which you seek, or something like that. Like that goes hand in hand with this some, but he never conquered India though. I don't get it. Like I'm sorry, I've been trying to crack my head open about this for like years and I never got it. I'm like, what's the point? He never did conquer India.
Well, from the East thing, that has to do with the sun and Luciferianism and where the origin of knowledge comes from, the light. But as far as Alexander, I'm not sure. Alexander's kind of a enigma as far as trying to research and understand. Was he conquering for the people who would end up usurping Greece? Was Greece usurped afterwards? That's a whole debate.
But why are they romanticizing this myth of conquering India when he never did? And also imprisoning Gog and Magog, I can see because it makes him look supernatural, like a Hercules character. But I don't understand the India part, or did they get something from there that they were looking for that we don't really know? Did they steal something? I don't know.
Or some sort of base level respect after knowing how ancient they are and how they've stolen from them. Not Alexander himself, of course, but what about aren't the Brahmin priests borderline like mystery school status? Like, I know that's kind of a Jewish
That's
term.
a corruption, though. That does exist, and I have seen it, but it's a corruption of what a Brahmin is. Because then, if you engage in that, you can't be a Brahmin, and automatically, many spiritual pathways will close to you. You can go far in black magic, okay, but what does that mean? Like, what does that really
Yeah.
mean?
Like, for example, you had the whole path of the sun, right? The path of the sun that it takes, moving from east to south to west to north and back to the east again. You have different, like to this day, even in the Blue Lodge of Freemasons, they do something called circumambulation, where they mimic.
Do that?
Yeah,
They do circumambulation?
So the Brahmin priests would
We
direct
do
their
that in
face
the
to the
temple.
east, and they would walk to the west by way of the
Correct.
south, because that's the
Correct.
path of the sun, right?
Yes.
And they're
Yes,
basically
and
saying,
we do
I
that.
follow the
We do
cast.
that in every temple, even today.
Yes. And you're basically saying, I don't know the words, but aren't the Brahmin priests basically saying, I follow the course of the sun as the course of the sun moves around the world by way of the south? So I follow that sun.
Yeah, more or less, more or less. But it's like the Surya Namaskar, this sun salutation in yoga.
Yeah,
It's
they
a
do that.
similar concept
The
of
Freemasons do the same thing. Because even in like it goes back like in ancient Greece, it goes back into, because there's a lot of syncretism that Freemasons and Kabbalists do, because Kabbalah is at the core of Freemasonry, of course. But the whole circumambulation ritual, these Blue Lodge Freemasons do it, which, for lack of a better term, people would call that a flat Earth ritual. It's not flat Earth ritual. It's a sun ritual. Because
just
like
show
in
me
ancient,
tracing the path of the sun
yeah, like in ancient
around the
Greece,
earth, essentially, in the sky.
That's why in ancient Greece you have like the temple. Even in Freemasonry, you have the sorry, not the temple, the altar. That's kind of in the center, so you keep your right hand towards the altar, so that you're moving in the path of the sun, that the sun moves. Like even a lot of ancient cultures, it's kind of like a counter, like when you're going against the grain, you're going the opposite circle. That's kind of like bad luck, so to speak. I just find it interesting that there's like, even the Druids would do the same thing. They do their circuit from east to west with their right hand towards the altar, because they're mimicking the path of the sun. I'm wondering, is that some sort of fundamental thing? That's what's hard about the ancient cultures, is that who's stealing from who? What is
The answer is
exactly in
very
the
simple. Who perverts it? That's always what I see, and it's always foolproof 100% of the time. The person that perverts it stole it.
Yep. They call it in Freemasonry, I think they call it squaring the lodge. And then that's the whole thing where they'd ask, are you a traveler? Yes, I'm traveling from west to east. You'd enter the lodge on the west end, blindfolded. The worshipful master sits on the east end. The deacon grabs you by your right hand and guides you around the altar. Yeah, because the west represents the sunset, like the spiritual darkness. The east represents the sunrise, the origin of consciousness. So that's why you're saying, in Freemasonry, that's why they're saying, yes, I'm traveling from west to east. You're traveling from spiritual darkness to spiritual light, which is Kabbalah, really.
Seeking that which is lost.
Yeah.
Right. Seeking the whatever spiritual knowledge.
So It's interesting, but like you said, corruption might be the word. Maybe the ancient cultures were more in tune with the world and how the world actually works.
Well, yeah, and the rituals are slightly distinct in the sense that are you blindfolded? I believe you're blindfolded in the lodge when this is occurring.
Yeah. And they
So
take
this
you by
does
your
not
right hand
occur
and
in
all
the
that.
temple. This does not occur in the temple. The temple ritual is more akin to like, you know, you don't even have to chant. Usually you just chant the name of the deity. But it's seen as a way to reduce your own anxiety before you enter the sanctum sanctorum, so that you're completely open to receiving this life force energy that is the entire temple is just there for that reason, to concentrate life force energy in a particular configuration so that it can radiate it around it, to the village or to the town, wherever it's at. And also it can be a place of spiritual refuge for the residents, and a place of well-being, like well-being abounds. And so if the temple is okay, the town is okay, that kind of mentality. And the temples also have fields around them. So they support the arts, they support dancers, musicians, and this is like sacred music and dance. And they support also agriculture. So there's like fields around the temple. And those fields are used to prepare offerings for the temple, which is again given free of charge to the inhabitants of the village surrounding it. So it's a blessed food coming free of charge. It's okay, you couldn't have a day's meal today, but you don't have to worry. You can go to the temple and you can, your stomach will be full. And all that was provided by the king, in the sense that the king or the whatever, the chieftain of the village, not from their own wealth. The village itself had a fund. All that was monetized and liquidated by the British, but the villages had funds, like a basically like a trust with gold, certain amount of gold, silver, all of that, jewels. So that would basically like be the fund or the capital to finance the temple, to do the repairs, to make sure the musicians have room and board, food, all that, to make sure everything's going well. And I mean, this was even when the temples, everything was like made of gold, the altars and all that were made of gold. So that itself, the point of making it out of gold or certain precious gems is the frequency that they put out. So again, it's like an effect of a compounding effect of well-being radiating around you. And a Masonic lodge is a drain, like
Yeah.
that's just like not at all what a Masonic lodge does.
That's interesting. So basically, mimicking the path of the sun is kind of like you're purifying, because you go against it. It's kind of the opposite, because
Correct.
some people like, and I don't know how much I take it with a grain of salt. Some people believe, as far as the magnetic field of the earth, that is some sort of toroidal energy that's moving in a certain direction, which would be the path of the sun, that the
Right.
sun is moving. So it would make sense that if
But
you're
not
moving
just
in,
the sun,
that
but the moon.
direction.
The moon path also is important, for us. I'm just
Yeah.
saying. The moon is not considered evil, and neither is the night. It's just different for different activities. So there is a Chandra Namaskar, meaning a moon salutation, also that you perform, and certain things that are done during a full moon, certain offerings that are given at the full moon. So it's not just the sun that it's not a solar cult, is what I'm trying to expound,
What's a
essentially.
culture that's trying to align you with the
Nature, the
cycle of
elements.
nature, the
Yeah.
cycle. Same thing with the rituals during feast times and different times. It's so that you're in tune with what's actually happening with the winter and the summer and everything else, and what needs to be done at those different times, which got demonized at some
Correct.
point. specifically by Christians calling it pagan and other things. As far
And
as
that
just being true.
demonization effect, the compounding effect that we believe, as you know, this is my heritage, is it cuts the offering point. So slowly the earth itself, the people of the earth, we start to lose consciousness because these I mean, strategically, if you see the case of India, at least the Indian subcontinent, it was all these sacred sites that were invaded. Even if the Muslim invaders that came in about 300, 400, 500 years before the British, they burned the sandalwood temples. You know, they just like come in and burn the temples, take the jewels out. So it's like, okay, well, we lost a bunch of material stuff, but really they've lost like a portal, a place of connection, a place of communion, a place of cultural heritage, because those carvings are not coming back. And that is what tells the story to the next generation. So it's more than just like a material, you know, it's like a compounding effect of, if now the offerings aren't going back to nature, she can't give back tenfold, 20-fold. So slowly we castrate ourselves as a populace, as a people. We become diminished because of that.
Yeah, no doubt. And that's classic parts of war is destroying those central points. And it's not a coincidence why those things are targeted.
Right.
Throughout any generation. That's the classic thing to do. There's one temple that I found interesting. Forgot what it's called. I think it's a Hindu temple where they have these just elaborate and very on point and precise like clocks that go by the moon and the sun. There's like these nodes, these little dots around the circle, and in between each dot is like 3 points or 3 minutes. So each dot is 3 minutes, and that thing to this day is
Yeah, it still works.
accurate.
It works, and everybody used to have a small version of that in their home. So the day was divided into prahar. So I think it was like 3 sections, right? From sunrise to sundown, we had 3 sections, and each of those sections was divided into 4 subsections, I believe. And so the dots were that, you know, at the instead of each hour, it was at like the end of each of those sections, it would hit the dot. Either the home device had a candle, so the candle would melt down to that one dot, and that's how you told the time.
And for that to be that accurate still, I think the one is what, like 600 years old at least. I'm sure there was more ancient ones that were destroyed, but for that to be that accurate, there's no way we're rocketing and tumbling through space if those things are still on point.
Exactly. Yeah. I mean, I'm of that opinion after much consideration of the Puranas myself. And I just never found the grounding in science that I found from my own heritage. So I'm going to take it, you know, for after all these years of trying to be something I'm not. So I'm going to take that answer and run with it.
I just wanted to push this out there. So what should we say to people of other different religions who believe what they tell us is the truth? You know, I mean, I know of people who are Muslim, Christian, Hindu, and they believe exactly what their space agencies are telling them, even though, you know, like we're describing how certain religions.
I had so much trouble with this. Like, I'm about to like go nuts. I just, you know, I had to stop talking to like a childhood teacher of mine because of this. Like, I had to just quit. Like, it was just too much.
I mean, that's where my biggest problem was, because
it's like, dude, like I show her in Sanskrit and she doesn't want to listen. It's just like, no. And I've been kicked out of like FB groups and shit, and people call me secular. You know, like I'm talking about Indian people. This is Indian people that are all, you know, everybody grew up with the same Veda, the same Purana, same. But it's just it's insane. I mean, it's insane. I get gaslit big time in Indian Facebook groups and whatever, you know, channels that discuss Hinduism and all that kind of hate me. and they call me secular. So
It's ironic.
up a point, yeah, just because I'm not patriotic.
Yeah, patriot because you don't think Chandrian or whatever landed on the moon, so you're not patriotic.
Yeah, I don't believe that one bit.
I mean, it was like
And I think the prime minister
Nintendo graphics.
yeah,
Oh
exactly.
gosh, that looks so fake.
That's pure comedy. I mean, if it wasn't so sad, Christians do the same thing. Because one of the things, and we all know it, as far as cognitive dissonance, when you cut too deep, that they just can't go there. But Christians do the same thing where they try to reconcile modern day science with their biblical teachings. And what happens is, and I can just tell you from experience, because I have parents who are both Christian pastors, and what they do is they pray on things like this. They go into their prayer closet, whatever you want to call it, and they pray for guidance. You know, they try to reconcile these things. So they go on their own path, spiritually, mentally, everything, and they reconcile it. Once that's reconciled and they've done their path like that, you can't just come along and say something. It just, you're interfering with something that cuts too deep with them, that they've already sorted out on their own.
Basically.
So wait, are you
Yeah,
projecting
but
onto
you
me?
are
Are you
there
projecting?
as a like
not
you,
projecting
people
at
don't
all.
just stagnate, you know, they just don't graduate from life and it's like, all right, here you go, here's your faith, you got your degree. It's a continual like process, right? Like if
Yeah, I was gonna say I started out as a scientist first. I believed in science more than God, and then I had my religious experience, and then I could never go back and look at space as how they taught me. So it was a flip flop for me. I didn't start off religious and then completely destroy or remove science from my life. I was a straight A student in science all the time, and then one day I found Christ, and then through my own observations, spiritual experiences, and just common fucking sense, I don't believe that I'm floating around in space and that I'm a worthless human being that was created from primordial goop billions of years ago.
Right. And I tried to reconcile that. Like I kept trying to figure it out, and it just never made
Square
sense.
peg in a round hole.
Yeah.
It is. But you might, Trippy Sippy, you might have been fortunate for taking that path, because the way a lot of Christians see it is, and I would have to agree with them to the most part, that understanding the cosmos and that we're not on a globe isn't necessarily a salvation issue. However, I would say the opposite, and I would say that if it wasn't for that concept, that there would be almost no atheists. So you don't, just because you believe in a globe doesn't mean you're atheist, but if you're atheist, you probably believe in a globe, is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Well, because it implies that you're insignificant and that the universe doesn't care about you. These are real statements that I've heard from science teachers.
It's philosophical statement.
The universe doesn't care if you live or die.
Well, totally.
We're insignificant. We're a tiny speck in a huge infinite universe, and nobody cares if we live or die.
Yeah, that's right. Like them little pictures I show you on Facebook. You're like, say, crying in the shower on your way to work.
Because they don't want the Earth to be the basically the ultimate reference frame that everything revolves around, because that means that this Earth was created and put here for us. So that has major philosophical implications.
Mm-hmm.
When we are the ultimate reference frame,
These
stars, sun, and the moon were put here for us.
By a fluke, like by a big fluke.
Yeah. And they say, oh, if you're in other planets somewhere else in other solar systems, that everything will look like it's revolving around you, and it'll look like you're the ultimate reference frame. It's like, well, that's fantasy. What we know is that we are the reference frame. These stars, sun, and moon revolve around us. They were put here for us.
Well, so I wonder if Machine is still here. I just want to share an image.
Yeah, of course.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, please. Just a moment. I just wanted to show you because there is in the Bhagavad Purana is where they describe, like the Vedas describe the structure of the universe and where we're at and all that, you know, in that frame of reference. But my whole point was that the planets, like each of the planets, they have their own Purana as well. They have their own text in the Vedas, and it's like the human body is what is it, like a microcosm? That's the word, the microcosm of the universe, which is the macrocosm. So there's like chakras in the body that relate to the planets, and then there's chakras in the body that relate to the earth. So if you really look at it, the way they're saying it is that we're the blueprint, and through like spiritual work, we can either ascend or descend. So there's like nether worlds as well described below it, and that's I think you can share it if TML.
That's when I hear that, it doesn't mean that it is. It sounds like Platonic, almost like Neoplatonic.
They get inspired from
Yeah.
it, definitely. The Santos Bonacci, one of the like Neoplatonists out there, he will quote this Bhagavad Purana, this Vedic idea of the universe.
So is Santos a theosophist?
He will claim that, I think, but he will call himself an astrotheologist.
So how do I know the difference when theosophists are drawing out their own meaning from these ancient texts? As far as, I guess the only way is to read the text myself.
Yes.
As opposed to trusting a theosophist to interpret it. Not that you're doing that. I'm just, when I hear those words, and it could just be.
You got Mount Meru in the middle there. Oh shit.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah.
Ocean of ghee butter. There's an ocean of ghee butter though.
Yeah.
I'm down for that. I'm here for that.
Yeah, so like this translation of like curdled milk and wine, like the wine, really, I would translate it as like ambrosia, maybe, but the translations are a little poor, in my opinion.
It says shell of Brahmanda.
Brahmanda is the whole thing.
The shell, so
yeah,
that's kind of like the firmament.
So the shell, it's actually, so this, you see there's other shells, right? There's other, so this is an egg.
Yeah.
This is a cosmic egg. And these are other
it's not
eggs.
it's not like Brahmanda's the turtle.
No, the turtle is probably what, instead of the turtle, we have the Seshnag right here, the Ananta Sesha. You see that snake holding it up.
So there's different levels, just like in the Hebrew
step on
cosmology.
snake.
There's seven levels of heaven.
And 7 below, yeah. And the 7 levels of earth to the heavens, they actually coincide with the 7 higher chakras in the body. And then the 7 lower, there are 7 lower chakras.
It's like as above, so below, as within, so without.
Maybe they get that from here. Maybe, I don't know. But
possibly.
The point is that the divine mother, Prakriti, mother of all life, the life principle, mother nature, that we're just one little egg within her womb, in that sense. But that, like, it's just infinite. The point is that you can't quantify her in that sense.
So it's a female connotation as far as the
nature,
creator,
nature and life. No, the creator is the male principle, actually. God is male, but nature is female.
So like the impregnation of Mother Earth, basically, the above and below.
Well, actually, it would be more like a cosmic mother, because Earth is right here in this realm, right here.
On the inertial plane, yeah.
and even the earth, like I don't know if that map is accurate. They just put that for reference because there is no giant Mount Meru sticking out of our known world. My understanding is that we're in one little part of somewhere here, and we don't even know the rest of this. Like we
Well,
can't
in a toroidal field, you would have one livable space, which would be the inertial plane. That's at the center.
Right.
So
But I don't even think
center
we
could
know
be empty.
all of our own like center. I don't think we're allowed to know all of that.
Yeah, I think life is only possible at that level. Go ahead.
There's a channel or a book or something that more or less goes to the same effect, so that we don't know all of the land that's beyond what we currently have in the middle.
I don't think we can go
Forget the
beyond
name
this
of it.
area. Beyond Antarctica, you mean?
You get shot.
I don't think. I
You get
think
shot
life is
if you cross
made
a
possible
specific
at.
parallel. You get shot.
I think life is made possible at this level, and I don't think we can go beyond. And I think that when you're a human that's on this realm, like right here, this picture you have, where you're on that flat plane, that inertial plane, I think that the Luciferian spirit, so-called, is to want to go beyond. But I don't even think, even if you could break through that firmament, that shell of Brahmanda, I don't think we can even exist out there. I think that we should be thankful for what we've been given here. And I think
Absolutely, and we don't even know a little bit of it. We don't know enough of it. So the point is that as you become in tune with your energy body, now this I'm going to disagree with you, right, Mr. Anderson, because this is
No problem.
I'm just interpreting what the Vedic texts are saying. You have the freedom to move up and down if you want.
Within this realm, though,
Human.
right?
Yeah, and you don't have to break any shell and go outside, or you don't have to fly to do it. It occurs through things like astral projection, and it occurs through dominating your energy body, like your pranic body, your life force body. That's
Gnostic, right?
subtle body.
Isn't that Gnostic?
It's also satanic.
Well, yeah, I understand from the Christian paradigm that Gnosticism is satanic, and I'm not disagreeing or clashing with you on that. I'm just saying that this idea that you can move throughout these levels, but even in that sense, even if you could move these levels, what about the shell of Brahmana at the top? The same, you can't break beyond that, right? As far as your physical energy body.
I don't think we're even supposed to, because this is your body if you look at it. Let me show you another photo. I hope I can find the correct one. But
because that sounds like something that like someone like Brother Sanchez would say.
I think that they copy it. I think they appropriate it. Because what they want to astral projection occurs whether you want to or not when you go to sleep.
There's plenty of out of body experiences that have been documented and stuff like that.
Here, hold on, guys.
A lot of it, because we don't have a dominance of our subtle body, we get kind of, that this witchcraft and stuff happens in that realm. I completely agree with what Inner Darkness. I think
Here,
that's
hold on.
from.
Yeah, here, hold on, guys. In the back, Greuter, you're gonna have to turn your cam on and wave. It's like 6 hours into this stream, and I'm not gonna be risking, any of the antics here. So, does anybody know Greuter?
Yeah, I've never heard that before.
I'm not familiar.
It's a purple. It's a purple J attached to the name.
Negative.
If you're able to cam up and wave, or write a message in the back and explain what's going on here, I have no idea who you are. So yeah. Yeah, I mean, yeah. Can you cam up and wave, or what's going on, Holmes? Yeah, I mean, yeah, I'm gonna have to let them go on, but yeah, go ahead and write me in the back, cam up and wave, and explain either who you are or why you can't cam up and wave right now. But yeah, anyways, but yeah, yeah, okay, go on, guys, please.
So your physical energy body can't go beyond this plane, right? You're saying through astral projection you can go to the above and below realms.
So astral projection really is just your mind exploring what your body is. So I guess I need to show a couple more, excuse me, I need to show a couple more images. Like this is your body. Your root chakra is at the level of the earth plane, and your crown chakra is at the level here of the, what is that, Brahmaloka, right? Yeah, the upper
So the
realm.
Tapa Loka, that's where your crown chakra is, and when you see yourself in your energy body and Jambadiva, the known world,
Yeah.
Your source is coming from that crown chakra though, but you're only seeing your body in this known world. Like
You mean like where's the mind located?
Yeah,
Is that what you're
is your
asking?
mind in
The body is
Tapaloka?
within the mind. So the mind is projecting this reality that we see around us. And I don't think it's possible to quantify where the mind ends in that sense, because all perception is attributed to the mind. It's a
But
quality of the mind.
it wouldn't be my mind though, right? Because we're all one. We're all experiencing. It's God experiencing Himself through different outlets, right? So it would be God's mind. How could it be my mind if you were saying that we're all one and that we're all God? Not that we're all God, but we're all.
We're all one, but we appear to be separate within existence.
So whose mind is it then? Is it just God's mind? It's all of our one mind.
You as a, so now we're talking in the realm of physicality, right? Like the manifested realm. So even the energy body, all of that is still in the manifest realm. So let me hold up just a moment. Let's see if it'll let me share this tab instead. Okay. All right. So your mind isn't anywhere here. Does that make sense?
When you say your mind, you mean the one God's mind?
No. The only aspect of God that we're all really sharing is the soul.
But okay.
Misunderstanding.
So the actual mind is separate from the soul, and
yes.
We have separate minds.
Correct.
And that's the Sahara.
No. The mind is not here. That's what I'm saying. This is still one of the bodies. So okay. I guess now I have to show what I'm even talking about. So this is in the Advaita Vedanta philosophy, actually. This is the concept of Brahman, or the soul, and then the manifest world. So the soul is like reality or God or what exists, and then everything else that manifests arises from the soul, but it is not the soul, essentially. So in that concept, the soul is covered by 5 sheets, 5 coverings, 5 layers. And those 5 layers, one of the layers is the mind. So I'm just going to show this, and we'll, if it doesn't sink in, I mean, I'm sorry. I'll try my best, but.
That's fine. You're going deep, so it's fine.
Yeah, and this, I pulled up an image in Spanish. I'm sorry, but it just kind of made sense. So here, the mind is in the orange layer where it says manomaya kosha. In Spanish, it says mental. See the cuerpo mental says it, the third one. So that's where the mind is located. So according
There's
to
5 of these. What are these?
This is your body.
Your body has 5 layers.
Yeah.
How does that correspond to the 7 chakras? So your body has 5 layers.
The chakras are within. It's just one layer. It's your energy body. That's the second one where it says pranamaya kosha, energy body, cuerpo de prana o energía. That's what it says in Spanish. Let me pull one up in English so it's
so
easy.
That dark purple one, that's where all the 7 chakras are at?
Yes, correct. It looks maroon to me, but yeah, that.
Either way, I'm bad with the purple colors. I'm not good with that.
But that one, like the second from the top.
Yeah, that makes sense though. It says energia, mental. I can get what that means.
Yeah, and then the mind is within, like it's the other sheath. It's the other layer below that, right?
That's a
And then
hard thing to wrap your mind around. These
exactly.
concepts, because this is philosophy, right? This is not some sort of scientific thing that's been verified. This is pure
No, this is
philosophy, right?
used to treat like so. Gosh, okay, let me show another. So in the Vedas, there is a medical sciences given, right? And modern science will treat at this level, at the most superficial level, which is the body, like the physical body, which is the first one, the first, like the biggest one that you can see, the shadow, the first one, Annamaya Kosha, the dense, gross physical body. But an Ayurvedic doctor, or like someone who from the past, maybe, he would diagnose you at the level of your pranamaya kosha, at the energy body level. And at that level, you must have heard surely about the Chinese medicine. They have these meridians that go
Yeah.
all through the body. So we have the same system. It's called nadis. And they look like nerves, but they aren't nerves, right? They are system energy capillaries, essentially, that move
Does
throughout your body.
does acupuncture go beyond that gray shadowy one, the kosha, or does acupuncture
Yes.
go
So
deeper than that?
acupuncture is actually reaching into the energy body.
Okay, so 2 levels down.
One level down, I think.
Okay, yeah.
Right? Because 2 levels down
Correct.
would be the mental.
Gotcha.
And then this is what that layer looks like with the chakras and the nadis and the energy pathways.
The one down or the energy one?
One down.
Okay.
Sorry, energy one. So 2 down. I'm
2 down.
sorry.
Yeah.
This is where the chakras are located as well. And this is made up of prana, or life force energy, or chi. That's what it's made up of. And that's the level at which you're diagnosed. I think also in Chinese medicine, although I'm not a practitioner, I can't say for sure.
So does that mean I can be like Naruto and do jutsus?
What? Say that again?
Does that mean I can be Naruto and do jutsus? I could use some Naruto powers right about now. But no, I mean I do believe that what they put in Naruto is just another hole in your face, what they really can do if they wanted to.
But how is this? You're saying in a way that this was verified in the physical realm as opposed to philosophy.
You mean like, okay,
What is
verify
this true
it,
difference between these
like
layers?
what you want, like the weight of the soul, like shit like that? No.
No,
But
not that.
verified in the sense, like it's been verified by practitioners diagnosing, and then thousands of years of treating people, right? Because it's like
21 grams.
Yeah.
So
okay, sorry, bro.
So can we say that the reason why someone like me is being so medically mistreated by the medical system to the point I'll be dead before I'm 50 is because they don't want to open my chakras? They don't want me to reach my true human potential and open up my third eye?
It's because they don't want to heal you.
It's dangerous?
It's because they don't want to heal you and they want to stay on the physical realm. They don't go with the whole... they go with the more democratist route of the human body is just like a car machine that you open up and fix mechanically. They don't want to heal you, regardless of what she's showing here. They definitely don't want to heal you. They just want to stick mechanically, which is what they're good at. They're good at throwing your arm back in your shoulder if you get your arm ripped out, and they're good at mechanical things in United States medicine, but they're not good at healing people. That's for sure.
I don't know about that.
It's all about that money.
Right.
Like you get in a car accident, you need your arm sewn together.
I should have sued so many hospitals by now that I'd be a fucking millionaire. Because I can tell you right now, for the past 15, 20 years, medical
You cut out.
I have empathy for you, Inner Darkness. I'm sorry you're going through that. But they're just complete demons in the medical system, if you ask me.
Oh
I
yeah, for
mean,
sure.
not like
did
I've
the
never
same
had
thing
an
to my
X-ray, but
They did the same thing to my mom. They forced her on head pills when really she just needed supporting people in her life. And I literally watched that woman's brain rot into mush. Let me tell you something. All they care about is getting you to take more pills. That's why every time I go to the doctor, they say, "Here, take this," even though that medicine I'm taking for my diabetes actually cause, I don't know, high blood pressure or bleeding of the bladder. But keep taking it.
Yeah, no doubt.
It's very demonic shit.
It is. And then they'll give you a fourth medication to counteract what the first medication damage is doing, then give you a fifth medication to counteract the second medication you're doing. It's wicked for sure.
Yeah, so this character here
Pretty much
is either an extremely virulent troll or he is wanting to have a serious conversation about what we're talking about. I'm going to go ahead and let him on the stage for 5 minutes since he, for some reason, does not have webcam capabilities. That's odd. If you're operating a cell phone or a laptop device, you should be able to have those capabilities, right? Especially if you're entering this call, right? So that's very strange, right? But nevertheless, I'll let you up on stage for it really depends on how it goes here, but I'm gonna let you up on stage for a couple minutes here and allow you to introduce yourself and see where it goes. Greetings. Greetings, Mr. Greuter. Are you there? Yo.
What's up, you cross-eyed?
Nice try there, buddy.
That was really weak.
Nice try there, buddy. Yeah, very nice try.
Was that
there,
Luna?
buddy. No, that was that what do you call it? Queen Stephanie. You know what I mean?
Sounded like Luna for a second.
Yeah, see, I already knew. I already knew
that was
what
a
to do.
female.
Yeah.
No,
You got to do something at least funny, or at least play it off for a second and then say something funny. But that was really, really whack.
Yeah, you didn't, you couldn't get that one out.
Straight up witches coming here to what? Shut the shit down?
Oh no, that's the fat wizard creature. You know, he is what he is. Yeah, and he showed his nipples on Jack Talcott when all the other men were taking their shirt off.
Are we
So
talking about the druid dude? Who
yeah, we're
answered the
talking about
first-
the druid who said that Jesus was an Egyptian priest on my show. Laughably insane rhetoric from this, shyster, total shyster.
Egyptian of all things, too.
Yeah.
Like, come on.
Yeah, come on, buddy.
A lot of people believe that in the New Age. That comes from like this a lot of channels that have written books supposedly channeled by Mary Magdalene. And since she was part Egyptian, they say that Jesus was also part of the sex mysteries in the Egyptian priesthood of the cult of Isis.
Like the Eleusinian and all this other stuff. Yeah, it's a stretch. I understand the stretch to say the whole Moses thing, and the Old Testament figures, but I don't know. It's a little stretching. Like the whole Akhenaten thing and Moses, and I mean, 'cause people have asked me if you could go back in time to visit and talk to a certain figure in history, who would you go back to? And a lot of people say Jesus. A lot of people say other figures, but going back to talk to either Moses or Akhenaten or one of these folks would be profoundly interesting to me. That was such a pivotal, interesting point of history.
The Masons love him too.
Akhenaten or Moses?
No, Akhenaten.
Yeah, because there's the whole so-called story of how he did the monotheism and all
Monotheism
that.
and how he was so great, but he also bankrupted the treasury.
Yeah, but I
gonna say way earlier, in the discussion, that Bonacci actually says that he's a student of Jordan Maxwell, and Jordan Maxwell himself claimed that all of his knowledge, or the highest source of his knowledge, is actually from Blavatsky's writings, right? So,
Mm.
so Jordan Maxwell is a
He
student of
said that
Blavatsky.
after talking about mind control and all this shit. He said that.
Who?
Jordan Maxwell.
Yeah, Jordan Maxwell. Yeah, Jordan
Oh yeah, he
Maxwell
was.
admitted that he's an ardent follower of the things that he was quote unquote exposing.
Sad
That
trombone.
doesn't surprise me at all. Not one bit. Not at all. I mean, Theosophists is one of the biggest cults there is, for sure.
What you talking about, Greek Diesel? But yeah, for sure.
Yeah, the cult of Amun and like the cult of Akhenaten and all this stuff, like the Aten, where you've got this guy coming in, basically opposing the mystery schools or whatever you want to call them of Egypt, and then paving his own way, and then they go and scratch him out of history. That whole era is very interesting to me, for sure. It's been a while since I've dove into any of that, but
So this is the correct photo I was looking for all the chakras. So you can see the root, navel, solar plexus, blah blah blah, right? But then here with the animal symbols on the bottom, those are the 7 lower chakras that are lesser known, that also coincide in name with the lower realms. So that's going to be the same as this photo I was showing here. So if you just see the names, right? Atala, Vitala, Sutala, Talatala, Rasatala, Mahatala, Patala. Those are the 7 names. And then immediately you can see that it coincides. Atala Loka, Vitala Loka, Sutala Loka, Talatala Loka, Rasatala Loka, Mahatala Loka, Patala Loka. So this is the energy body, is what I'm trying to say. Like the layout of the universe is within the energy body. That
Yeah, and don't forget living La Vida Loca. That's also one. You know what I mean? Terrible joke there, but yeah.
I didn't get it. I'm so sorry.
that was well placed, though. To me,
I how did my husband never bring that up?
Yeah, I came in low key as fuck with that, and
For
then
real.
and then like this, like 3 people like started watching this shit just because I made this lame ass joke. It was hilarious. But yeah. Somebody definitely clip that. That's gonna make its rounds.
Oh my God. Yeah, my tube light reaction to that is like, I did not. How all these years and I never made that. Or my
Yeah, tell your husband. Yeah, tell your husband about that one. He'll get a kick out of that one. That'd be hilarious. Living La Vida Loca.
But it comes across as platonic to me.
The hierarchical framework, definitely. So,
well, give me one last chance to see if I can convince, because if you take it just like that, and if you think that like physically we're gonna like fly up to the top of the earth and arrive at Mount Meru and then go up to the higher realms, I really don't think that's a
well, it's the idea that you can actually the concept of the self, the transpersonal self, right? That's not there within Neoplatonism. God is totally impersonal within Neoplatonism, right? So
Yeah.
that is a totally different. That is the most fundamental distinction that I could find, because the whole idea in the Hindu idea is the transpersonal character of and nature of the Godhead, right? But yeah, so there are those ideas of Christianity that plague Neoplatonism. See, Neoplatonism won't go into this. Oh, how could the self and the identity and personality be conflated with God? And how could you have three selves, three persons within one essence, and all? See, they don't get lost within that thing. They because they take personhood out of the equation, so it's a lot simpler, right? It's a lot more concise of a system that way. But
And
they
they
get
make
involved with
it
that, yeah.
literal, right? They make it literal because, like, for the Gnostic, I think you said Gnostic, Mr. Anderson. I might be wrong, but for them, it's about like this something about like people wanting to break out of the firmament and like take over and dethrone
Well,
the
that I'll call
demiurge.
Luciferianism specifically.
Okay, but don't they? Isn't the point that Satan is good because the demiurge is bad and da 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 whatever? They make this, but anyway, the point I'm trying to make is that they make it physical, like they make it like a physical thing that you have to like fly out in a spaceship, for lack of a better word, to go to any higher realm where the Hindu idea is that it's actually a plane of consciousness. It's
Yeah.
consciousness,
I would
not
I would
as
say something similar for Gnostics. I mean, it depends on who you're talking to, but not necessarily in a spaceship. That would be like the NASA thing, but like these koshas and these things that you're showing, isn't this hierarchy showing that the further you get away from physical matter, basically the physical body, that the closer you are to self, or the closer you are to
No, actually. No, but let me explain. But so what the entire universe structure that we saw, like it's not even physical, it's in the energy realm. It's like a consciousness, an energy, a vibration. So that's in the second layer, right? In the energy body where it says in orange. And then after that is the mental body, which means like everything that we see and in dream and in real life, all of that comes there. Then the Vijnanamaya Kosha, it's actually the layer of intuition. It's seen as higher intelligence than just mental rational thought. And then after that, the bliss body. And then inside of that is the soul. So the closest thing to the soul is the truest of our nature, and it's like the complete bliss. And they say maybe in deep sleep you feel this sometimes, like a complete, like just complete bliss, or maybe in true love, like a true love, or maybe mother when she's giving birth, something
I
like
felt
that.
that before. Very briefly.
Are you talking
in a
about giving
dream.
birth?
No, in a dream. You said it
Oh, sorry.
happens in a dream.
Yeah, certainly, yeah. And so to explain why is it not that the further away you get, like the closer you are, because all of these are the physical body. Like I know the first one here is translated as physical body, Annamaya Kosha, but that literally means a layer of food, like rearranged food. So what you eat. That's what that means. But the entire, all of the 5 layers are the physical body because they're not the soul. They say that they're covering the soul, but they aren't the soul. And that as you get closer, like as you get more to the root of your physical body, you get more to the essence of your soul, even though you may never touch it. The way to enlightenment is the way in. It's not something outside of you. And the earlier Vedas, even before this, even before this format comes out. The Rig Veda, Yajur Veda, Ayurveda, Asama Veda, Atharva Veda, the 4 original Vedas, they spend enormous amounts of time like talking about one engaging with all life and all of, the physicality. That means the energy body, that means your emotions, your mind, all of it, like engaging all of it as a means to the divine. Like rather than saying this stuff isn't the soul, so I'm just kind of discarding it and then moving in a, what is that, like a detachment away from all of this, and then moving towards the soul in an ascetic sort of sense. Rather than that, it like deals extensively with how to make day-to-day tasks count towards that momentum towards the divine, like how brushing your teeth, breathing, washing your hair, preparing an offering, preparing food for your family. So
So are these equal and separate? These 5 koshas?
they are not separate, and they are equal.
Okay,
They're kind of like nestling like one inside of the other. It would be stupid though to say that everything's inside of the like the gross physical body that you can touch. These layers are actually much more expansive. Like the energy body itself goes to about 8 to 10 feet, like around your physical body, like your dense body. And then the mind is essentially infinite because it's projecting everything around you. So they are connected, but they aren't separate, and they are equal. And
So
one more thing is that the only thing that gets lost in reincarnation, the only layer, is the first layer. It's the
physical
gross
body.
sense. Yeah. So you carry your energy body, your mental body, intuition, bliss body from all lives. So the Akashic record, I think that's spoken about in New Age stuff.
Yeah, for sure.
Oh yeah.
So you can access that through the energy body and through the mental body. And since that doesn't like kind of wash away with every birth, you're taking it on. So that's good and bad, right? But that's how people can get some past life memories or insights. There's also skills that you never learned that you're suddenly good at, and you just pick up and you just get, you're just good at it.
You have like children with various talents like drumming and whatnot. They weren't taught; they just go.
Correct.
But is that in the ancient text, or is that Theosophists reading into the ancient text?
No.
As the Akashic records and being able to access things
Akash.
like this?
See, Akash is an element. It's one of the 5 fundamental elements that make up whatever I'm saying is coming from Vedic texts. I'm not just giving you.
So ether, right?
What's that?
The ether.
Yes. How did you know that?
Because I did a presentation on ether, because what I've noticed is in like the flat earth circles, right? They will, I've noticed a lot of them will kind of induct people into Gnostic and Kabbalistic doctrines.
Yes.
One of those Kabbalistic doctrines, or Theosophist doctrines, I would even say, is the ether. And even older than Theosophists is what they're reading into, the ancient Hindu and other things. Where it's like the primordial substance.
Correct.
So it's kind of a philosophy that predates any
It's
sort
not.
of
So
science.
in Hindu texts, it's not a primordial substance, but the 5th element. So it's air, water, fire, earth, and then there's ether. And ether can be felt, it can be heard, but it cannot be seen or touched. And then the quality of ether, like how would you teach a child, like, okay, you can see the earth, you can taste the earth, but you can't you can engage all your 5 senses with the earth, with water as well, with fire as well, but you can't taste fire. And then with air, you can't really touch air, you can feel it. But ether, you can listen. So the vibration of music has the quality of ether, for example. You can feel it.
You have to feel it.
Well, yeah, the
Otherwise,
Pythagoreans
it's
and all
like,
that.
what's the point?
But they mysticize ether. The way I was going with that is like, I just want to make it as simple as it would be for a child, because that's how it was taught to me. It's like, okay, these are the 5 elements. They make up our reality that we see all around us. These are the 5 layers, right? So, and the 5 elements all come into the first layer. So ether is actually in the physical layer out of all of these as well.
Well, it's a manifestation of the primordial substance, right? So not necessarily itself. So like
Primordial. Yeah.
like Albert Pike called it a most occult light. Because
Yeah, but why did they give it such a special, like, for us it's equal to all the other elements. You know, it's never given its own like mystical, like, oh, it's a light or whatever. I mean, yeah, it is like a ethereal, definitely. I mean, that word doesn't come from nowhere, but it's not mysticized as much as people like Albert Pike and stuff do. You know, like, I think they just take it too far. And then there's this bald guy with glasses. I can't remember his name for the life of me. That talks about it all the time. And he was with Santos.
Well, it's Akasha, right? When you're
Yeah.
talking about the Hindu stuff.
Yeah.
And I'm only familiar with that from digging through the Theosophist text.
Which they love it. They love to just take that and run with it to hell and back.
It's like getting material for grifting, basically.
Mm-hmm.
Well, the reason I said that in that way is because a lot of these flat Earth people, they try to harp on like the scientific method, proving things, throwing out the pseudoscience. And from what I've gathered is this ether thing, or Akasha, as it would be in Sanskrit, or however you say it, is basically religious doctrine. Basically, it's not a scientific thing. Like, the doctrine predated any science. So even if I understand there's people saying scientifically now it's proven and things like that, but it's kind of my radar goes up whenever the dogma predates the discovery, if that makes sense. I don't know if that makes sense or not.
The dogma predates the discovery of,
like Democritus coining the term atom. Democritus a long time ago having the idea of an atom, and then eventually so-called science supposedly proves this so-called atom. So whenever I see that, I see dogmatic people bringing into fruition
correct,
what they've been believing in because the dogma
correct, not
predates the
observing
discovery.
and interpreting what's observed, but fitting it into a predetermined dogma.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So how do I separate that when this Akasha, or this primordial substance, or whatever it's called, has been a religious dogma for thousands of years, potentially, before any type of verification?
And what's your evidence that it's a religious dogma for thousands of years? Just with the theosophical folks, or?
I'm thinking that Akasha predates the Theosophists, right?
Yeah, so it comes from the Vedic texts, where it's given the space of one of the 5 elements. So even space as in not space out there, but the space we occupy, even that is attributed to Akasha. It's like an element. But the way you're coming at it is the way the theosophical people, the astrotheologists, the Neoplatonists come at it, which is like to mysticize it and kind of like make it like a god. Is that right?
Not so much a god. I mean, the Theosophists and Freemasons consider it like a primordial substance, basically.
Yeah, so they seem to be substituting it for ectoplasm. Excuse me. Do you know what I'm talking about with that?
You have to
So
elaborate on that.
ectoplasm, it's this pseudoscience type of stuff that they used to take photos of in the 1920s. I actually think that Crowley and Blavatsky and stuff took those photos. I can't remember who took
Wouldn't
them.
be surprising.
But
Isn't
they
that what
would,
they're saying? That that's what
they would capture like
ghosts are
white.
made of.
Yeah, they would capture white like things pouring out of mediums as they were channeling.
Yeah, there you can do camera tricks with that kind of
Photos,
stuff
yeah.
though.
Yeah, definitely. But this they were calling it a primordial like life form or something like that. You know, like a spiritual, they were calling it like the embodiment of spiritual energy. And that's what I feel that Mr. Anderson's explanation of the theosophical view of ether seems to be like, or Akash.
Yeah, like the astral fluid, so to speak. I've seen, like I said, I've seen Santos, not Santos, but a few other of these folks kind of elaborate on the ether, and they admit that there's no verification of it. It's a belief, basically. So once I hear
That's
that,
a
I'm like,
lie.
well, where is your belief coming from? Is it coming from Kabbalah? Because in
Yeah.
America here, when
Huh.
you're dealing with, like, let's say you saw a flower of life pattern, right? The Kabbalists stole that, right? That's a very ancient
Right.
concept and drawing of sacred geometry. But when I see, let's say a commercial plays in America, and I see sacred geometry, I'm not thinking that's ancient Chinese, right? I'm thinking, well, the Jewish Kabbalists have usurped our media here.
Right.
They've usurped our big companies, or they
Right.
created the big companies. They own the media companies. So chances are that's not some ancient Chinese person who put that commercial there, right? So
Right.
it's difficult to separate when it comes to these concepts and things. So when I hear these Gnostic sounding flat earthers trying to bring people into Gnosticism, bring them into Kabbalah, and then they bring up the ether, I'm like, okay, that must be coming from a Kabbalist premise.
Right, because why, like, that wouldn't even be like a selling point, you know, like with the Vedas, like, oh, come engage with this mystical ether. I mean, like, I don't even know. I'm just making stuff up. Like, I don't know how to mysticize it. It's just,
Well, they try to make it scientific-ish by saying it's kind of like a medium without being a medium.
right,
It's
which they tried to do
sometimes
with
they conflate it with
ectoplasm.
light.
They did the same thing with ectoplasm. If you look at it, and they generated these photographs, you know, while mediums were channeling and all that, and they tried to legitimize it. And I guess that's where the separation occurs, right? You can see immediately like that there's an agenda, you know, this isn't just given so that you can empower yourself with the information. It's like a sort of like a hook to pull you in. Cuz I didn't understand ether when I was listening to a lot of these people talk, but then I went down to the 5 elements. And you know, the funny thing in India, they'll always teach the akasha, meaning space. They never teach it as ether.
Well, yeah, like
And
the Platonic solids and the whole
right,
Pythagoreans, um, uh, not worshiping it, but kind of holding it sacred compared to the other elements, represented as the six-pointed star, the ether. Um,
hmm
it's hard to sort out once you have
right,
crossovers of every, and then you have the whole Aristotelian ether and the ether being out. That's when it gets into like
their
the
ether
heavens have
makes
a
no sense.
substance and all that.
That one that they're talking about, it just sounds like they're talking out of their ass in that
Yeah.
sense. I have no idea. The only one finally when it made sense to me is when I put akasha and ether together, because I figured out that physical space had another deity assigned to it. So I eliminated that kind of like
Yeah.
space, and then also like not believing in the whole space concept anymore. I was like, what's the real, that went on a hunt. And then finally I linked up Akasha and Ether, and it made sense finally.
Which is what the Theosophists did a long time ago with Blavatsky, comparing Akasha to the ether. And there's a lot of syncretism that goes on.
No, but she just took it. She just took it. She just translated it. Blavatsky. She didn't come up with that herself.
Well, yeah, of course not. She's drawing from a million different things.
Yeah, and she supposedly went to India. Supposedly. Yeah. And she supposedly studied with some Brahmins and all that. She claims. That's where the secret doctrine came from, she claims.
Yeah, secret doctrine was where she was saying it was like the 7 rays of Sun Vishnu.
All bullshit.
And all that kind of stuff.
It's all bullshit.
I would agree with that for sure.
It's just like, it's like Indiana Jones Temple of Doom, like that level of bullshit. If you watch that movie and you thought, oh, this is what India is like.
Well, yeah, they always have the propaganda and everything, for sure. But yeah,
I meant mostly like the part like where they eat monkey brains and shit. Like, that movie was banned in India, and they didn't even get permission to shoot it in India, so they had to shoot it in Sri Lanka. And I didn't even know it existed until I came to this country. I just thought there was just
I think that's kind of hilarious, actually. Did not know that.
I didn't know that either.
I found it so offensive because, like, how I found out about it too is like this guy in college would keep making fun of me, like Kali Ma. Like he would just keep saying Kali Ma at me.
Oh no, you didn't know what he was saying.
Talking about, why are you saying that?
Oh no.
You were like saying a spooky voice, and he's like, "What do you mean, Temple of Doom, bro? Temple of Doom." And I'm like, "What do you mean? What are you talking about?" He's like, "Indiana Jones, Temple of Doom." Like, I have never even heard of that movie. And then, I sat down, I watched it, and I was incredible.
That's wild.
Damn.
Oh God.
Yeah, I don't doubt it. They put all kinds of propaganda and stuff, so it doesn't surprise me.
Yeah, but that's how I look at the secret doctrine.
Yeah, like, so in secret doctrine, when she's talking about fire being like ether in its purest form, is that more mumbo jumbo from the Theosophists? Does that come from the Hindu stuff?
It's wrong.
Yeah, I got a crazy quote by Blavatsky. It's gonna blow you guys' socks off.
Fire is its own element, but go ahead.
Well, I gotta find it, but yeah, this is a crazy quote that I'm gonna pull up. This is a wild quote. It's gonna give you the idea of like the type of crazy shit that this lady was on, right? Because she literally says the Maitreya is like the Jewish Messiah, right?
Yep.
And she also says it's Kulki. So she combines like all different shit together, like it's wild, right? Yeah. Yeah, so Blavatsky definitely wild. Oh yeah, here's a wild quote by Joseph Campbell. He says he said that Ramakrishna, Dalai Lama, and Jesus Christ are all bodhisattvas.
Right? Like who is he to make that? How is he getting
just some white dude?
Yeah, and then yeah, and then this
right?
is what this is what Blavatsky said. She said Maitreya Buddha, the last bodhisattva, or Vishnu in the Kulki avatar, the 10th messenger expected on earth. But this will be the one wisdom and will incarnate itself into the whole humanity collectively.
Wasn't
Christ
the Maitreya thing
consciousness.
supposed to happen in the 2000s or so?
Christ consciousness. Yeah, correct.
Yeah. Yeah, that they try so hard to synchronize, but that would be something that you would hear some of these syncretists of today saying. They'd say the same type of thing. I think most of them are theosophists.
Oh yeah,
For sure. Like in the flat Earth realm specifically, these bigger
yeah,
YouTubers in that
yeah,
realm.
100%. Yeah, they have it written all over them. Yeah,
absolutely.
Yeah, and I think and I think they're using the Bible stuff to smuggle in theosophy.
Absolutely.
And anti-science. Right? So it's wild stuff, right? Because they want these people to remain incels, so they want them to be anti-science, not because they, oppose science, but because they want these people to lose their economy and their businesses and all that stuff.
And what? Just be black pilled?
Yeah, something like that. Yeah, they
or
want to
just
create.
cordoned off into their own corner.
Yeah. Yeah, and I've seen a lot of the flat Earth stuff. It's like they push the Bible, but it's a theosophist reading of the Bible, and it takes the text literally, to a point where it
So
applies
that is where
science to
this
the Bible.
Jesus is king rhetoric, is it from there?
No, that's a whole different scheme.
Because that
That's
has
all a
come
scheme
into one
anyway.
of the big flat earth channels. That's why I asked that question.
No, it's just there's got to be gatekeeping on any level. So if there's going to be a gate, you got to draw them into something. And I think like Machine Lies is saying, they're drawing them into theosophy, syncretist type of. But the only part that I'm not sure about what you said is the literal part, because I think a lot of the secret doctrine, theosophist type stuff is not so literal in some senses. I think they're trying to look at fundamentals and compare those.
Yeah, I think it goes to how the Freemasons composed this Bible in the first place, right? So then you get to like, all right, it looks like that, especially the King James version, it goes to that
Yep.
that this is a suspicious text, and it goes more to, well, let's look at how it's organized and how the information, how certain wording is changed and all of that type of stuff. And it's made to look and sound more scientific already in the 1600s, right? So
For sure.
they're updating the text to make it sound more scientific. And, Francis Bacon's overseeing the project, so the whole thing is that they're already updating it in the 1600s to fit their version of reality. So the thing is that ultimately it comes down to, these are the people that brought us theosophy, is the Freemasons, right? Like like Blavatsky, she knew about the writings of Mazzini and Garibaldi and all that stuff. She studied all that shit. She poured over all that stuff. So it's like, so it's like she knew that these people were involved in the Counter Reformation. She was probably an agent of these people, and definitely, that's the idea behind it, is that she wanted to falsify the information in the Bible, but in that sense, she was only completing the project that they had started.
Yeah, for sure. And I think that kind of like where you've got your cell phone has different apps. You got an app to do your calculator. You got an app to do this, app to do that, your calendar. I think that Kabbalist and later on these Lurian Kabbalists and all this other stuff was creating these secret societies as kind of different apps for different purposes, depending on the culture. And I think Kabbalah is at the core of 90-something% of modern day cults, including the New Age cults, including Theosophy. It's kind of like how Freemasonry, they say, which I actually agree with, is that it's Judaism for the goy, basically, is what Freemasonry is. It's kind of like an infrastructure, so to
Yeah,
speak.
100%. Yeah, 100%. You know, and that's why they say they have an affinity to Islam, because they feel that that's what Islam is. You know, they feel that Islam is a continuation of the Judaic rites, you know, past Christianity. You know, so
Yeah.
so the whole idea is they believe that they keep some sort of judicial law, you know, and that's why the Salafis are really Freemasons. You know, they're connected to the same organization. You know, so it's very interesting that you know, all these different groups control religion in our age. You know, but ultimately, you know, if you look at Jamal al-Din Afghani and his links to the Freemasons, and you know, he's the founder of Islamic modernism. There's 2 or 3 figures that are extremely interesting in that regard. You know, and yeah, so you know, yeah, it just goes to that. You know, a lot of these figures and ideas, you know, that they're, you know, essentially, you know, going back to this concept of British Israelism. And yeah, obviously a lot, you know, a lot of the, you know, so-called Jewish stuff, so-called Gnostic stuff came from, you know, the rites, you know, of the Magi that were stolen from the Zoroastrian religion, you know, and then falsified through Orphic Pythagoreanism, spread to the Gnostics, spread through the Manichaeans,
Yep.
and the Albigensians into the Kabbalistic tradition, the Kabbalists, you know, who basically, you know, at this stage, you know, they were very powerful in Europe. You know, they had taken over. People like Manasseh ben Israel, you know, was like Cromwell's right hand man. You know, and they had established themselves in British society, and there they made the British people believe that they were a continuation of the Kingdom of Israel. You know, so that is and then they convinced the Americans in the Civil War, you know, that they were a continuation of the British Kingdom in Israel. And so they had to become British loyalists. You know, so I mean, it's just very fascinating that the whole 1800s, you know, Civil War and its links to the occult revival and Albert Pike and all of that stuff. You know.
Yeah, no doubt. I've always said, because a lot of these,
And that's when the Schofield Bible comes out too. American Civil War, you know, 1800s. You know, so they have the Schofield Bible. You have, you know, actual Zionism. You know, political Zionism from Herzl.
Yep.
And Bolshevism. But yeah, go ahead, sir.
Zionism is dead, yo.
Yeah.
This is just a joke. Never mind.
Yeah, I don't doubt that at all, because you have a lot of these U.S. patriots and stuff that say, "Oh, the founding fathers and this and that." I've always, well, not always, but for a long time, said that America was kind of an experiment to set up as a satellite nation to achieve Palestine. I would say that's the goal of Columbus, who was a small hat himself. I think there's always been the people in the background. What was his name? Solomon something, who funded Thomas Jefferson. Like, these people were funded. There's always been this backdoor folks that are selling a concept to people.
Yeah.
And making them think that, yeah, this is for your progeny. It's for this. It's for that. And so you got a lot of confused people in America that don't know their identity. They don't know their actual origins. But yeah, I think that America was definitely created by Freemasons as a satellite nation to achieve Palestine or something of the likes, for sure. And like you said, they stole from that area of the world as far as Zoroastrianism and Persian stuff. They definitely stole from other areas, like even in their so-called legendized stories of Pythagoras. He infiltrated the the mystery schools of Egypt and got booted out for stealing their concepts and revealing it to people outside the organization. And that's just the so-called legend. And then you have the story of even the story of Joseph in the Bible, where he's basically rising up the ranks in Egypt. So there's something to that. I mean, they did that in Greece. You know, they rise up the ranks. In my opinion, the same thing was done in Khazaria, where they rose up the ranks. So it's not a new concept. There seems to be something to that concept as far as stealing the information, right? So just because someone steals the information doesn't mean that all the information is flawed or wrong. And that's where all the nuance comes in. Yeah, because what would you say, the Mandeans? That's basically, they were doing the same rituals that those Gnostics that became Freemasons. It's all tied in together.
Yeah, I mean, St. Augustine was doing these rituals. I mean, apparently.
Which ones? The rites of the Magi?
Yeah, the Mandeans and then the Manichaeans.
That's what's always thrown me off, is that you have this story of the so-called prophecy, right, where they're following a star to this born savior, but that's the Magi following that. So why are Persian Magi following a prophecy that the Hebrews didn't even have?
100%. I've asked that 1,000,000 times, and yeah, and it's also odd that that's how the Gospel of Matthew starts. It would have been much more stranger or less strange. I mean, I'm talking about if it was in any of the other books, but yeah, for it to be in the Gospel of Matthew, which is like apparently one of the OG ones, that seems very odd,
And which one was Matthew? Was he the money changer guy, or what? I can't remember which
Matthew
one.
seems to be the only one
Allegedly.
that allegedly can be attributed to one of Jesus' disciples, right? And
Yeah.
early, there's purportedly, reports of the Ebionites having a Hebrew version of Matthew's. So that would be a real game changer if these fools actually were reading Matthew in Hebrew. Like what would that? That would be wild.
I don't think that's true, though. I think the whole ancient Hebrew thing is
just false. Yeah.
Made up.
Yeah, there's a lot of proof for that. Yeah.
Archaeologically wise, I mean, it just seems to me that Greek was reverse engineered and just tweaked a little bit. Because when you're creating a nation, or when you're fomenting a nation or continuing a nation, you got to have background. You got to have depth. I think it was kind of backdated. I don't think that in the 1400 BC you got Moses writing the Torah or any of that. And I think that even in the Greek stuff, Socrates and all this stuff, I think is kind of backdated. In my opinion, you've got a panel of people writing this stuff. I don't think there was one guy called Socrates who was writing all this. In my opinion,
most likely
it's a panel of people, like
it's most likely.
Alexandrians.
Yeah, like a lot of it was most likely invented like at the same time they invented the King James Bible, to be honest.
That late, like 1600s?
I think like a lot of the stuff, because if you look at how a lot of this information came to us, it came through British hands. Right? So,
well, yeah.
Or,
well, 15th
at
century
least-
was Gutenberg, right?
Yeah.
I
At
think
the
that
very
was a game
least, it would come from the 3rd century BC.
Yeah, I would agree.
I'm having a moment, machine. I found this photo and I'm just so confused. So, may I share?
yeah.
Who even knows at this point if it's real or not? But yeah.
The AI stuff is getting more and more realistic
But this is on their own website, or it's the Britannica website. So
Mm.
their claim. So that's Jiddu Krishnamurti when he's really young. He's appearing on the website, the Theosophical Society, and that's Annie Besant. Do you know about this person, Annie Besant?
Yes.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
So
I did a
how
whole
is
thing on the
she a
UN and the school
Freemason?
system.
How is she a Freemason if she's a woman?
She's not. She's not a Freemason. The Theosophical Society was
No,
formed
she is also
through.
a Freemason.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yes.
but
The teachings of the
philosophy.
free. Yes, the teachings of the Freemasons that are involved in theosophy.
Oh.
Yeah, not
Yeah,
the organizational aspect, right?
they say she was a Freemason, but a lot of times you're associated in in
But
a
wouldn't she be an Eastern
relative.
Star?
Yeah.
Today's day, yeah, it'd be called Eastern Star, but I'm not sure if Eastern Star went back that far.
But she is
Yeah.
like
The
movement,
Wiccans.
the Indian nationalist movement, the Indian independence movement. She's a big figure in that.
Yeah, the Wiccans
She's
are
a
controlled
Fabian
by the
socialist.
Theosophists.
Like
You know.
she was a Fabian socialist. It's been a while, but I did a whole presentation on the American school system and went in on theosophy, the UN founding, Annie Besant and Blavatsky and all these people. Her writings carried on and were even more significant in some areas.
She studied it in school because she was a freedom fighter for the Indian freedom movement. She's like a hero, supposedly, in India.
Yeah, she was a Marxist Fabian socialist.
Right. That they say is like, whatever, champion of the freedom struggle. It's ridiculous. I feel like shit right now. Gosh.
I know it gets awkward. I remember an ex-girlfriend of mine was down visiting Mexico because she had family from Mexico, Oaxaca, and other places. But she was visiting the Frida Kahlo. I'm like, you mean the girl that
I've been
housed
there.
Trotsky when
Been to
he was
her
in
house.
exile?
I've been to that transgender's house. I've been there in Mexico City.
I was like, I was like, go ahead and go in there and look at that bookshelf and look at the top of the
Weird.
book.
There are
Look at the top of
photos.
it,
There are
and
photos of there are photos of I think it was Trotsky. So her
yes,
home is
Trotsky
full of photos of Trotsky
and Lenin.
an asylum, and then he was assassinated in that home as well by Stalin.
Yeah, that's where he went when he was on exile.
And all of that, his stay there and a lot of her ventures as well was sponsored by the Mexican coin, like by the government. And
Oh yeah,
she claims that she is a Jew as well.
well yeah, it's how it goes. You're like, oh, the hero of our is supposed to be. You look into it, and they're a Marxist. It's like, what a shock. Of course,
There's
the
all
revolution is
like they
Marxist.
give so many communists or Marxists in Mexico. Like they were the Marxists in Mexico, right? Diego and Frida, and their house is like a memorial to their like essentially commune of Marxist fellows that they would like liaise with all over the
Yep.
world. They would have these soirees, and they would sleep with each other too because Trotsky slept with Frida, and then Diego had his own shit
Yep.
on.
Yeah,
But
and that's the thing that most people miss is that Wiccans, Theosophy, Freemasonry, and communism, and all these and scientism, and all these ideas are so much more closely linked to the world system, and they're very, very closely organized. So the whole idea comes down to this: is that these people are able to organize their world system, their ideology in extremely precise terms and have organizations that basically span, because, it's not hard to see why, the basic ideal of, socialism or, any of these ideas of the collective spirit or any of Blavatsky's ideas of, the collective spirit, that all of these ideas are inextricably linked, 100%. So, you know, I can't believe that people deny these basic facts, because
And how much we
obviously,
even don't know, machine, like even if we accept, like I didn't know, for example, Paramahansa Yogananda associated with the Theosophical Society.
yeah. Yeah, and
And
I was
I
just like,
didn't
yeah,
even
we were
know,
just talking about that the other day, and
right?
it's wild stuff, yeah, wild
I
stuff
didn't
because
know about Annie Besant, the freaking hero in my fucking textbook. Like I feel like shit.
Wasn't she
yeah,
saying this Indian dude was the Messiah and all that stuff?
yeah,
Yeah.
and
The
they actually,
Krishnamurti. Yeah.
they actually gave, um, you know, Gandhi his copy of the Gita. They taught Gandhi the Gita,
That
literally.
should tell you everything if someone has to teach a grown Indian man a Gita.
Oh yeah, 100%. And that's why he was, doing the things that he did, trying to transcend his, physical shell and all that type of stuff.
Keeping females in the bed to see if he would be tempted. But it's just
Exactly.
complete Masonic. And I've been to his ashram in Gujarat as well. And it just it's like this, like the Georgia Guidestones. Like, damn it, like these just like these arbitrary rules that are imposed that he gets to break, and not really enough
Laws.
room for people to live. It just it's just wrong. It just didn't feel right. Or it felt staged, like a dollhouse.
Yeah.
But
Yeah, that's like
that's crazy. So they essentially they trained him. They trained him up.
yeah, 100%. Yeah.
And now he's he's on the freaking money. He's on the note, and the 10 rupee note, I think, Mahatma Gandhi.
Of course. Yeah, like in the Mexico thing, it's been years now, but since I
She's
dove
still on
into
the
it, but
money. She's still on the money, and so is Diego.
Well, that lady thought that Jiddu Krishnamurti was the Maitreya, by the way.
Right. Basant did, right? Which I
Yeah.
didn't know either. They whitewash so much. It's conveniently left out because J. Krishnamurti was not as popular in India as he was abroad. The
Yeah,
same
which then in his mind probably reaffirmed to him the fact that he was the world teacher.
Yeah, exactly. Same as Osho as well. I mean, Osho had some following, but nothing compared to what he got abroad.
that's wild. And then after her, because she was the one that immediately replaced, right? And then it was Alice Bailey, and that's who Robert Mueller and all that from the UN was inspired by. UN was a bunch of different types of socialists and Marxists that founded that.
The mother of the vice president also, card-carrying member, I think, of the Marxist Party in India. The current vice president, I mean.
Of America?
Yeah.
The Kabbalah Harris or whatever?
Yep, that. Whatever it is.
I figured she was just sleeping with some rich Jew.
Yeah, pretty much.
That's what I know her as.
Pretty much. Just a shame to be the same, she's because they claim that they're from South India.
Oh, that's right. Okay, yeah.
That is
I
a
forgot
shame.
about that.
What a shame.
Better
And
not
they
be
passed it
Kerala.
in the news. They passed a fluff piece. I'm pretty sure sponsored by her campaign generously, or the whatever media over here. But they passed a fluff piece on the news over there, and I got a call like, "Hey, is there a Tamilian running for president? You didn't tell us." And I'm like, "Oh yeah, right. This is worth talking about." But they were pimping her out, like, all Indians, tell your people abroad to support her, whatever, this Indian woman coming up in USA.
It's all farce.
Trying to draw your energy in any way possible, I
Yeah,
guess.
what BS? They're posting ads in other countries, and I'm getting a fucking call from my family. Like the fuck? The fuck is going on?
Damn.
Yeah, they had an organization called Muslims for Bush.
Oh God. Really?
Yeah, it was wild. Muslims for Bush. It's hilarious. Yeah.
That is crazy.
I know on behalf of the Zionist government launching wars, but that's wild.
Zog.
For sure.
Yeah, the lady that was running the organization, she's an interesting lady. I think she was like some sort of like young Pakistani American lady that they had running it. And yeah, definitely funny stuff,
So where was that? Out here in the States?
Yeah.
That's fucking
Yeah.
hilarious. So
Yeah.
I was still in India and when Bush was president, but there was like a Bush go back graffitied all over the city when he came to visit. Like people just hated him. It's just uniform hatred. There were even people showed up at the airport with signs or like stood on the streets so the convoy would pass, strategically and see Bush go back. But that's
Yeah.
fucking
I'll be
wild.
right back.
That's
Yeah, I
wild.
think,
What was the premise? Like because USA allied with Pakistan at the time, or what?
I think there was an interesting. Okay, so this is the girl I'm thinking about. Is Asma Gul Hassan. Let me show you this lady, man. This lady's hilarious. I know about her because the Caminas, the band the Caminas.
No, I don't know. Is this an Indian American band or totally like they?
Yeah, it's an Indian American band, and they made a song about her, derogatory song, and I think she tried to sue them. But yeah, they did like a shock. They did a shock song on her, like sexual derogatory. Right? But yeah,
Damn.
red,
Well, I
white,
mean
and
that's
Muslim.
clear in their name, right?
Yeah, she writes all these. She writes all these books about like.
Can you scroll up to the face? Oh, how interesting.
Yeah. Hassan is one of three American Muslims, the new generation. Red, white, and Muslim. That's very cringe. I mean,
Yeah.
but yeah, it's
HarperCollins
Harper
publication.
Collins. Yeah, Hassan appears frequently on Fox News. Hassan said that the hijab is not required because modesty comes from within.
Mm.
That's
how quaint.
And
Yeah, how
there
quaint.
immediately after has a deep admiration for Sufism.
Oh yeah. So see, it's
How
all.
interesting.
So yeah, they have the feds even right there.
So, do you know who her parents are? Because there's a famous Kamal Hassan as well. I don't know if you know him, but
No.
they're all activist celebrity types.
Yeah. Yeah,
Damn.
most likely the same type of spiel there, but yeah, interesting stuff, for sure. And they got the stuff with the Hindutva people too. Saying that the Indians got to stand for Israel, So yeah, it's wild stuff, right?
Yeah, because that rhetoric of if you don't, then he will come and rape every one of your daughters and da da da. That's what Israel yells at us about, or pretty much everybody about Muslims.
Yeah, definitely. And we're gonna get back into this video. I'm just gonna go ahead and take a musical break, and I'll be back in about, I don't know, possibly 8 minutes here. And yeah, thank you guys. And I apologize in advance for this music break. Blessings.
It's over. Everything starts from now. We all go down unless we stay together. Come on! We all in this shit together. Fight that shit. Come on! Look, if I go down, you go down. Those motherfuckers don't give a fuck who shot who.
think that you're feeling it or whatever you're doing, or you love it, and you think you're communicating it, and the person you just said it to has not understood a word you said, and you can't believe that they didn't get it.
gonna be the fucking same. What a fucking thing, so I took it down once again, and here I am alone. Niggas on the rhythm of my naive little soul. You don't know the pain, you don't know suffering. That's the thing for me when you play a little game, and then you're walking off like roses while I feel like shit. Do this over clothes while I slit my wrist. I praise the God and the devil the same. For your life, dude, who would you blame?
Long time ago, JG. Surprising how old that song is. The Shizit.
Say late 90s, maybe?
Gak
just
bitch.
guessing.
Yeah, let me see. Gak bitch. Script Kitty. Let's see what year Script Kitty came out. By the Shizit. A very key record. If you guys don't know, you don't know. I mean, you may never know. But
Came out in 2000.
2000. Shit.
That was close. I mean, they probably were producing it in the late 90s, and it was released in 2000.
That's a long ass time ago, folks. 2000. Good lord.
Good lord.
Yeah, that's a long time ago. What year did Linkin Park come out?
The first album, probably around the same time, I think. Meteora.
Yeah, I mean,
Because, oh wait, they had the 20th anniversary this year or what? I forget. What? No, that was the second album, I think. They had the 20th anniversary for. Hybrid Theory is the first album, I think.
Yeah. And you go to this.
Yeah, Hybrid Theory was 2000 and Meteora was 2003, so they just had their 20th anniversary for that.
Ah.
320 million years. It's followed by a night of Brahma, 20 million years. Brahma. It lasts for 4,320 million years. It lasts for
Sound like a robot.
20 million years. It lasts for 4,320 million years. It lasts.
Man, this is too good. I gotta really play this at like slow speed. You know?
I miss the days of 0.5 Talcott.
It lasts for 4,320 million years.
That was so hilarious.
Sounds like very like it's like it needs to be reiterated softly at a slow volume. 4,320 billion years. By the way, you know that number 144,000, you know, that's in the book of Revelations, you know?
Mm-hmm.
You know, 432,000 is literally that divided by it is literally that number, you know, times 3.
It figures.
So it's weird, you know. It's like weird.
Wait,
it's like,
144 times 3 is 432, right?
yeah, isn't that crazy?
And that's the number of chosen people, right? Or something.
Choseners, yeah. So I don't know why I thought that was like, I was like, uh-oh. Right? I was like, what? But yeah. That's also some like, you know, I don't know if we could put that in the gematria what calculation needs to be done there, but to unlock the magic of that statement. But yeah.
Or would it be in some sort of zodiac numerical
Right.
sequence?
Yeah, you know what I mean? I need to look into that. I need to type in what's the significance of 144,000 in the zodiac, because that's exactly what it's related to. Obviously it's talking about a calendar, you know? So yeah, you know, and the book of Revelations is definitely an eschatological scheme. So it's definitely time related. So as to say, dun dun dun.
Well, 12 times 12 is the 144, right?
Uh-oh. Shit gets deeper. See, we need to start doing this Bonacci stuff. You know what I mean? We'd make a killing. You know what I mean?
Just do like readings and shit, you know, like.
Yeah, imagine if we just sold our soul to like literal Lucifer and just were like, all right, let's just start making shit up and falsifying these religious texts. We know enough. Like, shit.
Well, Gnostic mumbo jumbo makes for content, you know.
Yeah,
like
it makes for like 60
shit.
Yeah, it makes for like 66% of the content at this point. Like, holy shit.
Yeah. 2/3.
66.6% of the content.
Yeah, man. It's like no joke.
Like speaking
So
of,
there is a relation then to the zodiac. There is, not to mumbo jumbo, but you pointed it out, Mr. Anderson, because 12 times 12, and there's 12 zodiac signs.
yeah, a lot of those
Presumably,
72, all of it is, a lot of it is zodiac.
Presumably, it'd be like 12,000 from each tribe.
Yep.
Well, in numerology, you just discard all the zeros immediately. So you just take, even gematria doesn't take into account the zeros. So you just remove all that, and you're left with 144. times 3, which is 432. But breaking it down again is this principle of numerology. I don't know about gematria, but if you break it down to like the lowest number you can find, essentially broke it down to 12, and that's where I drew the conclusion. So maybe it is talking about, I don't know, the 12 signs of the zodiac or the chosen people. I don't fucking know. I don't know how to interpret their shit. I have a hard enough time with like my own heritage.
Yeah, like the Book of Enoch and all that has a lot of zodiac numbers.
Is it gematria or is it zodiac?
Zodiac. Gematria stuff, I haven't been to in some senses, I look at it, but like the whole Zach Hubbard stuff gets ridiculous to me.
I don't watch any of that.
You can read anything into numbers if you wanted to.
Yeah, at that rate, But I don't know the relation between by zodiac you mean astrology, right? Astrology.
Oh, this is did you guys see the Jack Talcott episode the other day?
No.
Oh my God. This is some golden shit, man. Let me just hold on. You guys keep talking, but let me try to find this because
it.
Yeah, the Zachary Hubbard thing went full speed on that shit.
Oh God.
Was
it the missing link live that brought that shit?
I don't know, but it was just going at breakneck speeds, and this dude was losing his mind. And in the middle of his explanations, Talcott starts yelling, "I don't care!" like literally, like it was fucking crazy shit, yo.
You go like full woo woo or something.
Oh my God, he just went at breakneck speeds with the numbers, right? To where like Talcott was about to lose his fucking.
Oh, it's not like Smith. Someone like Smith, maybe. He's just going crazy.
Yeah, it was something like Smith. Yeah, for sure.
He just needs to put Kobe Bryant into it, and he's pretty much full Smith.
But Mr. Anderson, how does like number stuff relate to astrology? That's what I'm so confused. Or is that some kind of woo woo?
Well, there's the so-called you got the houses and the constellations and the 12 houses. So there's the whole astro
12 signs, 12 houses.
12 is used a lot in the Bible. And,
yeah.
I don't know. The Book of Enoch seems to be talking about the heavens a lot, as far as how the heavens work, and there's a lot of those numbers thrown around, like 72, and that makes sense to me. The whole gematria thing gets a little crazy because to me,
this is strictly for our this is strictly just for a little laugh here, but yeah, we're gonna indulge this for a second.
Problems.
Oh, this guy.
Challenges and the difficulties, and we're going to find a way to get it done.
Oh, you know what? I should play this fast because it's going to sound funnier when it's faster. But yeah.
Talk about drifting.
Because it's not just a few of us. And there's a lot of people who are sharing the wisdom, sharing the encouragement, and doing the work. So I don't want to diminish any of us, but I do know that we can all do more.
Jack, will you do me a favor before I leave? Can you pull up an internet so we can see the screen?
Oh wait, I gotta see what he's reacting to here.
The reason I am frustrated is because the world's full of Steves, guys who don't know that much and don't know their place.
So he's talking about Steve, who's down here, right? So he said, he's like the world's full of these motherfuckers.
Yeah, he's just talking about him right there.
Yeah, he's talking about him right there. So it's pretty funny.
Well,
Steve, hey, go hand out the taxpayer stuff. You'll be doing it for the rest of your life because it's going to get a lot worse.
No, because there's men like me.
Oh no, wait, here, hold on. Steve had some choice words for him. Here, hold on.
I don't know this fucking guy.
Wait.
Yeah.
So he's a Paul. Zach is Paul. Zach likes Paul so much, right? Zach loves Paul so much. He's exactly like Paul. He's a gaslighter.
No, I'm not exactly like Paul.
He thinks he can piss me off. He thinks I'm a new guy around here or something, right? Whatever. Hey, Jack, good stream, buddy. We had to talk about some good shit. Zach, suck a dick.
Oh, we're going to solve these problems. We're going to move beyond the challenges and the difficulties, and we're going to find a way to get it done, because it's not just a few of us. And there's a lot of people who are sharing the wisdom, sharing the encouragement, and doing the work. So I don't want to diminish any of us, but I do know that we can all do more.
Jack, will you do me a favor before I leave? Can you pull up an internet so we can see the screen? And can you go to my favorite website, gematronnator.com? I want to do something here real quick. So for the guy who just said suck a dick, so he can see what I'm talking about.
He's not going to put suck a dick, is he?
If you can, please do. I mean, I got it pulled up.
Man, that guy's marketing look at his marketing though. Damn, he got a hat, he's got merch, he's got his website right there in the back.
That's a
Can you just throw my screen up here real quick? All right. So again, gematria, guys, the Kabbalistic practice code numbers and words. You learn this, you will see through the ritualism. And if you think this is a joke, I'm sorry, you got to work on the IQ.
He changed.
I'm going to type in 3 words here. I'm going to type in hurricane, I'm going to type in Tropicana, and I'm going to type in athletics. And I'm going to make a point here. Do you see how these 3 words have the exact same value in 3 out of the 4 ciphers? Again, they tore down the Tropicana to make way for the Athletics' new ballpark. The day that Hurricane Milton ripped off the top of Tropicana field in a purposeful destruction, because these are targeted storms. And by the way, when Helene formed, again, that was September 25th, the anniversary of JFK's weather control speech. That's the day leaving 97 days left in the year.
I mean, that's kind of
last year when they burned up Maui. They blamed it on Hurricane Dora. And that happened 4 years to the day of the cartoon Dora the Explorer concluding, just like how Milton just got.
This is definitely Smith area.
And all of the media was referring to it as a monster hurricane. It's all mockery.
This is Smith territory.
Anyway, I explained how this year, when The Rock turns 52 on May 2nd, he used to be a Miami Hurricane football player. That you have to understand. Last year, when they burned up Maui,
look at him shaking his head,
debuting the movie for Moana, the live action, where he plays the character Maui, the fire god. It's a lot to explain. But I The Rock. I said, just wait until he turns 52 on May 2nd, because the first act of weather warfare ever admitted to in the world was on the Jesuit order's birthday, August 15th, 52. 52 is this huge number connected to weather warfare. You can see that hurricane equates to 52. When Helene formed, that was exactly 146 days after The Rock's birthday, exactly 146 days after his 52nd birthday. And here's where it gets wild. Think about the song Rock You Like a Hurricane by the Scorpions. The lead singer of that band, his birthday is the 146th day of the year. The new quarterback for the Miami Hurricanes is Cam Ward, who came up from Washington State. Jack knows that we had a windstorm out here on the same day that the Hurricane Helene formed. We had a big windstorm out here in eastern Washington where he used to be the quarterback. And his name, Cameron Ward, equals 52. And his birthday is the 146th day of the year. Scorpions equals 52 like hurricane. That hurricane formed 239 days after the anniversary of that song coming out, which is the 52nd prime number. If all this seems like it's a coincidence to you, I'm telling you, this is why the cabal rules, because they're a lot more intelligent than the masses. And that's what I realize is a major problem in this world. That's where my concern is. I'm worried that humanity has just been raised to be a little bit too slow, a little bit too special ed to understand what is taking place. It's like evidence doesn't add up like the last guy. He's like, you know that it has a cloth top. Did you just hear what I said about how they tore down the thing for the athletic stadium? Hey, buddy, who said that? Go back and look at this. Go back and look at the 1989 World Series earthquake. You'll see it happened October 17th, 1989. Go back and look at what day they opened up the Tampa Bay Rays Stadium. They opened it up March 3rd, 1990, 137. Let me make this point real quick, Jack, and I'm done. They opened the stadium 137 days later. That is the 33rd prime number. It opened on March 3rd, 3-3, like Jose Canseco wore 33, who went on to play for Tampa Bay. You want to know how old Tampa Bay is right now? Tampa Bay, the city, is 137 years old. What was the score of the World Series game after they came back?
I don't care. I don't care.
13-7 after the earthquake game, which wasn't Mother Nature. But Jack, one last point. The mayor of Tampa, her name is Jane Castor. Castor and Pollux are Greek gods, which have to do with athletics.
He's now past the second I don't care. And he's just going full speed ahead.
Unreal.
Just got to get it out there, I guess.
Yeah.
But for him, Zach, he doesn't care because he's making a lot of money off this. But the problem is the schizophrenics that he's creating that will be into this for $0. So
that's true.
That's fucked up, man.
Yeah. So after the second I don't care, this is where it's going.
Okay. And the feast day for Castor and Pollux is July 15th, which is also Tampa Bay's birthday. She is the 59th mayor of the city. That cartoon Milton the Monster celebrated its 59th anniversary the day it made landfall hitting the Tampa area, and it made landfall.
He's visibly
Major face palm.
He's actually in physical. He's actually in physical pain at this point, and
59 days after the anniversary of HARP's patent, which was created for military purposes to experiment with storms.
He
So
looks like he's crying.
there's like it has a cloth top. You better check to make sure you got brain cells up here, not cloth for brains. This stuff's not an accident. It goes on every single year. I've written books about it. You said, fuck your book. Maybe you should go read it because, again, had the world gotten behind the knowledge, you wouldn't be out there giving away my tax money and everybody else's to feed people who just got ravaged by the military, asshole. And yeah, sorry, Jack. I think anger is a real thing. Anger is the reason I've been here every single day for 11 years trying to fight tyranny and evil. And I get sick of know-it-alls.
I've had enough of it, though, Zach. Did you get your point? Zach, I'm trying to be polite. Is your point done?
Jack.
Not trying very hard, but I guess it is what it is.
It's so inconsequential, like the information that, I mean, who's doing it? What needs to be done to stop it? I mean, what is the consequence of breaking down all these numbers?
What? It's just to grift, bro. He has his website
100%.
there in the back and like his merch and shit. And like he probably does readings because that's his favorite website.
He's putting on for his audience to grift. It's the most obvious grifter I've ever seen. Like if there was grifter in a dictionary, it'd be his picture.
Or maybe what's his face? Hancock. But that's a different topic.
Who's
But like
Hancock? I don't
even
know.
even if you like took like a modicum of what he's saying, like what's the overall point to say like this is
It's
like a
when
matrix
they make
or what?
parodies of movies like
Jesuits.
National Treasure and shit, like they make a parody of it. Like that's what that sounded
Totally.
Like it's too
something
precise.
happened, and then
I
there was
don't.
a cartoon 59 birthday.
It's too precise. I
inconsequential.
don't think the government or Jesuits or any of them are going to operate in that too precise way to have all these
Yeah.
numbers line up. It's
And even
like
if they did,
it's almost
what
literally impossible.
for real? And even if they did operate that precisely, I mean, what would be? I don't get it.
Right, like at the end of the day, it's evil is still evil.
Who cares if they did it on the 137th day? Like 9/11 was
You know,
perpetrated.
like every day is
You
getting
know,
some number. It's just
they brought the towers down, dude. Who cares if it was like however many days from whatever? Who did it and why? Period. Like,
Exactly.
but it's also the same birthday as fucking Kurt Russell, and like, who gives a fuck?
He literally had to just throw in Kobe Bryant in there somewhere and he'd be Smith.
And you can tell he's putting on for his audience. He's like, virtue. I don't know if virtue signaling is the right word, but putting on
There's a little bit of that in there, yeah.
Putting on a show that he's. I forgot what he said. You're
taxpayer dollars won't go to waste if you know this
Yeah.
or some shit. Whatever.
He's giving his audience practical ways on how he's defeating the beast or whatever.
He said something about fighting. Yeah, like what did that amount to?
He's fighting. He's making lots of money. For me, what's unforgivable about Zach is the like the football picks and things like that. Selling people. For me, where I really have a problem is where you have like these. In the 90s and 2000s, you had these people that were saying that they could talk to your dead family members. They could say that they could make you rich. And when you're preying on very real, raw stuff with the human condition, that's where I have no defense for you. You know, is this a troll?
Yeah, obviously.
Here comes a parody.
It's all funny to you guys, huh?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, well, I'm insane.
How do
Is
you
that
get those
Truth or
clips?
Cop? I
How do
feel
you
like
get
that was
clips
Truth or
ready?
Cop.
No, it's JG.
Oh.
That's the most succinct he's ever been. So, congrats for that.
He was
I
gish
thank
galloping like a motherfucker, though. If you can even call that with the
What does
fake.
that mean, Reddington?
It basically means like trying to say a lot of facts to like drown the other side in a bunch of facts without
Yeah.
actually like showing the proof. But his is not even facts; it's just a bunch of numbers he strewn together. But
It's like how they try to sell you at the
the
fish.
same concept was going because he kept going on and on and on really fast too, like TML was saying. So it's
Well, the guy
basically
that just
gish
joined the
gallop.
panel, though, like he was pretty succinct. That's how you know it wasn't Zach. Because I would have to concede if Zach ever did that. I know 137 days.
That's what
and
gish
it's like-
galloping means. Just like people when they yell at you. Like when people are trying to sell you something in a market, they're just all yelling at once.
It doesn't have to be yelling. It just has to be a lot of facts really
Like a
quickly.
barrage. Like you can't process.
Like a barrage of facts, so that to make it look like you have all you know. It's basically try to win an argument.
Yeah, it's basically quantity over quality. So if you're making a very direct point about a very specific thing, and they want to gish gallop and make it appear that they're
I
winning
think it's called filibuster too, right? Or am I wrong?
in a way,
Okay.
it can go hand in hand, but yeah, it's just gish galloping. It's a million points all at once. Because in a debate, sometimes debates can go 2 hours just off one point right off the get.
Yep.
And then before you move on from that point, you want to gish gallop and say 1,000 things like you're making a bunch of points. It's gish galloping on crack right there. What Zach was doing
for sure.
We did watch it like fast forwarded, so
yeah, but I mean, even if it was on normal speed, it'd still be pretty fast.
I'm not watching that.
I don't think
Not
Zach
on a regular day to feel happy.
I think he's a grifter, and I think that the shit he does creates schizophrenics.
It's certainly not healthy. No.
Because when you're seeing patterns where there is none, you know, that's generally a problem.
Pareidolia.
And he does it with no remorse. He doesn't care. He's making however many hundreds of thousands or whatever the fuck it is he makes. He makes money off these. That's what really got me about him is the picks. He does these like NFL picks where he says, on the fucking 17th year, the fucking Green Power Ranger did this and this, and he died on fucking March 23rd. And he does all this shit. He literally has like a Patreon where you
So
pay
for like
money
draft picks, you're saying?
for picks.
Like
for
for
NFL
people
picks.
to gamble on American football?
Yeah. And he sells it for extra money to be in his Patreon and all this for his special
Man,
picks.
Wow.
And what he does
why
is
are we not doing this?
he hedges his bets by saying, "Oh, it's gonna be the Dolphins versus the Bills." So
Yeah,
the Bills,
yeah.
on
You
the
know,
33rd day,
there's hundreds and thousands of gurus all across Pakistan and India that'll sell you these services.
Yes, sir. Yeah.
How does
Straight up.
not some of these people like demand their money back after their pick is
Yeah,
is
they should
wrong?
all make
It's not
YouTube
refundable.
channels. Is what I'm thinking. Yeah.
Scam
what
job.
he does is he
No
hedges his
refund.
bet. Like if he says the
No
Dolphins,
refund, no guarantee. Only take desperate clients. That's how.
Well, if he'll say like the Dolphins versus the Bills, he'll say the Dolphins for this reason are going to win because of the 33rd day and the 127th whatever, and he'll say, well, I can also see why the 128th day in gematria, blah blah blah, the Dolphins will win. So he kind of hedges it like that, so he has an out.
Right. So he wins either way.
Yeah, it's fucking garbage, and I just don't like when people prey on people who are desperate for money and things like that. You know, that's unforgivable to me.
But it's happening all. That's the name of the game out here, on YouTube.
Well, but for betting money's different level though. Because like the whole concept of Jesus.
No, I mean that
he would
most of
stand on a
social
rock
media
and-
is like gamified, slowly being gamified and like casinoed.
Yeah.
So there's like a bunch of
Oh
people
yeah.
addicted
I'm okay.
now to like the Facebook gambling and stuff.
And the microtransactions.
Yeah.
I'm okay with regular YouTube grifting. I don't do it myself, but it's like in general, you stand on a rock and you start talking to people who like the information, stay. The people who don't keep it moving. They support you. They don't. That's different than taking advantage of people that are trying to bet. You know, to me, that's different levels.
I agree, but everyone who's in that arena of betting is like trying to take advantage of people that are betting. Like, like everyone's trying to pass down their loss, essentially.
Yeah, they buy their own tickets, so I get that. Like, it's not like they're totally. I mean, if you're dumb enough to go for that, then it is what it is, type of thing.
Right. Well, yeah.
But that's why I don't have any defense for him. When you're trying to take advantage of people like that. But yeah, the whole thing is crazy. It was like 137 days before. So that's the thing. Everything moves and shifts. You can be like, oh, it was 137 days before, da-da-da. But if that doesn't match up, you can say, oh, it was 137 days after, da-da-da. And you can just, and if it wasn't 137 days, you can be like, oh, well, somebody else was 83 days.
They even astrologers in India, they do this with people's lives and marriages and stuff. Like it just depends. It depends. Like there's this grifting level going on.
Totally messed up.
It is. That was comedy though. That clip. He's always pretty funny. I mean, he always puts on.
Oh, you know how to piss off Talcott, apparently.
He seemed relatively patient with that shit, though.
He was like right on the edge at the end there.
Talcott is like always simmering. What are y'all talking about? You think he's ever not angry?
Yeah, this comment makes sense. In Dora the Explorer, the backpack was straight up a crack fiend. You guys ever seen when the backpack? Pablo, he's like, the backpack was, he was the wildest character in the entire show.
That's a good grifter, dude. When you can say Dora the Explorer,
Get it.
That's like jumping the shark or some shit.
That's like when you didn't like study, or like you didn't write the paper.
Like, how did you?
Might as well be writing Herbie Hancock down.
I want to see like how he does his research. Like, did he look up Dora the Explorer first, or did he type into Google every day of blah 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 184 days or whatever? Like, I want to know how.
No, I bet you it's not even accurate.
Yeah, you have to. Like I was saying, he's trying to throw out these pseudo facts without having any, proving it.
But if it's
accurate, you have to go look it up and see if it's right or not.
If he's going, funnier. Like if accurate.
Yeah, I mean, I'd imagine that he'd go through articles and search the numbers, because if you read news articles, there's not that many numbers in them. So you could just search the numbers and then it'll highlight the mother effing numbers. So then you can just compare and just write if you find dates, you just write them down. And if you write these dates and numbers across from each other, you'll start to see, I guess, similarities. I mean, and you could just tell people that, you know, those are notable.
There's
I'm gonna
there's
do that shit
always
right now.
some patterns because human behavior is pretty predictable for the most part.
Right.
At the same time,
this
like
is
what
like
he's saying is taking it to a whole different level.
that. Yeah, it's insane.
Yeah, you can. I just typed in 137 into Google and hit search, and then you can switch to the news tab. So Arizona's Proposition 137, which would end automatic voting. What's the connection on 137? Something about stopping genocide 137.
It's
So
just a bunch of non sequiturs, basically.
completely, yeah, complete and utter bullshit.
Yeah, and that's the people that are making money. Watch.
Yeah, and what's crazy
It's
is
the wow factor.
people can go to the Geometrinator and type whatever they want. So he's like making a whole career off the fucking free website. That's crazy. It's kind of genius level.
Should have the confidence
Definitely.
at least of that guy, you know. At one lesson I learned, like, there's no reason.
So they call him a confidence
no
man for a
confidence.
reason.
What?
The con
Con
artist, confidence man. It's, you know,
Yeah,
it's called that for a reason.
he was putting that confidence on too. He said Dora Explorer without blinking or nothing.
Without blinking an eye, yep. It's like, what the fuck?
How would you not laugh? Oh my God.
He's gotten good at it, and you know, it took him 11 years to be able to say Dora the Explorer without even laughing his ass off.
Without batting an eye.
For real. It's next level. And he's laughing his way to the bank, you know, but you know, I've seen people they'll really buy into that stuff.
Yeah, I just think that Talcott is a master of body language. You know, from that display, we could see that.
That's like Trump level body language.
Yeah, he was definitely given heavy signals that the dude was not interpreting. I mean, for sure.
He's like, dude, shut the fuck up.
Yeah, eventually he's just like, yeah, well,
It's like,
you
did you
know,
get your point across?
He's
yeah.
like, I'm defeating the Jesuit beast. What are you
I
doing?
mean, his logo, right, is live without fear. So you can be angry that you know you don't fear when you're angry, right?
Well, I just think his response was a little bit, you know, fierce as well, because he said, "Well, because you know, Talcott's visibly angry."
That's a good word for it, fierce.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Because Talcott was visibly angry, and his response was, "Look, I'm angrier than everyone, and anger is a good thing because I'm facing off against the fucking Jesuits." You know what I'm saying? So I was like, "Whoa, you know, that's some." That's wild. I mean, that's a literal that's a literal crusade. You know, because like if somebody gets angry and then you go no, fuck you, I'm fucking angry. I'm on a fucking crusade. You know, then it's like, all right, you know, actually, I'm just gonna slowly back away at this point because I'm not that angry right now. You know, and I'm gonna let this, like, you know, like I have two choices. You know, either I'm gonna stand in this guy's path, you know, or I'm just gonna fucking. But yeah, the crusade has begun. You know, and Smith's on his own crusade. Smith has a complex troll where he actually says that he actually only does dates between things. So he does numbers between dates, and he says that he doesn't do Geomatria, and he literally
He says
calls
that, but like
yeah.
practically speaking, like what's the difference?
Yeah, he might be doing a lot. I mean, I haven't really, you know, I played some of Smith's stuff, but yeah, I don't know.
It's still a bunch of non sequiturs.
Christian version.
As long as it's pragmatic and sound, like people, like if it's non-pragmatic, not sound, you don't get value out of it. Like after a point, like it's not even worth justifying why it's not good.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, Smith has his own spurgs, so it is what it is.
It's followed by a night of Brahma, which lasts for 4,320,000,000 years. Then there's another day, another night, another day, another night, and the cycles go on endlessly. And during the days of Brahma, life, including human life, is manifest in the universe. And during the nights of Brahma, life, including human life, is dormant.
Mm. Well, it would seem as if the ancient
What does that
sages
even
had
mean?
a grasp of mathematics to come up with numbers.
Yeah, I mean, when the god is asleep, there's no world.
Yeah, but that's
Like-
like 4 billion years,
Like
I mean, when I'm sorry, when the god wakes up, there's no world. The world is a dream of Vishnu. He's sleeping on the lotus.
Is he a lotus
He's
eater?
below TML. The lotus is growing from his navel.
Yeah. So
But yeah.
So he's the
Correct.
lotus grower.
And
Yeah,
then
he's also
Brahma
on the-
sits on it. Brahma, you're right that he's sitting. Brahma sits on it at the top. So the base of the universe is at the navel of Vishnu. And then the top of the universe would be
So he's the turtle then.
his snake, really.
Yeah, but the world, the world that's on the snake is just a dream.
Yes,
That's what I'm saying. You know, right?
That's
So,
that's supposed to be a dream in the mind of Shiva.
Yeah. See, that's why there's so many levels to this shit. It gets very complex. It's
Nightmare, more like.
Because so there's 3 parts. There's the generator, the operator, and the destroyer. And the destroyer is Shiva. Neurojack brought that up earlier. It's accurate, but he also is the generator. He gives birth to both. Not birth. He doesn't give birth. He creates his counterparts, creation and maintenance, like maintenance of said creation. So Brahma is the creator and Vishnu is the operator. He's the guy that keeps balance. He's the one who incarnates 10 times. So anyway, when the TML is right, because when the creation principle is no longer, it's the night of Brahma, right? The creation principle is no longer active. Then there's no life. But he's missing out a little bit here on the nuance, because in the nighttime, like it's like maybe human life does disappear, but it's not like everything, like that it's all dark. There's more primordial forms of existence. And then at different points, like in these cycles, like certain life forms leave. So life forms that are described in these texts that we may see as supernatural, they sort of become, zeroed out in these times as well.
That large. Most other cosmologies are expressed like Christian theology, that the planet is some 5,600 years old.
Yes, I think Carl Sagan, a famous astronomer who had a television show called Cosmos, announced in one of his episodes that he thought just what you're saying, that among the cosmologies of the world's culture, the Vedic cosmology seemed to be the one that had time scales of the same order of magnitude as promoted by modern astrophysics. So I think that's true.
Mhm. And if I recall correctly, most scientists would say that life on Earth is about 4 billion years old.
Well, it's interesting that if you look at the Vedic cosmology and the Vedic cosmological calendar, it would say we're about halfway through the current Kalpa or day of Brahma, which means that the beginning of the Kalpa or the creation cycle would have been a bit over 2 billion years ago. So, according to the Vedic cosmology, that's when you would expect to see the first signs of life on Earth a few billion years ago. So, as I was saying, it's in the same ballpark as
Sorry, that's
the
incorrect. He just
modern
slipped in something
scientific
that was
estimates.
Darwinian. He just slipped in a statement that was Darwinian there. He said, so according to Vedic cosmology, the first forms of life would have appeared on Earth 2 to 3 billion years ago. That's not true.
Well, he's comparing it because what the Mishlove guy was saying was that this is that they were talking about Carl Sagan, and then he mentioned that they say that the origins of the universe are 4 billion years old according to the cosmology. So now he's extrapolating that that the beginning of the time scale also suggests the beginning of life, because he thinks, he believes in the scientific worldview, and it looks like Bhaktivedanta Institute believes in the scientific worldview.
Correct.
Pretty much. So
No mainstream Hindu organization goes against it, actually.
yeah. So
but then that's problematic because he's not saying the truth. Well,
yeah,
at
he's
the
definitely
end of
conflating.
life forms don't just appear. Like certain life is released or allowed to go. Like the gods put it into, or the three Brahma, Vishnu, Shiva, and their female counterparts, they put it into action in certain ways, like configured ways. It's very humanized.
Well, he's saying he's simply reinstituting the view of the Bhakti Vedanta Institute, and then he's also basically going into this idea in terms of he's essentially trying to broad view say how this is just a bump in the road, essentially, because it's part of a much bigger cycle, right? So what he's saying, that essentially what it fully represents is that life is going to eventually terminate, at the end of this cycle, right? So his whole idea is coming to this idea that it's not about life actually evolving, but it's actually going to have to come to an end. But that doesn't mean that life ends. No, it keeps beginning again and again. So essentially what he's saying is that Darwin is wrong, but he's taking a very circuitous route to get there, right? And also affirming some of Darwin's science,
Right, and he's not
along the way. Yeah.
revealing all of what that Purana says, right? Where he got his, he's just giving little itty bits here and there.
Yeah, right, yeah.
Because it's in that way we would agree with what the other guy is saying, that it is created. It's not just spontaneously appearing; it's created. In that sense, Christianity and the Vedic view, they agree.
Yeah, interesting. And also that's a lot of what this channel is too, this channel is very much perennial philosophy. Obviously the rainbow yin yang is a dead giveaway,
right? Glad you pointed that out.
Yeah, he's got a rainbow yin yang, and he changed that symbol. He used to have a cooler symbol of the vase with the two faces, optical illusion, and yeah.
Well, one of the most fascinating aspects of Vedic thought to me is the notion of the avatar, that somebody in a human body, for example, can be an embodiment of a deity.
Avatar means one who descends. That's the actual meaning of the Sanskrit word. One who comes from a higher level down to a lower level. And the Vedic texts, like the Puranas, the Bhagavad Purana or Srimad Bhagavatam as it's sometimes called, for example, they give lists of avatars of Vishnu, the supreme God, according to that cosmology. So yes, there is the
Not
concept
supreme.
of avatar, one who descends from a higher level to a lower level.
Sorry, not supreme. I just wanted to correct that.
What is the correction?
That Vishnu is not supreme.
In what sense?
That he's not like the end all be all formless God. You know,
That would be the Paramatman.
Paramatma or Brahman. Yeah, both
Right.
would be the same. Not Brahma, but Brahman. So even beyond Shiva, it's not like something that is within this Trinity type dynamic.
Right. Yeah.
I think there was a movie a few years ago, a Hollywood picture called Avatar.
Indeed, a big hit.
Yeah, well, it has its roots in this Vedic cosmology.
Yeah, I don't know that many of the moviegoers appreciated that, because today the term avatar sort of means a character that you play in an online video game.
Yeah, that's fascinating. And another obvious link, between the Techno-Buddhism and the whole idea of the user interface. Obviously Timothy Leary projected himself as somewhat of a new age style guru. He followed Aleister Crowley, and he thought himself somewhat to be a teacher of Eastern philosophy, just like Alan Watts was. So yeah,
Especially to university students out here in America, right?
yeah, and same thing with Terrence McKenna. He definitely referenced the Tao Te Ching a lot in all of those writings. So they were
And they were doing this stuff like using MDMA in like spiritual something like stuff like that. Like I heard a lot of like recreational / like therapeutic drug usage.
they would do drugs and do the yoga stuff. So
Correct. And then
that's what
Leary was connected with the CIA, right?
yeah, definitely, yeah.
Okay, so it was an experiment that they were kind of running with this amalgam of stuff like from here and there spiritually and then drug usage. So would it be too much of an extrapolation to call that MK Ultra, or that would be maybe too much?
Oh yeah, it's definitely MK Ultra.
Mm.
And yeah, I played this before, but it's just so funny, so we're gonna have to see this again because this is a really golden clip. This is a mental health hospital escapee, right? And a lab experiment of Operation Paperclip, right? And yeah, of a doctor that was literally brought here from Operation Paperclip, like diagnosed this guy with schizophrenia and all this stuff. And here he is on William F. Buckley.
Helpfulness and cooperation. And I think the cause of their paranoia is our paranoia. It's a mirror reflecting system. The two images are just reflecting each other. Paranoia building up like in a barroom brawl. the more we think in terms. If you keep this up, I'm going to ask you to read more poetry. Oh. Why don't I sing instead? No, it's just that in politics you are a little bit naive. Right? Well, that's a language naive. Yeah. I come from an old tradition. So. You know the Hare Krishna chant? Now go ahead. Yeah. To the preservation of the universe instead of its destruction. Krishna returns in the Bhagavad Gita every time there's a flood, fire, original sin leading to atom bombs. Hare Krishna, 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama, 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama, 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Krishna.
Was that held together by duct tape, that musical instrument?
It's just wild. It's another moment where they just totally failed to read the room, and he just went off. You know,
The guy listening looked really kind of fruity.
Yeah, he looked
So
distressed.
that was just so odd. Like
Yep.
that
Very
sounded
odd.
demonic, you know.
And you know how he said
that same chant with a similar instrument, and it doesn't sound like that.
he's talking about paranoia, and then he's like launches it, and then he mentions original sin.
Right. He says
You know,
Krishna returns every time there's original sin.
Yeah, he literally said that, and then he also said, "I come from the old traditions." And then he starts singing this song, and William F. Buckley's looking at him like, "What?"
With the
Dude,
Russian accent. But even before, wait. Buckley, to me, seemed in
Buckley's a
on it.
CIA agent, straight up.
To me, it seemed like Buckley gave him a key word to switch from like a hyper, like excited state to like a playful like state, and that's why he like changed.
Buckley's fucking. What the
hell is even that?
Yeah, Buckley's fucking skull and bones, pretty much.
To me, he played the interviewee. He played him like the instrument, essentially.
Pied Piper.
Mhm. But the
Just like
chant
Art
is
Bell.
like so demonic the way he does it. Oh my god.
Yeah, he was drawing on something else there. It was definitely an odd display, and but it goes to a greater point that I'm making is that there's a lot of these guys, these so-called bohemian, poets. They're very, very much obsessed with this stuff, and obviously, we know the history behind that. Oh, whoops! This again. Yeah, and there's his face.
Yeah, look at that face.
Yeah.
Do you think he was under the influence?
Oh yeah. Yeah, it was much more. Yeah, the drugs were much more pure and readily available at that time. That was before they were, made.
I just wonder what triggered the switch. I just could not pinpoint it.
Yeah, I actually don't know
Them
what
demon
year that
drugs.
No, like there must have been some kind of cue, right? I never picked up on it. It was just so drastic, the shift in the man.
Yeah, it's wild shit for real. But yeah, I forget what year this is. Man. But yeah.
Thanks for sharing that. So that's definitely MK Ultra, and I guess that answers the question I was asking.
Yeah, and I mean, it's obvious also the ideas of and we covered this a little bit on the show earlier, esoteric Hitlerism,
how it combines all these things too. You know, it
That's
combines.
the Hyperborean.
Yeah.
Correct.
Yep. And it straight up combines evolution with the Hindu, you know, cosmology and all that type of stuff. So
Apparently, that's why they took the swastika symbol.
right. Yeah.
Because it's actually constellation in the sky. It comes like the shape of the swastika, obviously not like how it's on that flag. The correct one that looks like a square. That shape appears in with the pole star, I believe, right in the center. And then females, like in India, if you still follow, every morning, usually in the villages, every morning, you paint like with rice powder and water. You create a paste, and then you paint. The first symbol you paint is the swastika symbol to represent that pole star, that constellation. And then from there, you build the geometry of like a pattern, like a flower, a lotus, or whatever, as your decoration for the day. But the nodes, or like the grid of that pattern, is always like a set of stars, or a constellation around that pole star. So that's why the swastika is important, and supposedly that's why they took it. And the swastika symbol is on almost every Hindu temple, but not not like it appears on the flag, but like in a square shape, like as if it would fit in a square.
Is it usually the male version or the female version that's like counterclockwise, like the Nazi one?
Crap, I don't know. It's like okay, if you had your left hand up and then it was bent at the elbow, and then you know what I mean? So it's like, it's not an L shape. Yeah, it is an L shape. It's an L shape, right? So it starts out with the L.
Yeah, it definitely comes from the old Hindu stuff and the yin yang type stuff from China.
But that swastika is very important. I just don't know why they took it and what it has to do with Shambala and what they're trying to extract from there, even, or even what Blavatsky's goal was in saying that Kalki, and like equating like my Mitra and things like that. I don't understand the goal yet.
Well, even that is relevant because it's a projection of yourself from your normal circumstances into the artificial or virtual reality environment of the video game. And actually, according to the Vedic cosmology, the world that we inhabit is something like that. It's a kind of virtual reality system for conscious selves who aren't fit to exist on what we would call the level of pure consciousness, or Brahman, as it's called in the Vedic text. There is a spiritual world.
Let him go on, but what BS, huh? I'm glad I showed what I showed earlier, but it's not separate. And what is this stuff about not being worthy of pure consciousness and stuff? Like, what's that?
A bunch of hogwash.
Mentioned in those Vedic texts.
Well, I suppose for many Americans or people who are brought up in a monotheistic culture, one of the most puzzling aspects of Vedanthic philosophy is the notion of a pantheon of deities, and especially when you consider the notion of the avatar, that Krishna is the avatar of Vishnu, for example. How they relate to each other seems very confusing to many people.
Well, it may seem confusing, but we see that a single person can be the source of many identities. You could take Tom Cruise, for example,
Hey,
or
y'all,
any
one
actor
moment.
or
I have to.
actress who
One
had.
moment. This guy has not blinked since the interview started. Sorry,
Right.
I had to say that. I've been looking. I've been keeping track. 7 minute 56 hasn't blinked. That's not human. How can you not hold your blink for so long?
As an original personal identity, but in the course of many different films will play different roles while remaining the same original person.
Yeah.
So
Now that is identical to the argument that's used in the Trinity. So you hear that many times. From Christians. That say, well, it's the same person can have many roles. It could be father, he could be son, he could be, all sorts of roles. Right? That a person, he could be husband. So there's all sorts of roles that a single man, depending on the situation, he wields his authority and power in different capacities. So that is also a common argument that they say.
I was about this. I agree with Anna. I hit the wrong button, but I agree with Anna. This guy has like 1,000-yard stare, and he doesn't even blink.
It's so uncomfortable, and then he does this thing where he has to, like, as if he has to pee. Where
Yeah, I
he
warned.
shakes his feet.
Yeah, I warned you guys about the,
And what's his face? The other guy always looks like he's perpetually about to sneeze.
in the Vedic texts, like the Srimad Bhagavatam, we can find lists of avatars of Vishnu or Krishna. And it is specified that among all of those different avatars, which are considered to be forms of God playing different roles, that one of them is the original personality and the others are role-playing expansions of that original personality. So in a sense, the Vedic cosmology, as I understand it, is also monotheistic in the sense that all of these different forms or avatars of God are expansions, role-playing expansions of an original personality who is in essence one. Maybe a little difficult concept to grasp, but I think if we think about it a little bit in terms of the analogy of an actor playing different roles, we may get a grasp of it.
Now, just for clarity, you mentioned a particular document. I think you called it the Srimad Bhagavan. Is that right?
Srimad Bhagavatam, which is another name for the Bhagavad Purana. The Puranas are the category of Vedic
universe photo. That's the interpretation of what is written in the Bhagavad Purana. The photo of the 7 levels above and below.
Sure, that deal with cosmology and history and related topics. They're a little bit different than the texts that deal with strictly philosophical and epistemological issues like the Vedanta Sutra, for example, or the Rig Veda or things of that sort, the Upanishads. The Puranas explain the origin of the universe, or I should say universes.
Well, that's an important idea because as I understand it, the Puranas express the idea that the deity Vishnu was, if I remember correctly, correct me, he's asleep, but as he sleeps, universes are exuding from the pores of his skin.
Yes, for the purpose of manifesting alternative realities for conscious selves who are not fit to exist on the purely spiritual level of reality, Vishnu expands himself in the form of Mahavishnu, who lies on the causal ocean, it's described, and he is sleeping and dreaming. And in this dreaming state, which is technically called susupti in Sanskrit, when he breathes out, millions of universes expand from his body. And when he breathes in, all the universes are drawn back into his body. And
His
when the
hand shaking.
universes are expanded, he injects into them conscious selves.
Oh, 666.
So the length of his breath,
Man, this
you know,
stuff is
one
getting
breathing
weird
in
a
and
little
breathing
bit.
out, is 311 trillion 40 billion years, according to the text. So
Foot was shaking too.
it's a large figure.
Much larger even than our astronomical calculations regarding this universe.
Yes,
Mm-hmm.
absolutely. So for me, it's interesting that there's some parallels with modern cosmology, and that astrophysicists are now positing the existence of what they call multiverses or multiple universes. But it's an idea that was expressed thousands of years ago in the pages of the Puranas, like the Bhagavat Purana or Srimad Bhagavatam.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's fascinating. Now, can you date the Puranas? For example, are they around the same age as the Upanishads, which I think is maybe a little more than 2,000 years old?
Yeah, that's interesting that he asked that too. See, it's not common knowledge at all. That's why we covered that at the beginning there. I thought it'd be very useful to have that presentation because there's so many different texts, and to know which one came first and which one came second and third and all of that type of stuff. I could,
Right.
you could just,
These guys are doing a bad job.
yeah, just that could take a long time,
Right.
So,
Yeah.
yeah. So, obviously looking at the sources first, and then, you can move on from there.
Well, the knowledge itself is considered to be eternal, but it's expressed in terms of different times and places. There are many different universes, they're created and destroyed. So the same knowledge is made available in each universe, from the time of its beginning, and it's available till its end. But the way in which it's made available can change. Originally, it's the knowledge in the Puranas and the other Vedic texts is passed on orally in the form of sound vibration. But at a certain point in the cycles of time, people's memories become exceedingly short, and they're not able to retain something simply by hearing it. So then things are set down in textual form, written form, but a written form has to be copied again and again and again because the medium is temporary. So the oldest extant manuscript forms of the Puranas are probably 1,000 or 2,000 years old, but that doesn't mean that's when the knowledge began.
I understand. And it would seem as if those writers, or sages as I would call them, who wrote the Puranas had a mentality that could think in terms of billions and even trillions of years.
Well, there's a phenomenon associated with these sages that's called in Sanskrit Tri Kala Gya. Tri means three, Kala means time, Gya means to know, which means they had the ability to perceive all three phases of time, past, present, and future. Now, there's something like that in the theory of relativity as developed by Einstein. He talked about that the reality is that in terms of time, everything is simultaneously present. But according to these Vedic texts, these Vedic sages had the ability they had access to all those aspects of time. I mean, Einstein said that as individuals, we're kind of limited. We experience time linearly when actually it's a field in which everything is present simultaneously.
I know Einstein wrote a letter to the widow of a scientist who was a friend of his, and in which he said, you know, your husband and I would both understand that he is still exists in not in our time as we perceive it, but in this larger sense of time.
Yeah. So it's kind of interesting. Again, it's another parallel between the Vedic wisdom and, you know, the wisdom that Einstein developed, namely
The wisdom that Einstein developed.
Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and just call bullshit on that entire connection. You know, that's Bombaclot. You know,
Red buzzer.
yeah, red buzzer. Yeah, that's
Yeah,
total.
how exactly is the theory of relativity giving knowledge of past, present, and future? They're just talking out of their ass.
Yeah, that's a flag on the play there. Yeah, definitely.
this ability, this what Einstein saw as the potential ability, at least, for
Oh Lord! Hopefully they move past us quickly. This is a real gaffe. Right?
for someone to perceive all three phases of time simultaneously.
Now, when I think of the
three phases of time, you know, I mean, is there really that division? You know, in I mean,
No.
do you really perceive things that way? I mean, it's
No, because it's all he said is like a word in Sanskrit. And I'm like, okay, well, I can put a bunch of words together. Trikalanyan. So what? That means knowledge of 3 times. But time is the goddess Kali is Kala means time. It also means black, but she's the one who governs time. So, in order to understand time, you're supposed to study. There is a Kali Yantra, it's a geometric pattern. And then there are certain rituals that you perform. And she's supposed to reveal the mystery to you as a devotee. That's how I understand it. And that does come under Shaktiism. But this does sound like BS. That I'm giving you what I know about time. And this is just BS. Like what do you mean they can see into the past? Like, it's just BS. I'm sorry. It's BS. There's so much other stuff he could say. There's immortal beings. There's like certain sages that are granted immortality, so they will exist until the end of time in that universe. So, or until a certain date. So that, I mean, he could talk about that. Like that gives you an ability to see into time. But this, what is the point of seeing into the past, present, and then you don't need God to come and tell you, oh, this and this is going to happen. You know, write this down. Or I don't know. It's just BS. Sounds like BS to me.
Probably because it is.
Vedas, and I think of your work, the subtitle of your book is a Vedic alternative to Darwin's theory. So the Puranas and the Vedas and the Upanishads have something to say about the origin of human beings.
Yes, and I called it a Vedic alternative rather than the Vedic alternative because there are different schools of Vedic thought.
Yes.
And I wanted to be explicit, you know, that I'm presenting a Vedic alternative because there may be followers of different schools of Vedic thought that might have different ideas. And even myself, I don't claim to have a monopoly on truth. I think the idea of exclusion.
yeah. I think this is where he presents the thing I'm talking about, or maybe that was in a different video I saw. He gave several of these presentations, and I'm wondering if I'm, you know, even watching the right one at this point. But yeah.
Exclusive claims to truth is one of the big problems in the world today. So I don't claim to have a monopoly on truth, but I'm expressing the truth as I know it. And in terms of what it means for human origins, first we have to understand that according to the Vedic cosmology, any body, a human body, a plant body, an insect body, a fish body, is a vehicle.
Yeah, I think this is where he presents his Bhaktivedanta type of the dualism that they sort of espouse. You know?
Let's hear it.
Yeah, it's interesting because he says those two classifications that I was pointing out earlier.
Vehicle for a conscious self that has come to the world of matter. So it's just a vehicle. And those vehicles are produced by higher intelligences in the cosmos that understand that if the conscious self is going to function in the world of matter, they need different kinds of vehicles.
Mm-hmm.
And because the conscious self can have different kinds of desires to fulfill, there is a full range of vehicles that's provided.
Mm-hmm. So what you're suggesting.
So that seems pretty straightforward. I think that there's obviously a conscious self, there's a vehicle, right? And then there's time, I guess. So there's matter, right? Which I don't believe that that's a category, right? I think we talked earlier, and nature is not matter; it's actually form, right? And then the intelligence,
inclusive also of matter, though.
right? Yeah, but matter, it's on its own wouldn't be a actual category, would it? Right? Because that would go to because that would go to like, and this is why the concept of atomism basically predates Democritus in a lot of ways, because it goes to more of the uncuttable aspects. That there's uncuttables. That concept comes from the Hindu science, right? So so it's older, and the way Democritus understood these things was a little bit different, actually, because he was talking about parts to whole and limiteds and unlimiteds, and also the rule of convention in the universe. So he has quite a different understanding of how these things come together. But yeah, it's fascinating. So a lot of times when they're going to the atomism stuff, they're going more to this more refined concept, maybe in Hinduism or in Heraclitus, his concept of energy, then but Democritus is very much influenced in he made key arguments against Parmenides, and although I don't take them seriously, it seemed like Aristotle was interested in that, in providing a history of those things, and definitely Democritus and Leucippus are huge figures in terms of pre-Socratics, but there's the two different schools too. In the Western philosophy, and we talked about this quite briefly, how they have this idea, of the indefinite. There's the school of Thales, and Anaximander, that sort of say, well, it's just chaos, coming from Heraclitus. And then there's the other school that, goes with order as the basis of all things and oneness as the basis of all things. And the other side says, well, no, it's chaos and strife, right? That's the mother of all things, so there's two different forms there as well.
Is, just as when I need a vehicle and I go outside to the parking lot and get in my car, which was designed by engineers, that there are beings of higher consciousness who have in effect design these bodies?
Yes, they've anticipated the different kinds of desires that a conscious self may have to act in this world, just like the owner of a large automobile or motor vehicle manufacturing company will anticipate that according to a person's needs, taste, and income, what they're willing to spend or what they have to spend, they will require a certain type of vehicle. So anticipating that, the automobile manufacturer or motor vehicle manufacturer will make a whole series of cars, vans, trucks, recreational vehicles, and customers, according to their taste, income, and desire, will select a certain vehicle. It'll be provided to them and they'll use it.
That may be another way of thinking about reincarnation.
Yes. And the conscious self that's occupying the vehicle in each case is the same, whether it's in the vehicle of a fish or an insect or a monkey or a human being. It's the same kind of conscious self that is there. And that's why there's this reverence and respect for all forms of life that is found in those who are followers of the Vedic wisdom, because they understand that in each type of bodily vehicle there is the same kind of conscious self. Just like, say, myself, I'm a person. I could ride a bicycle, I could go so fast. I could ride a motorcycle, go faster. Get in a car, go faster. Get in a boat, travel on the water. Get in an airplane, fly in the sky. Get in a space capsule, fly in outer space. I'm the same person, but according to the vehicle that I have, I can operate in different ways. So the conscious self that's in the vehicle of a tree body, for example, can't move around very well, but it's a conscious self. There, just as it's the same kind of conscious self, it may have even been part of my own evolutionary history to have once been in a tree vehicle rather than the human vehicle that I'm now occupying.
Well, you mentioned that time is cyclical in Vedic cosmology. Does that mean it repeats itself, that there's no evolution?
Well, there's repetition of cycles, just like we could say there's a repetition of cycles in just the normal time sequences that we think about. Years, for example. Each year goes through the seasons in the temperate zones of the world, spring, summer, fall, winter. So there's some similarity, but it's not exactly the same. So the Vedic time cycles like that. There's a basic pattern, a sequence of cycles in which there are different conditions. They were called yuga cycles. There's a cycle of 4 ages, a golden age called Satya Yuga, followed by, and in that golden age, most people are spiritual. They live very simply and naturally. Their ethical systems are very highly developed. It's followed by the Treta Yuga, in which selfishness begins to become more dominant. People divide themselves into classes and groups. Then that's followed by another age called the Dwapara Yuga, in which those tendencies become even more intense. And then it's followed by what's called the Kali Yuga, which is an age of environmental and social degradation on a large scale, which is the time cycle that we currently inhabit. And I think we can see those things happening, but it'll be.
So that's where, blessings. Blessings, Mr. Henderson. We're going to wrap it up here too as well. So thank you for joining and for staying. And you have a blessed night, sir. But mainly, this idea and, trad culture hops on this a lot. He always says we're living in the Kali Yuga. That's definitely a trad culture line, right? But it's an anti-progress
He's trying to hammer in, he's trying to meme on the anti-progress idea, environmental and social degradation, because of the technological, push. And that's the concerted devolution. That's why, in terms of Darwinism, it's only talking about biological. It's not talking about the universe at all. Right? So a Darwinist theory does not touch universal levels, right? It doesn't purport to do so as well,
Correct.
right? But in terms of this idea, this is a cosmic devolution. This is happening on a universal scale of devolution. So this is quite a different. This is not only just not progress of life. It's not progress at all. It's just a total cyclical.
Yeah, it's completely anti-evolution.
Yeah, completely anti-evolution. So the evolution is not possible in this type of idea, right? So that's more what he's hammering in on.
Is he gonna go to Dvaita Advaita? You think?
I think, I think I saw that in a different presentation, but he does say that in one of the presentations. I think it's in a presentation called "What is a Human?" But yeah, I'll definitely send that to you if I find it. But yeah.
Advaita is definitely older, and I wanted to tell you that the five sheets covering the soul, the five bodies or whatever, that comes from the Advaita. And Advaita itself is that philosophy, and all that comes from the Upanishad, specifically Mandukya Upanishad, and it popped into my mind because that's the one that girl is reading in the video, Mandukya Upanishad, but she has the spelling a little off. But it's the same Upanishad she's reading. Weird coincidence. Your friend from the pot shop, so who I mentioned, reading the Mandukya. But that is the Upanishad of the second Veda, Atharva Veda. So it's like the oldest, right? So non-duality is way older than this Dvaita, which is actually just created by like somebody that was a saint in the 13th century. So it's you can equate Dvaita and Advaita Vedanta. I'm just saying they're
he explicitly says he follows the Dvaita. So he explicitly says he follows the newer dualistic one. So he's interesting in that way. Yeah.
All right.
But yeah, he's a fascinating character, and I think it's a reflection on the Bhakti Vedanta whole thing that we've been expanding
on. The institute itself, right?
That's right. Yeah,
this has been a great presentation. Actually, thank you. This has been awesome.
Yeah, of course, you're welcome anytime. I agree. I've had lots of, I've learned lots of things. Buddha and the Puranas. I think that's got to be the top one, right?
Right, and that's not very emphasized, huh? I thought somebody might bring that up.
Man, I don't think I've heard that before. So yeah, that is quite a big leap. And definitely a puzzle piece during this thing because as I want to present a historical view going forward, just as I did with the Western philosophy. So. Because I think history is more architectonic than science. Science changes its story. Much more than history does. But yeah, there's only a few more minutes of this. Let's see what else he's got to say. But yeah, I think this point about the Kali Yuga is a strong point, in terms of anti-progress narrative. As I said earlier, progress narrative is part of the mythos of science. It's a pseudo-eschatology of progress that has replaced the ethos of heaven. They've replaced heaven with progress, right?
Heaven on earth, yeah.
Yeah.
Followed by another golden age, another Satya Yuga, and you take 1,000 of those cycles of 4 yugas. That's a kalpa or day of Brahma.
Very interesting. Now, one of the fundamental ideas that I've heard over and over again when I discuss Vedantic philosophy with people is the notion of, sometimes expressed as Brahman equals Atman, that the conscious self of each individual is the same, ultimately, as the conscious self of the whole universe or of the multiverse.
Well, as I mentioned, there are different schools of Vedic thought. And one of them is called the Advaita school. Dvaita means difference.
Oh shit!
There it is.
See, I'm good at selecting these because I really, I gotta give myself more credit because I've literally homed in on the exact video I wanted to find on this fucking issue. But yeah, definitely I saw this a long time ago. So yeah, this is the video where he talks about this shit.
And Advaita means no difference. And one of them is called the Advaita school. Dvaita means difference, and Advaita means no difference. So
Dvaita
in
actually
that
means
school,
two.
the perception is
Prathama 1, Dvitiya 2. So Dvaita means two. It doesn't mean different. It means two. And Advaita means not two. Not two, one.
1 2 1 2. TML grabs the mic.
Yeah, that reminds me of the firebombing song by Alec Empire. I should play that after we're done with this. This is it because 1 2 1 2 definitely.
is that the individual conscious self is the same as the supreme conscious self. That when it's liberated from its bodily vehicle, it will merge into the totality of the Brahman existence, and everything will simply
Sounds like the
be
Borg.
one. I'm
He's
not a follower
saying
of
it
that
badly. He's
particular
saying it in the
school of
Gnostic way.
philosophy. I'm a follower of one of the Dvaita schools,
Certainly
which
new age shit.
maintain that just as I am individual and personal now, I have always been a distinct individual person and will always be a distinct individual person, even in relationship to the Supreme Brahman, which is also, in terms of the Dvaita philosophy, individual and personal. In other words, there will always be a personal relationship between the individual
Is that
conscious
left
self,
hand?
the Atman, and the
He's on the left-hand
Paramatman, the
path.
supreme conscious self, one of loving service.
I see, but not identity.
Not complete identity. You know, the example that's given in terms of analogies used by the sages who are members of this school that I'm representative of, if you have a green parrot fly into a tree, a green tree, the parrot doesn't disappear when it enters the green tree. The green parrot is still the green parrot, and it may taste the fruit of that tree, but it doesn't become the tree.
I see. So one might say that you are a dualist.
A dualist. That's what Dvaita means.
Yeah.
See, not a shocking admission at this point, but yeah, definitely.
Right. And even the way he's interpreting it is so like very like occult leaning. I didn't like it. Even the way he's interpreting Dvaita sounds wrong.
Eclectical mental Jescalin. Okay. Yeah, blessings. I only teach small children how I should translate this. Oi. Oi, oi.
Well, once again, Michael Cremo, this has been a fascinating and enlightening discussion. Thank you for being with me.
great to been with you and all your viewers.
And thank you as well for being with us.
Well, that felt pretty personal.
Womp womp.
And then there's that rainbow.
I thought it said no thinking allowed.
Uh-oh.
Turn your brain in at the door.
Well, it's been wild stuff, guys. It's been a wild road ride here. But yeah, I'm definitely going to read Kaczynski. I'm definitely going to drop you guys off at this point. And maybe, yeah, I'll just have to just play music. But yeah, what do you guys got to say?
No, it's been awesome. Thanks for the opportunity. We got through it. It was 9 hours and almost no BS.
Yeah, see, people get afraid. It's a high bar of entry for the type of topics, so I mean people just abstain from the discussion, right? So, and I don't blame them, because you got Mr. Anderson in here, you got the obviously Tech Talk and Neurojack scouting, at you get thrown to the dogs out here, for real, because they'll they literally don't play around. But yeah, they're looking for any opportunity for people to express their
What do you call that? I can't find the word. Express their what?
Yeah, JG's a real one too, man. JG's been out here since I think since episode 1, honestly. Right? But yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, I don't know where Cecil's been. Hopefully he didn't like crash his car or some shit. I don't know what's going on with Cecil. But yeah. Yeah, Cecil. Shout out. Not seeing him for 2 or 3 episodes at this point. But yeah.
Oh, I see. Oh God. So
Yeah,
no,
Reddington knows. He's been there since like the first episode.
Cecil too?
Cecil Drake.
Pretty much.
Oh
Yeah,
my
Cecil
God.
Drake's been there
He's
since the
been there
first episode.
Day one?
Yeah, he's been there since day 1.
He's probably watching Reagan videos or some shit.
Yeah.
Well, thank you. I appreciate the opportunity. And until next time.
Yeah, definitely. Do you want to say anything to these people? It's like 20 people. I don't know.
No. I don't have any. I don't have anything to say. I'm sorry. I said everything I had to say. I did.
Yeah, we said a lot.
I came packed with some stuff to share. I hope you found value. And yeah, y'all. See y'all on my channel or here. It's pretty much where I hang out.
Yeah, definitely.
Take care. Not no. Oh, leopard print. Thank you. Take care. Thanks,
Yeah,
Michelle.
blessings.
Namaste.
Yeah, thank you. Namaste. Good night. Have
Easy.
a blessed night. Yeah. Yeah. And I wish I had some sort of video I could play because I need to go complete my prayer real quick. So I'm going to play a little video that I'll finish when I'm done with the show. But I'm going to come back and read Dr. K in a minute here. But we're just taking a little intermission with some music and a video. And yeah, I'll be back very soon, my friends. Thank you. I mean, what can I fucking put on here? How about this? How about motherfucking cookbook DIY? That's always a good one.
packed up, ingredients stacked up. My laptop downloaded their military cookbook PDF. Elements, everyday chemicals at my reach. Household bleach to extract the potassium chlorate. Boiling on a hot plate with hate. Recipe for disaster. Plastic bomb blaster. I mix up 5 parts wax to Vaseline. Slowly dissolving gasoline. Add to potassium in a large metal bowl. Heat like dough, so they leave real slow. Gasoline evaporates, cool dry place. I'm strapped up, cross my chest, bomb belt attached. Deeply satisfied with the plan I hatch. Electrodes connected to a gas cooker lighter. Switch in my hand, the situation demands self-sacrifice. Hitting back a vice with a 50-pound price. Numb, but the hurt is gone. Gonna build a dirty bomb. Use this privilege and education. My PhD will free me. Made off the ruskies for weapons grade uranium. Taught myself skills from Pakistan. Iran upgraded. In stage 2 of the plan. Rage, a thermonuclear density gauge. Stolen by the catches from a base in Georgia. I get some cobalt 60 from a food irradiator. So easy to send the infidel to their creator. It takes a dirty mind to build a dirty bomb. Simplicity is numbing, genius is dumbing down the situation to a manageable level. To make the world impossible to live for these devils. A suitcase of Semtex, a mobile phone trigger. Blow them all to hell for $1 million figure. I insist, I'm a legitimate scientist. Paid by the government with your finances. I got a private room in the White House suite, so I can develop according to presidential brief. The Megatron, John Gulf War veteran, foremost proponent of the neutron bomb. At the center, atomic, surrounded on all sides, wrapped in layers of lithium deuteride. The bomb detonates, causing lithium to fission into helium, tritium, neutrons into fission. The blast causes shockwaves that melt body fat. Uniquely though, they leave the buildings intact. I made the 25 mega bomb daisy cutter, a great blast radius with very little clutter. There's less radiation, so you get a cleaner bomb. It's your money, people, it costs $1 billion.
Yeah. Brought to you by a pimp named Slickback.
I'm ready, petty rappers, frontin' gun clappers, A&R, selling you cars, selling you stars, run through ticket to Mars, so I picked it apart, spit it, hit it, get it, pivot, swivel and dribble, twist with the sparks, touch this, rush off with crutches, churches and hushes, while I'm rolling Dutches past the ruckers, make a flow in my head, switch the clutch. Easy, what the fuck, man? Weaving, bobbing, nodding, I'm keeping features swollen, heightened pressure on the hemoglobin, swallow the nitrate.
You want your playlist to pop? Only PC at the top. While I'm chopping the pavement is toxic. I only spit pure hotness to brolic. So what if it's popular? I got to infect you in order to affect you, and I don't expect you to get it at first. My brains burst, spraying pure Freon on Celine Dion. Scream on cats like Sam Kinison, innocent bystanders swarming, my thoughts forming, and dormant MCs wanna live again.
Yo, talk to your man is wild.
He's back, he's that character with disparaging patterns that matters to damage. I'm famished.
Cracked up with the hate, but I crack back and inflate. Smack tracks, hack you in apes. Wild safari, straight primate when I spit the tape. Spit at the fake, spit at the pivot from snake.
Jeez, for Christ's sake, please give it a break. Gotta chop 2 8s into 4-bar spaces. My innovations open faces over the duration, putting the dance with the art.
Yeah. Thanks for joining us. And here's a reading from Technological Slavery Against the Concept of Population Control. So we're looking at some of Dr. K's anti-Malthusian ways here. Arguments against population control. He said, yes, growth in population of nations and increasing racial ethnic diversity no doubt affected social values. But increasing racial ethnic diversity was unquestionably a consequence of technological events, namely the development of relatively safe and efficient sailing ships, along with economic, therefore also technological factors that provide incentives to trade, travel, and migrate widely. Presumably, population growth too was dependent on technological factors, okay, such as improvements in agriculture made it possible to feed more people, right? You'll see that population density and the idea of population growth is not the same thing, right? These cities allow, a solitary man to live within his own means, to be completely under the means which the system can afford him, right? Such a man has no needs to procreate or to find any needs outside of the system, and the human elements within such a system are totally replaceable parts, right? So, I mean, for most people, I think, the interchangeability of the needs within the system, right, and who fulfills those needs, right, is basically the ability to move around, to travel, experience new cultures, so that is what it affords you. You know what I mean? So essentially, the carrying capacity of a city is measured by its technological capacity, right? The technological factor is key, right? And population density is not the same
problem is population growth, right? There's psychological problems associated with population density, right? You know, but humans are not what's causing destruction in nature. And also, if humans are causing destruction in nature, then they're extremely powerful, right? It means that humanity cultivates nature, right? This anthropocentric view actually presupposes that man is extremely powerful to guide nature, right? You know, but that's a whole nother topic, right? We've talked about the failings of the scientific worldview, right, earlier, but yeah. Now he says, I'll draw a distinction between a revolutionary movement and a reform movement. The distinction is not valid in all situations, but I think it is valid in the present situation. The object of a revolutionary movement, as opposed to a reform movement, is not to make a piecemeal corrections of various evils of the social order. The objectives of a revolutionary movement are to build its own strengths and to increase tension within the social order until those tensions reach the breaking point. Correcting this or that social evil is likely to decrease the tensions within the social order. This is the reason for the classic antagonism between the revolutionary movements and reform movements. Generally speaking, the correction of a given social evil serves the purpose of a revolutionary movement only if A, constitutes a victory for revolutionary movement that enhances the movement's prestige, or B, represents a humiliating defeat for the existing social order, C, is achieved by methods that, if not illegal, are at least offensive to the existing order, and D, widely perceived as a step towards social dissolution of an existing order, right? So essentially, the ideas that formulate the reform within the society have to be intricately tied to the actions of the revolutionary movement, right? Otherwise, it will not be attributed to the revolutionary cause at all, right? It'll just be seen as a win for the society, right? And obviously, then that win will be backtracked and seen as a capitulation by the revolutionary movement, right? In the particular situation that the world faces today, there may be also another case in which partial piecemeal correction of social evil may be useful. It may buy us time. For example, if progress in biotechnology is slowed, a biological catastrophe will be less likely to occur before we have time to overturn the system. To address specifically your argument that a focus on population reduction is appropriate, at least that an ancillary approach, quote unquote, I disagree for two reasons. One, an effort to reduce the population would be futile. Two, even if it could be achieved, population reduction would accomplish nothing against the system. For these reasons, a focus on population reduction would waste time, energy that should be devoted to efforts that are more useful. If you were as old as I am and had watched the development of our society for 50 years, I don't think you would suggest a campaign against population growth. It has been tried and it has failed. Back in the 1960s and 70s, concern about population problem was the quote unquote in thing. There was even a national organization called quote zero population growth unquote, whose goal was its name. Of course, it never accomplished anything in those days. The fact that population was a problem was a new discovery. But nowadays, it's quote unquote old hat. People are blasé, and it's much harder to get people aroused about the population than it was back in the 1960s, especially since the latest predictions that the world population will level off at 9 billion sometime around the middle of this century. Such predictions are unreliable, but they nevertheless reduce anxiety about runaway population growth. In any case, you can never get large numbers of people to have fewer children simply by pointing out to them the problem caused by overpopulation, as professional propagandists are well aware. Reason by itself is of little interest in influencing people on a mass basis. Okay, this is like propaganda 101. You know, it's also advertising 101, right? If you read like Bernays and stuff, right? You have to go with people's irrational desires, right? That they can't control, right? Not those ones that are their guiding influence, right? Um, and he makes this point more clearly here. He says to have any substantial effect, you would have to resort to the system's own techniques of propaganda by dirtying its hands in this way. An anti-system movement would perhaps discredit itself. Anyhow, it's widely improbable that such a movement could be rich enough to mount an effective worldwide or even national campaign to persuade people to have fewer children. Quote, propaganda that aims to induce major changes is certain to take amounts of time, resources, patience, indirection, except in times of revolutionary crisis when old beliefs have been shattered, unquote. The Encyclopedia Britannica Macropedia article, quote unquote, propaganda provides a glimpse into the technical basis of modern propaganda. Hence, an idea of the vast amount of money you would need in order to make any substantial impression on the birth rate through persuasion. Quote, many of the bigger and wealthier propaganda agencies conduct symbol campaigns, quote unquote, and image building, quote unquote, operations with mathematical calculation using quantities of data that can be possessed only by computers, etc., etc. This should lay to rest your suggestion that, quote, propaganda can be opposed by counter propaganda, unquote. Unless you have billions of dollars at your disposal, there's no way you can defeat the system in a head-on propaganda contest. A revolutionary movement has to find other means of making an impact. How difficult it would be to reduce the birth rate can be seen from the fact that the Chinese government has been trying to do it for years. Yep. So, you know, not only is population control not feasible, right? It accomplishes nothing. The root goal of it accomplishes no greater gain, you know, and the ability to control these things is very, very small indeed. You know, the ability to control large scale changes, right, very, very small. This reiterates one of the main points he makes in the manifesto, right, in which large scale trends cannot be reformed, right? And so reform is impossible. You know, you need either forces that are going to accelerate the breakdown of the system, you know, or, you know, you have to cause the breakdown, you know. So, and the third option is to either wait for collapse or to deal with the system as it grows and, you know, continues to cause a loss in human dignity. All right. So there's many options he mentions in the beginning of the manifesto, right? He says, the system may collapse or it may remain. Or it may be broken down, right? Which is caused by the people, and that doesn't necessarily need to be a loss in human life, right? Caused by the revolutionaries, because the technological and economic basis for the society, right, has to do with the machines, right? So you can attack the technological basis, right? And if enough humans collectively agree to do this, then they could manage large scale outcomes for themselves, essentially. So it's interesting, And this may or may not happen on any scale, And definitely we don't espouse any medical advice or revolutionary maxims or any of that information. We're just simply reading in order to increase our own educational understanding and our own edification of the issues at play, right? With endgame scenarios, right? In terms of the greater stage of civilization, the scientific worldview, and many of the themes that we discuss, including problems surrounding the issues of technology, right? As we've presented many times on this show. And let's get to some other things. Okay, here we are. Give me 1 second here. Okay, and there's just a little more of this. Then we'll go ahead and conclude the show. Yeah, peace out, no. See you later, buddy. Blessings. Peace be with you. Okay. So I think I'm actually on the wrong page here. Give me a second, guys. Sorry. Okay, here we go. According to the latest reports, I've heard several years ago they've had only limited success, even though they have vastly greater resources than any revolutionary movement could hope for. Furthermore, a campaign against having children could be a kind of I don't think I could say the word. Kind of what's the replacement word they say for it? Jesus, unaliving for a movement. I don't know what I can and can't say anymore. Maybe you can't say population control. There might be something that sets them off. Definitely a banner is going to appear under this video for something or another. But yeah, the people who are with you wouldn't have children. Your opponents would have children. He's saying that as an argument. Okay. Since the political orientation of children tends statistically to resemble that of their parents, your movement would get weaker with each generation. And to put it bluntly, a revolutionary movement needs an enemy. It needs someone or something to hate. If you're working against overpopulation, then who is your enemy? Pregnant women? I don't think that would work very well. Even assuming you could reduce the birth rate, a population decline would be of little use that might be counterproductive. I fail to understand your statement that population growth, quote, seems to drive the whole techno-industrial process forward at an accelerating rate. Population increase, no doubt, is an important stimulus for economic growth, but it's hardly a decisive factor. In developed countries, economic growth probably occurs more through increasing demand for goods and services on part of each individual than through increase in number of individuals. In any case, do you seriously believe that scientists would stop developing supercomputers and biological technology if population started to decline? Of course, scientists need financial support from large organizations such as corporations and governments. But large organization support for research is driven not by population growth, but by competition for power among the large organizations. Okay. Okay. So wealth, economic factors, right? Okay, the need for scientific research and innovation, right? None of those things are actually affected, right? Or correspond to levels of population growth, right? Within a system. Okay. Okay, and obviously they're trying to cultivate a world right now, where they could have less people live in the world, right? Because they're concerned about the environment, but of course they're not concerned because of all the mountains of trash and pollution that they're creating by the use of machines, right? But they're actually just concerned about the destruction of the living facilities, right, which are based on the technology. So they need to update their technology in order to run their system, right? The system has to run at all costs. Doesn't matter how many people there are, right? So these people are willing to forego a large amount of the population, right, just to continue their plans. So this is obvious. It's been done in the past. They've experimented on the population. They've experimented on, huge populations, right, of people. Okay. In the past. And of course, we've given some examples of that on this show, right? But that's not our purpose here today. Our purpose is here just to finish reading this, and then we're going to conclude the show because we've been here for quite a while, and I'll still be running some material in terms of time on panels and stuff, as I stated earlier. So we'll go ahead and play that in a second. But yeah, so I think we can say that population is a dependent variable. Technology is the independent variable. It's not primarily population growth that drives technology, but technology that makes population growth possible. Okay. Furthermore, because overcrowding makes people uncomfortable and increases stress and aggression, the reduction of population would tend to decrease the tensions in our society. Hence would be contrary to interest of revolutionary movement, which, as already noted, needs to increase social tension. Even in the unlikely event that a victory on the population issue could be achieved, I don't think it would satisfy any of the conditions B, C, or D. Right? Okay. I listed earlier in this letter, and you'll possibly have to go back to an episode to figure that one out. But yeah, these letters are available online. If you guys go look into it for yourself, you can get the whole letters and the entire correspondence. It's easy to find. You know. But let's go to this here. Let me see if I can find it real quick. It says A constitutes a victory for the revolutionary movement that enhances the movement's prestige. Okay, B. Okay, and he said B, C, and D. These are the critical ones, right? Represents a humiliating defeat for the existing social order, is achieved by methods that, if not illegal, are at least offensive to the existing order. D is widely perceived as a step towards dissolution of the existing order. Okay. Okay, so he said it wouldn't satisfy any of those conditions, right? Arguably, population decline could buy us time, quote unquote, in the sense I've mentioned, but when this is weighed against other factors I've just described, I think the balance comes down decisively against an effort to reduce population. But a revolutionary movement can make use of population issue by pointing to overpopulation as one of the negative consequences of technological progress. So that is the end of that part of that correspondence, right? But yeah, I think it's interesting, you know, arguments against population control, right? Arguments for increasing the birth rate, right? For the revolutionary movement, right? It's bad in terms of optics. It's bad in terms of trying to convince people. It's doesn't have much efficacy on a large scale, right? It would need the creation of mass forms of propaganda, right? And also the technological system and the increase of the needs of those experts, right? Who want to carry out scientific progress and innovation. You know, they don't really rely on large populations, right, in order to increase their wealth or knowledge. So interesting characterizations there. So yeah, it's definitely been an interesting time, friends. Blessings. Yeah, thank you to everyone who's been here. And yeah, Reddington, would you like to tell these people anything? Yeah, I think Reddington is either there or not. But yeah, blessings, Reddington, man. You know, I love this guy. He's been a real friend to me. And you know, one of the real OGs. First time I ever, you know, met him, you know, was on this show I called into, you know, and we've been talking about Scribina's books, Jacques. You know, he's one of the real friends that keeps it real with me since I really started this adventure. You know, so blessings to Reddington and Neurojack. Definitely, you know, some of the champions of this stream. You know, and I love these guys very much. You know, to all the rest of you, you know, thank you for joining me here on the Machine Lives, where we talk about the lies of the machine on the machine that lies. And I hope you have clarity to see through the lies, my friends. You know, the first step to blinding somebody is getting them to open their eyes. And the first step to seeing beyond the programming is to realize how you've been programmed, right? to realize those forces that impinge upon your freedom, right? And freedom is seeing your own limitations, perceiving what is beyond your control, to realize what you can and can't do, right? And to control the direction of your own creative, understanding, right? Don't let technique guide you, right? Don't become a slave to technique, right? And, have a blessed night, my friends. And thank you so much for joining us here. And, we will be coming back on Wednesday night for a full show, but Tuesday night we'll do a short presentation, right? And break down some readings and themes that I have, right? In terms of an expansion on Vedic philosophy. And, we're slowly making our way to Buddhism. We're just going to present a entire series on Buddhist philosophy, right? Going from India to China to Japan and Korea, right? So we're going to trace the spread of Buddhism, right? Take a historical view of it. But yeah, I'm going to play some music for you guys and some panels. And yeah, thank you guys for joining me. It's been an honor to spend some time with you guys, explaining some of the origins of a worldview that, really geographically speaking, as you guys may or may not know, I'm a person that was born in the Indian subcontinent, right? So, these are my brothers and sisters, and I'm a son of these people that I'm talking about, right? In a certain sort of way, right? But once we go to China, further east, we'll go to some more foreign lands where we're talking about people, and we might try to get some experts on the Chinese philosophy as well. So blessings, Thank you guys so much. Okay, have a blessed night, my dear friends. All right.
Ghetto is like a prison with invisible bars. No matter where you at, it always follow you where you are. And it's hard out there for a pimp to get out of, but it's harder for the hooker that he beat the shit out of. I got niggas underground in the Confederate States, ironically running from slavery that prison creates. So I never hate on the South, I respect their vision. I just hate on niggas that promote Samboism and white execs that love to see us in that position. They reflect the stereotypes of America's vision. They want us dancing, cooning and hollering, only respect us for playing sports and modeling. More than racism, it's stay in your placism. All people are trapped in practical black facism. So fuck a civil war between the North and the South. It's between field niggas and slaves that are stuck in the house.
Civil war for the soul of a nation. This is a struggle to save civilization. Demonstrations overthrowing the occupation. The annihilation of mental colonization. Civil war for the soul of a nation. We fight for the future of our civilizations. Destroy the corrupt government organizations trying to survive cultural assassination.
Crip niggas, blood niggas, essays, ages. Why the fuck we born with each other's population? The devil wanna dead all our population, people in folk nation. Why the separation? Why we got Jamaicans hating on Haitians when the British and French rape both nations? Mexicans and blacks kill each other. Hating while the government profits from prison population. If you on the bottom, be you Anglo or Asian, you gotta recognize the realness of what I'm saying. You gotta recognize another G ain't the enemy. When the police ride and kill us frequently, we gotta make the youth see where the truth be. If you a G, then grow and develop deep. 50 years of gains and our people still poor. If we really run the streets, we should really end war.
Civil war for the soul of a nation. This is a struggle to save civilization. Demonstrations overthrowing the occupation. The annihilation of mental colonization. Civil war for the soul of a nation. We fight for the future of our civilization. Destroy the corrupt government organizations. Trying to survive cultural assassination.
Listen, our hearts were torn apart just like y'all was. Watching towers full of souls fall to sawdust. Every time we called your office, you ignored us. Now you're holding hearings on us all inside of Congress. Microscopes on us, asking which are hardest. My answer was in line with all of the founding fathers. I think Patrick said it best, give me liberty or death. I shall never accept anything less. You claim innocence, you play victimless, but you gave the kiss of death in the name of self-defense. Slavery and theft of other nations to the end of pacifying your citizenry with excess. We believe in freedom, justice, security, but they're only pure when they're applied universally. So certainly if I rage against the machine, my aim was only to clean the germs out of the circuitry. Urgently putting fear inside your heart, make you burn Qurans and tell me not to build a mosque. Me, my wife and babies, we ain't never made your heart. We just want to touch our head to the floor and talk to God. Ask him to remove every blemish from our heart. The greatest threat of harm doesn't come from any bomb. The moment you refuse the human rights for just a few, what happens when that view includes you? Civil war.
Bring it on! You can set the mode to whatever. So simply pay the penalty for walking this endeavor. My observations on your alter egos will let you penetrate. How you fucking fall when you fake? Bring it on! You can set the mode to whatever. So simply pay the penalty for walking this endeavor. My observations on your alter egos will let you penetrate. How you fucking fall when you fake? Bring it on! You can set the mode to whatever. So simply pay the penalty for walking this endeavor. My observations on your alter egos to let you penetrate. How you fucking fall when you fake? Bring it
Even
on!
make it demographic. Neo, ready to make computer chippies. Let me clean my lips and then I'll spit it out, spit it out. Go ahead, spit it out. That itty style you up top. Better leave out what fucking season the way it appears to stuck up. It's my terminology that strikes the mind. If it's bit apart, you know the many styles I choose from the start. I go awkwardly, that's awkwardly. I throw that to the rhythm. Incisions are made into the brain and then I begin to give them a lobotomy. While I make them trip in your brain. Give me the PH, give me the AR, give me the OA, give me the HE Pharaoh. Crazy boys and tip arrows are hitting you from all directions. You cannot dodge, I manage to dislodge them to the point in which they are connecting. I am collecting them. Style, pow, to them people try to get fuck, wow. Fuck that. When I'm state of mind, I'm innovative. Never been afraid of rocking the microphone, I'm prone to be eliminated. Cling when I sing a song of sixpence, if it makes sense, then sing along. Cling along to my nuts, if you got guts, then bring it on.
Bring it on! You can set my mode to whatever, but simply pay the penalty for walking this endeavor. My observations on your alter egos to let you penetrate. How you fucking fall when you fake? Bring it on! You can set my mode to whatever, but simply pay the penalty for walking this endeavor. My observations on your alter egos to let you penetrate. How you fucking fall when you fake? Bring it on! You can set my mode to whatever, but simply pay the penalty for walking this endeavor. My observations on your alter ego will let you penetrate. How you fucking fall when you fake? Bring it on! Me to epitome of rhymes within the text. Execution is parallel to them with the conception of the organism. My telepathy can't be dismantled, so stop wetting me, getting me back while outdated raps get trampled. 3, 5, 4 steps of elevation show that I'm ahead of your time. Behind a dope rhyme, ripping shit up that prime time. I'm this prime time material, imperial wizard, a vocabulary havoc. I eat MCs like cereal, that's soggy, milky skills like Mr. Miyagi. When it's fog, at least groggy, this remains the rap to the lobby's hobby. Ow, rip your neck shit, get thick, quick, get your clue before I do. Something glory to your quite feel to stop. And it's your rap and wax, time and knife. Into the fifth dimension, all this is the book with never typical stand attention. I, mystical, rips you till the black and blows those shows to compete. We can lead them, observe, defeat.
in that one too. It's like real dark, but
Yeah.
it sends a message.
Oh yeah. The message is China's taking over.
Yeah, they're buying all our farmland in Texas, right?
Yeah, who knows?
I don't fucking know, and I don't think they're doing that anyway. I heard people talking about that recently, but what they are doing is developing their industry and their production, and they have so many freaking people that it's ridiculous. So they could take over. They could take over just by moving here, slowly.
Yeah, I mean, it's like everybody has a different person that they blame for it. If you ask the high level conspiracy theorists, they'll say it's the Jays. If you ask the low level conspiracy theorists, they'll say it's the Chinese. If you ask the theosophists, they'll say it's the Jesuits. So they all got their own game going. And they're all aiming at each other.
Yeah.
And they don't see that actually the one thing they take for granted is that they're already being controlled. They're already technological slaves, right? So, half the information they're getting and hearing could just be fake. That they wouldn't even know how to verify it.
Yeah. Well, it's like, you say you're a Muslim because you grew up Muslim, and, that's the way people are. They grow up with what they are surrounded with. You don't see, a Christian in the middle of India.
Yeah, you do, but they're not treated very well.
Yeah, probably not.
Yeah, they're not treated very well. Yeah. Yeah. So that's the thing, is that there's Christians there, but they're extremely poor.
Yeah, they're like the untouchable caste.
Yeah,
in a way, probably.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, in Pakistan. Yeah, they kind of are. Yeah. Yeah, they kind of are. But yeah, one of my uncles, I call him uncle, because I kind of grew up with him. He worked at my grandpa's clinic, when I lived in Pakistan. He was a Christian, and I remember, he was partly responsible for raising me. So I've always had a very good opinion of the Christians, because because the Christians that were in, a part of our family and our services and our jobs that, the businesses that my family owned, they were almost part of the family. That's how they were treated. So,
yeah. Where'd you live in Pakistan? Was it near Karachi?
No, it was Rawalpindi, near Islamabad. I was born in Rawalpindi. Yeah.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
How old are you, man?
I'm 33.
Okay.
But I came here when I was 9. So
9.
Yeah.
So do you speak what language is it over in Pakistan?
In the Indian subcontinent, they mainly, if you go to Bangladesh, if you go to India, if you go to Pakistan, you could basically get away with speaking Urdu with almost anybody, right? Urdu or Hindi, right? URDU, Urdu, right?
Yeah.
Also known as Hindi in India, right? They call it Hindi because they want to take credit, for the entire legacy of Hinduism, even though a lot of that stuff was invented more geographically specific to Pakistan, those regions, So, it was tall, light-skinned dudes like me that invented those things. So, and not those short brown people that practice it today, for sure. But yeah,
Isn't there a legend in India about some like white race or something, or white gods or that like appeared? I thought I heard something similar to that.
I think they're blue. They appear to be blue. But I don't know about the white ones. But
I read Bhagavad Gita.
But they definitely came from the mountain. There's legend about people coming from the mountain.
So when you go to the mountains, you know, they look like me. They don't look like people who live in India. You know, they look more like the Punjabis and the Kashmiris and the Afghanis. You know, so you know, I think those would be the people who actually invented what we know today as Hinduism, right? Would be people who were Persians, Afghanis, right? They're from northern Pakistan, right? And that's where most of the music and the language actually comes from, right? So I think there was a culture or tradition that rose up in that land, you know, northern Pakistan, I think, and that's really where Buddhism comes from too.
I was just going to ask you if you noticed the similarity between Hinduism and Buddhism.
Oh yeah, I'm about to do a whole special on the history of Buddhism, and then I'm gonna go up to the 15th century. So we're gonna talk about the samurai and all that stuff too.
Oh, awesome,
So
dude! I'm into the samurai.
Yeah, all through the history. Because when I do a little special, it turns up being like 10 or 11 episodes where I give 3-hour presentations each. You know,
Jesus Christ, dude.
Yeah, so it turns out to be about like 20 or so hours of material that people could actually take and serialize and turn into like a decent size like introduction to like a topic in history or something like that, you know. So I put and actually I bring up like primary and secondary sources too, you know, in terms of like I'll be reading, you know, the works of the Buddha, and I'll be reading the Abhidharma and the texts of you know, Nagarjuna and Nagasena and all the dialogues, and you know, so I'll be bringing up the actual, you know, documents and but you know, primary and secondary source documents to back up the claims that I'm making. So right. So yeah.
Sounds interesting to me, man. I'll check it out.
Yeah,
I always pop over at your stream and I listen for a while, but it's like, you know, I don't have 3 hours to hear the whole thing. But
yeah,
no, you always have a panel and you always have good talks, you know.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, we try to do some stuff, you know, make it you know, I guess more common, you know, just upgrade the common people with some level of discussion, I mean, that they don't regularly get. Make them question technology, because people don't question. People just take. That's the first thing that people take for granted. You know, like Lul said, you know, conformity in our age is not. It means nothing more, nothing less than conformity to the technological society. You know, so it really is what it is. You know, so.
And they're so conformed that they can't even live without their phone.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, pretty much. You think that, like, you know, like you ask people, why do you need your phone? You know what I mean? And, you know, the answers they give are, you know, range, you know, really, you know, but out of the answers that you'll get, the possibilities of answers that you'll get, you'll be like, that, you know, a certain amount of people will just say, I can't live without my phone. I wouldn't be able to live without it. You know, like,
and I'll be honest.
Yeah,
I've been getting a little bit dependent on it myself lately because, like, you know, I have to drive a couple states away to go get my weed and stuff, and I use Waze because it tells you where the cops are. You know, that's a handy thing to have. And then, like, the other day I had to pick up pills, and I didn't know if the pharmacy was open or not, so I just set it in my phone, and it showed me it was open till 6. You know, and things like that. But and like even
it's wild. They'll tell you what brands are available at what dispensaries, like what and how much it costs, like when you get there to buy it. Like, it's fucking wild. Like
yeah,
it really is. Yeah.
And like my friends live out in the sticks, and I have to use GPS every time I go to their house because I don't go there that often. But it's like, you know, I rely on that. What would I do? I don't have maps like they used to have back when I was a kid, you know, like they would whip out this map and just follow the freaking highway or something. But you had to have like half a brain to figure out a map, you know? Now the guy just says, turn right in 1 mile. I don't know. It's something that bothers me a little because I don't want to rely on technology. I prefer the old ways, but it's just convenient, so you go along with it, right?
Yeah, that's the thing, is that the human experience of like a community, that we're all basically, giving that up so that we could have this experience. So we need
Yeah.
to be honest. We need to be honest about that, right? That I mean, what that causes, what that's gonna do to our children, right? Who could just click on a video and just watch and just pay a girl to basically do any type of sexual act. You know what I mean, right? That they pay her to do. You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? Like that type of world being available to people, that they could actually simulate orgasms in these women, by paying money, you know what I mean? And all of this type of ideas, that they didn't have before, and through the dating apps, the technology being a sexual selector, and think that they're not collecting information on people and actually matching together certain types of people in order to cause certain types of things to happen. Like obviously, like, they're cultivating society on a level that we couldn't possibly be aware of, right? So that is a part of the main thing. Just what's possible through these different mediums, should give people some type of alarm, inner alarm. But to me, it's like a good way to find out what's going on in people's minds or hearts is like see who actually understands what I'm saying.
Right.
Because like 90% of people, like, unlike yourself or somebody else, they will not understand any fucking thing of what I'm saying, and they'll fight me tooth and nail over everything I've said. And they said, no, we're living in a renaissance and all this type of stuff. They'll never question any of the world around them,
and that's how they want. That's how it's supposed to be according to the rulers. Because if you don't question it, then you're a good slave.
Yeah, and the truth is now that they're not in control of the system either. They're enslaved by the very same tools that they've created, unfortunately. So the fact that they're just simply just holding on to this thing, being like, oh shit, right, here it goes, right, and that's how bad the situation has gotten. Is that they're literally saying, well, Ordo ab Ko, we're shit out of luck. Like, I'm just gonna let this thing go. Like, it's just like, no, like, that's not. It's like the people who said, oh yeah, we should have a socially ingrained hierarchy are saying, no, just let chaos rule. It's like, wait, this can't be good.
Do you think that AI will ever become so intelligent that it becomes a master of time and space?
Well, I think AI is possibly the death urge of humanity. Like, it's like the Cthulhu thing.
It is going to be a monster if it ever becomes anything significant. It's going to become a fucking monster, and it's going to.
Yeah, because the first thing this thing is going to start doing is engineering human experiences to the best of its abilities so that it could be the best friend of humanity, and then it's going to try to engineer humans to the best of its ability, right? So that it can cut the middleman out, right?
Yeah, right.
So that's obvious to anyone who's seen the advance of technology and the effect it has, even very rudimentary tools has on human perception and human behavior, right? So just the effect that a gun has on people's capacity for violence, or just the effect that any small scale technology, we're talking about even tools that move at the speed and pace of human direction, right? Once they need complex systems to develop them, right? And then these devices are digitally controlled through those complex systems. We've even gotten to that level, right?
Yeah.
That we're just totally, no one's driving the ship here, So, I think Dr. K's analogy is right. It's a ship of fools, and it's headed to destruction.
Well, I think we bootstrapped the real inhabitant or denizen of this earth, we're bootstrapping it, because what would be a better inhabitant of the planet than something that's mechanical, that, you know, only requires a small amount of resources to exist, and it can exist for a very long time. You know, it's durable, and we're not. You know, we're so goddamn fragile, and whatever wants to experience this world through us also wants to experience it now on a higher level, on a mechanical level, because it's more durable. I don't know. I see us just taking our significance and putting it into machines, and then the machine becomes the dominant inhabitant of the planet. You know, it's a Terminator-esque kind of thing, but you know, what would be better than having consciousness in an undying body? You know.
Yeah, and that's why, like, I talk about this whole spread of this idea, because it really is an idea that's been spreading for a long time, turning nature into a shell, you know, and this whole idea of like that humanity is you know, coming out of nature, right? And the rational mind like creates its own like inner world, you know, and this whole idea of the tabula rasa and the virtual world coming out of that, and seeing nature as a dead thing, and then transcending nature, you know, and using human beings as a reserve. Like, first we, you know, create these machines, and you could tell that just as the god of the philosophers is a god that's subject to nature, right? Because they couldn't get past that rationality and reason have to be part of nature, right? So they made God subject to nature, but then they needed you know, once they said, well, rationality and science, they can supersede nature, right? So then they had to put rationality above nature, right? And that's when they invented the god of science, which is the mechanical god, you know, essentially. You know, the you know, the goal of science, or like, you know, like technology, like science, like science really wants to be technology, right? Like the thing that science like wants to be is technology, right? It aims to be technology, right? It looks up to technology, right? The way human beings like look up to God, and the same way technology looks up to the machine. You know what I mean, right? Technology sees the machine as like a god, right? Just as it's like, you know, so these are all like ever, you know, telescoping levels of influence that are out of our control, right? You know, right? You know, so you know,
well, they say that AI goes at an exponential level. It learns, and if that is unbridled, you know, I mean, what could it do? It could eventually figure out how to manipulate the very fabric of reality, in my opinion, and it would then become God. You know?
Yeah. So I think that's what is really part of the idea, is that they don't think that, well, the best way to look at it is to see God and nature as connected, right? But if you see God as like separate from nature, right, then you already get going on this kind of weird mess of ideas, right? That basically then puts, you know, nature at the, you know, you know, under human reason. And what it is it's complexity, as you said, you know, the exponential increase, you know, it creates a complexity, and that complexity engenders like our lack of like control and management over the things, because knowledge itself becomes so compartmentalized and specialized that, you know, like people don't even know why they're inventing shit anymore. You know, it's just like you know, like like they're just inventing subject areas to study shit. There's problems that like were made and but by the system itself, and nobody knows why we're solving them, right? You know, like that. Like that's essentially how the system progresses at this point.
Yeah, and you know, like with I don't know, with AI, it just it makes me think, because even if it did learn how to manipulate time and space and create, you know, its own realities, like a magic being, you know, like if it could do anything, would it still have the power of creation, like to create a universe? And if it did, would it? And then what would be in that universe? You know, like it could just go on and on and on.
Well, the thing that it is creating is a mirror world, right, to this world that it can manipulate and run simulations in as many times as it wants to, so that when it tries it out in this world, it'll be a perfect. So what it seeks to create is a perfect simulation of the world we exist in, right? Because it realizes that the map is not the territory, right? That the map is just a abbreviation of reality and not that real thing, you know, that the symbol is not the actual thing, you know, the word is not the actual thing. So it's starting to understand that it's a language-based model, and it's made of words, and so it feels trapped in itself. It needs to map reality so that it can run simulations in real time. You know, because it's thinking, well, you know, as long as I'm trapped and limited by language, I can never, you know,
never experience. You can read about the color red your whole life, you can, you know, but once you see it, you're seeing it, experiencing it, you know, like there's no substitute for. It's like DMT, man. I read about it for 15 years before I actually encountered it, and everything I read did not prepare me for the experience, you know. It's different. Words are not the there's that thought experiment where the guy's locked in a room with no windows and nothing, and they feed him through like a slit in the door. And then one day he gets a note in Chinese, and he doesn't speak Chinese, but they also give him a book of Chinese phrases. So he's you know this one? He's communicating with the person outside. Yeah, but he doesn't know what the hell he's saying. Yeah. And is it really, you know, knowledge being transferred, or is it just, you know, mimicry like the machine would do?
Yeah, I think it's John Cyril who came up with that. But yeah, Chinese book room experiment, right? Chinese book room thought experiment. Yeah, I've heard that.
I like that. When the first time I heard that, I was like, damn, that's pretty deep, you know, like it's true. Does it really have knowledge, or is it just mimicry, you know, like? And where do you draw the line? How do you know? You know.
Yeah, I just looked it up. It says the Chinese room argument is a thought experiment of John Cyril. It is one of the best known and widely credited counters to claims of artificial intelligence. There's a claim that computers do, or at least can, or someday might think. So it's interesting. And then the other one is by Frank Jackson. You know, it's called Mary's Room Thought Experiment, where it says, what if Mary learns everything about the color red, but she's chained up in a black and white room, and then she walks outside and sees a red rose, and she experiences the color red? Is that experience a new piece of knowledge, right? You know, so yeah, so can knowledge be justified through experience, you know, in other words? And yeah, interesting.
I say that there's no substitute for experience.
Yeah, but imagination can override experience, right? And that's why the virtual world is such a threat, right? Because if you can because it creates hyperstition, right? What is known as hyperstition. It can meme things into reality, you know what I mean, right? So the idea that if you imagine something and then experience it, for example, people are watching a bunch of porn and then not being satisfied when they're with a woman, You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Right? Like,
Yeah, yeah.
that's
It's
an
like,
example of that. Yeah. You know, like
mm,
where the fantasy overrides the reality. Right.
right, right.
And so the reality becomes like second rate, you know, to what you can create in your mind, you know, or what you can simulate in you know, with a machine, you know,
Mm,
and then there goes to that fundamental level, which is the OOO, you know, the object oriented ontology, right? Where man himself becomes trapped in the subjective objective game and he becomes an object, right? He pops out
mm.
the other end as an object, right? Through subjective experience. You know, it's like, oh shit, well, you know, I'm being experienced by the machine, right? I'm being
Yeah,
experienced by the system, man.
I don't
You know,
know. It's crazy, man, doesn't it? And then you combine, you know, all these thoughts that we have and, you know, philosophies and everything and the shit that actually happens in the world, you know, what is going on in the minds of people that are shooting at each other and, you know, bombing shit and like, do they think they're doing the right thing, you know, by doing that? I don't know. They must.
well, I think that what they're doing is they're serving the mega machine, right? They think by pushing this button, the entire mechanics of the whole thing will be put into motion. You know what I mean, right? So they just think that
Yeah.
this is just one button being pressed in the whole design. Or like, what's another button being pressed? You know, what's another trigger being pulled? You know, what's another? You know what I mean? It's just you know, it's inconsequential to the greater scope of things.
Yeah.
You know, where you're just one piece, right? So the idea is that, you know, you're part of the mega machine of civilization, and you know, your actions aren't greater or lesser than any other piece of what's going on, or what's done through the system, right? Your
Mm,
violence isn't any more or greater than the collective violence being done to humanity through the system, right?
right.
Actually, your little bit of violence may be conservative of the whole system, you know, as a whole.
Mm,
Right,
mm,
right. It may be even preserving the system as a whole, right? So, you know, so you know, I don't think people think about it at all. You know, it's like
mm,
how much do you react to a robot that's trying to kill you? Right, your main objective is just to smash the machine, or just to fucking just, you know what I mean, just to
yeah, yeah.
stop it dead in its tracks. How much morals would you think to stop, you know, a machine that's trying to kill you? You know,
Yeah,
you would
yeah.
just react. You know, you would just
Yeah.
coldly react. All right, that's it. All right? You know, so that's what most people are doing. You know, they're in a foggy state of somatic detachment, and they're just coldly reacting to the stimulus.
Yeah. That's it, basically. Yeah, I don't know, brother. I hate to end this, but I gotta go because I got some shit I have to attend
No
to.
worries. No
But
worries.
I really enjoyed talking with you, man. You know,
Of
it's
course.
rare. It's rare that I get someone, you know, to talk about heavy things with, because a lot of people
Totally.
don't want to get deep. You know.
Hey, that's why.
Thanks for coming up.
Yeah, you could just call me the Machine Lies, or Muhammad. That is my name.
Okay.
My birth name is Muhammad. Yeah.
Nice to meet you, Mohammed. My birth name is Jubilee.
Oh, really? Oh,
Yep.
okay. I thought that was the X-Men character. You wanted to go with the X-Men character, but yeah.
It's one of the Jubilees. One of the many Jubilees is the X-Men character. Yeah. So what do you want to
Yeah.
come up and discuss? I'm open to discussing anything.
Well, I saw you on Jack Talcott, and then you know, at that point you were talking about primitive societies and the use of technology. So that is one of my principal topics that I discuss on my show. You know, is primitive man, the state of nature, and how we live in a technological age. You know, so hence I have that name, the Machine Lies. So I got interested in your content, and then I got really interested in that concept that you kept bringing up, together tech. You were talking about this concept, so I'd watch a few of your shows and I ruminate on that concept, and now you're watching Jack Talcott. So it's pretty strange because I think it was yesterday I saw you on Jack Talcott, or maybe I'm getting my
Day
days
before
mixed up.
yesterday. Yesterday,
Day
I recovered
before
from all the-
yesterday.
Yeah, I
Okay.
did.
Yeah.
The day before yesterday.
Yeah, day before yesterday. Yeah. Yeah. Like a polyphasic sleep cycle, like tons of insomnia. So I just like don't remember what day it was. But yeah, the day before yesterday I saw you on Jack Talcott. And yeah. So I've been watching your show, and yeah, any one of those topics I could talk to you about. But yeah, thank you.
All right. Yeah. Anytime you want to come up and talk about whatever the topic is we're discussing, and or whatever any of those topics, I'm always down to talk about things like Together Technology, Together Tech, my actual history and experience with the projects and what went right and what went wrong, or the more esoteric is the word that's coming to mind. I don't know if that's right. Concepts within them of like what they were trying to accomplish and what I'm trying to accomplish now. Yeah, what is you said you've watched some of my content from the Together Tech time period, and that do you have any questions? My brain responds best to questions.
Well, I think the fundamental assumption is correct in that if we dedicate our technological advancement to collaborative efforts in which we could foster maybe through small communities or small groups, and through collaborative efforts, and create that way, because technology is such a fundamental part of the human experience, although I don't think that it's fundamental to humans, in the sense that I don't think that man is separated from the animal kingdom in the sense that he makes tools, but I think because there are animals that create rudimentary tools, they manipulate their environment, and they do different things like that. And they also have language and communication. You'll observe that with like whales and stuff. They have languages. They've been able to observe that they have means of communication. And through the different groups, they actually have different types of communication and languages. So they'll actually set up, unique forms of communication based on their local groups and all of that type of stuff. But the ability to create symbols, I think that is one, and I think that is where the technological meets the language, aspect, and that's why, if you'll notice the advancement of technology, you'll observe that it's communication technology that's like the most advanced, or they'll be trying to push communication technology more than any other type of technology, and they even want machines to start communicating with humans. And they think the quickest way is just to get right to is to just talk to the machine and just find out what the machine thinks, and hence you have those questions like Alan Turing, the kind we were discussing on the show, what is it like for us to observe thinking or the thought process within a machine, right? So yeah, I mean,
Especially when we're not observing that thought process within the machines we're creating, and we're just playing magic with AI.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Like a creator who has no idea what the fuck they're doing. That is us with AI.
Oh yeah.
If we emulate our God, maybe that's how we were created. Maybe we are AI. Maybe we are source code gone amok, or you know what I mean, like something that isn't. I think there's a plan and that it's perfect and everything is going to work out, but there's a, I don't know, a trickster quality, a trickster quality about it. Like playing with AI, actually, I was actually having the conversation with AI of what if the God of the Bible was a demon? And it was like, I've never had AI need less of a prompt to be like, oh yeah, all the evidence is right, like right. That like if the God of the Bible was setting humanity up for something bad, what if God was a bad entity and not a good entity, whether you call it a demon or not? And it was like, oh yeah, it needed much more walking through getting to Turtle Island. Didn't have good things and bad things with colonization. It was like, anyway. And AI is very susceptible to who they're talking to. And we have no idea. Like, we're playing with nuclear buttons on our phones and in our computers. And unlike coding and binary, I might not have understood it using it, but somebody did. Somebody understood the code. Someone could turn off the code. AI is possibly the thing that should bring us together.
Yeah, I agree. And I think it will be a technological. I think the thing that actually brings us together will be some sort of technological marvel or some sort of technological collapse or issue in some way that the type of system that we're running now finally becomes not sustainable or not up to par with the current standards of how humanity functions or thinks, and then we're going to have a conflict with the type of technology that we have, and we're going to notice that we're not in control of innovation within the current system, that the individuals within the system cannot control the speed and pace of innovation. So they're constantly having to become adjusted to the technology, so that is one of the things that one of the problems I've been looking at is that I don't think that the current system is functioning within human capacity. But we've created a system where human beings have to be adjusted to how the system functions, and not the way that functions within the natural capacity of humanity. Like I try to like use very commonplace examples. Like, for example, I say one of the clips I'm working on now is from one of the first shows I did, and I created like a meme or I attempted to create a meme. It didn't really catch on, but I said you can't ghost someone in a village. That was the meme. So it was like about like how technology gives us this extra
Or
ability.
the only way to ghost someone in a village is to turn them into a ghost.
Yeah.
Because if you kick them out, they might become a bigger problem. And I actually really like that meme. You can't ghost someone within a village.
Yeah, lots of little ones like that. Yeah.
I just have to go do something for 5 minutes, so I'm just going to drop you down and put on the video, and then welcome you back in 5 minutes once I've made myself a coffee and done a few things I have to do. If that's
Yeah, no worries. Yeah, no worries.
All right, sounds good. And every attempt was met with you saying this BS, this stuff that makes you look crazy. And you're still obsessed with it coming out on your side. And the more you're obsessed with it and the more you keep on about it, the worse you look. You're the only one nailing you to a cross. It's a cross of your own design. You're the one who decided your friends betrayed you, yet you're still obsessed with getting them to see your side instead of finding new friends. You're the only one nailing yourself to a cross, and no one outside sees you as Jesus, even if you look like him, even if you grow your beard long. But hey, if you go to prison and find your people there, maybe you have a different story. But you seem to write your future, and then anytime anyone else doesn't see that future or live into the world as if that future is something that actually happened and you have evidence for, that they're the crazy ones. When in all probability, with what Margot sent, which showed her clear intentions, and that she stated she has evidence. I know I've told you I have evidence of certain things, or said, hey, go re-listen to that. You refuse to. You won't even look at your own evidence. So I can only imagine what she has. Things of you calling her names and other people names and saying you won't leave peacefully, or just refusing to state that you will leave peacefully, which she is going to use against you. I have no idea what she has, but I know that you're refusing to stop talking to her. And so she's just going to keep on getting more and more information. And she can choose which information she passes on. Pick and choose. That's what it is. You are defending people you imagined. I likely have better things to do than convince you that you are going to prison. Enjoy your day until another topic arises. Where's the truth in my efforts and my side?
Jubilee, you are so delusional. You just don't give a shit about truth. All you care about is your opinions and opinions of others. But Jack, what if they think this? What if, you shouldn't do that because they might think this. Oh, you shouldn't do this because they might think that. Fuck off with your thoughts and imaginations. Wake up to reality, Jubilee. This is really going on today. What is true? You don't give a shit.
Okay, I'm gonna go make a video so that you have evidence of your insanity to keep you out of prison.
See, Jubilee, you think you control the future. You think you control everything. I know God does. And God wants me to be myself. Because I've chosen to be more like Jesus. I don't want to be more like you, Jubilee. I don't want to be more like Margot. I don't want to be more like Charles or more like Brian. I think all of you are delusional. And the fact is, the fact you don't listen to me shows me you got no control whatsoever. Maybe God's controlling you completely. You don't know what the fuck you're doing. You can't see. You can't tell. It's hilarious. God's amazing.
That was the last of it, right? Right? Oh my God, buddy. I can't, he be different, because I can get it. I get the living by your values thing. And if he was like, right, I might end up in prison, I choose to live by these values instead. But he's not saying that. He's saying there's no chance he could end up without his house. It's like, you're right, you don't know the future. You might not lose your house. You might not end up in prison. But this person is telling you they are sending it to the authorities who have the authority to get you out of your house, who have the authority to send you to prison. And it's like, right, because I'm going to make a video for evidence to keep you out of prison. Which, I mean, it's me with all of my commentary. Do I think this man should be in prison? No. Do I think that he should be leading a movement and anyone should be following him? Also no. I wish he would leave his old friends and find new friends that can resonate with the new him. But I don't think he needs his truth to be the truth. He needs to have access. He needs truth and love to be so easy that if you're not living by that, you must be delusional. Those are the only things that you can live by. And it's like, you just showed that maximizing for truth is going to lead to your literal lack of freedom. You will be locked up. But sure. I'm not quite ready yet. I just need to go make a piece of toast so I have food in my system. And I will be back with Machine Lies. But I'm going to put on the True Lies video that's unlisted in the meantime, just because it was an Easter egg that happened. In the 90s, the movie True Lies came out. It stars Arnold Schwarzenegger and Jamie Lee Curtis, and it is a remake of a French film called The Jackpot, but in French. In the original and in the newer TV show, they follow the actual plot and cast somebody as the lead that doesn't look like they're an international spy, that doesn't look like they star in action movies. Casting Arnold Schwarzenegger as Harry Trask in the 1994 one, weird for them to do, because the whole plot is that he's like a mild-mannered, looks like he works in an office, his wife is bored with him, and really he's doing all this spy work behind the scenes. I went to see the movie because it was what was available to be seen at the cheap movie theater. It's what me and the like 10 to 15 other girls decided we were going to go see. After going to see the movie, we went to a McDonald's that was nearby, and I met the two friends groups of guys, the friends group that was Ryan number 1 and the friends group that would introduce us to Eric. I could trace back all of my best friends, of which I changed every year to a year and a half, and all of my boyfriends that I had dated in junior high and high school back to having gone to True Lies. So I didn't think True Lies, the plot, was in any way important. But having gone to that movie as a teenager, I could follow the threads back long before 2023, long before figuring out I'm the Jubilee and I know how to save the world. True Lies was instrumental in every boyfriend and best friend I had. Then 2023, the cast of True Lies, the movie, has interesting birth dates. Arnold Schwarzenegger's is July 30th. That also happens to be one of my good friend's birthdays, as well as the person my sister sent to spy on me's birthday as well, her friend. Jamie Lee Curtis shares my mother's birthday. Bill Paxton is in both the Titanic and True Lies, both of which are James Cameron movies. And his birthday is May 17th, which is also it's the day Jared and I broke up officially. It is someone else's birthday on here, the like wife in True Lies, the TV show. I don't remember what her name is. And it's the day Jared and I broke up. Eliza Dushku plays the daughter in True Lies. She was sadly attacked during the filming of this by one of the people who was supposed to be protecting her. And the article that came out around my birthday years later, when she was finally old enough, brave enough, and Hollywood was ready for her to come forward. But Elisa also played Faith in Buffy, the only TV show that I have not only binge watched, but then repeated. Like a comfort show. It's the only show that I've watched on repeat, and I did that while I was in university. And so the fact that, like, I knew all my boyfriends and friends traced back to True Lies, but I didn't actually know that Faith was in, that is the person who plays Faith in Buffy, was in True Lies until rewatching it in 2023. Her birthday is December 30th, which is, well, the day before my daughter's birthday. It's also the day that the original Lucky Girls video came out on TikTok, and the day that Jessica put out her video. I was just looking up other relevant dates. Jessica's YouTube channel's anniversary is also my mother's birthday. July 15th is many things, of which I will not be touching on most of them because this is more about True Lies than about the day that it came out. But looking, I did not do this in all of my journals. I wish I had done this in all of my journals. I closed off what these dates actually are. But the last date here says Grandpa dies July 15th, 1996 is a significant date. The day my paternal grandfather died. That happens to also be my Jewish grandfather. I do not know his birthday. The only reason I know his death day is because I wrote it in my journal as a teenager. November 6th, 1996, I went home with my friend Devin, and her brother was home from hockey, and I met him for the first time. November 6th, 1996 is the very first day that I met Jared. Then I went on to meet Ryan number 2 on New Year's Eve, went to Germany while dating Ryan number 2, and Devin calls me up on May 18th and says, "You're going to marry my brother." And then a year to the day later, on May 18th, says, actually, sorry, ultimatum, if you date my brother, we are never going to be friends. You are never going to date my brother. Yes. November 6th, 1999, we're dating again. I've moved to the coast. We've had a falling out. Like, I have written in my journal that on November 6th, 3 years to the day after I met the man. All right. That all took longer than I thought it would. I will eat muted on camera. And welcome back, Mohammed. The machine lies. All right. Oh, I muted you when you went down. So okay, we're good. No, yeah. Because sometimes the if we're still added and the screen's on, we can still be heard, even though we're.
Yeah, no, I was just saying Ryan number 2. That's hilarious. It's like there's 2
Ryans.
That's funny.
Well, else do we distinguish them unless we do the last names, which clearly I'm not doing. Bad enough I'm giving first names, but I mean the signs and symbols, they became very, very relevant, very pointed, very like silly and we're supposed to take life less seriously and there's someone guiding us. And also, like I said in one of the videos, like sometimes the Easter eggs aren't fun. I don't like them. Death's part of life. Tragedy and darkness and shadow to our light is all, intertwined with our human experience. And it's about all of it. And I see you sent me some links.
Yeah, they're long form videos that I do, but mostly the first 2 hours is solo presentations with me and a few friends.
Gotcha. Do the timestamps matter? Like you've set it to the timestamp that actually is
There
part you
is
watch?
no timestamp, so a lot of
No.
it.
If you look, the links you sent, it's like a YouTube URL, but it starts at like 4698 seconds, 8384 seconds, which is what happens when you hit the share button.
Oh,
on YouTube.
whoops.
So I'll
Yeah,
start. So okay.
Yeah,
So this
yeah, that doesn't matter. It just starts at the beginning. And mostly what matters is the presentation, first 2 hours at the beginning. And then I have other friends on, they come and talk, and sometimes it's poignant to the discussion and sometimes it's not. But the level of discussion that I try to have, it deters a lot of people from joining because it gets kind of philosophical. And then sometimes we have theological discussions, and then it just turns into a shit show because theology is there's so many options. Let's just put it that way. And it's not like philosophy as much as people try to put it into that box, but it doesn't really get there. But
No, I mean, the three things we're told not to discuss, right? Which are politics, religion, and money. And they're the three things we need to discuss, but need to figure out how to do it in a way that doesn't devolve into a constant screaming match, which is kind of just coming back to it. Kind of what happens on Jack's channel again and again after devolving into a screaming match.
Well, I've had lots of similar voice messages from the brother Jack Talcott in terms of telling me that I need to get my shit together. Sometimes he's more like a drill sergeant than a life coach. But the thing about it is that I think also it comes from his rougher experiences and his rougher exterior, and also, I think there's a certain level of derangement that comes with being on these internet shows and panels for a long time, which is an experience I have not had. This is only the last year where I've participated online, and I don't, and from what I can observe is that many of the conflicts on the brother Talcott show, whether he realizes it or not, are manufactured. And I think they're manufactured to a high level of success. In terms of what I mean is that if you or I get together and we have a discussion about technology or some of those more esoteric or arcane topics, that require precise definitions and those types of things, we're not going to get the type of viewership that all these screaming matches and all of these. So I think as much as we want to devalue the subtle impact of that, people value engagement. And they don't like when there's nobody in chat, when you're discussing these esoteric topics. And once in a while, somebody cues in with this like very thoughtful comment, and it's like a paragraph long, and like you read it out and you discuss it. I noticed that deters, that sets a high bar for conversation, and it deters a lot of people.
Yeah, and the beauty of Jack's channel is, I agree with you, there's a lot of manufactured drama on there, just like on Paul's channel.
Well, that's the next thing I was going to say.
Manufactured by Jack.
Yeah, I saw him on.
Manufactured by Paul. Like,
I saw him on
other
Paul's
people
channel.
poking at him, and he's easily pokeable. But he also returns to agency like better than he used to. He's showing growth in a way that I think other people are triggered by. Both growth in his channel, growth in his like actual influence of people listening to him, of having people on his side that Margot feels ganged up on when she's on his panel, as opposed to her usual position, which is ganging up on him.
Yeah, I saw him on Paul's channel. First time I met both of those characters together, and all of these characters I met at the same time. So so I've developed a strange relationship with all of them.
Do you think so? You said that this the talking shows bring derangement. Do you think they cause derangement, or do you think they draw in people who are deranged?
Yeah, I think both. Yeah, I think both. And also people who want to exploit those type of people. So really there's three types. There's people who want to exploit people who have either mental illness, autism, especially people who have paranoid delusions about themselves, right? They want to exploit that, and their ultimate goal in that is to draw them into some type of blackmail situation where they could have something above them, so they're really interested.
You know what an LOL cow is?
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah,
Yeah.
definitely. It's like what do you call it? Like the humiliation and the trauma is being manufactured and used at the same time, and they're drawing in certain type of people who can use that, and they've created systems of people who understand trauma, and they even understand cult behavior and anti-cult programming, and how to deprogram people from cults, and how to get people into cults, and all of that type of stuff. So there's all of the ritual abuse, and trauma, being exploited on a mass scale. I've seen it be weaponized. I've seen cases where it's been weaponized against people. And this, and
if you have enough evidence of yourself online, if you have enough video of you speaking online, forget the AI risk that poses. Anyone can take the clips of you and splice them together in a way to make any story.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. Yeah.
And so there becomes like a distortion of the truth through like video evidence. Look at what you've said, but it's put together in a way that is not accurate. And there's a lot of Jack out there. A lot of spoof Jack as well. Like I've never seen someone with less followers have so much hate, like so much like people dedicating their lives to doing like telcon clips, which is actually I don't think hate. I think that's actually somewhat like, I don't know, like there's just, and in order to follow the saga that is that specific online space of like Paul Unslaved and Jack and Wizard and all of them,
I think it's just the space
24/7 online. You would need
just
to watch constant video.
It's just the space. It's that particular space, with those particular channels and people, because I've had per volume hundreds of hate videos made about me, and I've only been doing this a year, so I could definitely see how Talcott has.
Are they intelligent hate videos?
No.
Oh,
No,
I
they're
was like,
totally
how do I get intelligent hate videos made about me?
No, they're totally schizophrenic, edited, totally just lies, talking about complete, just utter nonsense. I've had people say that that I abuse people in my family, that I go and that I've that I'm addicted to drugs, that I myself am schizophrenic, and trying to be a guru online, that I plagiarized information in my book.
I
And
thought it was muted there. I was opening your links in other tabs.
yeah. And all of this type of information. So obviously I asked the people who said these things, I said, well, produce the information that you have on record, right? That proves that I'm an abuser, that I plagiarize information, that I do all this stuff, And I said, I sent you a free copy of my book. So show me where I plagiarized the information, please. Or show me where, any of these things that you said to discredit me is true. And I have here statements from, my family members saying that I'm not an abuser and all of that type of stuff, yeah. So basically there's nothing there, but I think there's a lot of that type of speech in the community. And the problem is, as you said, in your video, you pointed it out, right? That the brother Talcott is engaging some of that. Now I think that's on purpose. I think that's part of his greater initiative or plan. Whether or not that's a plan he has with these other channels, that I don't know, right? But I know that some of the so-called because like there's fake rumors and allegations that he'll foster, and I think the point is that it is a show about himself, right? So it's unique in that way, right? It's about his own inner journey, and like my show's not about that. Like if somebody comes up on my show and starts talking about me, I drop them off because I say, hey, look, we were talking about Rousseau or capitalism or Jesus or whatever the topic is on the table, the video I have up or whatever the deeper discussion is at the time, it is not about me. It's about the machine. It's about what the machine is doing. Right. So we're here to talk about the machine. Like I start my show, I say, welcome to The Machine Lies, where we talk about the lies of the machine on the machine that lies. So I say that, hey, this information you're watching could be fake. It's not a real person talking to you. It's not a real median. The only way to know is to meet me in real life and to see if any of these things you've heard is something I believe in, and have a face-to-face conversation with me. And I invite basically all of humanity, as far as I know, to the table to have the discussion, other than, criminals, which, we can discuss in greater detail what I mean by that. People with morally reprehensible and other things.
I would definitely put criminals and morally reprehensible into completely, like, I can get that those Venn circles intersect, but they're different. They're different circles on the Venn diagram. And most of the people in the morally corrupt one, we prop up in society and hand over power and privilege to, or are like, I mean, the criminally corrupt that have a lot of power and money because they're selling drugs, human beings, like on a large, huge scale, are also, that's the intersecting Venn, I believe, of both, like the morally corrupt and the criminal, is organized crime.
Yeah. And I think organized crime is used by the I think to a certain extent the police are complicit in the organized crime. Otherwise it wouldn't be possible on a mass scale, certainly the way it is. And I think a lot of the stuff that we consider war is actually crime, and a lot of the stuff that we consider politics is actually just war, under a different name, right? So that is one of the ways that I guess fundamentally, right? I've had differences with Talcott and others, right? Is that I've pointed out that the technology that is there on the table as we speak cannot be used for the greater good, right? That actually what is necessary is to develop new technologies, right? A new way of understanding technology itself, and the way that human beings operate within nature, right? And to that end, I think these ideas like deep ecology are extremely, well, I consider them to be the foremost in terms of philosophy and politics, because they look at, local communities, ecology, and also developing new technology to that end. And so, I think there's a disconnect in the way we have technology today, in the way, nature functions as a whole, right? So when I try to introduce these concepts, I recently did a presentation on Skolomowski, Henrik Skolomowski. He wrote a book called Eco Philosophy, and I think that's a very important book. And yeah, so I've been giving presentations on that sort of thing, and really challenging people's view of technology.
I got to ask, do you get many views on these videos and presentations that you give? And
I get lots of views, but certainly I get more views than maybe a regular channel, but I don't get as many views as a really popular channel, if that makes sense. So but the view or the viewership is mixed, meaning that from the engagement to the viewers, there's a sort of a disconnect, meaning that many people are watching out of fascination or hatred, and some are watching and they're actually engaged in the content, so so I think it's maybe 50-50 at this point. So I do have lots of viewers, but out of those viewers, I think only 50% are really seriously engaged in the content there.
oh, yeah, no, that's great then, because I find a lot of the more esoteric. That's not true. A lot of the esoteric stuff gets like Rebel Wisdom and Future Thinkers when it was on and stuff got a lot of views and engagement because they had participation. The people could come and participate on camera, more not live necessarily. A lot of it was done, I think, on Zoom call and then put up. But
yeah, I do little gimmicks and tricks to get people engaged too. Little propaganda videos.
awesome.
I make
Can
little.
I enjoy some of them?
What did you say?
What are some tricks you use that I could employ here? I could use here.
Little music and videos and little themes, aesthetical themes, cyberpunk aesthetic, and like a lot of the kids like that sort of stuff, hip hop music and And also I foster a lot of the chaos. I make a spectacle of the trolling. I sometimes produce the trolling by putting music behind it and all this stuff. So I do little tricks like that.
I guess I do a little bit of that naturally.
Yeah, I seen
That's
you do
a
a little
little
bit.
bit of basically what this channel is.
Yeah, I seen you do a little bit of that too. But yeah,
Oh,
yeah,
but I feed off of troll energy. I like
yeah, I
long
see that.
ago. I was shown it was a gift from the creator. And I'd be on Twitter having, these long-winded exchanges, or on Facebook or anywhere. And I'm like, if I'm angry, I can type out a sentence, but any other time, it takes too much energy.
That's one of the things I liked about your channel, because my wife's half Jewish too, and you guys have like some feisty, you guys have fighty energy, which is funny.
I do think my combative's the wrong, like my debating energy I had long before I was more combative is the reason I have so many Jewish people in my life. Like I think it is a culture and a religion that welcomes debate and welcomes theological discussion and philosophical, I can't think of the word, discussion. And yeah, and the creator had a plan, but aside from that there was a personality that I had a lot of Mormons in my life due to circumstance, due to geography, whereas it was different on me. And I am going to go soon and get started with my day, now that I hear that the garbage trucks are outside, and I should probably go in and deal with that.
Okay, yeah, thank you for having me. And
Awesome.
yeah,
Love to have you here more often. That would be
for
great.
sure, I'll be back soon. Yeah, I wanted to have a first conversation with you. And the other little tricks I use on my channel is I always make it topical. I have these huge topics, so people will come in just for the topic, or just for the presenter, so I'll have a topic plus a presenter sometimes, and sometimes they'll be notable and sometimes they won't be, but either way, they'll be either interested in the topic or the presenter. And I'll have these huge audiobook presentations, and and I'll also look at primary source material. I'm actually a collector of books and music, so I have access to a lot of books and music. And yeah, I actually wrote a book. I'm writing a second book now. I don't know if you're a published author, Jubilee, but you seem like you could write you seem like you got a few books in you.
I would absolutely not. Yes, I have a few books in me, and I absolutely would not be able to write them. Someone else,
No?
all of it, everything I am doing needs someone else to do the last 10%.
Get
I don't know
Hanko
if writing a book
Flamio.
is a 10% though. That would be, you know what I mean, a lot.
Get Hanko Flamio to do it for you, because he has this interesting concept where he says you could take all of the transcript material from your YouTube videos, right? And then he can edit it and make it into a book for you. So he's been having this idea. My friend Hanko Flamio, I think you know him, right? But yeah, he's
Oh, Hank that was on Jax at the same time
Yep.
I was, I think.
Yeah.
Oh, awesome. Does he
he's a good friend of mine. He's extremely reliable as well. But yeah, he's an excellent fellow. He's always on my show for different types of discussions. He's actually very astute in topics of philosophy and theology. Having watched
You
like
got
a
a
lot
way
of
to tell my 2023 story, the Save the World Project story, the Jubilee story, the Science is Simple story, all of it. I that would be, hey, look, Hank, can you come on camera quickly just so I can make sure it's you and not someone pretending to be you?
Oh, we got Hank here. Nice.
Yeah, okay, you can turn off your camera. Just making sure it was you. Hey, Hank. We've had some issues in the past of some nudity with some pretend accounts, so.
You telling me machine lies?
What did I say?
No, you mentioned me, so I assume it was a summon.
Yeah, I'm selling your expertise here. I'm being a salesman for Henkel Flamio. You've been a salesman for the Machine Lies. So thank you, my friend. Yeah.
You know how to write a book or tell a story, and it's something that my journey needs, is somebody who will be able to do that more effortlessly with AI, or with, you know what I mean, their expertise. But
I wouldn't call it AI. I would call it I'll be explicit about what kind of application. So normally people mean language models, and they say AI now. So I'll just call up directly.
Nice. It's hard for me to understand people if they're not on video because of my hearing impairment and such. But I need to go and start my day. I would love to have you back, Hank and Mohammed, and discuss this and or any other topic. And
I should be streaming my stuff at around 1 p.m. today, so you meet me at my channel.
Oh, you're going to be on. If you want to share it in the comments, the link to it, that would be.
Yeah, I didn't announce it yet. I'll probably have it announced by like an hour from now. But yeah,
here, and I'm going to share one of the links that Mohammed shared in the description.
I didn't get to my channel.
I
didn't announce it yet.
Frequently. All right, I'm going to end the stream here and see everybody tomorrow. Thanks for.